When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you ghosted me, I gotta know, is there a reason? It was so abrupt, I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a Jeep, it's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty boy Ben. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try-hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG on the gym, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you ghosted me, I gotta know, is there a reason? It was so abrupt, I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a Jeep, it's Caribbean.
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche hay bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Que yo traje todas las herramientas. Pa' bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escucha que dijiste.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are just a couple of minutes away from first pitch here on ML Bopal on twitch.tv. First game of the day will be an AL East battle between the Tampa Bay Rays and the Toronto Blue Jays. Blue Jays looking to salvage the final game of this three-game series, and they're looking to score a run. They have not scored in 18 innings, so we hope to change that today. I'm EB from Toronto, joined in the booth by Mark Colley. Mark, it's been a minute since you and I have called a game together. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, and yeah, it has been a while. The last game I called of regular season action, besides from the All-Star break that we had, was July 10th. So it's been a while, but I'm excited to get back and hoping that our Blue Jays can score some runs today.
Indeed, as I mentioned, 18 innings scoreless streak. They had a walk-off win against the Orioles on Sunday, so they obviously scored in their final bat that day, but nothing since. The Rays have outscored them 19-0 in this series so far. 15-0 was the score on Monday, and then yesterday 4-0. Blue Jays had just 2 hits. I believe Travis Shaw and Grichuk were the only two to get hits yesterday.
Yeah, there was 2 hits and a walk, a complete game shutout from the Tampa Bay Rays starter. So Blue Jays looking to get back into action today. The lineup did look a little bit different yesterday. Joe Panik was leading off instead of Bo Bichette, and Bo Bichette was batting third, and a few other things were spiced up there. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Kevin Biggio, none of those three were in the starting lineup yesterday. So today, as we go into today's game against the Rays, the lineup is looking a little bit more normal. You have Bichette back at the top of the lineup, followed by Guerrero, Shaw, Hernandez, which is what we've seen from the Blue Jays for a lot of this season.
See the Blue Jays at 500, 57-57. The way they've played their last several series is a reflection of that. They swept the Mariners on the road, then they were swept by the Angels on the road. Then they came back home and swept the Orioles, and they've lost 2 of 3 here so far. Looking to maybe break the pattern and not get swept or sweep another team, actually get a win here before they go on the road for 4 games in Houston, then 4 more against these Rays at Tropicana Field. You know that the Rays always give the Blue Jays trouble, so they're going to try to get a game here today.
Yeah, and it's against the starting pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays, Blake Snell, and he's been having a pretty good season, 7-7, 3.46 ERA, and on the mound for the Blue Jays on the other side of things is Matt Shoemaker. So it should be a good matchup. Blue Jays have a shot with Shoemaker on the mound, 4.27 ERA this season, but as you mentioned, these Rays always pesky against the Blue Jays.
You see 65-48 for the Rays, second place in the AL East, and they are a game and a half back of a wild card spot. So these are pretty huge games for them. If they want to get in the postseason, it's either catching up to the Yankees or getting that one of those wild card spots, which are currently held by, I believe, the Indians and the White Sox. Matt Shoemaker making his 23rd start. You see the record, 7-6, 4.27 ERA. We'll look to go deep in this game, give the Blue Jays some innings, and hopefully his offense will score some runs for him. Willie Adames, the shortstop, steps in.
Willie Adames.
Ready to go. He goes after the first pitch, and that will be a fair ball down the left field line. It's going to be a leadoff double for Willie Adames.
Well, Adames just didn't wait for anything there, swung in that first pitch and got the double from Shoemaker. Shoemaker has done a good job this season of staying healthy. It's his really first full, complete season, or at least mostly complete as we enter the month of August, since 2016. with the Los Angeles Angels. So it's good to see him back on the mound, being healthy for the Blue Jays, and at least eating up some innings at the back end of this rotation.
Brandon Lau playing second base steps in. We see the Blue Jays record, third in the East, 57 and 57. They're actually closer to a wild card spot than they are to the top of the division. They're 13 games back of the Yankees, but 10 games back of a wild card. I would say neither is a reachable goal as Lau swings and misses 1-1. Lau at second will be followed by Austin Meadows in right, Hunter Renfroe in left in the cleanup spot, Ji-Man Choi at first, Yoshitomo Tsutsugo, the DH, batting 6th, Yandy Diaz at third base, batting 7th, Kevin Kiermaier at center field, batting 8th, Austin Romine, recently acquired from Detroit, will catch and bat 9th. Patrick Johnson, our home plate umpire today. Defensively for the Blue Jays, from left to right in the outfield, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Randall Grichuk, Teoscar Hernandez. On the infield, third to first, Travis Shaw, Bo Bichette, Kevin Biggio, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Danny Jansen behind the plate for Matt Shoemaker, who throws that pitch for a strike, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch is going to be inside, so it's a full count. See Austin Meadows getting ready in the on-deck circle. Shoemaker sets, fires, and it's going to be a swing and a miss for strike 3. He had his first out of the day, his first strikeout.
Well, it's good to see him getting a strikeout there after that leadoff double because, you know, this inning could go a number of different ways, but getting that first out is a big influence and certainly helped things going through the top of this Tampa Bay lineup. They have a lot of big hitters at the top of this lineup as we see Austin Meadows, 21 home runs this season. Last season, he had 33 and 89 RBI, as well as an all-star berth. He got a few MVP votes, so a lot of big bats at the top of this Tampa Bay lineup, and it's really good to get that first out, and at least sets the stage for a situation where you can get out of this inning with no runs allowed.
Austin Meadows not batting for a high average this year as he did last year, just .235, but always tough on the Blue Jays. Sure, he's disappointed he's not going to face Trent Thornton in this series. He has owned Trent Thornton, but I guess he'll probably face him in the next series down in Tampa Bay. Thornton scheduled to pitch tomorrow in Houston. 2-1 is going to miss. 3-1. You mentioned that's going to be fouled away. And look at the home runs for Meadows. You mentioned 21 home runs so far this year. So hitting for power. Again, not for average as much.
Yeah, he hit .291 last season, so doesn't have the average as you mentioned as he takes a walk there, but still hitting the ball hard, getting it over the wall quite a number of times for the Rays in the number 3 spot in their lineup.
It's almost better to walk him than to give up a home run. Although you now have Hunter Renfroe, who's, you see the average against righties just .204, but he does have 11 of his 21 home runs against righties. .241 overall. Dangerous hitters up and down this lineup.
Yeah, a lot of these top guys, I mean, Renfroe is dangerous, doesn't have quite as good numbers as, you know, the top 3 batters, but Tampa Bay, for the amount that they are known for their pitching, you know, and developing their pitching and being creative with what they do with their starters, they have some really good bats at the top of this lineup.
They're always good at acquiring players when they feel that players they have are maybe past their best before date, so they go out and trade them for more good players. Hunter Renfroe coming over from the Padres in the offseason. He swings and misses there for strike 3, second strikeout for Shoemaker.
And now with 2 outs, it's easier. You've gotten past the big names in this lineup, and now you're up to Ji-Man Choi, who, yes, he has power. Yes, he is a good hitter, but not quite as good as some of these guys at the top of the lineup. A little bit of an easier job now for Shoemaker to get the next out.
Ji-Man Choi is now a switch hitter. We saw him in real life trying it against the Blue Jays in one of the first games of the season, and he does... He's now listed as a switch hitter in MLB, and he's a switch hitter in Ball. Of course, facing Shoemaker, he would have batted right-handed or left-handed regardless, as he's going to pop that one up to Bo Bichette, and that will be the inning. So a couple of runners get on base, but no damage. We go to the bottom of the first. Blue Jays coming up, looking to score a run.
And that's the key for the Blue Jays now. They've gone 18 innings, as you've said, without scoring a run. They have their work cut out for them today. They're going up against Blake Snell. Snell, of course, won the Cy Young Award in 2018. A little bit of an off year last year, but is back again this year. 3.46 ERA through just over 100 innings. And, you know, he has been good this season. Not as good as he was in 2018, but a lot better than he was in 2019, where he had a 4.29 ERA in 107 innings, struggled with injuries a little bit last season. So Blue Jays have their work cut out for them today.
Well, Bichette swings and misses at that one. You see there, we were talking about the Rays, 5 games back in the East, but just 1.5 game back of a wild card spot, 65-48.
Yeah, the Blue Jays have the opportunity to play spoiler here. They haven't in the first 2 games of this series, but they'll be looking to do it here, avoid the sweep, and maybe hurt the Rays' chances at that wild card spot.
0-2 is going to miss, 1-2. Obviously, with 7 games in 2 weeks against the Rays, we mentioned they're going to play 4 more at Tropicana Field next week. So good opportunity to play spoiler. That's going to miss low on the curveball, 2-2. Bo Bichette, 288 on the year. He's having a pretty good year for the Blue Jays. He's going to put that one in play to the second baseman, Lau, who throws him out, 1 out.
Batting second, the first baseman, Vladimir Guerrero.
I'll bring up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. playing first base. 4-game hitting streak, 8 for 26. Wasn't in the lineup yesterday, obviously. The Blues only had 2 hits. Overall, 258 on the year. 14 home runs. Takes that one outside. I don't know about you, Mark. I kind of expected more from Vladdy this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did, and he's struggled a little bit at the plate in terms of his consistency, and I don't know if that was expected because, you know, he didn't totally show up last year either, but I think he is becoming more of a known quantity as he grounds out to second base here, and I think given his performance this year, this might be what we should be expecting from him in the future, and that's not totally a bad thing. Like, he is an above average bat in the lineup. He is a mediocre defender, maybe declining in the defense side of things, but yeah, I think he may be approaching the point where we kind of know what we're getting out of him in the future.
See Travis Shaw coming in, playing third base. Pretty well at home. He's batting .316. He's going to face a tough lefty here in Blake Snell. He swings and misses at that one. 8 for his last 19. Takes it high 1-1. The rest of the Blue Jays lineup, if I get to it before the final out is recorded, Teoscar Hernandez batting cleanup in right field. Raul Tellez the DH. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. batting 6th. He plays left field. Randall Grichuk in center field bats 7th. Danny Jansen bats 8th and catches. And Kevin Biggio, the second baseman, batting 9th. 2-1 count here on Travis Shaw. That's going to miss inside. 3-1. Defensively for the Rays, from left to right in the outfield, Renfroe, Kiermaier, and Austin Meadows. Infield, third to first, Diaz, Adames, Lau, and Choi. So that's going to be a swing and a miss. Austin Romine, the newly acquired catcher, behind the plate. Blake Snell on the mound. Full count to Shaw. It's going to be fouled away.
Shaw was one of the 2 Blue Jays yesterday who had a hit in that 2-hit complete game shutout. He hit a double, which was the only extra base hit from the Blue Jays.
That one's hit pretty well. Going back are the outfielders. That's going to be off the base of the wall. Kiermaier gets it back in. Shaw's going for second, and he's going to make it.
Well, yeah, the double yesterday. He continues to hit here after a slow start to the season. He has certainly turned things around and is hitting the cover off the ball right now. Doubles in back-to-back games for Shaw.
Second highest average on the team coming in. Bichette was at 288 and Shaw at 280. He hits well at home, so we see it there. 2-out double. Teoscar Hernandez will try to drive him in and break this scoreless streak for the Blue Jays. 250 for Teoscar, 21 home runs. Swings and misses on the fastball, 0-1. Snell trying to get out of this jam. Looks Shaw over at second base, and he gets another swing and a miss on the curveball, and now Teoscar's down 0-2.
See that stat there on the screen. Third on the Blue Jays with home runs, with 21 home runs this season. He's a power hitter, and I think you can kind of forget that when you look at him. I think he does kind of have deceiving power, and he's certainly been a good acquisition from the Blue Jays, getting him in 2017 from the Houston Astros.
Well, power up and down the lineup for the Blue Jays. Everyone has double digits in home runs as Teoscar takes that inside. But sometimes when you face the very good pitchers, you're not going to hit a lot of home runs. And the Blues haven't hit any in the last 2 games. 2-2 pitch to Teoscar's going to be fouled away.
Yeah, Blake Snell is going to challenge them here again to hit a home run, and facing good pitching, they'll be struggling probably today.
Here's the 2-2 to Teoscar, and he swings and misses for strike 3. Snell goes with the curveball, strands that 2-out double. So the Blue Jays get their first hit. They don't score. We go to the top of the second inning with no score.
And as we head into the second inning, I want to bring up some parts of Blue Jays and Rays history today. On this day in 1984, going all the way back in Blue Jays history, the Blue Jays stole 7 bases in a 4-3 win over the Orioles. Dave Collins had 4 in that one game. Willie Upshaw had 2. Lloyd Mosby had 1. Could you imagine, EB, in today's game, one team stealing 7 bases in a game and one player stealing 4 of those?
Have to be a pretty speedy player. Maybe Malik Smith of the Mariners could do it. Blue Jays don't really have a lot of speed here on this team. I think Bichette still leads the way. He has 2 stolen bases and 1 caught stealing. Let's see. Just looking here. Teoscar has 4, and so does Bichette. So there we go. And Kevin Biggio has 5, but he hasn't gotten on base a lot. So yeah, I don't know if that happens a lot today at all. Even the speedy players, they seem to, even when they get on base, they don't want to steal because they have the power hitters coming up behind them. So they're just going to stand there and wait for the power hitters to drive them in.
Yeah, Kevin Biggio with 5 stolen bases through, I guess, 114 games for the Blue Jays. And then, Dave Collins in 1 game had 4 in 1984. So yeah, it's wild how much this game has changed.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. You don't see a lot of speedy guys to begin with anymore, it seems, as Tsutsugo is going to go the other way for a leadoff single.
Batting 7, the third baseman, number 2.
Tsutsugo coming from Japan in the offseason. Having a pretty good start, maybe not hitting for average 239, but he does have 15 home runs, 16 doubles so far. Yandy Diaz takes the ball low, 1-0. Shoemaker has already had 3 base runners, as that's going to be on the ground. See if they can turn 2. They get the runner at second and at first as well. Nice double play. 2 outs.
What a play there from Biggio. The ball is taking him in, and as we watch the replay, you can see him come in, charge, and just flip it the other way to Bichette, who's already there, ready, and throws it despite the slide into him over to Guerrero. Really good play by the 2 Blue Jay middle infielders, and that's something that the Blue Jays have been kind of mastering these last few years, and Bichette and Biggio, both great defenders up the middle, and it's certainly something to look forward to in terms of defense for the next few years with these Blue Jay infielders.
Indeed, and speaking of defense, here's a very good defender at the plate now for the Rays. That's Kevin Kiermaier, the center fielder, who has 3 Gold Glove awards. He can catch anything, and I always say when we play the Rays, do not hit it to Kiermaier. 1-0 pitch is low, 2-0. Batting just .228 on the year. Does have 12 home runs and 2 triples. And speaking of stolen bases, he has 10 on the year. Swings and misses in that one. So he has a 2-1 count.
Yeah, 15.3 career defensive WAR, then I think about 12 offensive WAR. So, he's not really known for his bat just because his defense really kind of overshadows everything. But that's not to say he doesn't have a good bat at all. You mentioned 228 batting average this season. He had 3 hits yesterday, including a home run, obviously an RBI to go along with that. So, he's not a bad bat at the plate. He's not an automatic out. It's just his defense clearly overshadows his other talents.
He's the kind of guy you play every day in center field no matter what he gives you offensively just because of that defense. Because he's going to foul away another pitch. Always enjoy watching him play. I just don't like when the Blue Jays hit baseballs to him. He puts that one in play to center field. Randall Grichuk makes the play, and that will be the final out. So Shoemaker only faces 3 batters in the inning thanks to the double play. And nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Blue Jays coming up, no score.
Rowdy Tellez is going to be leading things off. Tellez had a strikeout, nothing more in yesterday's game, batting .238 on the season.
And about maybe 2 months ago, he was the player with the highest batting average on the Blue Jays, and he's really struggled in the last couple of months, down to .238 now.
Inside, ball 1.
He was actually hitting so well that when the Blue Jays went to the National League, they put him in the lineup at first base, and they moved Travis Shaw to second just to keep his bat in the lineup. So we'll go after that pitch and ground it into the shift. And there's one out here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, struggles continuing for Tellez. And you mentioned he was hitting really well earlier this season. I think that we've seen that with this Blue Jay offense, that they've had certain parts of their lineup carry the team. Teoscar Hernandez had really good numbers earlier this season. Travis Shaw had really bad numbers earlier this season. And then he kind of rebounded, got hot in the month of June. Bo Bichette, another guy, started off the season really well, kind of cooled off there for a little bit and then came back. So we've seen the offense come and go at different parts of this Blue Jay lineup, but it seems like there's always someone who's hot. And I think right now you would have to say that player is, for the Blue Jays, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 6-game hitting streak, looking pretty good at the plate right now.
It seems like there's never a time where a bunch of hitters are hot at the same time so they can carry the team. There's always maybe one guy, and then he cools down and someone else heats up, and then that guy cools down and someone else heats up. So it's very hard to be consistent with the offense when there's only one guy at a time who's hitting well.
Yeah, I think if there was any a time this year that the Blue Jays kind of had their offense firing all cylinders, it was probably late May, early June when they won. I think it was they went 12-3 over 15 games. That was kind of the best we saw them all year. Their offense was clicking. They had a really good game in Pittsburgh where they totally defeated the Pirates with I think it was 15 or 16 to 2 or 3. A very good game for them there, but we really haven't seen that kind of overpowering offense from these Blue Jays very often this season, especially not in the last 2 games.
Indeed, no score for now. I'm going to say 19 in the third innings. My math isn't so good, but 18 in the previous 2, and then the first inning in the third here. Swing and a miss, and another strikeout for Snell.
Second strikeout of the day. He struck out Teoscar Hernandez in the first.
When he's healthy, he's one of the better pitchers out there. He throws the fastball hard, and he has the very good curveball. A lot of weapons he can get you out with. Randall Grichuk, 236 on the year, 13 home runs, 46 RBI. Takes a strike. 97 on that part.
Yeah, the clear condition in what you said there was when he's healthy, because 2018 phenomenal. He had 180 innings that season, 1.89 ERA, which led the American League, and then 21 wins that season, which led all of baseball, to go along with a 5.6 hits per 9, which was the lowest in all of baseball as well. And that season was, tremendous for him. It was his first full season. He broke out that year, won the Cy Young, All-Star, the whole work. And then he signed a 5-year, $50 million extension before the 2019 season. He was the opening day starter, and he was pretty good early on in the season, but then he broke his toe in a freak injury coming out of the shower earlier in the season, and then later in the season he had to undergo arthroscopic surgery on his left elbow in July. Missing those few games, getting out of the rhythm, and then in September he made a few appearances of the bullpen, kind of threw things off, wasn't great that year. He had a 4.29 ERA, but he's working here today, gets the outs of the Blue Jays here in the second.
Gets another strikeout there. 20 consecutive scoreless innings for the Blue Jays. I'm going to keep talking about it until they break it. Maybe that'll help. Jinx. At the top of the third, and Austin Romine steps in. Former Yankee. Started this year with the Tigers, and then he was acquired by the Rays at the trade deadline last week to obviously maybe get some more offense out of the catching position, but more importantly to lead the pitching staff as they make this postseason push.
Romine spent 8 years with the Yankees to start his career from 2011 to 2019, and then 2020, of course, starting this season with the Tigers, and then traded to the Rays. So it's been a little bit of a whirlwind year for him, but he's here now. Not a bad batting average on the season, 228, and he had 2 hits yesterday, including a home run.
Back in the AL East, always seems to give the Blue Jays problems. He's going to round out to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That's the first out.
Well, that's a nice play from Guerrero Jr. We saw him, just a few weeks ago, transitioned over to first base, and he made the nice pick there, which is impressive. It's nice to see him looking more and more comfortable over there at first base. And honestly, for all the negative talk about his defense, I don't think it's that much of a detraction right now. I think the Blue Jays are really just planning for the future and moving him over there to first.
He's played very nicely when I've seen him at first base here on Bop Ball. As back to the top of the order, Willie Adames on the first pitch he saw had a double. So he was acquired from the Tigers in 2014. That was part of the David Price trade. Rays trading Price to Detroit to obviously get a little bit younger. Price was going to be a free agent the following year, so they wanted to maximize the return, and they do that very often. They trade guys away and then get good players in return who are younger. Adames puts that in the air. Grichuk kind of nonchalantly makes the play. That's the second out.
Yeah, I was wondering whether that was either just a home run or a lazy pop fly, because Grichuk just seemed to be sort of sauntering over to the ball in center field, and that gave me the indication that it's going to fly over the wall, but he seemed to have a beat on it and tracked it down.
Every fly ball I see in this ballpark scares me. I always think it's going to go out. As Brandon Lau takes a strike from Shoemaker. He's trying to settle down here. And for the 1-2-3 inning. Lau struck out his first time up. Swings and misses there, and it's 1-2. Good split finger there from Shoemaker.
Yeah, he throws a splitter 32% of the time, sinker 30%, slider 17%, and then four-seam also 17%, and then very occasionally he throws a curve as we see the four-seam fastball in there. But his velocity isn't going to be overpowering. He usually tops out around 94, but it's the amount of pitches he has to work with and the balance that he does and the movement he gets on those pitches. That's how he gets batters out.
And he gets another strikeout there. Lau is called out on strikes. So good inning for Shoemaker. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the bottom of the third. Blue Jays looking to break this streak.
And as we head to the bottom of the third, I'd like to remind everyone listening that we are doing this broadcast to donate money to Meals on Wheels. Vulnerable seniors are at the greatest risk of COVID-19, and Meals on Wheels operates in virtually every community across America to address senior hunger and isolation. Local Meals on Wheels programs are on the front lines every day, focused on doing all they can to keep older Americans safe and nourished in communities across the country. So you can head on to the link below and donate to Meals on Wheels to help them continue the work that they're doing.
Also, if you enter !donate in the Twitch chat, you can get the link like that. Danny Jansen steps up. As you were talking there, they showed us the putrid offensive numbers for the Blue Jays. And Jansen is down 0-2, but he's actually done a lot better since he's had everyday playing time. You see the average of 241. It was way below 200 early on in the year. Goes after that pitch to center field, going back here. Meyer still going back. Oh, what a play. Like I said, don't hit it to Kiermaier.
Wow. Watch a replay on this one. The ball is taking him away from home plate. It's going the opposite direction, and that's a really hard play to make. It's not like you're diving forward and seeing the ball coming. You have to run away from home plate, away from the way that the ball is traveling, and still manage to keep an eye on the ball, keep an eye on the wall, and then eventually track the ball down, time your jump. Really impressive play from Kiermaier. And like you said, if you want to get a hit, don't hit it in the air to center field.
Yeah, hit it to anyone else other than Kiermaier as Kevin Berrios steps up here. Struggled all season long, 195 average.
1-1.
That's why he's been dropped to the number 9 spot. Does have the 16 home runs and the 5 stolen bases we talked about. He's going to foul that one away, so he's down 1-2. One-two pitch. He lays off. Change up. 2-2. 2-2 is going to be swung on and missed. Snell goes with the slider and he gets his 4th strikeout.
Now batting.
Yeah, so he got lucky on the first at-bat of the game, just the fact that Kiermaier is such a great defender, but here just overpowering Kevin Biggio and getting the second out. And now with 1 out left, you are facing the top of the lineup, but this is a situation that you want to see Bo Bichette in. He's a really good hitter, but with 2 outs, no one on, can't do all that much damage.
He's 1 for 9 in the series, as we saw there. Takes a strike, and it's 0-2. He does have the most hits on the team, 134. And the 134th was in the game on Monday. 0-2. Fly ball to center field. Kiermaier has a much easier play there. Blue Jays scoreless streak continues. It's 21 innings now. We go to the top of the 4th, no score. Taking over the play-by-play for the middle innings will be Mark Colley.
Well, thank you, Evie. And leading things off now for the Rays as we head to the 4th inning is going to be Austin Meadows in his second at-bat of the game. He walked back in the first to be the second guy on base. The Rays had guys on first and second, and then Matt Shoemaker managed to shut things down with a strikeout and a pop-out to Bo Bichette over at shortstop. So they'll see what they do here, try to tack on a run, make it a 1-0 ball game. 0-1 pitch is taken upstairs, 1-1.
Shoemaker had a good inning last inning, so he's going to try to continue that. Put up zeros as long as he can and allow the offense to break this streak.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Swing and a miss from Meadows. Yeah, the Rays bullpen is very well rested. We mentioned yesterday the Rays getting a complete game shutout. And then on the first game of this series, this one swung and missed. Jansen throws down to first for the first out of the inning. In the first game of this series, the Rays only used 1 guy out of their bullpen for 3 innings. That was Beeks. So they have a very well-rested bullpen. There's only 1 guy who has thrown in the last 2 days. And that's certainly going to play to their advantage in this game if they do have to take Snell out early. But compared to the Blue Jays, whose bullpen is relatively tired, they had used 2 guys yesterday, more guys in the game on the 3rd. But that's certainly going to play to the Rays' advantage as this game goes on.
Yeah, I may not have expected Yanni Chirinos to throw a complete game shutout, but he had a very good game yesterday. We saw in the Road to the Show graphic there, Roman Fields in AAA, 462 over his last 10 games. I wonder if that'll open some eyes in the organization.
Shoemaker painted in the corner, 2-1. The Blue Jays, we've been harping on them all game for their performance this series, of course, being outscored 19-0 in the first 2 games of the series, but their runs scored versus runs allowed, the run differential this season is only -5. They have scored 470 runs so far this season, allowed 475. So, I mean, if you go back before this series, their numbers would be positive, which is certainly a positive look for this team.
I think they've pitched a lot better than some people expected. For a while, they were tied in team ERA with the Yankees, which then gives you the impression if the Yankees are in first place and 13 games ahead of the Blue Jays, and the team ERA is the same, obviously the offense needs a lot of work here at the Blue Jays.
Yeah, most of the AL East teams, from the look I took before this game started, were pretty similar in terms of runs scored, except for the Baltimore Orioles at the bottom end of things and the Yankees at the top end of things, which I think they were around 530 or 570 maybe in terms of runs scored. So they certainly have a scary offense, and that's what the Blue Jays are lacking right now. 3-2 pitch to Renfroe. Big swing and a big miss for the second out of the inning.
He put up a very good battle there. I think it was 9 or 10 pitches, but Shoemaker with the upper hand there, striking him out. So 2 quick outs here.
Second strikeout of the day for Renfroe, and the 5th of the day for Matt Shoemaker.
That's a ball.
Ji-Man Choi now
No one, no strike.
with 2 outs here in the 4th.
Ji-Man Choi was a switch hitter early in his career. From what I read, the Angels, when he was in their system, told him to abandon that, so he just decided to bat left-handed, but now this year he's trying switch hitting again.
Yeah, with the Angels early in his career, he was selected in the Rule 5 draft by the, he was with the Mariners very early in his career, selected in the Rule 5 draft by the Angels, as you were mentioning, and then signed as a free agent with the Yankees, signed as a free agent with the Brewers, and he was traded to Tampa Bay in 2018, has been there since then. Skies this one down the left field line, but it's going to tail foul.
I know everyone likes Ji-Man Choi on the Rays. He's always smiling. He's always having fun.
I got to count 2-2.
Now 2-2. Shoemaker at 66 pitches today. Looking to get out of the 4th. Swung and sent into center field. Grisham will come forward, makes the catch on the run, and that'll end the inning. So Shoemaker with another 1-2-3 inning, 2 strikeouts and a pop out. We head to the bottom of the 4th.
Leading off for the Jays, the first base,
Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 6-game hitting streak heading into today. He has still looking for his 7th hit, or 7th day of hitting. Today he had a ground out to second base in the 1st.
There we see there on the screen the 6-game hitting streak. Not going to hit that pitch though.
Four-seam fastball, 96 from Snell. Fouled off, that one at 95. Snell is going to hover around 96 with his four-seamer. That's where he typically sits around with it. He throws it about 66% of the time. Big swing and a miss to get the out there on the slider of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. The slider, he only throws about 8% of the time. Mixes in the curveball at 81, changeup at 86. And that's pretty much his full arsenal. But he does really heavily rely on the four-seam fastball.
And he has a good one, as you mentioned, in the mid to upper 90s. He's got all the weapons to get batters out. See Travis Shaw with the only hit so far for the Blue Jays.
Double in the 1st. The Blue Jays got nothing more then. And that's the only guy they've had on base. Snell is retired now 7 consecutive Blue Jays batters, working on his 8th now against Shaw. Both starters today giving up a double in the first and then settling down a little bit. Of course, Shoemaker, he gave up the double on the leadoff batter, Willie Adames, and then Austin Meadows later walked. That was all they would get as Travis Shaw strikes out for the second out of the inning. And then in the second, the Tampa Bay Rays had a single that was erased with a double play. But since then, it's been nothing happening for these teams as Shaw continues that streak with his strikeout.
Well, strikeouts so far. And for Snell, that one nice play that Kiermaier made.
That's a ball. Count 1-0.
Hernandez, one of the strikeout victims in his first at-bat. Fouls that one off.
Hasn't been terrible in his last 4 games, 7 for 16.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Big swing and a miss there, and we can tell the pitches are working for Snell. The Blue Jays are very aggressive at the plate, but it's not paying off as that one's called on the corner. A 4-seam fastball in there at 96. Blake Snell strikes out the side, and the Blue Jays go down looking as we head to the top of the 5th inning.
So the streak is now 22 innings, and the record, the official record, at least as of 2017, was 48 straight scoreless innings by the 1968 Chicago Cubs and the 1906 Philadelphia A's. We hope we don't get there.
Long way to go before that. So let's see, the Blue Jays would have to not score this game, not score tomorrow against Houston Astros, and then they would have to also not score a little bit at least on Friday against the Astros, if my math is correct. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, I really hope we don't get there. I do have Friday's game, and I do hope we'll score a run before then.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That game's going to be on Botball right here at 9 o'clock Eastern, and you should tune into that one. It's going to be EB, as we mentioned. Carlos Zimmerman, I think, is also on the mic for that one, so should be a good game if the Blue Jays can score before then.
Yeah, we have tomorrow as well, 2 o'clock. It's going to be Trent Thornton and Lance McCullers for the pitching matchup, so that should be interesting. Trent Thornton, of course, coming from the Astros to the Blue Jays. And,
facing off against his former team.
Tim Moore and Jeremy Goldstein have that one for you tomorrow.
And then the Rays have an off day tomorrow after they wrap up this series, and then they head back home. They'll be playing the Boston Red Sox on Friday, and that series will obviously continue into Saturday and Sunday. But the Blue Jays on Botball all week, swinging strike of Yoshitomo Susuko.
Yeah, we got to keep them on the air here so that we actually see when they score.
Big strikeout of Yoshi from Matt Shoemaker for the first out of the inning.
The third baseman, number 2.
Elevated there, and Tetsugo swung right through it. So Shoemaker is still going well, trying to keep his team in the game as long as possible.
He has retired. As I say this, pops it into shallow right. Biggio on the run will make the catch in front of Hernandez. And with that, he is now retired 10 consecutive batters. He is rivaling Blake Snell in his streak and trying to keep the good things going now for the Blue Jays.
Really, as a starting pitcher, that's really all you can do. Just keep putting up zeros and hope your offense gets you some run support.
2 outs now in the top of the 5th. Shoemaker starting Kiermaier off with 2 balls.
Which has got a pretty good start from Nate Peterson yesterday, which was nice to see. Again, no runs scored, so that kind of puts a dark cloud over it. But he went 6 innings and just gave up the 3 runs, so quality start by today's standards.
Yeah, Pearson has been, I guess, mediocre this season as Shoemaker doesn't get the call that he wanted and walks Kiermaier with 2 outs.
You can tell what Charlie Montoya thinks about that, and Shoemaker's not too happy either, dropping his hat.
But he'll move on to the number 9 batter, Austin Romine, trying to get this out instead of turning the lineup over now with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Shoemaker at 77 pitches, and the throw down to second, not in time. Kiermaier using his speed to steal his 11th base of the season. And the throw there from Jansen, not even close.
Yeah, there was no shot to get him. That's why you don't want to put him on base, because he could do that. Now he's in scoring position.
So I was saying Nate Pearson, you were talking about his start. 3 runs over 6 innings. Not bad, not incredible. He's had a 4.38 ERA this season. I think in terms of expectations, you know, we talked earlier about Guerrero. I think a lot of people were expecting a lot of things from Pearson. He hasn't been bad, but he hasn't been as great as people maybe wanted him to be. This one sent up the middle. Bichette is going to throw it on the run over to first, and they get the out just in time. The Blue Jays escaping that inning after giving up a walk and a stolen base. We head to the bottom of the 5th.
That was a very nice play by Bichette. Obviously, catcher not running too well, but he still made a very nice play with the jump and throw, keeping the runner at second from scoring. Rays will try to get on the board here.
Yeah, we've seen a few very good defensive plays. Of course, Jansen, as we see now on the screen, didn't make a great throw on that stolen base, but the main key good defensive plays that we've seen have come from right up the middle in the Blue Jays defense. We saw the double play in the 2nd inning, going 4-6-3. Biggio kind of just shoveling it off behind him to Bichette, and Bichette on first from there. That was a really nice play. And then, of course, in that last half inning, we saw Bichette make a really nice spinning play on that ground ball. So some good defense up the middle for the Blue Jays and good defense in the outfield for the Tampa Bay Rays. A leaping grab by Kevin Kiermaier back in the 3rd when Danny Jansen sent a ball deep into the gap. Kiermaier tracked it down, jumped, and just made the catch.
Kiermaier made a Kevin Pillar-esque catch on that ball hit by Jansen. See Rowdy Tellez trying to get on base.
It's interesting you bring up Kevin Pillar, because I feel like for a few years there, you know, maybe 2015, 2016, 2017, Pillar and Kiermaier kind of went toe-to-toe in terms of defense, and it was really entertaining to watch them as rivals in the AL East. Rowdy Tellez taking that pitch upstairs, but it's called for a strike. It's the 8th strikeout on the day for Blake Snell, and his 4th consecutive out via the strikeout. We take a look at the pitch sequence here to Rowdy Tellez, or excuse me, to all the different strikeouts in the Blue Jay lineup.
Yeah, they felt like torturing us a little bit and showing us all these consecutive strikeouts. But you heard about Kiermaier and Pillar. Also, Jackie Bradley Jr. in Boston, very good defender in center field. So we have very good defense in this division. Aaron Hicks in New York with the Yankees, pretty good as well.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. now up. He, big surprise, struck out his first time up in the 2nd inning. He sends this one on the ground to second. On to first, but the throw is low, and that's going to be the 2nd of it.
Hey, at least it's not a strikeout.
Put the ball in play, see what happens.
Yeah. If you put it in play and you don't hit the Kiermaier, it may even drop.
Another guy, another strikeout. Randall Grichuk, 13 home runs this season. He's going to be stepping in here, trying to avoid the fate he had in his first at-bat in the 2nd. Snell starting him off with a strike. So Snell has 8 strikeouts today. He had 4 straight before that ground out from Gurriel.
And I feel like every guy who comes up and we see the career numbers against Snell, they're not very good.
Big swing, big miss from Grichuk. 1-2.
Ball, that's out.
seems like Grichuk is being a little bit more patient in this at-bat than we've seen a lot of Blue Jay hitters before in this game. I wonder if now, second time through the lineup, they're being a little bit more patient and understanding, hey, look, we struck out a lot our first time up. And, as I say this, he strikes out. But let's try to see a few more pitches, see whether we can draw a walk, get a better pitch from Snell. But I'm eating my words now that Grichuk struck out.
Yeah, it's very hard because if you fall behind him 0-2, he's got a lot of weapons to get you out. You got to protect the plate, and then you end up striking out. So, yeah, very tough pitcher. He's got everything working so far today.
The shortstop, Willie.
Through 5 here on ML Bot Ball. No runs for either team. Both pitchers shutting down the opposing lineups. The Rays most recently had a runner on. They got a walk with Kevin Kiermaier in the last half inning that they were up to bat and ended up stranding him. Did Matt Shoemaker, and he's in here for a 6th inning of work. Potentially his last inning. I think he probably could go another one if he makes quick work of the top of the Rays lineup here.
Yeah, I'd like to see him stay out there.
And he makes quick work of the leadoff batter, Willie Adames. His 7th strikeout of the day, trying to catch up to Blake Snell. Now, 1 out, it's going to be Brandon Lau.
He's mostly matched Snell pitch for pitch, keeping the team in the game, which is huge.
Yeah, Shoemaker has had a little bit more struggles than Snell has had. Of course, he had the rough first inning, almost a rough second before that double play was turned. And then, since then, he's been lights out except for the 1 walk he gave up in the 5th. That's the only base runner he's given up since the first at-bat of the 2nd inning. So he's been lights out. Blake Snell, I'd say, has been more lights out. Snell hasn't given up a base runner since Travis Shaw, the 3rd at-bat of the game in the 1st. But both of these pitchers, getting the job done here and trying to keep their team in the game as both offenses shut down today. 0-0, top of the 6th. Lau takes a ball inside now, 3-2.
Absolutely. Shoemaker's done a phenomenal job. And I think it might be more magnified with the Blue Jays not having scored in so many innings.
Gets a call at the top of the zone. Matt Shoemaker with a 2nd straight strikeout here in the 6th inning. And Brandon Lau goes down looking for the 2nd out of the inning.
Wasn't too happy with that call. It looked like it might have been a little bit up. But Shoemaker got the call, and now he's going to have to deal with Meadows.
Another ball up in the zone, gets a call there. And, our home plate umpire here today has been calling those balls at the top of the zone, or maybe a little bit out of the zone at the top. He has been calling them consistently for strikes all day. So personally, I'm not that upset with calls, no matter which team they go against, if they are being consistently made by the guy behind the plate.
Yeah, you got to be consistent. That's what the hitters and the pitchers want. If it's a strike in the 1st, it should be a strike in the 6th, and there's another strikeout.
So Matt Shoemaker strikes out the side. He gets 1 looking, 2 swinging. Shoemaker making quick work and going toe-to-toe with Blake Snell. It's still a 0-0 game now. Danny Jansen had that line out to Kevin Kiermaier in the 3rd inning. He'll be trying to do something similar, just get the ball to somewhere else on the field besides center field to get a hit.
There's another guy with not very good numbers against Snell, just 2 for 9.
Well, Snell still has some of his velocity, 94 in that last 4-seam fastball. Again, like we said before, typically he's going to be around 96, but might be slowing down a little bit late in this game. This one is carrying out to left field, and it's going to soar over the wall. Danny Jansen breaks the gridlock with a wall-scraping home run here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and the Blue Jays are now up 1-0.
So we don't have to worry about the scoreless streak anymore. There's 390 feet for his 18th home run. It was 23 innings, I think, but no more. We have to talk about now.
Danny Jansen, he hit a ball far in the third, but it was just caught by Kevin Kiermaier, but that one sending it over the wall. Can't do anything about that.
I thought Renfro might have a play. He went all the way to the wall and really jumped, but it's not tall enough.
Yeah, he thought he could get it, but wasn't quite either there fast enough or, like you said, tall enough, or perhaps Jansen just hit it, that much farther and that much far enough. But regardless, the Blue Jays now up 1-0, giving the fans here at the Rogers Center something to cheer about in the bottom of the sixth. The first run of the game, this one grounded onto the third baseman on the shift, and Kevin Biggio is retired.
The batter, number 11.
Big shift there. Usually they put 4 outfielders when Biggio comes up to bat.
So Blake Snell had retired 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 consecutive batters before that home run by Danny Jansen. But one pitch, big swing, and now it's 1-0, and we're seeing some action in the Rays bullpen. Walker and Beeks both up. The Rays bullpen, I mentioned earlier, very well rested after only using one reliever, that being Beeks, over the last 2 games. So we'll see whether Kevin Cash has a short leash for Blake Snell or whether he keeps his starter in there a little bit longer.
He's pitched very well, other than that one mistake to Jansen, so we'll see if he keeps him in there indeed. Maybe a foul ball there.
Dialed back for 97 on that one.
He's still bringing it up there at 80 pitches.
Gets a strikeout of Bichette, his 10th of the game, and clearly hasn't lost too much here in the later innings. After that home run, gets the next 2 outs, and now there's 1 out left for the Blue Jays here in the 6th.
Bichette wasn't too thrilled with that call. I think it might have caught the corner, the last pitch.
Now Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 0-2 today, still looking for that elusive hit to keep his 6-game hitting streak going. Call at the bottom part of the zone, 0-2.
A lot of those going Snell's way, lower part of the strike zone.
0-2 pitch, swung on, shot into left field. It gets down. Guerrero is going to go on to first with a 7-game hitting streak.
Now batting, the third baseman.
You might see that on the screen pop up, and indeed 7 games in a row. And I would say the Blue Jays, if they can, they should add on some runs. I don't think we can keep this Tampa Bay team down for too long.
We've seen these Rays come back after the Blue Jays somehow managed to break it open, and then miraculously the Rays managed to do the same, end up winning. So the Rays looking to tack on any run they can, the Blue Jays looking to tack on any run they can here in the 6th. But, they've only had 2 hits all day today. It was from Travis Shaw, a double in the first, and then a home run from Danny Jansen earlier this inning. And then, of course, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with the 3rd hit of the day with a single in this previous at-bat. Shaw has the ability to do it against Blake Snell. We saw it earlier today. Do you think he can do it again here?
I'd love to see it, that's for sure. Tack on some runs here in the bottom of the 6th. We get to the late innings. You're right about the Rays always giving the Blue Jays trouble and being able to come back. We've seen them come back from bigger deficits than just one.
Now 1-2 count on Shaw. Doubled yesterday, doubled today. Swings and misses at that pitch. Looked like it would have been outside, but he makes it not matter anyways. Big swing, big miss, another strikeout for Blake Snell. And just like that, the Blue Jays tally on 1, but they don't get any more. And I'll hand things back over to EB for the final 3 innings.
All right, thank you, Mark. So the Blue Jays have scored a run. They lead this game 1-0. See some action in the bullpen for the Blue Jays. Anthony Bass and Thomas Pannone beginning to warm up to set up men. Hunter Renfroe has struck out both times he's come to the plate today. Shoemaker at 94 pitches, so we'll see how long he stays in this game. Maybe if he has a quick one here, he can finish off this inning. I don't know if he'll go any further beyond that.
Yeah, he's had 9 strikeouts today. It's been a really good day on the mound for Matt Shoemaker, looking to keep it going here after, the offense finally gave you something to cheer for, trying to keep it going, keep the Rays down, but Charlie Montoyo not taking any chances, has Anthony Bass, Thomas Pannone warming up.
This is the third time through the lineup. 0-2, fouled away. It's always that concern with starters, seeing a lineup 3 times.
Yeah, we saw Blake Snell get through the lineup, no problem, first 2 times. Then, Danny Jansen in his second at-bat against Snell hit the home run. But the more you see a pitcher, the easier it gets.
There's another strikeout. 0 for 3 today is Hunter Renfroe. Though 3 times he struck out. That's the 10th for Shoemaker. G-Man Choi, he's 0 for 2 today. Takes a strike. There's another one at the top of the zone called by the umpire. See Choi questioning that. Shoemaker about to throw his 100th pitch of the day. It's going to be swung on and missed, 0-2.
Shoemaker, just to underscore how phenomenal he has been today, has only faced 3 over the minimum, hasn't given up a base runner, only 1 base runner since the 3rd inning. Has been absolutely phenomenal.
Fly ball to left field. Gurriel settles under it for the 2nd out.
And not to, kind of ignore Blake Snell, because Blake Snell has also faced only 3 over the minimum through his 6 innings of work. So both of these guys, phenomenal on the mound and going toe-to-toe. It's just one mistake from Snell that has changed the game that we see today.
See if Kevin Cash sends Snell back out there. He's pitched very well. Just 6 innings and just the 1 run and a lot of strikeouts, as that's going to be a fair ball. Another opposite field hit for Yoshi Tsutsugo, and it's kind of bobbled there by Gurriel, so he's going to make it to second base.
Yeah, I thought Gurriel was doing a really good job fielding that fast, but he just couldn't pick it up, ran straight past it, had to turn around. I think if he got it on the first pass, he could have held Yoshi to first, but instead Yoshi now in scoring position. The Rays looking to come back from that 1 run the Blue Jays scored, and I have to imagine this could be the last batter for Shoemaker, as we have 2 guys warming in the bullpen.
102 pitches. I would think this is his last batter regardless, whether he gets him or not. If he doesn't get him, they'll go to the bullpen to finish off the inning with somebody else, and if he does get him, they'll go to the bullpen in the 8th, as Diaz takes outside.
Diaz, not great numbers with runners in scoring position. 183 batting average then. So hopefully for Matt Shoemaker and the Blue Jays, this trend continues. See if he can get the 3rd out of the inning.
Diaz fouls that one away, 1-1. He has acquired from the Cleveland Indians before last season. Fouls that one away, 1-2. Didn't really seem to have a position in Cleveland. He's a 3rd baseman or 1st baseman. Obviously, Cleveland's very good in those positions. Outside, 2-2. I remember him playing a little bit of outfield in Cleveland, but didn't really look very comfortable.
Matt Shoemaker just threw that slider outside, and it was 84. He normally throws that around 87, so you can see he might be running out of gas here in the later innings.
2-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. Diaz goes down. Shoemaker strands the runner at second. And we go to the bottom of the 7th with the Blue Jays up by 1 run.
Well, what a phenomenal start for Matt Shoemaker if his day is done, and we think it is. And what a phenomenal start for Blake Snell, whose day is done, as Walker comes in from the Tampa Bay bullpen. 24 games this season, 123 innings of work, so he's been busy out of the Tampa Bay bullpen. And I have to imagine he might be what the Rays normally call a bulk reliever in terms of coming in after the opener, getting a lot of innings of work out of the bullpen.
Oscar Hernandez goes after the first pitch, and he's going to have a single. Most of that work for Walker was with the Mariners, actually. He was just acquired in the trade deadline, and he made some starts for Seattle here. No room for him to be a starter, so he's one of those long relievers, he and Beeks. And not a good start for him. The first pitch he throws today is a base hit. We're just looking to tack on. They could sure use it.
Yeah, we saw how close they are to, losing this lead in the last half inning. So definitely want to add some more runs here, make it a little bit harder for Tampa Bay to come back.
One of the Rowdy is going to be on the ground. He will not have a play at second, so it'll be a fielder's choice. One out.
Now batting, the left fielder, Lourdes Gurriel.
Gurriel's 0 for 2. I think everybody's happy that Snell's out of the game. Even if they don't tack on, he was a very tough opponent today.
Yeah, absolutely lights out, except for that one mistake to Danny Jansen. His final line is 6 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 11 strikeouts.
Another ground ball. Runner goes to third, but now there are 2 outs.
Now batting, center fielder,
I think if you want to get the full picture of how dominant he was, all you have to look at is that strikeouts. 11 strikeouts in 6 innings, 0 walks. That just shows how much command he had, how much he was really on top of it, and he ultimately only made 1 mistake. It was almost perfect for him.
Randall Grichuk puts that in play, so Walker gives up a base hit, but then 3 straight groundouts. We go to the top of the 8th, 1-0 Blue Jays. Of course, Grichuk is probably happy that Snell was out there because 2 of those strikeouts were against him.
ladies and gentlemen.
I think we're going to see maybe a new pitcher. We're definitely going to see a pinch hitter. Jose Martinez is going to pinch hit for Kevin Kiermaier.
Martinez.
And no, Shoemaker's going to stay out there. I got to admit, this is a little surprising.
Wow. I am very confused by this move. I think Shoemaker has been phenomenal today, but we've seen his velocity dip in these later innings. We've seen him make a few mistakes. He gave up that double in the last inning of work, so very confused by the decision to keep him out in this game.
You see, falls behind 2-0. We saw Anthony Bass warming up in the bullpen. He's been one of the setup men along with Pannone. So that's going to be on the ground and through for a base hit. So leadoff single here for Jose Martinez.
Now batting, catcher, Austin.
We'll see if that does it for Shoemaker. So he gives up the pinch hit single. And it will be.
We'll see who he brings in. We had, I think Giles was seen on the screen as warming up, and then of course earlier we had Pannone warming up in the bullpen, Anthony Bass warming up in the bullpen, but this game has been phenomenal for Shoemaker as he gets an ovation as he steps off the mound. Anthony Bass is going to get the call into the bullpen, 3.54 ERA over 23 games this season. But if this turns south, if that runner on first comes around to score, I think Charlie Montoyo is going to face a lot of questions after the game. He's at 107 pitches. His velocity has dipped. He made a mistake last inning that could have been the end of the game for the Blue Jays. It could have lost the game for them. And you bring him out for another inning of work. I don't understand that decision. And if this runner, who's now on second apparently, comes around to score, I think Montoyo will have to answer a lot of questions after this game.
That runner is Manny Margot, who came in to run for Jose Martinez. So pitch was a strike, and then he advances on his 9th stolen base. as Romine swings and misses in its own 2. Yeah, very odd decision. I mean, you had Bass warming up. He's been your setup man all year. 0-2 on the ground. It's actually right back to Bass. He throws to first, and that's the first out.
It was a good job by Bass to, not only field the ball, but keep it on the infield and keep the runner, Margot, at second base because, as we've talked about, he could have advanced. Obviously, he has speed. Could have advanced to third, and then your runner is just 90 feet away. With 1 out, you have 2 outs to work with. You hit the ball really anywhere if it's in the air, and you get that run home. So, good job by Bass to keep it on the infield and keep Margot at second.
Willie Adames had a base hit his first time up. We saw it on the screen as he's going to pop that one up to Vladdy that right-handed batters were batting .036, I think it was, against Anthony Bass, so it was a good time to bring him in, face these 2 righties. That average is going to go down now. Neither was able to get a hit. Now he's going to face a lefty. Lefties have actually hit him harder.
And Lau is not an easy out in this Tampa Bay lineup. He last year finished 3rd in Rookie of the Year voting. He was an all-star. 82 games only, but 270 batting average, 17 home runs, 51 RBI. That's really impressive numbers for half of a season. You can imagine multiplying those by 2 where you would get. This is kind of where we've gotten this season. Really good bat in this lineup. Not an easy out.
No, he's 0 for 3 today with 3 strikeouts. See if Bass goes after him. There's another left-handed bat on deck as he swings and misses at that. Slider, 1 and 2. Maybe you do want to get him out. He hasn't had a very good day. 1-2 pitch inside. He tried to get him to swing and another slider off the plate, but Lau was able to read that one. 2-2. Runner at second with 2 outs, and the pitch is going to be on the ground. Bichette is going to throw out the runner, Lau, so that will do it. So the Rays get a man to second, but don't score. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's still 1-0 Blue Jays.
Good job by Anthony Bass coming in there and shutting things down, make sure that this inning doesn't get out of hand. Margot, we can see he came in as a pinch runner for Jose Martinez. He's going to come in center field. And I mentioned earlier today I had some trivia about on this day in Blue Jay and Rays history. I had a piece of Blue Jay trivia. Now I have a piece of Rays trivia. So we have a moment here in the 8th inning. Back in 2010, in a game between the Rays and the Twins, Minnesota blew a 6-0 lead, but then they won the game on a go-ahead 2-out single, as Jansen taking the pitch upstairs there. The single was a pop-up that hit off the catwalk at Tropicana Field, and it landed behind the pitcher's mound to score a run for the Twins, and that was how they eventually got up. They eventually won that game 8-6, and that play led to a change in the rules at Tropicana Field in terms of what happens when a ball hits the catwalk. Because the Twins, losing that game, they came around to win it after that hit.
Is that going to be a pop-up here to the second baseman? Yeah, those catwalks over Tropicana Field are always confusing. Which catwalk it has to hit in order to be fair, and then which it hits in order to be a home run. Every time you go to Tropicana Field, you have to go over the ground rules to make sure you know what's going on over there.
Yeah, but those rules coming back from that game in 2010 that changed them because of that singular play. So, interesting piece of Rays trivia here on this day in 2010.
Another ground ball into the shift, and 2 quick outs here for Taijuan Walker. He's done a nice job since coming into the game, get up the hit on the first pitch, but he's gone soft contact ever since.
Yeah, everything has been on the infield for him. The 3 outs that he got in the 7th, and now here in the 8th, he's got 2 outs, pop up to second base, ground out to second base. So nice work by him to keep up the good work from Blake Snell.
Bo Bichette takes a strike. Bichette is 0 for 3. Ground out, fly out, and a strikeout. Pitch is inside, 1-1. Blue Jays hoping to maybe add on a run here in the bottom of the 8th as we get to the 9th inning. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Walker, as I mentioned, made some starts for the Mariners, but maybe coming out of the bullpen would be easier for him. Not having to face a lineup so many times. 2-2 to Bichette. It's going to be swung on and missed. Romine is going to have to throw to first to complete the strikeout, and that's it. So we go to the top of the 9th inning. Blue Jays still up just by 1 run.
Well, we saw the banners there of the Blue Jay Championships. Ken Giles coming in here. 38 games, 1.43 ERA. Lights out in the bullpen. 29 for 31 in save opportunities. But as I was mentioning, those banners, I have one last piece of Blue Jay trivia today. On this day in 1992, Dennis Eckersley, the pitcher for the Oakland Athletics, recorded his 39th consecutive straight save, which at that point in history was a MLB record. The previous record for consecutive saves came with 25 straight saves from the Blue Jay closer, Tom Henke.
Of course, the Terminator, Tom Henke, and Eckersley is well remembered from 92 for the home run he gave up to Roberto Alomar in Oakland in the playoff. So that's going to be on the ground. Biggio makes the play, and they get Meadows for the first out of the 9th.
Yeah, that home run, Roberto Alomar, probably one of the defining moments of Blue Jay franchise history, if not the defining moment. But Matt Shoemaker, great work today. 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 11 strikeouts. Fantastic work from Matt Shoemaker on the mound.
Absolutely. Ken Giles can hang on. He will pick up the win, which is low to Renfroe. You know, they talk about Joe Carter, the home run, obviously, to win the World Series. Bautista with the home run against Texas. Maybe even Edwin Encarnacion in 2016. We were talking about that in the Discord earlier, the wildcard game. But I think that Alomar's home run was maybe the biggest of all of them, because that showed that the Blue Jays were there to win. I mean, they came up short the World Series previous years. That was a defining moment for them in the history. And swing and a miss there from Renfroe.
Yeah, they made quite a number of postseason appearances before 1992, but you know, that home run kind of put them over the hump. It said, yes, we can do this. We're going to be, you know, we're going to take it to the next step this year. And turns out they did that year and the year after.
Alomar was probably one of the best players in franchise history. Of course, his number is retired up there. Hall of Famer. 2-2 pitch is going to be high to Renfroe. Full count. G-Man Choi waiting on deck. 99 on that last fastball from Giles. Full count to Renfroe. He's going to miss outside, so a 1-out walk.
And now the tying run on first base for the Tampa Bay Rays, and the go-ahead run coming up to the plate in the form of G-Man Choi.
Choi is 0 for 3. Fly out all 3 times. As we mentioned again, going for switch hitting now. But all of his at-bats have come from the left side, where we've used to seeing him hit already. Giles misses low, 1 ball and no strikes.
You mentioned he flied out all 3 times. There's only 4 guys in this game who have not struck out. G-Man Choi is one of them. Danny Jansen is the only Blue Jay that hasn't struck out today, and then the 2 other guys are Kevin Kiermaier, who was taken out of the game after only 2 at-bats, and then Austin Romine also has not struck out today.
Good pitch there at the bottom of the zone from Giles. It's 1-2. It's nice to see that one Blue Jay didn't strike out after Snell had all those strikeouts. Danny Jansen. 1-2 is high. He's also the only offense in the game with that home run to this point. 2-2 to Choi. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 from Giles there.
Now batting.
And now Choi has been struck out today. Down to 3 guys in this game who haven't struck out. And I don't know, we've been talking all game about the Blue Jays' offensive woes, 23 innings without a run scored. And yes, they broke that streak, but I don't know how encouraging it is. They've still only scored 1 run today, and the only reason that they are in line to win this game now as Ken Giles faces the last batter of the game is just because of the phenomenal pitching. So I don't know how much of a real victory this is for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I guess it's a step in the right direction. They broke the streak, but they really have to do a better job offensively. 1 isn't for a strike, 0-2, raised down to their final strike. I was on a game last week against the Angels where they had a ton of opportunities and they just couldn't cash in with runners in scoring position. Giles sets, fires the 0-2, and it's going to be fouled away by Tsutsugo. Out on their feet here at the Rogers Center. Runner at first, 2 outs. 0-2 pitch is going to be inside, 1-2. Tsutsugo not biting on that slider. So we'll do it again. Renfroe at first after the walk. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that is the ball game. Another slider from Ken Giles, and he finishes off this game with a couple of strikeouts. Matt Shoemaker will pick up the win with that phenomenal start. Danny Jansen, the home run, is the only offense we saw today. And the Blue Jays salvaged the final game of this series before their 8-game road trip to Houston and Tampa Bay.
Well, it was a pitcher's duel through and through in this game. A fantastic outing from Blake Snell, fantastic outing from Matt Shoemaker. It's just the one mistake that the pitchers made all day, and that was the one pitch from Blake Snell that Danny Jansen turned on. And he almost even didn't hit it over the wall. It was just over the wall by a few feet, as we saw, and Hunter Renfroe in left field almost climbed the wall and caught it. So a real good game for pitchers today. But Matt Shoemaker comes away as the player of the game today. 11 strikeouts, no earned runs allowed, 2 walks, and only 4 hits. A great game today for the Blue Jays and for the Tampa Bay Rays. A good game all around.
If we look at the highlight reels, there is that amazing play by Kevin Kiermaier in the bottom of the 3rd inning. What a defensive gem that was. Everybody put a star next to that one. There was not a lot of offense, so we'll see a lot of strikeouts, I think, in the replays. There's Tellez, called out on strikes in the 5th inning. Brandon Lau in the 6th inning, called out on strikes. Excellent day for Shoemaker, as we mentioned. And then the only run of the game scored on this solo home run by Danny Jansen in the bottom of the 6th inning. And you can catch the outfielder Renfroe. Yeah, there it is. Just coming up short on the catch. Snell settled down after that. Another strikeout that inning. Bo Bichette called out. And then Matt Shoemaker dominating this afternoon, striking out Renfroe at the top of the 7th. There's another one. Yandy Diaz going down with the slider with the runner at second base. Bottom of the 7th, Grichuk grounding out there. To end that threat, the Blue Jays had a runner on the first pitch of the inning. Taiwan Walker doing a nice job keeping the Blue Jays off the board. And Brandon Lau in the top of the 8th inning, grounding out to end another Rays threat. And Ken Giles picking up his 30th save, getting Tsutsugo chasing the slider to finish off the ballgame. Blue Jays salvage this game after losing the first 2 games in the series. All 3 games were shutouts. 15-0 for the Rays on Monday, 4-0 for the Rays yesterday, and then today, Blue Jays getting the shutout 1-0.
Yeah, you can see in the box score there, of course, 1 run for the Blue Jays, 0 runs for the Rays, but 4 hits apiece for both of these teams. It's scary how similar this game was for both of the sides. Matt Shoemaker, 11 strikeouts, 7 innings worked. Blake Snell, 11 strikeouts, 6 innings of work. And both teams 4 hits. Even going back to the first inning, both teams hit a double, but got nothing more in that inning. So both of these teams kind of went toe-to-toe, and the Blue Jays just squeaking out a victory, again, on one pitch that went a few feet too far. So a really good game and a really tight game and a very exciting game to watch. And I guess it boils down to kind of that age-old question, would you rather see a blowout or a pitcher's duel? And I think personally, after watching today's game, a very good game, very exciting game, I have to lean towards the latter. It was a very exciting game to watch and a very awesome game for Matt Shoemaker and Blake Snell.
Absolutely. I did enjoy the pitchers duel very much. I don't mind seeing blowouts if the Blues are the ones blowing out the other team.
Exactly.
When they're getting blown out, it kind of takes the wind out of your sails pretty quickly. But we didn't have any of that today. We're even going to see the highlights again. And as we mentioned, since there was very little offense, it was all about the pitching and the defense as well. Like we saw with Kiermaier, who has 3 gold gloves, and he showed why there. And even Renfroe on that home run, like you mentioned, almost catching it, reminded me of the play that Pilar actually did make when he played in left field. It was against the Rays back in 2015, climbing the wall, robbing a home run.
Yeah, it's a quick game, and we have about 20 minutes before our next game takes place, which will be the Atlanta Braves and the Chicago Cubs kicking off at 2 p.m. And I believe that's Hines and Eddie McCarthy on the call for that one. So stick around for that one if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you guys for watching. But again, a very exciting game to watch as we look at the one highlight from today, the one scoring highlight from today. Although I should say, we saw the Kiermaier highlight earlier. There was a number of good defensive plays in today's game. I want to bring it up again, but that double play in the second inning, I think if the Blue Jays don't get that double play, maybe the Rays score, and maybe we're still playing a game in the 10th or 11th now with it being 1-1. So that double play, Biggio running in, tossing the ball quickly to Bichette making a good throw over to Guerrero at first. Amazing play, and perhaps saved the Blue Jays from playing in extra innings or even losing today's game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's too bad they didn't show that on the highlights, but you're right. The runner at second was, running from first to second, was bearing down on Bichette. He was still able to get the ball over to first base, and Biggio, as you mentioned, starting that double play brilliantly. And you're right, they don't turn that, you never know what will happen after that. So the defense was on its toes, great pitching on both sides, and that's exactly what you want to do if you want to be a contending team. You don't just have to hit balls out of the yard, you have to pitch well and play good defense. So Blue Jays did that today. They're going to be game over 500 now. Rays obviously played very well also. They're still in the hunt for that wild card spot, and their hopes really depend on what happens in one of the later games we're going to have. We have the White Sox and the Yankees, and both those teams, they're in spots that the Rays want to be. Yankees obviously leading the division, and the White Sox have one of those wild card spots. So if no matter what happens in that game, the Rays will gain on someone. Either if the Yankees or the White Sox, whoever wins, obviously the Rays will gain on the team which loses. So it's a pretty big game with far-reaching implications even on the Rays that we'll have later on. Before that, though, we have the Braves and the Cubs coming up, the other Chicago team. And, I'm very happy to see Mike Soroka in the ball world. Obviously, in the real world, his season ended with the torn Achilles tendon, but he's going to pitch in this game today against Jose Quintana. Mike Soroka, the Canadian. Eddie McCarthy and Hines A.S. will be on the call for that. They join us in the booth now. How are you guys doing?
Good, EB. How are you? You guys had, what was that, like an hour and 10-minute game or something? It just flew right by.
It was
Yeah.
a fast one.
Yeah, this was really a game that flew by. Only one run and a lot of strikeouts and very good pitching on both sides. I'm sure the Cubs are hoping to get better pitching today than they did yesterday.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
that right.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
Kyle
if David Ross
Hendricks-
had any hair, he'd be tearing it out.
Yeah, Kyle Hendricks has had a really good year, but yesterday was a day that he would like to forget ever happened. I think he only lasted 2/3 of an inning, was charged with 8 runs.
Ouch.
Yeah, that game was over before the Cubs ever grabbed the bats to hit for the first time.
I saw he gave up 3 runs before there was an out, and then I said, "You know what? I'm going to go make some lunch." I come back, and it's 8-0, and what the heck just happened?
That's as far as I got to. I saw it was 8-0 and said, all right, I think I'll just call it quits on this one and wait for tomorrow.
Yes, hopefully we have a better game today with Canadian Mike Soroka going against Jose Quintana, who, off the top of my head, I think has had a pretty good year for the Cubs.
Jose
Yeah.
Quintana's been terrific, EB. This is a guy who's always been, and Hines, I'm sure you'll jump in on this, he's always been a guy who's been a very serviceable left-handed pitcher, usually has the ERA somewhere in the low 3s. And then all of a sudden this year at age 31, here in our simulated Bontball universe, he comes out firing. He's having a brilliant year, a 2.23 ERA for him, a 1.11 whip. Made his second All-Star game, first since 2016. He was the starter for the National League side. He's kind of come out of nowhere and has become one of the best pitchers in the National League.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Eddie, he's just always been a very consistent pitcher. I think you can normally rely on him to be, 1-2 games above 500 come the end of the season. The ERA there, low 3s, between low and high 3s, and just, I don't know what he's been eating for breakfast, but I mean, I could use some of that because that's just insane, because we knew Kyle Hendricks was going to be the ace of the staff, and now Quintana is trying to take that, upon himself. And after seeing Hendricks get a little bit shelled, to say the least, it's now Quintana's turn to prove himself and just make a statement here against another competing team.
See how Mike Soroka does. I called his last game on Friday was against the Nationals, and he struggled a little bit, and I think has struggled for the most part for the Bontball Braves. So we'll see how he does today.
Of course, the Cubs also play your guys' Jays coming up in about a week from, I believe a week from tomorrow would be game 1 of the series, I think, at Rogers Center.
Yeah, a week from Friday, we have the Blue Jays and Cubs getting together for a weekend north of the border. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, EB, the Blue Jays have got to get it together if they want to make a run, I imagine. You're our resident Blue Jays expert amongst the 4 of us, but it's now or never, and they're gonna have to get on a pretty serious streak if they want to get after something and make some noise in these last 40 games or so.
Gotta give Mark some love
Yeah,
here, too.
absolutely. Mark is also a Blue Jays guy through and through. You see me on a lot of other calls, but Mark is always on the Blue Jays when he's with us. And I don't know if the Blue Jays actually have the opportunity to make a push, because they are really, they're 10 games back of a wild card coming in to today, and 13 back in the division. So I think they're just playing survival mode. They kind of want to be around 500, maybe a few games above. Now they're 1 game above, but it's going to be tough for them to, I think, really make a push. And they have some tough games coming up. They have 4 against Houston, 4 more against the Rays at Tropicana Field, which is always a house of horrors for them. And then Hines Cubs come to town for 3. So the next 11 games are going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, and guys, looking at the wild card standings right now, the game you just had, that's a big drop for the Rays, because the White Sox, I had them for 2 games in their series with the Indians in Cleveland this past weekend. That was a really big one for them. They've now lost 5 in a row. They're reeling. and it's a big opportunity, I would imagine, for the Rays and the Astros and even the Angels, and of course the Blue Jays, who are the 4 teams vying for that second wild card spot, because the White Sox guys seem to be slipping a little bit.
Yeah, White Sox are going to be on later on against the Yankees. The Yankees are going to try to sweep them. We were just talking about that before you guys joined us, that the Rays are going to gain on somebody, if it's the Yankees or the White Sox today, with those 2 teams playing each other. But yeah, it's the Rays are kind of on the outside looking in, but I would say they have a better opportunity to make it to the postseason than the Blue Jays do. You see some nice stats here among closers. Ken Giles just picked up his 30th save.
I was looking, and Kenta Maeda still without a loss this season, and I'm pretty sure he hasn't had any injuries. He's just been insane.
See Ryu, they're out for the year. He's still leading in a lot of pitching categories, but I imagine that some of these other guys are going to catch up to him now, because he's obviously not going to pitch again.
Oh no, Blue Jays people, what happened to Ryu? I took a ball sabbatical, if you will, for a couple of days and haven't been really keeping up. What happened to Ryu?
He dislocated his shoulder during the start in Seattle. Lasted a third of an inning, and that was it for him. That was a big blow for the Blue Jays, Mark.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think if I was talking out of personal experience and opinion, I would say that was probably the point where this season, the odds of making the postseason kind of disappeared. I don't think they really existed at all in the first place, but if there was ever any chance, it was with Ryu on the mound, who was phenomenal this season before that injury. But yeah, going back to that conversation we were having, I don't see anything happening this year. And honestly, I think as a Blue Jay fan, you have to be happy with how this team in ball has performed, because even if they end the season with a 500 record, like, that's good. That's serviceable for a team that had a dramatic losing record last year, is trying to take the next step in a rebuild and setting the stage next year for success. I'm happy with how things have turned out this year.
Yeah, they lost 95 games last year, so if you finish at 500 around there, that's a big step forward. I think we might see some younger guys maybe coming up from the minors, see how they do. If some of the guys who are up here continue to struggle, for example, Anthony Kay has had a tough time as a starter. Maybe he goes back to a long relief role. Maybe he gets some time in AAA. We'll see what happens with Biggio, who has really struggled. And there's some guys down there in the minors who might want an opportunity up here to see what they can do. That's where I think the Blue Jays are.
EB, Mark, do you guys, obviously with Ryu out with the dislocated shoulder for the rest of the year, do you think he's still in the Cy Young conversation, even though he's going to miss probably his last 5 or 10 starts of the year?
That's a good question. I would probably say no, but just because of all the injury, that he's going to miss a lot of time. I guess it depends on what some of these other pitchers do the rest of the way.
Yeah, well, I think if he doesn't come back this year, which it sounds like he probably isn't going to be, then yeah, I think he's out of the conversation entirely. I don't think you can really be in the conversation with only 20 starts, about, if that sounds about right. Maybe we'll see it flash on the screen here, but yeah, I don't think he can be in the conversation with what we see here, only 136 innings. I think you need a little bit more than that to be in the conversation.
So the door certainly opens then for Ryan Yarbrough from Tampa Bay, who's having an outstanding year. They were expecting Charlie Morton to head that staff, and Yarbrough's come out of nowhere. Of course, Garrett Cole, who we all expected to be in this position, he's there. And then, I can't remember who mentioned, I think it was Hines like a few moments ago, Kenta Maeda, who's undefeated, kind of flying under the radar, but here he is putting on this terrific season. Does it become more of a three-headed race, do you guys think, now for the Cy Young with Ryu knocked out?
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
We'll see if Ryu comes back in September. I kind of doubt it, but maybe he makes a couple of starts in September if shoulder heals, but I do think he's out of the conversation for now. And all those guys you mentioned having terrific years are definitely going to be in the mix. Did you mention Mike Fiers? I don't, because he's.
I did not mention Fiers, but I should have. He's also he's also had a very nice year for himself. To my mind, he is not on the same tier as those other guys, but look, this is the clutch performance time. A lot can happen here in the back half of the year. This is how Jacob deGrom won his Cy Young last year with only, I believe it was 10 or 11 wins that he won his Cy Young with, and he had to prove himself. He had a killer August and a killer September, and that's how he proved that he was the Cy Young guy. So we cannot underestimate how important and how vital and pivotal these last 2 months of the season are for these Cy Young hopefuls.
As we prepare for your game, we see some batting average leaders in the National League. Freddie Freeman, we'll see him is up there. Bryant on the shelf for a few days, but he's one of the top hitters in the NL.
Chris Bryant will be returning today, in fact. He was just day-to-day and gave us a huge injury scare with what ended up only being a bruised arm, so he's back after Horner got called up and did a great job from the leadoff spot. And just looking at the difference between the American League Cy Young, in which you've got, 5-6 guys who are just insane, and at least 3 or 4 that are, sub 2 ERAs, and then the National League, it's still wide open, but at the same time, it's just not on the same caliber. Because, I think Kyle Hendricks Kyle Hendricks had the ERA lead for a bit with 2.18 or something, and now it's Quintana, and that's just way different than Ryu's 1.74 or whatever it is.
You have off the top of my head, I could think of Clayton Kershaw, Walker Buehler maybe in the consideration. DeGrom not having the strongest of years. He's still one of the best pitchers in the game, obviously. But those 3 guys, Bumgarner had a few rough starts, but before that, he was in the conversation as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned the Mets, EB, and the only reason I say this is because, look, like the Blue Jays, they are probably not going to make a playoff run, and I don't mean to insult the Toronto people in this stream right now by comparing the Mets to the Blue Jays, but they did catch my eye this morning. They've won 5 straight. They're 7-3 in their last 10. And they're 12.5 games back of a wild card spot. Before in June and especially July, where they were atrocious. They weren't even pictured when you would look at the standings as far as the wild card was concerned. But they've been on a bit of a roll as of late. 12.5 is probably too much of a mountain to climb, but maybe they're finally clicking a little bit as a ball club.
They're going to face a big test because they have a 4-game series in LA against the Dodgers coming up starting tomorrow. In fact, on Saturday, I'm going to be on the call. It's going to be a great pitching matchup with DeGrom and Walker Buehler, so we're looking forward to that. But those are pretty big games for the Mets coming up against one of the top teams in the NL. We see a lot of good stats for the Dodgers, speaking of them, in terms of the National League and runs scored, and Soler going from the American League to the National League and immediately taking the top spot in almost everything.
Well, he saw that, he was going to have to compete with Bregman and Alvarez and said, I could just get an easy, Silver Slugger over in the National League. I might as well just go over there and, get the top of all the leaderboards.
I think the Cubs and the Dodgers still have to play some games, don't they? So we'll see Soler at Wrigley Field. I think the LA portion of the schedule is done. Looks like we're going to be done too, so we're just about to sign off. Mark, any final thoughts on this Blue Jays-Rays game we just did?
Not at all. It was a very fun game to watch, a great pitching matchup, and I guess the last thing I would say is encouraging everyone just tuning in or leaving from our Blue Jays game. Donate to Meals on Wheels. They do great work and raising money for a great cause.
Indeed, so we will sign off. For Mark Colley, I'm EB from Toronto. I hope you enjoyed our game. We will take you now to Wrigley Field, where the Braves and the Cubs play another game in their series. And that game will be called by Eddie McCarthy and Hines AS. Have a great rest of your day. Eddie, Hines, take it away.
All right, thank you, EB. Thank you, Mark. That was a very quick game, which gave us a chance at the end of it, Hines, to give you a little update, a little recap on everything. Talk a little bit about how everything is going around the world of football. I'm Eddie McCarthy. He's Hines AS. Glad to be with you here. This is game 3 of 4 as we're going to take you to Wrigley Field momentarily. Good pitching matchup today, Heinz. We're going to see Jose Quintana. He'll toe the rubber first. What a season he's having.
I mean, yeah, we touched on it with Mark and EB before the game. He's had an ERA of 2.23, which at this point I believe leads the National League. 8-3, starter for the All-Star game. I mean, what more can you say? He's been an ace, and he's just broken out.
A bit of an overcast day as we welcome you inside Wrigley Field for the third game of 4 in this series. It's the 72-42 Chicago Cubs sitting at the top of the National League, taking on the Atlanta Braves at a very respectable 66-48. Currently the number 2 wild card in the NL, Jose Quintana. He gets the start for Chicago. His 23rd start of the year, 8-3 record. The ERA leader in the National League with a 2.23, and he'll have his hands full with a very powerful Braves lineup with Ronald Acuna leading off his 29 homers, tied for 4th in the National League. Looks to be pretty close to a capacity crowd here as Quintana's first pitch is low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, I think the key to this game, Eddie, is going to be for the Cubs to get out of the first 3 innings, I'd say, without any damage done, because we saw how quickly the Braves jumped on an amazing pitcher in Kyle Hendricks, and they still got a great guy out there, but you got to be careful.
65 degrees and partly cloudy with wind blowing in from right field right now. A little overcast over the plate, but blue skies in the outfield. 1-1 from Acuna is bounced to the right side and foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And it's interesting you mentioned it, Heinz. That first inning yesterday was a nightmare for Kyle Hendricks. More on that as we progress, as this is a fly ball into right field off the bat of Acuna. Hayward is there, and he will retire it and make the play, and that's the first out of the ball game. That was Jason Hayward in right field making that catch. He's in right today. Albert Almora Jr. patrols in center with Kyle Schwarber, the slugger. He's hanging out in left field. Across the infield and around the diamond, rather, Chris Bryant plays third. Up the middle, where Baez Ian Happ will turn it. Anthony Rizzo plays first. Wilson Contreras, the terrific catcher behind the plate, with Jose Quintana on the hill for the Cubs. Albies 5 for 6 in his career with 2 home runs against Quintana. This is a matchup to watch. Safe to say, Heinz, Albies has had his number.
Yeah, and I think that's also due to the fact that Albies does very well against left-handed pitching.
Well, he continues his numbers against Quintana. He's now 6 for 7. As that's the first base hit of the game. Nice hitting by Albies to sneak that one through the right side. Freddie Freeman will now step in, having another outstanding season. It's what we've come to expect from this guy, hitting .326. That's second in the National League with 84 RBIs, which leads the Atlanta Braves. He was 3 for 6 yesterday with 4 RBIs, and they got him caught. And he is out at second as Albies left too early, and a good job by Quintana, and that's a quick 2 out. So bases are now clear for Freddie Freeman, who takes ball 1 low. 3 for 9 with a home run in his career against Quintana. Empty bases are when the Cubs want to pitch to this guy. And that is up the middle, but having it played perfectly is Baez. And Rizzo helps him out, and that'll do it for the first. So Quintana gets around a single. Chicago will hit for the first time, no score after the top of the first. We welcome you back to Wrigley Field. Eddie McCarthy alongside Heinz A.S., and that means we're going to see Mike Soroka for the first time, making his 24th start of the year, a 10-11 record. The 22-year-old kid from Calgary, Canada. Heinz, what are we looking for?
Well, I mean, he had an amazing year last year, finishing second in the Rookie of the Year voting, only behind Pete Alonso, who just had that outstanding home run hitting season, finished 13-4 last year. he's a great pitcher. He's got a good sinker, a good slider, so the Cubs are going to have to be careful. And with the wind blowing in, we'll see how many end up leaving the yard, because it doesn't seem likely.
Chris Bryant back in the lineup and leading off after Nico Horner was called up and spent a couple of games in the leadoff spot. Bryant back in there today. He'll be followed up, as is tradition, by Anthony Rizzo and Javier Baez, one of the more powerful 1-2-3s in all of baseball, not just the National League. A 1-0 to Bryant from Soroka. Is swung on and missed. Good pitch on the slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bryant 305 on the year. The 2015 Rookie of the Year and the 2016 MVP. He's also pieced together 3 All-Star games. And he hits this one in the air pretty well. Hit to left. Back is Ozuna, but he'll have room. And the catch is made for the first out. Off the bat, Hines, that looked like Bryant struck it really well.
Yeah, if I remember that pitch correctly, because that's how good my memory is, it looked like a sort of hanging breaking ball there that he just got underneath, and normally you see those going 450, 460 off the bat of Bryant, but I guess wind not in his favor there.
Well, after Bryant just got under it, that'll bring up Anthony Rizzo, who hits 267 on the year, was 0 for 4 with a strikeout yesterday. We got to it briefly in that top of the first, as Rizzo takes one pulled down the first base line for a foul ball. The Cubs would surrender 8 runs in the top of the first in yesterday's game, which would eventually result in a 12-6 defeat to these Braves. Braves, by the way, a 2-0 lead in the series dating back to Monday. Kyle Hendricks would only last 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 8 runs in that top of the first. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Rizzo. Pitch from Soroka is swung on and missed for out number 2 and the first strikeout of the day for Mike Soroka.
Well, that's his changeup. He doesn't use it very often. He's usually that sinker-slider combination, but after working the slider inside to Rizzo, just to use that soft stuff away can really fool a hitter.
Soroka will work with Baez now. Mike Soroka, 2020 in the real world, but unfortunately, his 2020 has been cut short. He tore his Achilles on Monday in a game against the Mets, and it is confirmed he will miss the rest of the 20 season and likely some of the 2021 campaign as well. Really, really heartbreaking. He became, with his opening day start, he became the youngest member of the Braves in history at only 22 years of age to be the opening day starter, and he only gets to pitch 13 2/3 innings before his season is cut short.
I got to count 2-2.
But the bot ball Soroka has a 2-2 count here on Baez.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
And El Mago, good patience. 3 balls, 2 strikes with Kyle Schwarber on deck if the inning keeps going. Here comes a payoff pitch to Baez. And it is ripped but foul. And we'll do it again.
Fastball touched 95 there.
This will be pitch number 14 for Soroka. Baez up the middle, that's a base hit, and the inning will continue. A good at-bat from Javi Baez, and he is aboard a 2-out single.
And that's another one that really Baez will usually punish to be a souvenir, instead just rips it down the middle, so that's a good piece of situational hitting with 2 outs, but if you're Soroka, you can't be doing that too often against the big, 5, even 6 bats in this lineup.
Yes, Soroka's numbers this year not as strong as his potential Rookie of the Year numbers were last year, as I believe Hines touched on. He finished 2nd in the Rookie of the Year voting. Hard to argue with the guy who hits, 53 home runs to break the rookie record? That was Pete Alonso.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, and just thinking of this now, Eddie, I want to get your opinion on this. What would you think about having a Rookie of the Year for both pitcher and hitter in the league? Because it's so hard to weigh on a, 13-4 record against 53 homers with that great ERA he had.
It is hard, and it's something that I haven't heard too much, but I have to say when I have heard it, I've liked the idea because it's like you said, it's not the same scale that we're judging these guys on. So maybe it's something to think about in the future. I'll check on Baez, and he dives back in time. But yes, Soroka was 13-4 in 29 starts last year, had a 2.63 ERA, but 10-11 in 23 starts this year, and the ERA at 4.18. So something is not clicking the same as it did in the 2019 season. 2-1 to Schwarber. Good pitch, another slider that time. Or beg your pardon, that was a changeup. And Hines, you mentioned it. He doesn't like to use the changeup that much, but when it's working, it can be very, very good. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Schwarber. He struck him out as Schwarber chases after the changeup once again. And that will end the first inning. So Soroka allows a base hit, but a run does not score. A scoreless first here in Chicago. Marcell Ozuna, the cleanup man, will lead it off in the top of the second for the Braves. It'll be Ozuna, then Jerickson Profar, and Travis d'Arnaud for the visiting Atlanta squad as they look to work on Jose Quintana, who only needed 8 pitches to get through that first inning.
After yesterday, the Braves, I think, just coming out of the gates hacking, knowing that it worked yesterday, why can't it work today? But you're facing a completely different arm out there.
Jose Quintana having a marvelous year. Did not only made the All-Star game, was the starter for the National League side. Only his second appearance at an All-Star game. His first was back in 2016 when he was still with the White Sox. What a season he is having. Usually a guy whose ERA hovers a little bit over the 3 mark. Instead, this year it's a 2.23. And he's off to a good start against this Braves lineup as Ozuna strikes out. Quintana's first of the day.
Got him to chase on. Looked like that might have been a fastball there. I don't think that's necessarily the location he wanted, but with the count in his favor, he could really go with anything he wanted.
So 1 through 4 have been handled by Quintana. That's going to be the challenge here for him in this lineup. It's a very good top of the order for the Braves, but number 5 is pretty good as well. That's Jerickson Profar, who was just recently acquired on July the 25th at the deadline from the San Diego Padres. Although Quintana now ahead of him 0-2.
Profar made the All-Star game this year with the Padres before getting traded. I don't remember what he did in that All-Star game, but he was coming off the bench, so he didn't face Quintana.
And Quintana will take care of him on 3 pitches. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, as they say. Back-to-back strikeouts. 2 outs and empty bases for the catcher Travis d'Arnaud, who gets the start with the left-hander Quintana in there today. Tyler Flowers gets the day off. Hitting .241 this year is d'Arnaud, on a 2-year deal that he signed with the Braves just prior to this year. Really interesting guy, as he was really not playing at all with the Dodgers last year. Then they moved him to Tampa Bay, and all of a sudden he became the starting catcher on a postseason team, as Quintana just missed on the 0-2.
Yeah, there's some interesting stories in this Braves team. There's at least one in the bullpen. We'll see if I can pull out if he comes into the game.
There it goes into left, and Travis d'Arnaud announces his presence in the ballgame. 1-0 Atlanta here in the second.
Number 9 on the year for d'Arnaud, and yeah, he knew it pretty much immediately. And let's get a look at where this one lands. It looked like it might have a chance to tail foul, but the wind not getting a hold of it gets up there in the left field seats, and now the Cubs are going to have to come back from behind.
Riley.
A fly ball in the air to right off the bat of Riley. Hayward into the corner will run it down. But Travis d'Arnaud puts the Braves on the board. This a long shot into left here at Wrigley Field, and Atlanta has grabbed the early lead as we head to the bottom of the second.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Wilson Contreras leads it off for Chicago.
Contreras.
It'll be 5, 6, and 7. That's Contreras, Jason Hayward, Ian Happ. As Contreras fouls the first pitch away, Soroka worked well through the Chicago Cubs in the first inning. Didn't get a chance to give you their defensive alignment. Take care of that momentarily as Contreras chases the slider up high. Nothing in 2. In the outfield, Marcelo Zuna, Ronald Acuna Jr., Jurickson Profar from left to right. 2-strike pitch, Contreras. He lays off 1 ball and 2 strikes. Around the infield, Austin Riley gets the start at third. Dansby Swanson, Ozzy Albies, they turn it up the middle. Freddie Freeman, the Gold Glover at first, and Travis d'Arnaud will call the pitches for Mike Soroka. And Contreras will stay alive, bounces it. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes for Wilson Contreras, the 27-year-old from Venezuela. That is hit pretty well into center field. Back is Acuna leaping, and he won't get it. It hops against the wall. Contreras digs for 2, and he is in there with a stand-up double to start the second for Chicago.
Well, Wilson's one of, if not the best hitting catcher in ball, and one of the best hitting catchers in baseball, in my opinion, despite my bias. And he just rocketed that one. Acuna, not really a good chance at that. So, Cubs are going to need to take advantage of this here while they can.
So a man on second, that's Contreras after the leadoff double. And now here comes the struggling Jason Hayward, hitting only .233 this year. Was 0 for 3 yesterday. And he'll take a first pitch strike from Soroka. First time either pitcher is allowed a runner to reach second base.
1-1.
And we'll see how Soroka handles it here. Here's a 1-1. And they say Hayward went around, and that means it's 1-2. Jason Hayward just trying to move the runner over. That is hit hard to the left side, but it'll slice foul. Straightened out, might have been a double. Instead, all it buys him is another 1-2. On the way from Soroka. That is ripped and into right for a base hit. Contreras will be held at third. They will respect the arm of Jurickson Profar, but they're at the corners with nobody out here in the second.
And this is where the Cubs have been pretty good of late. They've struggled for a little while with situational hitting, and they found it again here, and now it's all up to the bottom of the order, who can still swing it pretty well and maybe try to get something on the board here and maybe get themselves a lead.
The Cubs on a 2-game losing streak heading into this one. 5-5 in their last 10. They've cooled off to the right side, but foul. Probably would have gotten a run in. Ian Happ at the plate. Former 10th overall pick in 2015 by the Cubs. Only 25 years of age. He's up in a big spot here in bottom 2.
1 ball.
And swings and misses through that one. Another good pitch by Soroka. Went to the slider that time.
Well, Quintana stands on deck, so Happ really wants to get the runner home now because not many good options when Quintana will be coming to the plate, and if you still have first and third with one out.
Nope, that's down.
Hap lays off as it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Soroka missing low on the sinker. Contreras at third, Hayward at first. 2-2 to Hap. Late, but he fouls it away. 95 that time from Soroka, which is about as hard as he can throw it. Another 2-2. He struck him out as Hap chases the changeup, and that's a big first out.
The pitcher,
Tied him up a bit inside, and it's just a good pitching performance from Soroka in terms of the strikeouts. He just has to limit the base hits, and then he's doing pretty well otherwise.
So now with Quintana, what will David Ross decide to do? Not bunting, and he takes strike 1.
Wouldn't have surprised me if he did.
As you said, limited options. They could put on a safety squeeze, but if it's bunted poorly, it's also a very good double play candidate in Quintana. Grounded left side. They will go to second for 1 and on to first, and Freeman helps him out. And it's a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. So runners at the corners with nobody out, but the Cubs do not score. 1-0 Atlanta after we've played 2 here at Wrigley.
Leading off for Atlanta.
Top of the third rolls in as Dansby Swanson will lead it off. 8-9-1 for Atlanta here in the third. That'll be Swanson, then the pitcher Mike Soroka, and then back to the top of the order for Ronald Acuna. And Swanson hits one into left, back at the wall. It is 2-0. Dansby Swanson. He's arrived here in Atlanta. That is home run number 10 on the year for Dansby Swanson, and he's given the Braves a 2-0 lead here on the road.
Well, Dansby Swanson's had the Cubs number all year long. Had, I believe, 1, if not 2 homers in the series right before the All-Star break in Atlanta. Had a homer and 4 hits yesterday. He's just adding on to his stats against the Cubs, so maybe he has to hit at Wrigley way more often.
High strike called to Mike Soroka, 0-1. So home runs from the bottom of this order. We said a little bit earlier that Quintana really had to be careful of the top 4, but it's been the 6 and 8 batters. That's Darno, who homered in the second, and now Swanson in the third, who have struck here in this one for Atlanta thus far. Quintana will get strikeout number 3 as Soroka is chased after 3 pitches. So a good response, but still reeling, I would imagine, after the home run.
Yeah, it's hard when you give up a homer, especially to a guy like Swanson who, you know, is the 8 hitter. You expect more from yourself against him, and I think maybe the strikeout, you know, against the pitcher will certainly, you know, help build a little bit of the confidence he's lost.
Ronald Acuna, who flied to right his first time up. Big day yesterday for Acuna, was 2 for 5 with a home run, and altogether he drove in 3. Here's a 1-0. Low and inside. 2 balls and no strikes here, as Quintana already finds himself behind 2-0 and 2-0 in the game. It'll get helped out here. Baez will take care of it, and that's the second out of the inning.
Now that's second baseman.
So 2 outs for Ozzie Albies, as after the Swanson home run on the first pitch of this inning, to his credit, Quintana has responded and retired the last 2. And the pitch count, Hines, is picture perfect.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's been very efficient with the strikeouts. 2 of them on 3 pitches, and then the homers came quickly in the count.
This is up the middle, and it's a base hit for Albies, which will keep the inning going.
Now batting.
Nobody able to get a glove on it,
Freddie.
and that'll bring up Freddie Freeman with 2 out.
See, Albies third on the team in hits, only behind Acuna and Freddie Freeman, who've had some outstanding seasons, so it's hard to compare to that.
Albies also the Braves Iron Man. He's appeared in all 114 games they've played this year, and today is number 115 for him. As a result, comes into today leading the National League in at-bats, as Freeman takes an outside strike, 1-1. Albies would hit a base hit in the first inning, but he would be picked off by Jose Quintana, left too soon, and they nabbed him in a rundown. Big cut there by Freeman, but he comes up empty. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We'll see if Albies decides to run. One and 2. On the ground, 2 hops to second. And they'll throw out Freeman for the 3rd and final out of the top of the 3rd. But Dansby Swanson, first pitch of the inning, and it is gone. 2-0 Atlanta as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. Heidi Watney reminds us to please donate to Meals on Wheels as we welcome you back to Wrigley Field. Braves and Cubs, as we also take a look at the hitting statistics for the Chicago Cubs this year. 73-42, which is good enough for the best in the National League, and they're tied with the Twins for the best record in all of baseball. And with numbers like these, offensive ones, you can see why.
Yeah, top 5 in pretty much everything except for speed, which is, of course, not something that this Cubs team really needs when you can hit them 480 feet. But otherwise, they're definitely showing why they're the best team in the National League.
It's something that they can remedy. Cubs picked up Billy Hamilton at the deadline. Hamilton's a guy, Hines, that we've seen teams who were planning on making go after just for his speed and put him in a high-stakes scenario, and he can deliver and run those bases like a champ, as Almora will ground it to short for the first out of the inning here in the 3rd.
The 3rd baseman, Fred.
Well, to your
Look at
point,
our standings. Oh, go ahead.
well, I mean, as we look at the standings, but to your point, they also have Cameron Maben too, so I always think speed is one of the biggest things for a postseason team, because if you get on base, you want someone running that can score, you can trust in a big situation, so you don't have another Alex Gordon 2014 Game 7 situation.
You're absolutely right. That gets by everybody, surprisingly. And it's a base hit for Anthony Rizzo. Or beg your pardon, base hit for Chris Bryant. Anthony Rizzo now up. As the top of the order for the Cubs will take their hacks for the 2nd time. Wasn't just the Cubs who were active around the deadline. The Braves made plenty of moves as well. Patched up the bullpen. Hansel Robles a little bit earlier on in July. They also grabbed Justin Wilson from the Mets, as well as Michael Wacha. So plenty of players, especially pitchers, have been grabbed from their division rival over in Flushing. Also picked up Kevin Pillar, terrific outfielder who they can insert for defense late in games, and Brad Miller, who they grabbed from St. Louis with only 3 hours to go in our deadline festivities. Two balls, 2 strikes to Rizzo. That is into left. Coming on is Ozuna. He will play it on a hop. Back-to-back base hits allowed by Soroka. And they're at 1st and 2nd for Javi Baez.
And that's the Anthony Rizzo two-strike approach, almost Joey Votto-esque with that short stroke, choking up on the bat with 2 strikes and just trying to slice it the other way and not do too much.
Javi Baez singled back in the first, and he will bat as the Cubs have a runner in scoring position at second. That is Bryant. Here in the third, anything hit into the outfield, Bryant should be able to score. He's got pretty good speed. In the dirt, good stop by d'Arnaud. Boy, since his days with the Mets, Hines, his defense has improved so much.
Yeah, we saw it a little bit with the Rays last year, which you touched on earlier. He's found a way into a team and just sort of proving teams like the Dodgers wrong. You know, I'm exactly the guy you could have been using, but you guys don't want my talents. I'll go elsewhere and show you guys.
2-1 to Baez, good pitch Soroka, and he evens things up at 2-2. The Rays have become so good at that, just sort of picking up guys off the scrap heap and turning them into really good players. Right side, Baez might be out at second and out at first as Baez hits into the 4-6-3. A 5-4-3 ends the second, a 4-6-3 ends the third. 2-0 Atlanta. We're through 3.
Leading off for Atlanta,
Marcell Ozuna, the cleanup man, will lead it off for the Braves. Couple of inning-ending double plays that the Cubs have hit into right when they looked like they were heating up offensively.
Yeah, it's situational baseball. I think they've done a good job to get guys on base. It's just a matter of trying to get those guys home. I don't know what they need to try to figure out, whether it's just being more patient or just try to get the ball in the air so it's not a double play. But whatever it is, they're going to have to figure something out because they're down 2, and the Braves are certainly capable of scoring many, many more.
Braves capable of scoring many more. Soroka, who is the #1 man, he's on the mound today as Ozuna is made quick work of for the second time today by Quintana.
now batting, right
And
fielder,
Jose Quintana has got strikeout number 4. Take a look at our Road to the Show report brought to you by Meals on Wheels. The Cubs defeated the Isotopes in AA, and the Smokies would lose to the Lookouts 4-2 over in AAA. Boy, some great names in minor league baseball. I always said.
Oh man, I'd love to go to some, of those minor league games with, all those strange and weird, quirky names. I think, it's just cool to say, hey, guess what? I saw the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp or whatever their name is. It's just so interesting.
The Sod Poodles, the Trash Pandas. I had the pleasure of doing a couple of games with some minor league announcers here on ML Botball. Garrett Green, the voice of the Biloxi Shuckers, and Sam Levitt, who is the voice of the Amarillo Sod Poodles. Together, we smashed the ML Botball viewer record. Over 3,000 people turned out that day as
now batting,
the voice of the Sod Poodles, Sam Levitt, was nice enough to send out a message across all Twitter platforms, and the Sod Poodle fans came out in droves to watch our botball action. And we certainly do appreciate that. As here is Travis d'Arnaud with 2 out. Last time swung on the first pitch.
No, that's low.
Takes the first pitch this time. Inside, 1 ball and no strikes. d'Arnaud, the home run into left in his last at-bat. That was the first of 2 runs that the Braves have scored so far. Dansby Swanson provided the other home run.
No.
Atlanta is 66-48. They're 2 games back of the first place Nationals in the NL East, as we saw with the standings graphic that was flashed up a moment or so ago. And the second wild card in the wild card race, 1 game back of the Cincinnati Reds. So if the season were to end today, the wild card game would be between the Reds and the Braves from Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati.
Those two just had a series, I think, earlier last week, which I don't actually remember how it turned out. I know the Braves had one big game against the Reds, which they won with a drove of homers. But that should be an interesting one. Don't count out the Diamondbacks or the Dodgers, whoever doesn't win that division, because that's some hard competition, and one team is going to end up missing out.
d'Arnaud strikes out as Quintana blows a 92-mile-an-hour fastball by him. Quintana has pitched 4 and allowed 2 runs. His team trails it 2-0 as they will go to hit in the bottom of the 4th. After Quintana delivered a 1-2-3 inning, Kyle Schwarber will dig in to start the home half of the 4th. For the Chicago Cubs, Schwarber, Wilson Contreras, Jason Hayward are all due up this inning, as the 4th inning of work commences for Mike Soroka with a curveball in there for a strike. And now he's ahead 0-2 as Schwarber behind that one. Kyle Schwarber yesterday was not in there. And today he has struck out so far against Soroka. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
No, that's down.
2 balls, 2 strikes as that one misses. Schwarberheim showing some good plate discipline.
Yeah, that's one of the things the Cubs are best at. He and Brian are up there in the ranks of walk leaders and have just been doing pretty well to work the count.
Well, no amount of plate discipline could have guarded against that one. A dirty slider from Soroka. That gets Schwarber. Now here's Contreras with 1 out. He doubled his first time up over the head of the center fielder Acuna. He would get to 3rd. This was back in the 2nd, but he would not score as Jose Quintana would hit into an inning-ending double play.
1-1.
2-0 Atlanta here in the bottom of the 4th. If you're wondering how we got here, the Braves scored 1 run in both the 2nd and 3rd innings. The 2nd was a solo shot by Travis d'Arnaud. The 3rd, a solo shot by Dansby Swanson. The Cubs have threatened multiple times, but they've hit into a pair of inning-ending double plays. That is how we get to where we are, which is the 1-2 count. Contreras weakly hit to first, and Freeman will put it away for the 2nd out of the inning.
Now batting, the right fielder, Jason.
Well, the Cubs so far have not been able to muster any runs, but they're working Soroka's pitch count at 60 now, so they have a chance to maybe try and knock their way into the bullpen, which, I mean, you touched on how many different arms they bought for the bullpen, so yeah, I don't know if that's going to be as easy of a task to beat as they might have been, you know, a couple months ago.
Jason Hayward will bat for the 2nd time. Knocked a base hit into right his first time up in the 2nd. This time up the middle, but Swanson read it perfectly. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Mike Soroka, and we're through 4. The Braves on top 2-0 at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Jose Quintana will start inning number 5 in what has already been a fast-moving affair. We started at around 2 o'clock. Now it's only 2:36, and we're already into the 5th inning. And all you have to do is look at Quintana's pitch count, only at 47. That'll tell you all you need to know. Austin Riley's on a 5-game hit streak. Looking to extend that here. Flew out to right his first time up, and he cracks this one into left, but foul. And he gave it a good ride. Oh, 0-2 here to Austin Riley. Is in there on the outside corner. Strikeout number 6 for Jose Quintana. And he starts off the 5th inning with a strikeout.
Dansby
Just dead paint fastball, maybe a little bit of help from the home plate umpire, but just barely caught the edge either way, and that's 6 strikeouts. So giving up 2 runs, but he certainly found his way back into a groove.
1-0.
Here's the guy who provided the second of those 2 runs, Dansby Swanson, former Vanderbilt star. Won a College World Series with Vandy in 2014 and has hit a home run, his 10th of the year here in this one, back in the 3rd.
I remember watching Swanson during one of the Super Regional games down against the Illini in that year, and it was the day he got drafted, because I remember going home and watching the draft saying, wait, that guy going number 1, wasn't he just playing? I think he found out in the dugout after the game.
He was some player in college, and is a terrific shortstop, and a pretty good bat as well. Although if there's one thing the Braves could change about Swanson's game, they'd like to see probably a little bit more offensive production. This is on the ground to third. Nice play. The throw. Oh! A jump throw by Chris Bryant. I think it's safe to say he's back. 2 out.
Yeah, that bruised arm, it's not there anymore. I'll tell you that. That's a great throw off that jump. That's something else.
What a play by Chris Bryant, who was a terrific third baseman, just unfortunately has played in the National League and is overshadowed by the likes of Nolan Arenado and for quite a while Anthony Rendon when he was with the Nationals. Of course, Rendon, free agent signing by the Angels in the offseason. Mike Soroka looking to keep the inning going. Perhaps he's been taking some extra batting practice as of late. He's gotten his first double and his first home run here in 2020. His first of his 3-year career in the big leagues. He's a career 127 hitter, but this year hitting 190. And he'll take an 0-1 from 2-1 from Quintana. This is right side. Over for a look is Hayward, but he'll run out of room. 2-2. '60th pitch for Quintana is roped into left and is down for a base hit. So Soroka will help his own
The
cause.
center fielder, number 13, Ronald Acuna.
That's his 9th hit of the year, and I said it just before, Hines. Not trying to toot my own horn, as they say, but Soroka with the stick has been an improvement.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy to see. It's nice to see as someone who admires watching pitchers hit, and I'm not the only one. I know at least Duggo agrees with me. But yeah, it's great to see. We've seen a lot of good pitchers hitting. I don't think we've seen many homers, at least broadcast. I think Soroka's might be the only one we've seen, but it's been good to see.
So Soroka's base hit allows Ronald Acuna to come to the plate for the 3rd time. That means the 3rd time through the order for Quintana has just started. Showing no fear though, and he's ahead 0-2. Acuna has flied to right and grounded to short. Hitting .297 coming into today. 0-2. Bounces in there, good pick Contreras. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's ball 2.
Just missed. As Contreras tried to frame the high fastball but couldn't bring it down far enough. It's now a 2-2 with Soroka at first. 3-2. As Acuna was once down 0-2, but he's laid off 3 straight pitches, and he's worked a full count. Soroka will be in motion. We'll get an early start.
Ball 4, take the base.
And it's inside, ball 4. So 4 straight balls to Acuna
Now batting.
and he loses him after being ahead 0-2.
Albies.
And it's 1st and 2nd for Albies. Ozzie Albies, widely regarded as being better from the left side than the right, is proving people wrong today. So far, 2 for 2. A base hit in both the 1st and the 3rd.
Ball 1, no strike.
He is 7 for 8 with a .875 average and 2 home runs against Quintana. He hits this one in the air to right, but got under it, and there is Hayward to put it away for the final out of the top of the 5th. We are halfway there in Chicago. Hines will take over when we come back for the home half of the 5th.
Well, thank you, Eddie. It's a nice purple sky out there in Wrigley Field as we're halfway through. Heidi Watney once again reminding us to donate to Meals on Wheels. We're all doing this for a great purpose. No money goes to us in the broadcast booth, all for this great cause. As you see David Ross sort of pondering the situation, they just haven't gotten the bats going.
No, it's been a real struggle, and every time that they have started to heat up, Alex, they've hit it into a double play or a big strikeout by Soroka. Quintana's pitched well. He's made 2 bad pitches. They really should be doing a little bit more for him.
Will be 7, 8, and 9 for the Cubs. Probably Quintana. We'll see if there's a pinch hitter on the cards. And Albert Almora is the first pitch of the bottom of the 5th is outside to Ian Happ. Soroka at 63 pitches. And now watches that one. It's 2-0. So a quick 2-ball count here to Ian Happ, looking to lead something off.
That's ball 3.
Now 3-0. Quintana is in the on-deck circle, so might have a chance to get a bunt over should the walk occur. Good sinker catches the edge there. It's 3-1. Soroka at the 66 pitch mark. He's not been his most efficient, but still has himself a lead. But he does issue now his first walk of the evening here, so we'll see if Jose Quintana can lay down a bunt and get a runner in scoring position yet again.
Have to get it down here. Third base side.
Goes first base side instead, but it'll get the job done. Will Freeman get there in time? He just beats him by a step.
Well, I was going to suggest, Hines, that he go third base side because I imagine that Freeman would be charging, and he makes that throw to second base better than pretty much anybody. But Freeman instead not really crashing, and is just forced to pick up that ball almost around 70 feet up the line. So good sacrifice from Quintana, and let's see if they can follow it up behind him.
Well, you mentioned Freddie Freeman, one of the great defenders at first base. That one's flown by Almora out to right field. Profar makes the grab. They'll respect the arm a second time as the throw is a little wide, but still runner on second. But you said we've got 2 of the best defensive first basemen in the league, if not all of baseball, here today.
Yep, Anthony Rizzo, Freddie Freeman do it a lot better than most. For these 2 guys, first base is more than just a position where they receive throws from the infielders. They got a terrific glove as well.
Count 1-0.
As Mark Grace says, the most athletic person on the field is always the first baseman. Chris Bryant here.
Not sure if I'd go that far.
I mean, Mark Grace does have a little bit of bias in there too. Let's be fair, but I
mean,
still,
if you're in the same infield,
athletic.
If you're in the same infield as Javi Baez, I mean, I've seen Anthony Rizzo do the splits; they're impressive. But Javi Baez is one of the smoothest infielders around, not just in the National League, but in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see all the guys in the game now how athletic they are. As that's just chopped right in front of the plate. Darno over to first. Nice play there, and that'll end the inning with nothing doing for the Cubs despite the leadoff walk. It's still 2-0 Braves.
I'll tell you, Hines, we didn't get a chance to see a replay of that, but that's a really good play from Darno, the catcher. It's so tough for the catcher to find the ball Because anytime it's hit on the ground, you're expecting it to go to one of the infielders. He's got to drop the mask, pick it up, turn his body, and make the throw. Really nicely done.
That one's flown by Freddie Freeman into right field. The catch is made out there by Jason Hayward. And to your point, every time I see one of those plays, it reminds me of Carlos Ruiz during, well, I believe that was Roy Halladay's perfect game, or some no-hitter that he caught where he popped up, had to avoid the bat and throw over to first to get the final out. Ozuna, the second man to hit in this inning. It'll be Jurickson Profar on deck after him. Fastball fouled back. We see, Eddie, his velocity for Quintana dropping a little bit. It's now only at around the 90 mark.
Yeah, Quintana, not a guy who blows up the radar gun, but he was before hitting 92, 93. That's only 90, and that was roped. But I guess pays to be in the right spot.
Indeed, is that. I mean, that was ripped.
I'd love to know the stat cast on that one, and I'm telling you right now that this is where you draw the line, because it is a video game. There is no way that Almora in real life would be able to catch that ball like that without his glove being knocked off.
Yeah, I could see Albert Almora making, I mean, making the catch normally, sure. I don't see how you can backhand that ball without breaking your wrist or going flying.
Yeah, I mean, that was... Ozuna is a very strong man. He's 6'1", 225, and he hit that one about as hard as you can crack it.
That one's in there. 1 and 2 as we get a breakdown of the 75 pitches. It was that fifth inning that really is the only outlier so far, with 21 in that inning.
And that's not even the inning where he gave up a run. Look, this is still a terrific... It's a really good start from Quintana. He's probably going to go longer than Soroka unless something changes.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Back foot curveball misses there. It's 2 and 2 to Profar. Currently sitting on an 0 for 2 line with a K and a pop out. Quintana delivers the 2-2 pitch. That curveball is laced, and that one is going to find the gap in right center field. Almora goes chasing, and that should be a double for Jurickson Profar.
Now batting.
Oh, I'll tell you, the Cubs caught a break right there. Because I don't know if they hadn't moved. If that ball gets into the ivy and Almora has to dig it out, that becomes a triple instead of just a double. But don't let that take away from what was terrific hitting from Profar. Outside fastball, doesn't try and pull it, goes the other way, splits the gap beautifully.
Well, looks like David Ross has learned his lesson about Travis d'Arnaud. Just going to give him an intentional pass, and they're going to go for Austin Riley, who's 0 for 2 on the afternoon with a flyout and a strikeout, so definitely the better matchup for Quintana.
Yeah, Riley's a younger player. Quintana's a veteran guy, and Ross is counting on the older dog to teach the new one some new tricks.
So Profar on second, d'Arnaud on first. 2 outs in the 6th inning as that's chopped foul by the batter Riley. I remember when Riley came up last year, Eddie, he was just coming out of the gates blazing. I think he had the most homers in the first, 7 or 10 games than anybody did until Acuna broke it later that year or something like that.
Yeah, he was really good, but right now he looks overmatched. Yeah, you see, he just seems a little bit out of sorts. The first pitch that he swung at was not good pitch selection. Quintana's got him where he wants him. What does he want to do here?
Tries to go with the sinker away, gets him to foul it away. So we'll do it again at 1 and 2.
You trust Contreras, so don't be afraid to bounce one here. Contreras should be able to stop it. He will stop it.
And he does go to the dirt, but he's not chasing that one. So 2-2, 2 on, 2 out, 2-0 in favor of the Braves. That one just looped in there a little bit. Dansby Swanson would be on deck if they load the bases. Runners will go. Quintana delivers. That one's going to be fouled away. We'll do it again at 3-2.
Good job by Riley. Not easy when you're a young player to fight back against a veteran pitcher like Quintana. He's done nicely so far.
Payoff pitch yet again is checked on, but that's going to be another called strike 3. So that's back-to-back Ks in Riley's at-bats, both the opposite way, going down looking. It's still 2-0 in favor of the Braves.
Well, I'll tell you, that's what makes Quintana so special and why he's been so good this year. He tops out on his fastball somewhere between 91 and 94. It's not hard. It's not going to blow big league hitters away, but it's pitches like that. If he gets that call, that's why he can be so lethal. And Austin Riley just got a taste of it.
So the Cubs, I think this will be their best chance, Eddie, to really get something across. They've got 2, 3, 4, Rizzo, Baez, and Schwarber in what could potentially be one of the last innings for Mike Soroka.
Well, we'll see. The Cubs, most likely, since these guys are coming up in the 6th, the big guns will have at least one more shot. We have said a couple of times, this Braves bullpen is very good. So maybe the best time is now on a fatiguing Soroka. Is that a word?
I think so. Fatiguing? Yeah, it's got to be.
About, or getting fatigued.
It all works the same. We know what you mean. One first baseman grounds out to the other over there. So one Gold Glover to another, in fact, as Javi Baez steps to the plate.
According to Merriam-Webster, it is a word. Fatiguing is a word. You see, as the color guy, I have the luxury of being able to look up things on my phone. I don't have to pay attention to the game as much, but shh, don't tell anybody that.
Well, you know, you learn something new every day, and I like to say that that's my goal every broadcast, is to learn something new. And you know what? That is our new piece of information to convey to the general public. Fatiguing is, yes, a word.
Hey, some days you learn something useful, like something that has to do with baseball. Other days you learn some new grammar, and that's what I try to provide to.
That's flown from Baez out to Profar in right field for out number 2. I believe it was one of the Cubs broadcasts where they were talking a good solid inning or two about rain and stuff. I don't know. It was something about the weather. I wasn't necessarily paying as much attention as I should. See, that's the problem. The public doesn't pay attention.
Not as much as they should. Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Kyle Schwarber sends that one to the moon. Way out of here. 450 feet.
Well, Schwarber, this is the first time that Soroka has really, really missed. Darno wants this out. Instead, it's in. And this is like what we saw 4 hours ago in batting practice. They're going to leave Soroka in the game, but that was not good. He totally missed his spot. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I believe it was Baez that Soroka left to pitch up to, and he just knocked it back up the middle for a single. He left one up to Schwarber that time, and he took care of the rest. Wow.
Leaves a bit of a curveball up there to now Contreras. Still watches it for an 0-2 count, and now that lead is halved just like that.
1-2.
Schwarber against, I believe it was the Brewers at the weekend, hit one 488 feet to right field here at Wrigley Field, and that was absolute bomb. And this one really no different despite the 38-foot difference. Contreras grounds that one softly. Albies backhands and over to Freeman. That ends the inning, but the Cubs will get one back thanks to a Schwar bomb, the 33rd of his season. It's 2-1 now through 6.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
Wow.
the Cubs, number 50.
So that'll be it for Jose Quintana. It'll be Rowan Wick, another Canadian. So now we have 2 Canadians pitching in this game. Eddie, what you got on Rowan?
Well, first of all, I'm surprised
The shortstop,
that they decided to yank Quintana so soon, but I guess Dansby Swanson coming up, maybe they were figuring that they didn't... Swanson representing the 8th man in the order, perhaps they don't want him going around this Braves lineup for the 4th time, but Rowan Wick has had a pretty good year so far, making his 49th appearance, a 3.63 ERA. Very hard-throwing right-hander, something the Braves haven't seen, gets the fastball into the high 90s. Let's see how they make the adjustment.
Well, he'll face 8-9-1 as you mentioned, as that one's a curveball outside 1-1. Rowan Wick, sort of the interim closer for the Cubs in real life, after some Kimbrel implosions, to say it nicely, as it's 1-2 here on Swanson.
Well, what a year the bot ball closer Dan Winkler has had. He's been almost unhittable.
You know, it's hard when we're watching real-life games to distinguish between real and fake players, because I keep seeing Dan Winkler coming in and saying, man, he's so good, isn't he? And I've only seen him pitch like 1 inning in real life his whole career.
Yeah, he's had quite the year if they can get it to him.
That
you
at
see-
97.
You see right there, that's exactly what you get. Swanson used to seeing the 91-92 from Quintana. Instead, now you got someone throwing 97. There, he was way behind it.
And he'll pop up a curveball that hit the top edge of the zone, and Anthony Rizzo charging in a good
now batting,
60, 70 feet to make the grab.
Mike Soroka.
Good pitch by Wick. If you think someone can't catch up to something, first you throw them a fastball up, and then you give them a curveball. That's exactly what he did. Change speeds. Very well executed. So we're going to see Soroka again, so that means he must be going out for the 7th.
Yeah, I find that interesting, you know, considering how you said earlier in the broadcast, it should really likely be Soroka coming out first just based on the pitch count.
Well, I stand corrected. As hard to believe as it is, I have been wrong before. Doesn't happen often.
Well, it's 2-0-2, excuse me. That one at 98 from Rowan Wick. Acuña's on deck, and that'll be a dangerous at-bat. So Wick comes and delivers the 0-2 pitch. That one in the dirt, swung on and missed. So a single on the day for Soroka, but 2 Ks to bookend it.
The center fielder, number 13.
Well, he's not up there to hit. He is up there to pitch, so it's never a fun feeling, whether you're a pitcher or a hitter, especially to strike out. But Soroka's main job is to keep putting zeros on the board, which so far he's done very well. I think his team probably wants one more out of him.
That one's in there to Ronald Acuña with the curveball. We saw earlier Brandon Morrow and Ryan Tepera warming up in the Cubs' pen, so we'll see if they're going to be the guy to finish off this game should the Cubs not be able to score in the next inning or so. Another 0-2 count here from Rowan Wick. He's done a great job just getting ahead of hitters. And he'll deliver the 0-2 to Ronald Acuña, looking to get another strikeout, as that's just grounded towards the Braves dugout.
All these guys you're seeing ground balls or soft little weak line drives hit to the right side. Everybody's way behind.
And that one is way inside with 97. That's got to be a carefully executed pitch.
So you back them off with 97. Now try something away. Maybe a curveball or a changeup. Something off speed.
There's the curveball you mentioned and fouled away.
Acuna just looked to be on that one. I might go back to the fastball here. Maybe something up and in around his hands.
The 1-2 from Rowan Wick up. And he does oblige to your suggestion, but just misses. It'll be 2-2 here on Acuna with 2 outs. That one catches the corner. What a pitch from Wick to strike out Acuna to end the frame. We head to the 7th inning stretch here at Wrigley. Get up, stretch your legs, and think of Harry Carey.
Shout out to our friend Shark Shavery in the chat, who could not make it to play the 7th inning stretch for our game here today, but he is, Hines, the best organist on Twitch.
Absolutely. No one can take the title from him in my mind. Love listening to him play, especially giving that really feel you can only get right at Wrigley Field with that organ right there.
Well, you can see these fans getting a little bit restless. All they've really had the chance to cheer for is a Kyle Schwarber home run.
That one was right down the middle, it looked like, to Hayward, but just can't get behind it as Acuna catches it in mid-center.
That's what Soroka's been able to do from really the first pitch he's thrown in this ballgame. He's left some pitches up, but these Cubs hitters, sometimes it's been off the end of the bat, sometimes in on the hands, and they've jammed themselves and they've just missed pitches. You know, Contreras connected for the double and the long Schwarber home run. Other than that, not too much hard contact from Chicago today.
So 0-1 here on Ian Happ. The pitcher spot stands on deck, so I'd assume it would either be Caratini or the hot Nico Horner, who's had a great story here coming up after making his debut in September of last year. Now got a homer to lead off yesterday's affair, the only silver lining in what was a game to forget. That one is up there, so Soroka's painted both top corners with a changeup.
See what he goes back to here. You want to try and stay away from the changeup up too often.
Well, there's the changeup down. That's where you want it, and Happ is none too pleased.
Your attention, please.
Well, that's probably Happ was thinking right along with us. He was probably expecting that there's no way he'd go back to a changeup 3 times in a row. Instead, that's exactly what he does.
So the pinch hitter is going to be Cameron Maben, who the Cubs brought in on a deadline day deal. I believe it was just a little 1-for-1 action with a prospect going the other way, and he's a good speed guy to have. I'm sort of surprised it wasn't Caratini, who's been very good off the bench for them. That's chopped down the line. Could he maybe beat this one out? Soroka off the mound quickly, and a great throw to first to get him to end the inning.
What a way to end Soroka's day. That is a terrific play getting off the mound.
So we're through 7. Still 2-1, and it's going to be Ryan Tepera, the former Blue Jay, to pitch here for the Cubs.
You know, I feel like every time I do a ball broadcast, there's always a connection to the Blue Jays. We have so many guys who like the Blue Jays, EB and Mark and J-Man 1993. They love to talk about him. And then somehow we can always tie in that someone here played for the Blue Jays or someone is now on the Blue Jays.
It's funny how it works, because it does seem to work like that. Kevin Pillar on the Braves bench. We have Tepera, we have Jeffress, among others. And of course with EB, there's always the Canadian connection you have to add in there as well.
Mike Soroka. Calgary.
Rowan Wick from Vancouver.
Calgary Flames up 2-1 in their series. Soroka, I didn't get a chance to mention it, was a youth hockey goalie before he focused on baseball.
Huh. I see, that's not something I found in my interesting research before.
You have to delve deeper in your Wikipedia searches. Really get into the personal life segment. Which
I must have skipped over that.
Which
I mean, it's Canada.
It's usually only 2 or 3 lines.
Yeah, that's sort of unfortunate. Sometimes they're not as in depth. I mean, I'm still waiting for my one guy out of the Braves pen who, if he doesn't come in next inning in the bottom of the 8th, I'll bring it up because he won't be pitching the 9th for sure. So that's out number 1. Morrow and Jeffress up in the Cubs pen, and here is big Freddie Freeman.
I remember that I had John Gray do a game. I did a game where John Gray pitched against the Dodgers, and as soon as the broadcast was over, I clicked out of Discord, and it was the last. He was the last guy on the Wikipedia page that I looked at, and it said, I found something on the bottom that said like he's an avid ghost hunter and he has ghost surveillance equipment, and I was like irate because there's no way that I didn't see that. That would have been like the perfect little tidbit to bring on the air and do it. So hopefully I'll get a game with John Gray in the near future.
Huh, that is definitely one of the stranger stories I've seen. I mean, I've seen someone for the Giants, I think, majored in criminal justice out of college. I don't know, there's some really weird ones, man. It's weird.
It's Wikipedia.
That's also true. The 2-1 to Freeman is grounded hard but foul under Rizzo's glove. So it's 2-2 as Tepera will be pitching number 9 on his day. Backdoor cutter fouled away. Yes, Brandon Morrow is a former J, as EB brought up in the chat, by the way. And Freddie Freeman, EB just brought up one of the tidbits that I completely forgot I had. Both of Freddie Freeman's parents are both Canadians, so thus he is a Canadian citizen and actually played for them in, I believe, the World Baseball Classic at one point.
Yes, both his parents from Ontario.
And he gets a pitch to hit, though Almora is right there, barely had to move, and that'll be out number 2.
I would not give that pitch to Freddie Freeman too much. That is one that he usually will tee off on, and you'll never see it again. But he just missed that, as you were quick to point out.
So here is Marcelo Zuna. I mean, what can you say about him? He started off he had that one really big year with the Marlins, and it was just sort of a shock, and then when he went to the Cardinals, it just didn't really click for him. I'm not sure what the case was, but it just didn't really click as much as he might have hoped.
His career started out so well. He was so high, he was on cloud 9, and then he came to the Cardinals, and like you said, it just really didn't work out, and I would say his entire career with the Cardinals can be basically summed up into one play. Do you recall where he leaped up onto the wall, but then the ball was not hit as hard as he thought? He thought he was going to have a chance to rob the home run, and then he had to dive, basically fell on his face.
I do remember that because it was one of those where you're just sort of really confused at what is he doing? How did you misread it that badly?
See, it's like he fell from it's like he started at such a height, he climbed up onto the wall, but then, and then he just fell down flat on his face.
So here is Hansel Robles, another one of those acquisitions you brought up earlier. This is going to be 9-1-2 for the Cubs, and I like to start out the later innings here with a piece of this date in baseball history. I think it's always fun to bring some of that stuff up. So 1973, August 5th, Phil Niekro, no hit. I believe it was the Padres. I could be wrong, as that one's hit well deep left field. Going back is Ozuna. That one's out of here. We have a tie ball game.
Well, what a job by Albert Almora. This is a guy who they probably told, look, we just need a base runner. He takes an inside fastball, and he turns on it the other way, and finally these fans have something else to cheer about, and good for them. And this is what Robles used to be on the Mets, and he drove Met fans crazy because He has the talent to be one of the best relief pitchers in baseball. He's got a high 90s fastball and some lethal off-speed stuff when it's working. But location is an issue, and he's very streaky. He shows you flashes of brilliance, but he'll also give you that.
Well, maybe I'll have to do some more baseball history stuff next inning and see if the Cubs can scrape another run across if that's what it does. Anyway, August 5th, 1973, Phil Niekro throws his no-hitter against, I believe it was the Padres, the first in Braves no-hitters since they moved over to Atlanta. And that is ugly, oh my, from Chris Bryant. So we get a look at Soroka's line score. That's strikeout number 1 from Robles.
Well, poor Soroka, he certainly pitched well enough to earn the win. The bullpen can't hold it for him, and that's the life of a starting pitcher.
That one is high and tight for a ball to Anthony Rizzo. And this one coming in from Robles, also inside with that fastball coming in at 98, but here's the control issue you highlighted.
Like I said, he's got terrific stuff, but location, you can have a 110-mile-an-hour fastball. If it's not located, these guys are going to crush it. And that one, again, that was what, 97, 98. D'Arnaud wanted that one away. Instead, it split the plate in half, and Rizzo just missed it.
2-1 hitters count to one of the best hitters in this Cubs lineup, as that changeup just fools him a little bit. Two here. Another one up in the zone. Good pitch to hit. It's still 2-2.
Where do they want to go? Looks like they're going to go up. Don't miss.
And he didn't miss there. 99 on the gun, so that's homer, but now back to that case.
That's where it has to be for Robles. That's where he needs to live. But the problem is his location isn't good enough. And sometimes what should be a high fastball turns into one that's right over the heart of the plate. And you get results like Almora's.
So in will step Javi Baez. He had a game-tying homer in the bottom of the 9th on Sunday against the Brewers, which they would eventually walk off in the bottom of the 10th inning thanks to Ian Happ, looking to maybe expedite it a little bit and instead just give him the lead so that extras don't become a possibility.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
First, they just have to get out of the 8th inning. We've seen all runs in this ball game have been put up via the home run, so it can happen in an instant. They've all been solo shots, especially with this guy up.
That one just barely misses. 2-2, and now Javi will have to be a little more selective here as he hits that one the other way. Freeman snags it and tags the bag to end the inning, but Albert Almora, who we get a look at his homer here, rips it into the basket in left field. We're tied at 2.
Leading off for Atlanta, the right fielder, number 12.
Ryan Tepera sticking out there. I'm a little bit surprised by that decision as he'll face Profar, D'Arnaud, and Riley.
Well, remember, the Cubs are in a very compromised position here. They only really have 6 guys available. Adbert Alzolay was basically the starter yesterday. He worked 5 1/3. He's unavailable. Jeremy Jeffress, Brandon Morrow, they both threw a lot of pitches as well in yesterday's games. So it's a limited bullpen, and with this one looking like we may be going to extra innings, I think David Ross is realizing that he's going to have to get some length out of guys who maybe are not as comfortable with it.
2-1 here to Jurickson Profar. And I'll just quickly finish the one last history tidbit that I have, which is on this date in 2007, Tom Glavine, at this point with the Mets, but of course was part of that three-headed monster that was Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz for the Braves in the 90s, gets his 300th win of his career here at Wrigley Field, a couple years after his teammate and former Cub Greg Maddux got his number 300.
You know, it seemed, I was going to say for a while, it just seemed like that this game really did not want you to finish your baseball, this day in baseball history.
I mean, I'll take it if Almora hits a homer. 3-2 here on Jurickson Profar. We pitch number 21 here from Ryan Tepera, as that one's a center cut fastball fouled away. Catcher Darno stands on deck for the Braves. That one is fouled away yet again. That's, I believe, pitch number 8 of this AB, and number 9 will be coming in for you from Tepera. 3-2, swung on and missed. Great cutter. That's a strikeout to start the 9th.
Well, give Tepera a lot of credit right there. He has the courage to throw his off-speed pitch, or to throw an off-speed pitch on the 3-2. It's fouled away, but that gets a hitter thinking, because a lot of pitchers don't have the confidence, especially in a game like this, tied in the 9th inning, to throw a to throw a curveball or a slider or a changeup on 3-2. But Tepera did, and while that didn't strike out Profar, it certainly got him thinking about it, and he just completely missed on the cutter.
That one will miss from Tepera. So now, after that great battle, he's down 2-0 to Darno, and this will get the Cogs thinking in David Ross's head. That's ripped the other way through the hole on the right-hand side. That'll be a base hit, bringing up Riley.
Is it just me, or it's the catcher Darno? I wonder, and I know it's never going to happen. If Hayward had fielded that on the hop, did he have a play at first? Because that was rocketed into the outfield.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Hayward, because we know what kind of arm he has. It's a cannon out there. Rizzo's a great fielding first baseman. I think that's like the perfect triad. A slow runner, a great arm in right field, and a great glove at first.
Exactly, yeah.
Sort of bums me out now that you bring it up. I wish they did. I wish they tried it just for the sake of trying. One here to Austin Riley is swung on and missed. He has 2 strikeouts, both looking, and a flyout on his evening. And that one is fouled away just barely off the end of the bat.
Good job by Riley to stay alive, but now you know he's going to chase. He's going to chase anything, so bounce one. Make him chase something that he physically cannot hit.
Well, he goes way inside with the sinker. No chase there. We'll see what he goes with here, 2-2.
Because Riley is now in defense mode. That's a little bit too far inside, but anything that's basically a ball off the plate, he is going to swing at to try and stay alive. He's still young, does not yet have the command of the strike zone of a 10-year veteran. Let's see if Tepera can take advantage of it.
The 2-2, that one just misses, and after 2 Ks, backwards Ks on his afternoon for Riley, I'm surprised he didn't swing at that.
That one might be on Contreras. He looked to be set up inside. He had to reach over. I think Contreras may have cost him a strike.
Well, here will be the 3-2, as that's a slider up in the zone, but fouled away.
So now what do we do? You've shown you have the guts to throw your off speed on 3-2. Maybe the cutter again?
And that, I believe, was the cutter, and that's rifled into left field, and I gotta think that that's gotta be it for Tepera here.
Well, who do we bring in?
Dansby Swanson.
That extends the hit streak.
It's great hitting by
Your attention,
Riley, and you're right. Is it going to be? Oh, it's Morrow.
Number 15.
Mentioned Morrow pitched yesterday. We'll see how he does, but I mean, he's been lights out in the 11 innings he's thrown.
Yeah, Morrow's been good, and they got more out of Tepra than I think they were expecting. But he may have overstayed his welcome. Let's see if Morrow can bail them out of it.
That one's in 1-0. Morrow made his 2020 debut right before the All-Star break, and I believe it came against these Braves out at Truist Park or SunTrust Park or whatever you want to call it.
Whatever they're calling it these days.
Atlanta. Plain and simple. Of course, the obligatory former J.
I still have to correct my dad every time he talks about Shea Stadium, even though that the Mets have been playing in Citi Field for like 10 years now.
I mean, the one that I do not like is Guaranteed Rate Field, and considering the Cubs have to play there, 2 games, maybe 3 games every year, it's like, geez, can you not call it that? I miss U.S. Cellular. Anyway, 3-1 here, so big count on a big hitter in Dansby Swanson with the pitcher's spot on deck.
Well, they're not hitting the pitcher, so go after Swanson here if I'm Morrow.
The pitch is way inside. A little bit of a
when I said go
angry
after
flip.
him, when I said go after him, I didn't mean it like that.
What is this, Houston?
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Pinch hitting
Is that Inciarte?
I believe so. I believe him and Miller are the only lefties, so a smart move, I would say, going to a lefty against Morrow. First one misses, so remember, he has to face at least Inciarte and then Acuna on deck if he can't get a double play to end it. And they're going to go with the squeeze.
Oh,
Happ will get the out.
What a call.
Now batting, the center fielder.
Wow, Inciarte with the bunt, and we've seen it go the wrong way before with the squeeze. Remember the triple play with Tim Moore, and I'm blanking on who the other person on the call for was, but we've seen it go horribly wrong before, but they get it completely right.
Oh my goodness. Brian Snitker. What a call.
So now the Cubs will be likely facing Will Smith in the 9th inning. Their closer's got 31 saves, so, and a lefty not to mention. So this could be very, very tough for the Cubs to come back from. And with that walk, Ozzie Albies 2 base knocks to start his afternoon, and then fallen quiet in his last 2. First one from Morrow is slapped down the line, but foul. I'm still trying to digest that squeeze play with the bases loaded. That could go so wrong in so many ways, yet got it right.
Well, it's got to be a guy that you trust to get the bat on the ball no matter what. What a gutsy call.
That is going to find the left field gap there. 1 will score, 2 will score. Acuna's rounding third, and he will score. A big inning here from the Braves.
The first baseman, number 5.
Well, Ozzie Albies delivers, and this is a guy that they're paying a lot of money to, and he is earning his paycheck. Ronald Acuna gets all the attention, or most of it anyway, but Albies a terrific ball player, and that just made this a lot more difficult for the Cubs.
Well, likely won't be Will Smith anymore out of the pen. Not really going to be a safe situation. So who knows what they'll go with now.
It doesn't matter if you're hitting second or hitting ninth. Any time that there's a man walked in front of you intentionally as a hitter, you take it personally. And Albies did just that.
Well, the horror that is the ninth inning for the Cubs is over. 4 have crossed, and they'll have Schwarber, Contreras, and Hayward who need to get a rally going.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
And
Atlanta,
it's Chris Martin.
number 55.
Yes, the guy I had some
Chris
interesting stuff on.
Martin.
He actually came out of baseball and just stopped playing independent ball when he had a shoulder injury and decided for 3 years that he ended up working, I believe, for UPS, worked at a warehouse and Lowe's moving appliances, until one day his buddy and him play catch and says, hey, you still got a good arm. Why don't you actually try out and play again? And look where he's found himself at age 34.
In the ninth inning, in a big spot.
Well, we got to look at that home run from Kyle Schwarber that made this game very close. But now it's no longer that close.
Well, if you're the Cubs, the name right now is base runners. A home run helps, but if you go up there swinging for the fences each time, you're more likely to just pop out. Singles go station to station, and all of a sudden it's going to start to pile up. That doesn't help.
No, it does not. A backwards K, the third on the evening for Schwarber. That's a hat trick, and just watches that one go by. So Wilson Contreras now stepping in, and he will have to be the one to try to start something. Hayward on deck. Happ is waiting nervously on the top step of the dugout, seeing if he'll get an at-bat even.
Ball.
See Luke Jackson and Shane Green, the former Tigers closer, warming up in the Atlanta pen. That 1-1 delivery is a great breaking ball, swung on and missed. It's 1-2 now.
Tough break for the Cubs. Fought so hard to come back and tie this game. And that was a dagger from Ozzy Albies.
2-2, and if I'm David Ross, I'm starting to get maybe a little concerned because this is a postseason team you're facing. You know, 5 out of 6 contending teams right now are going to make the postseason. The Braves looking like they're going to do it, so it's very possible that this becomes a postseason matchup, and you're not showing some good stuff out there in the first 3 games of this series, and weren't even that great in the series in Atlanta.
The right fielder.
Well, and they also have to start playing a little bit better at home. Look, 33-23 is not a bad record whatsoever. But right now on the road, the Cubs are 39-19, and they need to start bringing some of those numbers back to their home ballpark.
That's been the opposite problem to what the Cubs have had pretty much since 2016 when they won the World Series. Ever since then, it's been road woes pretty much all the time, mixed with the September slowdown, I guess you could say, in which they struggle, and that's when they really lose their lead, so they need to avoid that this year.
And look, I don't mean to insinuate in the slightest that their home record is poor. There are a lot of teams who would kill to have a 33-23 home record. I'm just pointing out that their road record is phenomenal. They're 20 games over 500 on the road, which I think is the best in baseball. It's definitely the best in the National League.
And this may do it. 5-4-3. So the third double play of this game, grounded into by the Cubs, finishes it off. And the Braves get a 6-2 victory. thanks to a great ninth inning performance by their offense.
Well, it's a good win by the Braves, especially in front of a capacity crowd at Wrigley Field. Very difficult for a team who's been leading for most of the ball game, who then allow the Cubs to tie the game. That can be very difficult because it's going to get very loud in the ballpark. But they respond after the Almora home run. Huge squeeze by Ender Inciarte. He will not be your player of the game, but the way he got that down was executed to perfection. Ozzy Albies then comes through with the huge 3-run double, and the Braves walk out of here definitely with already with a series victory, and they'll go for the sweep tomorrow.
For the victorious Atlanta Braves.
So if I'm remembering my Cubs rotation correctly, it'll be Felix Hernandez going for the Braves, and I'm pretty sure it should be Yu Darvish for the Cubs. What do you see from this one tomorrow, Eddie?
Yu Darvish from the Cubs. It's going to be Darvish and Hernandez. It's not a game that we're going to be streaming for you as of right now, but something could change as we'll take a look at the highlights here. That was the d'Arnaud home run. Then we'll go to the top of the third, and Dansby Swanson would hit his own solo shot, 384 feet into left. The first 4 runs, 2 for each side, were scored via the solo shot. Here's run number 3, the first of the day for the Cubs. Kyle Schwarber launches this one. That was hit a very long way. We didn't get a stat. I don't recall the StatCast read. Actually, never mind. I believe it was somewhere around 110, 111 miles an hour. And then this was where we thought the Cubs might surge into the lead. Albert Almora, a home run out of the 9th spot, made it a 2-2 ball game, but then the 9th inning would come in. This was huge. Ender Inciarte, the Braves put on the suicide squeeze with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the top of the 9th, and it pays off. And then here comes the death blow. And Hines, this was the real killer right here, as Ozzy Albies, who had a terrific day. He was 3 for 5 and all things were said and done. This was the backbreaker.
Double out to left center, and then the double play. They hit into 3 of them today, all in big situations, and I think situational baseball, I think, has been one of the things for the Cubs that they're either on or they're off, and today was certainly one of those off days.
Yep, all in big situations and also all inning enders. Double plays hit into, as I look back here at my scorecard, Jose Quintana bounced into a 5-4-3 with men at the corners to end the second. Javi Baez hit into a 4-6-3 with men at first and second to end the third. And then Jason Hayward with men at first and second hits into the 5-4-3 to end the ball game. As we look at our exit screen, Hansel Robles will pick up the win, even he gave up a run out of the bullpen. That home run to Almora, he goes to 3-2 on the year. Ryan Tepera will pick up the loss despite pitching fairly well. He will fall to 4-3 on the year. Not a save situation, so the save is not applicable. We start at 2 o'clock, we finish at 3:32. Game time 1 hour and 32 minutes. I see our next two broadcasters in the booth right now. We're about 9 minutes out from first pitch from Marlins and Nationals in Marlins Park. So Hines, final thoughts, as soon we're going to turn it over to Gotti and Co.
Well, the Cubs, I think we've said enough about how the Cubs haven't really done what they should have on offense, but I think great pitching from both Soroka and Quintana. They can both go home today knowing that they did their best for their team, and while they won't get a decision, they both pitched very well. We'll see if the Braves can get the sweep tomorrow, and the Cubs' next game on Bop Ball on Thursday, and as well as Friday, as well as the Braves both getting airtime on Friday. It'll be Braves, Miami, and Cubs, Brewers. But yeah, that's about all I have.
Felix Hernandez for the Braves tomorrow. Yu Darvish will be going for the Cubs, as that's going to do it for us here. Atlanta, scores 4 runs in the 9th inning. Ender Inciarte, a suicide squeeze executed to perfection, and then a 3-run double from Ozzy Albies. The Braves will win it 6-2 with 4 in the 9th. They win game 3 of this series. They're up 3-0 right now. They go for the sweep tomorrow. As Hines was nice enough to point out, but I see A. Gotti, I see Jaden Becker, and I think it's just about time for Marlins and Nationals, our 3rd game of the day, so we'll hand it off to them and let them set up. Once again, the Braves win it 6-2 on the road. They've taken the first 3 of 4 at Wrigley. For Hines AS, I'm Eddie McCarthy. Had a blast calling this one with you guys. Now I'm going to turn it over. A. Gotti, Jaden Becker, all you guys, for Marlins and Nationals from Miami. Guys?
Thank you, Eddie. It was a great call by you guys and one hell of a game there. As today, of course, you just saw Nationals and Marlins from Marlins Park last night. The Nationals were able to win a big game 7-1. As the first place Nationals just getting that lead even more in the NL East. Right now they're up by 2 games over the Braves, and the Marlins in last place, although just by 1 game against the Mets. So we'll see if they can tie the Mets there, and maybe they have a chance to, not be that bad. As coming into the season, we were expecting the Marlins to really just lose a lot of games. They've been in a rebuild mode for a long time, just selling off all of their stars. They had Stanton, Yelich. They lost Castro, who was their best player last year, to the Nationals. So, we'll see what they can do. And maybe the surprise team, Miami Marlins, can pull off an upset against the Washington Nationals today.
Yeah, anything can happen here on Boppo. We've seen crazy things, but the Miami Marlins obviously at the bottom of the barrel in the NL East, trying to claw their way back. Might be a little too late, but the Washington Nationals sitting pretty at the top, trying to hold their own. Miami Marlins do put up a good fight, however, as starting pitcher Jose Urena definitely is one you can consider their ace for this Miami Marlins team. They have him at the 5 spot in the rotation, but it holds the best ERA, best record, and also holds the best whip for this Miami Marlins team.
Yeah, Urena, really good pitcher. They're the right-hander, so if he can have a good game, like you said, he's had pretty good year so far. The lowest ERA, the lowest whip. So if he can have a good game, these Marlins have a chance to win today. The NL East, like we said, it is the best division in baseball this year. Something that really isn't surprising. You have 4 teams that are all really good in the Nats, Braves, Phillies, and Mets. Then the Marlins have stuck in. And even then, the Nationals have the 2nd most wins in the NL. So all of these teams are doing really, really good against other divisions.
Yes, they are playing very well, and obviously the Nationals sitting pretty at the top, and that's coming after a World Series victory back in 2019. So it's very difficult sometimes, especially after that honeymoon phase where you're sort of hungover after that World Series victory. And now if you're able to fight back and continue to fight going through the 2nd season, we'll see how they do in the second half, but so far so good.
Yeah, 68 wins so far on the season. No really World Series hangover. And 68 wins is something really impressive, especially in a division with the Braves and Phillies.
Yeah, definitely really something to look at. And they really try to make some moves. And, Juan Soto coming back after injury during the All-Star break, and now really going to be a force for this team. His numbers have been very hot. 24 home runs on the season. Did struggle last game, however, went 0 for 4 with a strikeout, looking to get back on track.
Yeah, even the bench for this Nationals team is a really, really good offensively. I mean, Starlin Castro, Eric Thames, and Struble Cabrera. Those are 3 guys who, on basically any other team in this league, could be starting. And, they got even stronger this year, getting Colin Moran in a trade. They really didn't give up anything. Trace Barra and Eric Fetty, 2 guys who had a little bit of a role. Fetty on the pitching side did a couple things, but really, other than that, they got a really good offensive talent in Moran, and they're really, really able to bounce back. And, of course, they're going to go for a repeat.
The Pirates selling away a lot of pieces over there in the NL Central, ended up giving Moran to the Washington Nationals, a big piece for the Pirates and looking to be a big piece for the Washington Nationals. Played good last game, 2 for 4 with a double, and really trying to prove his own and why he deserves to be a starting piece in this Nationals lineup.
Yeah, and also when it comes to the pitching side for the Nats, we look at this. Of course, we talked about Urena a little bit before, but Austin Voth, a 2.11 ERA in in August now. It's August 5th. A 2.11 ERA in August. You look at that Nats total team ERA at 3.76. That is an all-star quality ERA for Austin Voth.
Yeah, he's really pitching well. He's really locating his pitches nicely in the strike zone. He's been up and down from that bullpen spot as a long relief arm, finding his way into the rotation, still trying to solidify himself as a strong arm that is in this major league. So he's still trying to settle down a little bit, but the numbers are definitely there to help him out.
Yeah, we've got two guys who are both at the bottom of the rotation this year, but both having very good years for being in that 5th spot.
Yeah, very weird sometimes as these two teams had, but we're definitely going to have a good matchup here.
Yeah, definitely. And ever since Strasburg got hurt, both really able to step in that spot and be really good. As now we are looking in to Marlins Park. The roof closed, rainy outside, but it is still beautiful inside this beautiful ballpark. Of course, no more dolphin sculpture, but even then, it's a nice sight to see. As the Washington Nationals come in after winning last night 7-1, they're going to look to win another game and move up and continue destroying the NL East. As we see Jose Urena starting tonight here for the Miami Marlins, 9-3 on the year, ERA just over 3. He has had a very, very good season. You see that whip barely over 1 is something very impressive from the 5 spot.
And funny enough, last season he really struggled. He really had a lot of issues. Injuries were a problem for him. A 5.21 ERA through 21 starts last season. Obviously, night and day from last season to now. Has proven himself as one of the best pitchers in this Marlins rotation.
It's a really nice pitch to start off the game there on Trey Turner. Turner, the all-star this season, batting average over 320, but a nasty breaking ball there, low in the zone. Caught Turner to swing, and it's going to be an 0-1 count to start the game off.
Yeah, Turner 1 for 4 last game with 2 RBIs and a double. Looking for somewhat of a repeat. Definitely want those RBI numbers up, and that 325 batting average is nothing to scoff at. He has really been a superstar for this team, and extra base hits have also been a threat at the top of the lineup.
Yeah, definitely. As Urena there, a fastball inside. Pushed him back, and then another fastball. That one fouled off, though. 1-2 count now to Trey Turner. It's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. A breaking ball in the dirt. And Turner is going to be retired to start off the game. A beautiful strikeout there for Jose Urena.
And we take a look at his form there and his pitching windup, stepping over that front foot, leaning over it, and able to drive downhill. That's why that ball is able to break so well. Did a great job there and able to strike out Trey Turner, a person that doesn't strike out as much.
And that brings in Adam Eaton. He is having a career season also, and just 3 hits away from 1,000 career hits. But another guy hitting over 320 for the Nationals.
And that top of the lineup is just deadly for this team, and if you're able to get on base, especially at the top of the lineup, and able to start rolling at the beginning of the game, anything could happen for you there. We've seen it multiple times with this team, especially last game with that 7-1 victory.
As that one is hit into right field, going back, and that one is gone. Just barely fair, but Adam Eaton, a 346-foot home run over the right field wall. Wow, that reminded me of that Game 7 home run by Howie Kendrick, just barely going over the wall. That one almost hit the foul pole, but it was gone.
Take a look at that replay there. Good swing out in front of that baseball and just yank that one towards that right field foul pole. Didn't touch it, but hey, just snuck it over the wall as you mentioned. If that wall was a little higher, probably would have hit off of it. But either way, it's a home run, and the Nationals are now up here 1-0.
And after that, it brings up once again another star for this Nationals lineup, 2020 All-Star Juan Soto. He's not hitting above 320, but still 287, over 20 home runs is still a very, very good season so far for Juan Soto.
Yeah, 287 is nothing to scoff at, especially when you're hitting 24 home runs in a season. Really a superstar, and I have in my notes here a 3-word phrase that explains him completely: the future of baseball, because that's exactly what he is. Such a young guy with tremendous amount of talent, able to lead a team to a World Series. Juan Soto, the face of this Nationals team at the moment, and ready to lead them to the future.
Yeah, really taking over that top spot after losing Anthony Rendon, and he is one of the most fun players to watch in this league. It's a spectacle every single time. He also, gets those pitchers a little mad with the Soto shuffle. It's really entertaining, as he obviously has a lot of fun too.
Yeah, the Soto shuffle. Got a quote there. He says he likes to get into the minds of pitchers.
As he lines out there to Corey Dickerson for the second out of the inning.
Batting fourth.
That's going to bring up Howie Kendrick, the 37-year-old, who 37 years old, but another guy hitting over 377 RBIs on the season.
Yeah, one big thing, he was snubbed from the All-Star game this year, did not get enough votes to make it in, and a lot of people argue that he should have been an All-Star this season.
As he hits that one right down the right field line, that's going to get into the corner, and Howie Kendrick, another double. Wow, this Nationals lineup is explosive. That's double number 24 on the season for Howie Kendrick.
Take a look at this swing here, ball on the outside part of the plate, and that's exactly what you want to do with it. Drive it to the opposite field. He does that there perfectly. You don't see a lot of 37-year-olds running like that, but he's able to sneak in there for a double.
Yeah, nice swing there, as that's going to bring in Kurt Suzuki. Suzuki just fouls one off behind the plate. Suzuki, another old guy. He is 36. You see a second-round pick in the 2004 draft. Suzuki drafted before I was born.
And funny enough, last season, we talked a lot about how youth is so important in baseball as he rips that one foul. But the youth movement in baseball is a very big deal, and let the kids play and all stuff like that. Juan Soto, but the Nationals on average was the oldest team in baseball, ended up winning the World Series. So maybe that veteran mindset of a lot of players that wanted to get to their first World Series, all culminating at one point, really did it for them last year.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about the Nats is they had those old guys who were able to lead them, but then also Juan Soto and Victor Robles, who brought a lot of fun to the clubhouse. And it was a blast to watch that team last season. The dugout dancing, the Paris shark. It was a team of destiny. It's another foul ball there from Suzuki. Going to keep the count at 2-2. Here with 2 outs in the top of the first. Runner on second base is Howie Kendrick after that double.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
There's now a 3-2 count. Here to Kurt Suzuki with 2 outs. Kendrick is going to be running. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That one is swung on, hit down the right field line, just foul. And Suzuki's going to extend this at bat. 21 pitches already for Jose Urena. And another foul ball there on a big 2-seamer.
Suzuki is fighting here, doing a great job fouling away pitches that are very close. Needs to protect here.
And another foul ball there, that one on the slider. And another 3-2 pitch. Here's the payoff pitch to Suzuki. And another foul ball. That one, though, looked out of the zone. I don't think he had to swing at it, but he's in a defensive mindset here at the plate. Just extending this at bat.
That's ball 4.
And he takes that one low. Kurt Suzuki, an amazing at bat. And the Nationals are going to extend this inning, bringing in Colin Moran.
And what that did there, whether if he would have been safe or out, if he decided to draw the walk there or not, the pitch count's already at 25 pitches here. in the top of the first inning. Not even out the first yet, and you have a dangerous bat in Colin Moran coming up. Urena has to be careful here. You can't hang anything.
Yeah, Moran traded to the Nationals July 23rd, like we said before this game started, for Trey Spera and Eric Fetty. And that trade so far has paid off. He's had a pretty good season, hitting .258 as he takes the first pitch for a ball. And he swings at one, a big swing, but just foul. Down the right field line, it's going to make a 1-1 count. One pitch has just popped up. Going back is Diaz, makes the catch, and that's going to be the end of the inning. Nationals only able to score one on a big home run to right field for Adam Eaton. As you look at that here, we'll be back in just a minute for the bottom of the first inning. And welcome back to Nationals Park. Austin Voth on the mound today to start the season for the Nationals. As you look at his stat line, a 2.11 ERA. That is something really special. Only 2 starts this season, though, but he's got a lot of relief appearances, and in those relief appearances, 7-2 record.
Yeah, a very underrated arm on this Nationals team. I think a lot of people look at him, they don't think about what dominance he's able to do. You know, last season, 2 for 1 with a 3.30 ERA through 8 starts. Hey, now this year, trying to find himself once again in that starting role, trying to prove himself as a legitimate arm in the major leagues. 2.11 ERA with a 127 whip. That could be a little better when you're talking about whip, but the 77 strikeouts as well. Someone that you could really look at and probably depend upon as your 5-spot starting pitcher. Could be the perfect guy to place right in there.
Oh, definitely. As Mateo here to lead off for the Marlins, a 177 batting average. He has not had a great season so far as Voth. A strikeout there to start the game off on a fastball inside.
And Mateo had 2 strikeouts last game, went 1 for 5, and strikes out there just over that ball. Good hard swing, but looked a little late on that one, low in the zone. Can't be late on balls low in the zone. That's really detrimental to what you're trying to do here in the big leagues.
That's going to bring in Brian Anderson, and a nice first pitch there by Voth, a slider just in the bottom of the zone. Anderson, he's having a better season than Mateo, but still, you know, hitting .256. He definitely wished that was higher.
Yeah, and the power numbers aren't there either. Has 8 home runs this season, 41 RBIs. Definitely looking to improve that. Anderson, his game might not be the power, but still, 8 home runs, you don't really want that at this point in the season.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for more as he fouls one off there. Now a 1-2 pitch to Anderson. And a swing and a miss. 2 batters, 2 strikeouts to start the game off for Austin Voth.
That one right across the letters, and Voth doing a great job there, firing that one in there. Oh my goodness, and your eyes open wide when you see a ball coming that high. And he just missed that one in his blind spot. Got too excited. Missed that ball with the barrel.
Yeah, might have been guessing breaking ball there, but he missed it. What a lucky call there for Voth. Low and inside. It's going to be an 0-1 count here to Corey Dickerson.
Dickerson, the best hitter on this Marlins team by far, batting .300 this season. Also has a .900 OPS, leading the team also in home runs and RBIs. Really the guy you want to look at, and a perfect 3-spot hitter. Had some issues last season with injury, but now looking for a vengeance this year.
Yeah, signed with the Marlins this offseason on a 2-year, $17.5 million deal. And he's really lived up to that deal, hitting .300 so far this season. The 1-2 pitch is inside on a slider. And Dickerson's going to look to extend this inning. Austin Voth, the 2-2 pitch. That one is fouled off behind the plate. And the count's going to stay at 2-2.
Got to try to make Voth throw a lot more pitches here. Only 12 on the bottom of the first. About to be 13.
Oh, and he struck him out. Austin Voth strikes out the side to start the game. That is exactly what you want to see. As you look at this replay, that is very impressive from the 28-year-old starter. We'll be back in just a minute And welcome back here
Leading off for the
to
Nationals,
Marlins Park.
the first baseman.
The bottom of the second inning just about to get underway. Ryan Zimmerman is going to lead things off. If you look at that split between versus left and right-handed pitchers, that is a big difference. And of course, today we've got a right-handed pitcher for the Marlins.
And you notice they're only going to show that split if it's really going to help the hitter there. And, you know, he is going righty on righty, but against lefties, he has just been a monster. Zimmerman has been with this Nationals team since the inception of the Nationals, I believe, back when they were first formed after they were the Expos, and was drafted with them and hit that first home run in Nationals history. Couldn't have picked a better guy to do it. And now looking towards the tail end of his career to do some more damage with this Nationals team.
Yeah, you know, every year, the past couple years, we've always wondered, is this going to be Zimmerman's last? He kept on playing, and he's been pretty productive as he hits one deep into left field. Going back and makes the catch, though, is Corey Dickerson. As it's going to bring up Victor Robles, the speedster, in center field. So Robles here hitting .275 on the season, which is definitely an improvement from last year and exactly what the Nationals wanted to see.
0-1's the count.
And speed, it has been his best asset. The power is lagging behind a little bit, but you got to remember, only 23 years old and really looking to become something bigger for this Nationals team in the 8th spot for a reason, because he is that fast.
And he's already one of the best defensive players in the league, and if he can improve offensively, which he already has this season, he can become a top player as he just tries to bunt one there, but it's not going to go far enough fair. And we're going to have a 2-2 count here to Robles. That one's low, and it's going to be 3-2 now as he missed on a slider.
Let's see how Robles attacks here on a 3-2 count. See if he's going to try to protect, especially in balls low and away. Tough ones to hit, but it looks like we're going inside.
And an inside pitch is fouled off, and he's going to keep this one alive. Robles has had a lot of really good at-bats since he's joined the league. He has one of the best eyes that I've seen, which is really good for a guy as young as he is, as he just pops that one up, though, to center field. Caught by Mateo, and there are 2 outs. That's going to bring Austin Voth to the plate.
The pitcher, number 50, Austin Voth.
Both just hitting 143 on the season, although he does have an RBI. As you see there, he was an all-star this year. He's had a really good season so far. And maybe he can do something here at the plate.
Yeah, he should be proud of himself. Had a very good first half and obviously deserved that all-star bid. And, you know, being an all-star, especially in this Bot Bog League, is pretty difficult. A lot of players playing better than they would maybe in real life, but we see Austin Voth doing a great job.
Yeah, he's had one of the bigger surprise seasons in the bullpen. Today he's getting the start, which he really deserves. As that one is hit right to third base. Noose throws over to first, and Aguilar makes the catch. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Urena, as that's one that he definitely needed, as we are now heading to the bottom of the second inning. Aguilar, Diaz, Alfaro. And welcome back, everybody, to the bottom of the second inning. Jesus Aguilar to lead things off here for the Marlins. Both trying to follow up that 1-2-3 inning last inning. All 3 strikeouts on only 13 pitches. And down the line, Moran over to first, gets the out. He got lucky there, dropped it. But Aguilar, one of the slowest guys in the league, able to get the out.
The 3 speed does not help you there if you're Aguilar. And, you know, if it was a faster guy, might have been safe there because it was a close play. Moran, very aware of how slow Aguilar was, able to stop that ball and make the play over at first.
You know, also, if it's another guy, I don't know if he's that casual at third base, because he really just went for a casual backhand. If that was anyone else, he might have had to kind of sprint through that one, as that one is hit into left field. Soto makes the catch. And that is 3 pitches, 2 outs for Austin Voth.
And then moving quick here, Voth is, and doing a great job of controlling himself, controlling the strike zone as we talked about in the pre-show. And only at 16 pitches here, really being dominant in these first two.
Yeah, he's had a really good start so far. Just about, and that one up the middle. That's going to get through to allow the first hit of the game. And there goes the no-hitter, as FP Santangelo would say.
And you know, nothing really you can do there. Afar doing a great job hitting that ball low, but keeping his barrel high, able to chop that one past the pitcher, hitting it right towards him actually, and go past that second base bag. That's exactly what you want to do. Hit it right back up the middle. Does a great job there. Now there's a runner on first.
That brings up Sheldon News. He is hitting 400 at home. Not that many at-bats, but that's still pretty impressive. 317 on the season.
Yeah, and he's found his way around. He made his MLB debut last season. And funny enough, he has been with multiple teams already. He was drafted by the Nationals and then ended up being traded to Miami after spending some time with Oakland after originally being drafted by the Nationals. So he's seen his way around the league in his very, very young career already.
As that one, a broken bat right to second. Kendrick to Zimmerman. And Austin Voth gets out of the inning on just 5 pitches. We're now heading into the top of the third inning. Nationals up 1-0. And welcome back here to Nats Park. Whoa, that's not our broadcast crew here. That should say Adam Gawkin, Jaden Becker, and then just blank.
Don't worry, Adam. You sound just like Matt Vasquez. You're doing a great job. So maybe they got a little confused, but it's okay. It's okay. Our MLB The Show producers are trying their best.
Yeah. And it's going to bring Trey Turner, the leadoff guy, back to plate. He has really struggled against Urena so far in his career. 1 for 19.
You know, when you see somebody that much and they still have your number night in and night out, it really gets to you sometimes.
As he hits one right back to him and gets the first out of the inning. Does Urena. He needs those quick at-bats if he wants to stay in this game long. Already 44 pitches with only 1 out in the top of the third. As we look at... Sorry, you can go.
Taking a look at the standings here. Miami at the bottom of the barrel. And you know, the National League East, as we mentioned, a very tough division. 4 teams you could really talk about saying contenders. The Mets, maybe not so much anymore, so you're looking at 3 teams. But the Mets and the Marlins, 2 teams this season we really consider at the bottom of the barrel. But Miami Marlins really trying their best to claw their way right back into it.
As that brings back in Adam Eden. He, of course, had that home run just over the right field wall in his first at-bat. But he hits one there deep into right center field. Going back as Mateo makes a reaching catch for the second out of the inning. Another quick at-bat there, only 2 pitches. And there's now already 2 outs here in the top of the third inning.
And even though that one wasn't a home run, definitely a hard hit ball. Eaton has his number, just that one being caught there. But if he continues hitting those balls hard, might even find his way on base for some doubles and triples.
Yeah, eventually that one will fall, as that one was barely caught by Mateo. As that brings up Juan Soto, the childish Bambino. He's another guy who struggled against Urena, though, as you see there. Soto, a foul ball there. That's going to make a 1-1 count. One pitch is hit into left field. That one is deep to the wall. Dickerson able to make the catch. And we are now heading into the bottom of the third inning. Nationals still up 1-0. As the Marlins are going to try and claw back at that lead. It is 8-9-1. As we welcome you back to Marlins Park. You can't hear Heidi Watney, but she's probably saying something pretty interesting about this Marlins offense. As you see, it's about middle of the pack in the MLB. They've got a lot of stolen bases, 6th in the NL with 57. But just about where you'd expect them to be, a little bit higher. but overall, a pretty decent season so far for the Marlins.
Yeah, it's very weird because you look at the names on this roster and you look at their batting averages and a lot of their numbers, and you have to try to question yourself why. Why are they playing so poorly at times? Why is their record so low? Why are they at the bottom of the NL East? And sometimes you really just can't answer that question right away because you really look at these numbers and just wonder why. The teams in the NL East are very strong and are able to hold down the Marlins consistently just because they see them so often. Obviously, you play every team in your division 19 times, so you see them that often, and they're so good. Miami Marlins aren't really able to control themselves when it comes to divisional play.
Yeah, the Marlins are the best last place team in the MLB by 5 games. So, they're not under 500 by that, only by 10 games under 500. For a last place team, that's not awful.
Yeah, we've seen a lot worse around this league, and you know that. Talk about the Royals and the Mariners and a lot of other teams, even the Baltimore Orioles. Last place teams in the American League definitely are even a lot worse than that Miami Marlins.
And another strikeout there for Austin Voth. That one to Desrado Christholm, his 4th already on the day, as that's going to bring up Jose Urena, the starting pitcher for the Miami Marlins. And a nice fastball there to start off the at-bat. 0-1 count. As that one right back to Voth. Over to Zimmerman. And a quick at-bat. Only 26 pitches so far for Austin Voth, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd.
Doing a great job here in these early innings, keeping his pitch count very low. But I think that also has to do with the Miami Marlins swinging a lot at these pitches early in the count. Might want to settle down here. Maybe watch the first strike go. Maybe watch even the first 2 strikes go. And then start to attack late in the count. Might be a little dangerous here now that you're down by 1 run. But at the same time, it's only 1 run. You need to get this pitcher to throw a lot more pitches at this point in the ball game.
That's exactly what Mateo did there, but that's probably one he should have swung at, as that was a curveball that was hung, and he bunts one down the 3rd base line, goes foul, now an 0-2 count. That one swung up the middle, gets by Kendrick, and there's a base hit for Jesus Mateo, a guy who's really needed it lately.
Yeah, Mateo, good swing there, much like how the previous hit was from Alfaro. Right back up the middle, able to extend his hands there and drive that ball past the pitcher.
As that brings up Brian Anderson. He struck out in the 1st inning. 1 for 5 so far this series. As a throw over there to the speedy Mateo, and another one. They're not going to want him to steal. Suzuki, not the greatest defensive catcher in the league.
Yeah, you got to keep tabs over there at first base, especially with the speedy man over there, the leadoff guy as well. Also need to focus on Brian Anderson. He can do some damage if you're not paying attention.
And, sometimes when you get so distracted by that runner, you can maybe hang a breaking ball. And if he does that in Anderson, he's got the power to hit one out. Ball low there as you see Anderson, 2nd on the Marlins in hits with 92 so far this season.
Yeah, pretty surprising with that 256 batting average. You wouldn't think that he's 2nd in hits, but that's just been the way it is for this Marlins team. These guys with low batting averages really putting up their team records at the moment.
It's a 1-2 count here for Voth. He's going to try and get out of the inning, but Anderson is going to extend it. The count stays 1-2 on a foul ball. Both the 1-2 pitch to Anderson. Taken inside. 2-2.
Notice Voth is on the 3rd base side of the rubber, trying to accentuate those pitches that fly across the batter's box.
And another ball there. Now 3-2. Oh, actually, sorry. Did I miss it? Yeah, sorry. I don't know what I'm looking at. That was a foul ball. Jeez. Distracted for a second. As there's the ball. There's the 3-2 count.
Speak it into existence, and now it's a full count. Anderson has to protect.
3-2 count. Mateo's going to be running, and that's a foul ball on a fastball high in the zone. That's one where your eyes just light up. That was a pretty slow fastball, so he just swung a little bit early and ended up pulling it foul. Oh, what a strikeout there for Austin Voth. Just able to get that curveball into the zone. And we are now heading into the top of the fourth. Austin Voth dealing so far today 5 strikeouts through 3 innings. And welcome back to Marlins Park. We've got a pretty decent amount of fans here for a Marlins game.
You wouldn't say that often for the Miami Marlins, especially in last place, but they are playing considerably well for the Marlins. Talking about Adam Eaton there. And listen, Eaton has had considerable moments for this team, being that 2-hitter, 321 batting average. We talked about that earlier in 903 OPS. Someone you could really hang your hat on. You know, his contract is coming up. You have to wonder if the Nationals are going to want to re-sign him or they let him go towards free agency.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up deciding to do. That's going to bring in Howie Kendrick. He hits one down the right field line again. That one's going to go foul. Of course, his first at-bat, Kendrick, with a double right down the right field line into the corner, but did not end up scoring.
Ball, that's outside.
He takes the second pitch of the at-bat, now a 1-1 count. Kendrick hits one down the left field line for a foul ball, now 1-2.
Good hard hit ball there by Kendrick. Just needs to straighten that one out. The swing did look good.
And he hits one right past the second baseman, gets over to first, as Diaz was unable to get to it. And Howie Kendrick, another hit.
And notice how he was able to adjust there. He rips one hard foul. Notice that he needs to sit back there a little bit on these pitches. Able to find one almost the immediate next pitch. Able to drive it past the second baseman there. Good piece of hitting.
Yeah, Kendrick, 37 years old, but still one of the best hitters in the league.
1-0.
So that brings in Kurt Suzuki. Walked in the first inning on a long at-bat. So he takes the first pitch there for ball outside. One 1-0 is fouled off behind the plate.
Ball 2.
Suzuki takes a pitch low and inside. A nice pitch there, but Suzuki gets the call from the home plate umpire.
Consider this a hitter's count, 2-1. Really going to see Suzuki be a free swinger here.
Oh, and a big rip there on a hanging slider, but just fouls that one off. Suzuki now 2-2. Takes a pitch inside and another 3-2 count to Kurt Suzuki.
Doing a good job being very patient, making Urena throw a lot of pitches here in both at-bats.
And another big rip there and another foul ball. One of the great things of these veterans in the Nationals, they really drive up pitchers' pitch counts. Suzuki, the 3-2, swing and a miss on a nasty changeup. And the first out of the inning is on a strikeout.
Third baseman, Colin Moran.
So we look at the minor league report for the Miami Marlins. Both teams under 500. Just something that you would wish was better, especially for a team in a rebuilding mode.
100%, but you got to remember, it's not really much about the records in minor league baseball. You're looking at your players' individual performances and how they're improving.
Oh, definitely. That's a double play ball, and they get it. 3-6-3, and the Marlins are able to get out of the inning with their heart of the order coming up. 3-4-5, Dickerson, Aguilar, Diaz. Welcome you back here to Marlins Park. Corey Dickerson to lead things off against Austin Voth. Voth has... Oh, sorry.
He struck out looking last at bat. and really now coming for a vengeance. He did not want that strike call to be a strike, but oh my.
It's one down the right field line, just barely foul. And the Nationals got lucky on that one.
Talk about a vengeance. Hard swings.
Yeah, as he fouls that one off now. 0-2 count. These Marlins have really been swinging at these early pitches, and so far it just has not worked out.
I got the count 1-2.
And the fastball just gets away from Voth, high in the zone. And it's a 1-2 count.
I got the count 2-2.
And another ball there, now 2-2. That one on a two-seamer. Pitch that we haven't seen that much so far tonight from Austin Voth. The 2-2, fouled off. Dickerson going to extend the count, something that Marlins players really have not done so far this game. Only 43 pitches here in the bottom of the fourth inning. And another foul ball, that one on a changeup. Count stays 2-2. Another foul ball there from Austin Voth. I think the third straight in a row. Dickerson really staying in this one, the 3-hitter. And that one right to Moran, to Zimmerman, and they get the out.
Even though he's out there, definitely a good fight by Dickerson. He still is a little upset, but nothing really you can do there. Able to ground one over to the third baseman.
Overall, pretty good at bat, even though it was a ground out. You know, he just got very unlucky on that first pitch. That was just foul. If that one was fair, it would have been a really good at bat. As that brings in Jesus Aguilar, who was 0 for 1 so far on the day. Yesterday went 0 for 4. He's looking for his first hit on the series. That one's taken high in the zone for a strike. A slider that was just hung high in the zone.
1-1.
Pitch taken low. 1-1 count.
Ball, that's out.
Check swing, but did not go. Brings it to 2-1. The 2-1 pitch to Aguilar. Swing and a miss.
2 strikes.
Voth has the chance to get his 6th strikeout on the day.
We got 3 balls.
Oh, and a pitch just low. And Aguilar going to stay live. Now 3-2 count.
Ball 4, that pitch is out.
And another one, that one outside. And Austin Voth with his first walk of the day. Jesus Aguilar is going to get on base.
And we talked about making Voth throw. There it is right there, going to a full count, drawing the walk. That's exactly what you want. Maybe not the speediest guy on first base, but definitely made Voth throw a considerable amount of pitches. Diaz here can do some damage with the bat. We've seen him with his power before.
That's exactly what the Marlins need to do. Again, get these long at-bats. That, as you said, brings in Isan Diaz, 0 for 1 so far on the day. Both the 0-1 pitch to Diaz. Check swing. Did not go.
I say he has surprising power. 16 home runs on the season. You look at him and you don't think home run power in the first place. Maybe you think speed, but either way, he really knows how to stroke it with that bat, and he's doing a great job this season. Last year, even, he came into the league and ended up hitting a home run against Jacob deGrom in his first career hit. Yes, first career hit is against the 2-time Cy Young Award winner. So this guy definitely has a ton of potential that was untapped last year and really growing into his own this ball season.
And as you said, he's smaller, but he's really compact, has that power, and can unleash a huge swing as he gets a 3-2 count. And exactly as we were saying, this is what the Marlins need to do. Get deep in the counts, and they've done it these past 2 batters. Both the payoff pitch. Outside, another walk.
Now batting.
And after a really solid start, Voth starting to fall apart a little bit. 2 walks in a row. Gonna bring in Jorge Alfaro.
And Alfaro coming up 1 for 1 in this one. And do not underestimate his speed. One of the fastest catchers in this league. If this ball's on the ground, it might not be a double play automatically. Alfaro can run for a big guy.
Yeah, last season had the fastest sprint speed of all MLB catchers. Of course, traded to the Marlins last year in that JT Realmuto trade. Which sent
Traded one speedy catcher for another speedy catcher, Realmuto. So yeah, made sure they got back what they gave away, which was a speedy guy.
Yeah, one just has a lot more skill. And a swing and a miss there. Now 1-1 count. Voth 11 balls, 11 strikes this inning. 22 pitches. After really having his pitch count low the whole game, a high pitch inning here in the bottom of the 4th. Is that one again taken? Now 2-1.
Alfaro second on this team for RBIs, 48 on the season so far. Can extend this one here with the runner in scoring position.
Let's see what he can do. And another ball there. Wild pitch, but Aguilar not going to test it. Even if that one... Sorry, you can go.
Yeah, Voth losing it here a little bit. 3-1 count. This is also a hitter's count.
That one up the middle and caught by Robles for the second out. Sorry, the angle couldn't tell if that one was on the ground or in the air. Lost the ball for a second.
And that's a shame because it was a very nicely hit ball. Just went right to the center fielder and 3 speed over there on second base. This is going to help you move a base runner over. Let's see what Noisy does here. 0 for 1 in this game.
It's the first pitch going to be a ball. I bet you Don Mattingly had to have said something there in the clubhouse like, stop swinging at all these first pitches. And now it's worked. They've got runners on first and second and a 1-0 count to start things off. Is that one right to Kendrick. Kendrick to Zimmerman, and Voth to get out of the inning. That one a little more shaky for Austin Voth, but able to get out as we're now heading into the top of the 5th. Nationals still up 1-0. And that's going to bring up the veteran Ryan Zimmerman. As 2 guys warming up now in the Marlins bullpen. One of them Sterling Sharp, who was taken by the Marlins during the Rule 5 draft this past offseason from the Nationals. Zimmerman a line out in the first inning. And he takes the first pitch, but that's outside, but in the zone.
And Bopball, the only place you can see Ryan Zimmerman play, opting out of the 2020 60-game season.
As that one is swung at and missed on a nice slider there. And now an 0-2 count. Fouls it off, though, able to stay in. Zimmerman takes one low and inside. Now 1-2, able to lengthen this at bat. Zimmerman down the line. That's fair. And a single there for Ryan Zimmerman, the veteran.
The center fielder, number 16.
Good piece of hitting. Did it go far enough to be a double, but ripped that one right down that third base line. Kept his hands in and just ripped that ball. Good piece of hitting by the veteran, as you mentioned.
And Zimmerman's going to try and steal. Not even close. What was he thinking?
Might have been looking for a hit and run there. You notice the swing on the pitch very low. And Zimmerman just not making it in. Definitely a good effort. But the first person you think of when stealing is not Ryan Zimmerman. I can promise you that.
Definitely not Zimmerman. You'd think of Victor Robles, the guy here at bat, as Robles is going to try and bunt for a hit. Can he get it? Throw to first. He is safe. Deuce just not able to get enough on that, and a bunt for a hit. There for Victor Robles, as that's going to bring in Austin Voth. Let's see if he's going to bunt him over. Is that one low? He's just going to pull back. 1-0 count now.
Robles has to be speedy here, but you know he definitely does have the speed, and we saw that on the bunt single earlier, but now he really needs to move here to avoid a double play.
As Voth tried to lay down a bunt, which is not easy to do on that two-seam fastball. Gonna try again, but a foul ball, and he's now going to have to swing with a 1-2 count. He's going to try another bunt, but foul, and Austin Voth is out.
Might be the best thing for him. If he swung there and got grounded out into a double play, that would have ended the inning. So might as well try and bunt one more time, even though that foul ball there does take him out. Either way, definitely a good effort. Rather have him bunting there than try to swing.
And it's going to bring in Trey Turner, who is now 1 for 20 against Jose Urena. And he hits one there right to Noose over to second. Gets the out. That is not an easy play at third with two speedy runners. But he's able to get the out as we now head in to the bottom of the 5th inning. Chris Holm, Urena, Mateo up at bat now for the Miami Marlins. And welcome back to rainy Miami here under the dome as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. Most likely expect to see a pinch hitter for Urena as we see who's that on deck. Hard to tell.
We definitely see Don Mattingly, though.
Yeah,
and
Mattingly.
I've had this conversation with other people before, but the World Series has always eluded him. Even with the Yankees and obviously with the Marlins, he's never been in attendance for a World Series game as he being a part of the team. Not with the Yankees, not with the Yankees in an organizational term, not with the Marlins, obviously, in any shape of the word. So he really has not been close to that big dance, and he might try to look for it soon, but definitely the Marlins are going to need to improve here. And maybe might be a little too late towards the end of this season, but next year, if the Marlins can start working, building up those prospects, might find a way at least towards the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see what Derek Jeter can do in that front office, but in a NL East this talented, it will not be easy at all. It's Wander Suero and Uranus Elias are now warming up in the Nationals bullpen. Most likely just if Voth can't get out of this inning, but if he can quickly, I'd expect him to go back in for the 6th as that one stribbled Suzuki over to Zimmerman and able to get a quick first out of the inning.
Now batting, the pitcher,
Voth only at 69 pitches. If he can get out of this inning quickly, I don't understand why they would take him out. So we'll see what he can do here.
Had a very nice game so far. I mean, look at the team ERA leaders. Cubs, Diamondback, Dodgers, teams you expect to be there. And that's why the Cubs have been so dominant. We were talking about this before the game. Why are the Cubs so good? It's because their pitching is really on point. Best team in the NL Central for a reason.
And Jose Urena is going to stay in the game here for the Marlins. I was expecting for him to be pinch hit for. Only allowed 1 run, but he has not had his greatest game, even with that.
And really just hasn't had the run support in this one so far. I believe if the score was 3-1, I think we were talking about him a little bit differently as he hits one hard there, but definitely has had a good game.
Yeah, just, first inning had a lot of struggles with the home run to Eden and then a double to Kendrick, and since then he's allowed a couple base hits. As that brings in Mateo here. He had a single last inning. Not last inning, his last at-bat. Takes a change up.
Inside ball.
Mateo traded to the Marlins on July 14th for Jonathan VR and Dylan Lee. He swings and fouls one off. Now 1-2 count for both.
He really can hit these balls hard, but you got to remember his speed. Definitely a guy that's known for his extra base hits in the minor leagues.
Yeah, made the Futures game last season. He's a good young talent. We'll see what he can do here. Now 2-2 count. Just the pitch. Outside, now 3-2. Both the 3-2 pitch. That one is fouled down the right field line, and he's going to stay in the count.
First base coach Billy Hatcher had a tuck out of the way of that one. That was coming fast.
As that one's hit down the left field line, another foul ball. And Voth now is going to have his 80th pitch of the game. Another foul ball as his velocity is now getting a lot lower. His 8th pitch of the at-bat, now throwing it around 90. Earlier in the game, his fastball is getting about 94, 95. It's a curveball there. Nice snag by Zimmerman. Heading over to first, able to get the out against the speedy Mateo. As we're now going to head into the top of the 6th inning. Eden, Soto, Kendrick to bat for Washington. We'll be back in just a second. As Eden is going to come back to the plate. He had a home run in his first at-bat. And he hits one there right to second base. Diaz to first. And they get a quick first out.
And Eden hit that home run before fans were even in their seats, going back with their hot dog and possibly a beverage of some sort. But, you know, he's able to break this game open. Now it's a 1-0 game. And they have been able to score since, so the pitching has been pretty good since that first inning mistake by Urena. Only at 75 pitches, going to need to see what he's going to be able to do going forward.
And another line out there, that one to right field. Soto not able to do much so far today, as that's 2 quick outs for the Marlins.
He whips that bat around so fast. It amazes me how he's able to do it. It's all in the hips there from Soto. You know, he has great hips. You see it from the Soto shuffle every time. It's like a dance move every time, but he does a great job with that swing there. Just ended up being lined to right fielder Anderson.
That's going to bring in Howie Kendrick, 2 for 2 on the day with a double to start his day, and then a single following after that as he hits that one into left field. Dickerson's not going to have any trouble with that, though, as we head in to the bottom of the 6th inning. Marlins are going to try and even up the game. They have 2, 3, and 4. Ryan Anderson going to lead things off. Austin Voth going to stay in the game at 81 pitches.
And Urena helped himself out there last inning, really able to get those 3 outs in quick fashion, doing a good job of continuing to keep his pitch count relatively low. Could possibly go another 2 innings if he has to.
Yeah, and it is, I don't remember exactly, but his first inning pitch count was above 20. Ever since then, he's been able to keep it a lot lower, gotten a couple quick outs, just like Voth was in the beginning of the game. It's almost like they've switched roles.
A very good point. And yeah, they are pretty much switching roles. You look at Voth's pitch count there, going on 83, about to be 84. And, you know, he's been able to pitch well in that beginning of the game, but now the Marlins are able to see him pretty well, going around the 3rd time that they're seeing him. So now is when action really starts to pick up. You might want to look towards that bullpen if you're Davey Martinez.
Yeah, as we'll see what happens here with this first batter, Brian Anderson, but his velocity's been a lot lower. His control isn't where it was at the beginning of the game.
I got 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Anderson there got lucky with that call, just barely inside. Now 3-1 count here to Anderson. And he takes a pitch on a slider, now 3-2. This is a big pitch here for Voth. And that one's hit up the middle and misread it again, caught in a line out by Robles. It is hard to see from that angle. With the camera moving.
Hard hit ball indeed, but Robles able to get a good jump on that ball. Maybe if he settled down a little bit too early, that one could have dropped in, but he knew right away. Sometimes the hardest balls to field are the ones coming directly towards you because you can't judge how far away it is and how it's going to drop, especially with the spin of the ball. So he knew right away, and that's professional right there. As you mentioned, one of the best fielders in the league very early in his career. Read that one perfectly and had a good jump on that ball.
As that brings up Corey Dickerson now, the 3-hole hitter for the Marlins. Just pops one right up to Juan Soto. And a quick second out of the inning for Austin Voth.
Now batting, first baseman, Jesus Aguilar.
Soto, another really good defensive player. He's got one of the best arms in the league in left field.
A lot of people look at Soto and think of him for his bat, but you're right, he can make some amazing plays in the outfield if he needs to. Definitely, I wouldn't call him a center fielder. I wouldn't call him a guy that you could put out there and could do everything, but in the left field position, right field position, definitely holds his own around the foul line.
Yeah, definitely. He's got an amazing arm. Same with Robles. I remember last season, Robles had a couple throws home that clocked just under 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, Robles last season led the Major League center fielders with assists, having 12 on the season, so definitely can gun it in there.
Oh, a looking strikeout there for Austin Voth, able to get out of the inning as we are heading now to the top of the 7th. Nationals still up 1-0 on that Adam Eaton home run. And here's Sterling Sharp going to come in, the former National, picked up by the Marlins in the Rule 5 draft this year. He's had a pretty good season so far.
Yeah, pretty surprising to see them take out Urena after the inning he just had, able to make quick work of the Nationals lineup, those 2, 3, and 4 hitters. So he's going to sit down either way, but hey, Sharp isn't nothing to scoff at either. This is his rookie season, and he spent 2 years at Eastern Michigan and 1 year at Drury. And he was drafted by the Nationals in the 22nd round of the 2016 draft, but Sharp definitely looking to make an impact on this league and against his former team.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that they might have put in Sharp is you've got this veteran in Kurt Suzuki. He's already seen Urena 2 times, and I think he would be pretty dangerous, an old guy seeing someone for the 3rd time.
Yeah, very true. You see him go around a couple times. You know his windup. You know his pitches. Suzuki has been hitting the pitches hard as well. So, he's been very patient. And now let's see what he does here, as that one's also outside. Another thing about Sharp, his minor league ERA sat around at 3.71. Now at 3.88. Not a lot of drop-off.
As Suzuki hits one into center. Diving in a catch there for Mateo. Oh, wow, an amazing first out of the inning.
Check out this highlight. This one's going to be on SportsCenter later. Look at this dive. Lays out full sense. Wow, great play there by Mateo. And if that one got past him, that could have been extra bases. I don't know what the amount of speed that Suzuki has. It might have just been 2 or 3. But, hey, he definitely sold out for that ball. Made the play, and that's why he's ready to be a star for this Marlins team.
Yeah, still just a 1-0 game, so that was a really important play there for Mateo. Able to get the out, as every base runner counts now here in the 7th inning. As that brings up Colin Moran, 0 for 2 on the day for the Nationals as he hits one to short. Chris Holm to first, gets the out.
Up next for Washington, the first baseman,
Chris Holm, not a guy that we were really expecting to start today. 22 years old, only hit .220 last year in Double-A, but he is really good defensively, as we just saw there. So that brings up Ryan Zimmerman, who's 1 for 2 on the day. And he fouls that one back behind the plate.
Yeah, and this is also Chisholm's rookie year, and I wouldn't say that he's known for his fielding as much. Definitely known for his bat speed and how much power he has. Maybe not for average, but definitely has the power to back it up.
As Zimmerman lines out to center field, a quick inning for Sterling Sharp. And we're getting ready to stretch here as we're heading into the bottom of the 7th inning. Marlins have the middle of the order. Davey Martinez is going to look to his bullpen. Seems like he might make a double switch here. Going to talk to the home plate umpire. He's going to bring in Wander Suero. He's got a 5.58 ERA on the season. He has not had his great season so far. This will be his 50th appearance, though.
Yeah, definitely not what he wanted, but he has pitched great in the minors at 3.31 ERA and has had his slight struggles in the major leagues with a 4.16 career ERA, trying to calm down into more of a secure role in the bullpen. But as you mentioned, current ERA, which he's standing at 5.58, and that whip as well, 1.72, not doing him any favors.
Yeah, definitely not, as the Nationals are going to keep two guys warming up in the bullpen, Ryan Harper and Will Harris, two of their top relievers this season, just in case Suero is unable to keep things under control.
One of the darkest bullpens I've ever seen as well. Pitch, someone turning the lights over there. It's a very dark bullpen. Miami.
Yeah, raining outside. The roof closed today, so it's already not the lightest with the roof closed. And in that bullpen, they definitely need some light.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
There's a pitch in the dirt, 1-2 count now. Suero the 1-2 from the stretch.
That's ball 2.
Ball low and away.
2-2 the count.
Diaz is going to extend this count. And that one fouled right back. Diaz going to extend this one. Suero strikes him out. Nice cutter there in the middle of the zone. Suero able to start this inning off with a strikeout. Nice pitch there for Wander Suero.
Swung right on top of that one. Diaz couldn't get a hold of it. Made contact. That one probably could have gone far, but switched him up with the speeds there. Went slow, then started looking a little bit more fast with his pitches. And Suero doing a good job there in the bottom of the 7th inning, now with 1 out.
It's going to bring in Jorge Alfaro, who had a single in the 2nd inning. Went 1 for 4 yesterday. The Marlins so far have been shut out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. That one hit right to second base. Howie Kendrick, an athletic play, throw over to first. Wow, Howie Kendrick, 37, still making plays there at second base.
Reached for that one hard in the backhand too. It ended up having to go against his body away from first base, trying to make that throw over at first. A little over the head of Zimmerman, but Zimmerman's a tall guy, made that play as well. Reaching for that one. Good job there by the right side of the infield, gathering that one together.
That one to Turner, to Zimmerman, picks one out of the dirt. And we're heading into the top of the 8th inning. Robles, Castro, Turner. Nice there. That was a double switch there. Starlin Castro is now in the game for the Nationals. It didn't show it on the screen. I don't, maybe that might be Moran out. Would put Castro in at 3rd. That would make the most sense.
That's the curse. It's the curse of MLB The Show. You really can't tell sometimes where the double switch is going. You sort of gotta hope you find it soon, but we found it there.
Yeah, saw Martinez go to the home plate umpire. I was a little confused at first, but that's my guess that Castro would be at 3rd base. As Robles now a 1-2 count. Sharp stays in the game. That one high. 2-2 count now to Victor Robles.
Sharp has had his struggles after leaving the game and then leaving the mound, heading towards the dugout, and having to come back onto the field. Needs to settle down once again. So maybe he might find some issues here. Already at a full count. Needs to settle down as he appears back again on the mound.
And here's the payoff pitch to Robles. That one is flied out into center field. Going back is Mateo, makes a routine catch. And Sharp.
Up next for the Nationals.
4 outs so far, only 15 pitches. As you look at this comparison between Voth and Urena, both pretty good games. Urena had that one solo home run in the first inning to Eden, but since then was able to calm down. And Voth only 2 hits, 2 walks, and no earned runs.
Yeah, very similar performances. I think we're giving praise to both pitchers, but if Urena was up right now, let's say he was leading 3-1, it'd be a very different story how we're talking about him. You know, he definitely did pitch great and just didn't get the run support to help him out through this one.
Yeah, you know, they've still got 2 innings, the Marlins. They have time, definitely, do something. As Castro now in for the Nationals. He was put in during that double switch. As he takes the ball outside there, 1-1. One pitch to Castro. Hit right to first. A nice play there by Aguilar.
Now batting, shortstop, Trey Turner.
Gotta be on your toes there. I thought third base was the hot corner. First base getting some action here today. Ripped one right to him. Gotta be careful there. Made the play.
As that brings Trey Turner to the bat. 0-3 so far on the day. He's going to try and change that right here. As he swings and misses at the first pitch, a slider.
1-1.
Sharp just overthrows a slider into the dirt. And it's going to make it a 1-1 count. Turner down the first base line, foul ball, now 1-2. As Sharp's going to look to get out of this inning fast once again. That one hit to third. Throw over to first. What a play by News. And the Marlins are now heading into the bottom of the 8th. Sheldon News. What a play there. Diving stop. Another web gem by this Marlins defense. As we're heading into the bottom of the 8th. Marlins still down by 1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
Bring in Ryan Harper.
Number 33.
Yeah, look how good he is against right-handed batters. 132 so far in the season.
Yeah, they have him in the setup role, which is a little bit of a head-scratcher given his struggles this season. Yes, he's pitching very well against right-handed batters, but the 4.60 ERA does not lie. So definitely needs to settle down here a little bit. Going against a lefty right now. Let's see how Jazz does.
You know, the one thing that Harper could have done well for Nats fans is if they just moved that number up by 1. Would have saved Nats fans around, in total, hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you had another Harper at 34, it would have been perfect. But nope, he's got to be 33. Oh, that one hits him as Harper just unable to control his slider. And already struggles here. And they have a runner on first to start the bottom of the 8th inning.
You know, that's probably the main reason why he's so good against right-handed hitters. That slider breaks away so hard that he couldn't really control it there. It is a plunking Chisholm there.
As we're going to have a pinch hitter for the Marlins. Who is that?
Number 26,
Garrett Cooper. Yeah. Garrett Cooper. He's hit a 273 on the season. That's pretty good for Garrett Cooper, the 29-year-old out of California.
No, that's low.
He's became more of a pinch hit specialist. He came into pinch hit last game, and almost every game I've called for the Marlins, he's been the pinch hitter. 0 for 1 last game with the strikeout, but his average isn't that bad. 273, someone that could come off the bench and be consistent with his swing is really what the Marlins need here with a run on first.
Yeah, definitely is. It's a 1-1 count there. Harper to Cooper. Cooper fouls one off on a fastball. Now 1-2 count. Harper from the stretch. Cooper swing and a miss on a fastball high in the zone. Cooper's going to wish that he had that one back. Ryan Harper gets his first out of the bottom of the 8th inning.
No gifts there. Shove that one in the top of the zone, and really hard to hit that one when it's coming in that fast.
Mateo now 1 for 3 on the day. He's also at a web gem in center. He's going to try and bunt for a hit. Hits it way too hard. Kendrick to Zimmerman. And he advances the runner, but with 2 outs, it doesn't do much. And he almost got safe to first there. He is very speedy.
Yeah, he's that fast, and you said it was a bad bunt. And yeah, it was hit too hard for him to be safe at first, but it didn't move the runner over into scoring position. The bloop into the outfield does score that runner, and it's a tie game.
As that brings Anderson to bat. He's 0 for 3 today. He had 1 hit yesterday, and he's going to try and have 1 today right now at bat.
He did line out in his last at bat, and that ball was very hard hit. So let's see here. He's able to hit another one pretty hard.
As a nice first pitch there for Harper on a slider, that perfect slider against right-handers. It looks like it's going to be a ball, but ends up just barely staying in the strike zone. And that one popped up to short. Turner settles under it, makes the catch. And we are heading into the top of the 9th inning. The Nationals still up 1-0. They're going to try and extend this lead and make it an easier save opportunity as we look at this Anderson pop-up and the inning. We'll be back in just a second for the 9th inning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Adam Conley going to come in to try and
61.
hold these Nationals to a 1-run lead. 1 for 5 on the year.
Little surprised he's coming in here. I would expect maybe Yaimin Garcia to come in, but and maybe Hernandez. But either way, this is who we're gonna get. Maybe in Kinsler you could have brought in here, but hey, it's the top of the 9th inning. Wanted to give him these reps here in a 1-run ball game. The ERA has been an issue, 4.11 on the season, but is in second place in this team for holds with 15.
Oh, and Eden gets one to just barely drop in front of Dickerson. He's got a single. That's the reason they might have put Conley in, is that he's 1-10 against Eden, but Eden able to make it 2 for 11 with a nice hit there. Just barely dropped in front of Dickerson.
That's the bloop. And now let's see if Soto could come in with the blast here.
As he takes a ball in the dirt, a curveball to start the inning. Start the at-bat. Soto 0 for 3 on the day. Takes one inside. A nice fastball there for Conley, all the way up at 96 miles an hour.
Conley really can move it with that speed, but he's also able to slow it down. Just needs to be careful keeping the pitches away from the middle of the zone.
It's the 1-1 pitch to Soto. Fouls one behind the net. And now 1-2 Conley. Could really use a strikeout to Soto. Soto hits one to left. Dickerson moving forward. Another blooper. And Eden gets into second safely. And the Nationals have runners on first and second to start the top of the 9th inning.
Yeah, playing no doubles depth. You don't want to really have anything go behind you, but that allows these hits to go drop right in front of you. And now, runners on first and second with no outs here with probably one of the best hitters in these type of moments.
You bring up the clutch hitter and the double machine, Howie Kendrick. He had one in the first inning. He's going to try and extend this lead for the Nationals. 2 for 3 on the day. Kendrick a swing and a miss now, 0-2 count. Let's see, Kendrick 3-0-6 with runners in scoring position so far this season. That one in the dirt, not gonna get away, though, from Alfaro.
Good waste pitch, but maybe not with people on base. Don't want that one to get past Alfaro.
That one taken inside, Kendrick. Able to bring the count now to 2-2. Kendrick has, of course, been in the league for so long, also has one of the best eyes in the league. He's really known for these long at-bats. As that one is hit into center field. Going back is Mateo. Eden is going to tag to third. Can he get there? Yes. And the Nationals are going to have runners at the corners for Kurt Suzuki.
The catcher, Kurt Suzuki.
Suzuki 0-2 on the day with a walk. This is the first inning.
A ball on the ground here ends the inning. Might want to look for a double play ball, keeping these pitches low.
Nice first pitch. Suzuki way in front of the curveball. But Suzuki, as you see, even better than Kendrick with runners in scoring position. He's hitting .318. And that one on the ground. 4-6-3. A double play, and then Marlins heading into the bottom of the ninth, going to try and end this shutout. And they've got that perfect order, 3-4-5, to try and start an offense in front. Welcome back to the bottom of the ninth. Davey Martinez going to make his second double switch of the game.
Your attention, please.
And going to bring in Sean Doolittle.
Now pitching and batting in the fifth.
Doolittle not having his greatest season of all time this year, but still getting it done. He's starting to get up there in age, though.
Yeah, blown saves have been an issue for him this season, already at 5, but you cannot knock the 37 saves he does have this season leading the National League. So it's a give and take there. Also leads this bullpen with a 102 whip, two-time All-Star. And compared to last season, he only tallied 29 saves, already beat that, and they're pretty much halfway through.
That one's hit in the center. Robles going back, makes the catch on the warning track. As Doolittle just 2 outs away now. Look at the NL leaders in saves. Aguilar now to come to bat. 0-for-2 on the day. Has a walk in the 4th inning.
Hold your hearts, Nationals fans. Anything can happen here, especially with the 4-hitter up now.
Yeah, Nationals fans know what it's like to blow a save. Brings back Drew Storen memories of those playoff years.
So you're talking to a Mets fan from last season, so
yeah.
I think you need to calm down there a little bit.
I mean, I don't know if anything's worse than blowing a save like Drew Storen did in the 2012 playoffs. And also, I think he did in the 2014, if I'm remembering correctly. As a swing and a miss there, now 1-2 to Aguilar. Check swing, did he go? No. And it's going to be a 2-2 count. That's a ball outside, 3-2. Doolittle, the 3-2 pitch, fouled off once again. Aguilar's going to extend this at bat.
Doolittle having the right idea, trying to keep these pitches low. But once again, cannot float that into the middle of the zone. Aguilar will punish you, especially in this ballpark.
Yeah, definitely a hitter's ballpark as Aguilar going to try and tie things up. Hits one up the middle, and maybe there's a start of the run for the Marlins. The question is, do they now maybe pinch run for Aguilar, as he is one of the slowest guys in the league?
Good hit right back up the middle past the pitcher. It looks like they're not going to pinch hit for Aguilar. Might have enough faith in Isan Diaz to rip this one.
Diaz to first. Zimmerman to Turner. A bad throw. Can they still get the out at first? No. And that should have been a double play, but they're going to say they didn't even get the runner at second. Oh no, Ryan Zimmerman. Yup, not on the bag. Zimmerman, the former third baseman, with an awful error there. As now there's going to be a pinch runner, John Bertie at first base. But the Marlins have a runner in scoring position here with one out, bringing on Alfaro.
You have the runner in at first base. That's all cool and all, but now you have 3 speeds still sitting there at second. A questionable move there by Mattingly. You got to get Aguilar out of this game. You might not have anyone to replace him at the moment, but
yeah, even a single up the middle wouldn't score him. It's Alfaro. First pitch, swing and a miss. Alfaro only 218 with runners in scoring position so far this year. It's not a very good number. Oh, and that one taken. A beautiful pitch by Sean Doolittle on a fastball low in the zone.
Trying to find his own now after 2 rough at-bats. See if Giolito can do it.
Can't on that one. A slider inside almost hit Alfaro. But now 1-2. Alfaro going to look to stay in this one. Doolittle the pitch high. Now 2-2 count. Doolittle, that one up at 96. We haven't seen him get that high of velocity in a couple years. Doolittle, his 15th pitch of the inning. Fouled off. And Alfaro, a nice at-bat here. All the Marlins fans on their feet. I think every single Marlins fan in the world decided to come to this game. I have not seen as many fans at a Marlins game in a long time. As that one fouled off. It's probably the most people at Marlins Park since the All-Star game. Alfaro, the 2-2 pitch. Another foul ball. He's going to stay in this one. Two from the stretch. Here's Doolittle. That one taken outside. 3-2 count to Doolittle. Doolittle starting to fall apart. The 3-2 from Doolittle. Fouled off once again. Great at-bat here from Alfaro. Doolittle, another 3-2 pitch. Taken inside, and he loads the bases. Oh, my. You look for the bullpen here, or keep Doolittle in?
Tough call. Tough call. It's really in the hands of Davey Martinez, but you really have to think here. Okay, so they bring in the pinch runner now with the runner on third base.
You want to tag on a fly ball, but I don't know about that one. Interesting play there by Mattingly, but we'll see if it pays off. Sheldon Noose has the bases loaded, just one out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Let's see if he can do it.
0 for 3 in this one, but has made contact with all of the final outs in the final pitches of his at-bat. So
as he takes one low in the zone, 1-0 count. He has runners in scoring position, 192 so far this year. Takes one down the middle for strike one. Marlins only 3 hits so far today, but they have the bases loaded here, down by 1 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Doolittle the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 out away. or 1 pitch away from 2 outs. And, you know, there's a huge difference between 1 and 2 outs. That one fouled off. I think there's such a bigger difference between 1 and 2 outs than 0 and 1, because with 1 out, you can still get a sac fly. But with 2 outs, you know, a fly ball means nothing.
Yeah.
Doolittle, the pitch, struck him out on a fastball far outside. What was he swinging at?
Couldn't reach that one even if he tried. Really went for that pitch. But you know, you blow him away with the stuff coming up and in and the sliders, and you just find that pitch right on the outside part of the plate. Made him want to go for that ball. Or is he going to go sit down 0 for 3, 0 for 4 in this one now?
That's going to bring in Jazz Chisholm, hit by a pitch last inning. Let's see if he can do something here. Down the third base line, just foul. Doolittle, 26 pitches so far this inning. Probably one of his highest pitch counts on a save in a long time. And a swing and a miss. Doolittle 1 strike away from getting out of this bases loaded. The 0-2 pitch for Doolittle to Jazz Chisholm, who's 0 for 2 on the day. Doolittle pitching for the stretch. Here's the pitch. Low in the zone. 1 and 2 count now. Chisholm can end it with a ground ball up the middle. Here's the pitch. Oh, taken outside. That's a risky take on the splitter. Just barely missed, did Doolittle. Now 2 and 2. Here's the pitch from Doolittle. Swing and a miss. What was he swinging at on that one? So far inside on the fastball. But Sean Doolittle able to get out of the bases loaded jam. And the Nationals shut out the Marlins and are able to win it 1-0 off the save from Sean Doolittle.
Huge win, bringing them to 2 wins in this series. Nationals doing a great job in this one. This is a lot closer than I think a lot of people expected, especially after that previous 7-1 victory. Still, either way, a win's a win, extending their lead in the NL East.
I've got to say, the Marlins had so many opportunities here, even just in that 9th inning. Swung on an awful pitch outside with 1 out at the bases loaded. Then with 2 outs to end it, Chisholm so inside that ball almost hit him, and he swung at it. Doolittle lucky to get out of that one.
Yeah, with the bases loaded, really, sometimes you just get a little swing happy, and the pressure mounts, especially for the young guys like Chisholm. You know, rookie season, big moment, just couldn't handle the pressure there.
As we look at this highlight reel, of course, the biggest play of the game from your player of the game, Adam Eaton, with that first inning home run, barely over the wall, 346 feet. And that was the biggest hit of the game. Now we look at the top of the 7th inning, a Suzuki fly out to center field, and look at this play from Mateo. Oh my, what a diving catch. And he was lucky there, could have allowed multiple bases if they couldn't do anything there. So we look at now, Turner a ground out, another web gen, this time Noose throw over to first, and he got Turner the speedster out there. And we look at Anderson's pop out to short in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's an easy out there for Turner. I don't know why that wasn't on the highlight reel. And now Suzuki's double play here in the top of the 9th. 4-6-3. And now let's see, going into the bottom of the 9th, Sean Doolittle with the save. Noose strikes out, chasing a fastball outside. And now we look at this final out of the game. Chisholm inside chases another fastball. And the Nationals win it and extend their lead in the NL East by even more. And you look at your player of the game, Adam Eaton, 1 home run in the first inning, went 2 for 4. Austin Voth with 1, Jose Urena with the lost even with really good game. And then Sean Doolittle with the save.
Yeah, typical Nationals win. You really get the victory there from Austin Voth, and Urena getting the loss, as you mentioned, probably didn't deserve this loss. Only gave up 1 earned run, could not get any run support in this one. Sean Doolittle, that save, very, very scary. I thought we were going to see his 6th blown save of the season, but no, we actually see his 38th save of the season. So great job there by him. Adam Eaton, that player of the game, that big home run in the beginning of the game in the first inning, the only action when it comes to runs in this one. If it wasn't for that home run, we could be still sitting in this game 0-0.
Yeah, that NL leading save there, as this one ended pretty fast, almost as more than 15 minutes early, as your next game today here on Bop Ball will be White Sox at Yankees. Lucas Giolito against Garrett Cole. As of course, this player of the game, Adam Eaton, was traded for Lucas Giolito in that trade a couple years ago. And I've always thought about it. It was that trade for the Nationals worth it, because you got Adam Eaton, who was so pivotal in that World Series run. But then you also gave up Lucas Giolito, who's turned out to be one of the best starting pitchers in the league.
Well, rings supersede everything, I have to say that. If
yeah.
a ring comes out of it, then the trade is automatically worth it no matter what you gave up, because you won that World Series ring. But up next, it's going to be a great game. White Sox obviously trying to make a push back into the AL Central, and the Yankees sitting atop of that AL East. Really going to be a fun one.
Yeah, and when you look at the league leaders, you got to say that it is worth it. Look, Adam Eaton, 4th in the NL on batting average, only down by 6 points to David Peralta, hitting 323 on the season. Turner right behind him at 6. Is Eaton also 4th in hits with 136 here, as we're in the beginning of August.
Yeah, we're in August. Crazy to say that, August 5th, after how much we've been through this year. But look, here we are in this Bop Ball season, making its way towards that final stretch of the divisions around the league. We're getting either closer and closer or farther and farther away, depending on what division your team is in. Obviously going to be very fun coming towards the back end of this season.
Yeah, it's also, great to see Eaton 4th in the league in home runs, but not in home runs, in hits, but not even top 13 in the league in at-bats. So he has been really productive this season when he's been at-bat. Of course, 4th in the league in hits, 4th in at-bats. And, other than Eaton, you also have Soto hitting a lot of doubles, and Robles. Nationals have got, 3 guys in the top 10 of doubles in the MLB, something super, super impressive so far, as we see, of course, that former National Bryce Harper 4th in the league. But Soto's tied with Harper, so he's doing pretty good. And another National on the leaderboard here, Trey Turner leading the league in triples with 8. And Victor Robles with 4. That's top 10, as he's tied for 9th in the league. That's very surprising. It's odd to see a catcher there tied for 9th in triples. It's Muto, but he is so fast there.
It's very surprising to see a lot of these catchers around this Bop Ball league. And you really think about it, catchers are one of the main reasons why a lot of these teams are playing so well. I mean, just look at the Yankees, look at the Cubs. Got catchers that can hit very, very well in Gary Sanchez and Wilson Contreras. Able to do a great job with the bat, adding another stick to your lineup that can really be productive in a spot where catchers infamously are known for not being that productive. So if you can find yourself a catcher that can hit pretty well, and even like Muto, who could move at the pace that he does, it really has something special on your hands.
And even the Nats with Kurt Suzuki, he's had a good season so far at the plate also.
Yeah, definitely has had a good season and getting up there in age, but you could say that a lot about many of these Nationals players really getting up there in age, but the youth movement is coming for this team.
Yeah, they traded off one of their top younger catchers this season over to get that third baseman Colin Moran and Trace Berra, but Berra, I don't know if he would have been there anyways. I think they'll probably sign a catcher in the coming years once Suzuki and Gomes are too old to keep on playing, as Turner, as you see there, leading another category for the Nationals, 35 stolen bases so far. And I don't think I've seen a single Marlin so far in this whole entire list.
Yeah, the Marlins haven't been up there when it comes to rankings, but they do play well together as a cohesive unit. And sometimes that's a little bit more important than just individual stats. Don Mattingly, obviously his team not performing at the highest level in the NL East. But as we talked about during the game, the NL East is a very tough division.
Oh, definitely. And I think you see, of course, Juan Soto up there, 11th in the league in walks. But look at this. You have 4 Dodgers in the top 11 in the league in walks. That is just something like out of this world.
And
Dodgers are good.
Not a lot of people want to throw to that Dodgers team because they could just hit very well, especially with someone like Jorge Soler, as we're seeing on our screen. Traded to them mid-season, and wow, what an impact he's had for the Dodgers going up there trying to win that NL MVP award.
And even then, the Nationals now 2 games ahead of the Dodgers this season. 2 more wins than Nats now. That's their 69th win on the season. As we're going to remind all of you, of course, this week at ML Bot Ball, we are donating money to Meals on Wheels. So if you're watching this, we highly recommend you donate. All of the money goes to a great cause. And if you have that extra money, please donate. If not, we completely understand, and we're just glad to have everyone watching this chat. If you have any feedback, make sure to join our Discord server or go into that little thing in the description of the Twitch chat. And anything is appreciated. Thank you all so much for joining us here on Bot Ball. So we now look into these NL pitchers. Corbin, 3rd in wins for the Nationals. And then also you got Max Scherzer and Anibal Sanchez up in the top 10 for the Nats in wins.
Yeah, pitching has been strong in this National League, and that's what's been very important for a lot of teams here. If your pitching ERA is low and you don't allow as many walks as a lot of other teams, the walks are very important in the season as well. If you keep your walk count low, you should find abundance of success in this Bot Ball season, as the Cubs have been able to, the Dodgers have been able to, even the Braves have found their way around with that pitching, even through a couple injuries. So now, being able to stay consistent towards the big stretch here, August and September, is very important. This is where the money is made, where you find your way into the playoffs.
Oh, there's a Marlin on a list. Drew Steckenrider, 25 saves on the season. That's rare you see a team that's, last in their division, top 5 in saves. Or not top 5, top 10 in saves.
Yeah, saves, another stat that's sort of being questioned nowadays. Saves, much like wins and losses, are definitely a situational type of stat to have, but saves are definitely held to a higher regard at this moment than wins and losses. But ERA, also a very important stat, maybe the most important stat for a pitcher. As you can see, the National League really holding a stranglehold on how ERA has really performed this season. It's Jacob deGrom not really that high on the list anymore due to the tough season the Mets have had, but the 2-time Cy Young Award winner might not get it this year.
Yeah, and here's our Marlins. We just had to wait for the pitching. Jordan Yamamoto, only 13 home runs allowed on the season. Patrick Corbin, tied with Johnny Cueto, leads the league in shutouts. Of course, the national Patrick Corbin. These Braves got 3 guys there in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
And Max Scherzer, just like basically every other year, leading the league in strikeouts. DeGrom also up there, though only down by 2. That's going to be a fun race to watch as we head to the end of the season.
Yeah, strikeouts obviously becoming more and more of an important stat when it comes to deciding who wins that Cy Young Award. Obviously, Scherzer on top there, 187, a number you really can look at. See who's going to touch that 200 number first. Depends on how good of a start that they'll have next time. Might even be able to do that in one start if you're very lucky, able to consider yourself lucky if you can move through a game that quickly, having that amount of strikeouts.
Oh, yeah, I mean, strikeouts, like you said, are just they're becoming so much more often. We're seeing a lot of guys who they're either going to strike out or they're going to hit a home run.
And that's the way the game has changed recently. And, you're really going for broke with these home run power balls because that's what everyone likes to see. Everyone loves to see those numbers when it comes to power, but do not underestimate those guys like the Adam Eatons of the world, like the Trey Turners of the world that are able to hit that 320 number with very strong power numbers as well. being able to hit for average is still very important in this league.
Yeah, I think that's what's so good about about the Nationals team. You know, they have those average guys who are hitting so well in Adam Eaton, Trey Turner, Howie Kendrick, and then they also have Juan Soto in there who's going to hit a bunch of home runs. And then, you know, Kendrick can hit home runs. Eaton hits a lot of pole home runs. You know, they've got that where you need it. It's really a nice balance, which is why they won the World Series last year and why they are at the top of the NL East this year.
Being able to hit, and especially when it comes to playoff time. You are correct there. One of the main reasons why they did win that World Series is because that small ball performance was very strong, and just able to move from station to station is exactly what you need to do. Yeah, the long ball is pretty during the season, but if you can score runs without it in the postseason against some of that top pitching around the Major League Baseball, you really could find yourself in a good place.
Yeah, as good as the Yankees are, there's a reason that they haven't made it to this, you know, that top level. They haven't won a World Series in the past couple years, even though they have the power hitters and Gary Sanchez and Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Judge. In the playoffs, power hitting is important, but it's also a completely different game. That small ball game, it's not as flashy, but in the long run, it really does matter.
Does matter indeed. We're going to have a Yankees game next. The Yankees are going to take on the Chicago White Sox. Going to be a good matchup. Lucas Giolito versus Garrett Cole. J-Man 1993 is going to be on the call and is in the booth with us. Very excited to hear what he has to say about this game coming up.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Doing pretty well. Pretty exciting game, or exciting finish you guys had to your game.
Crawling towards the end of the game, and 1-0, some people wouldn't say that's exciting, but other people thought they would die for a 1-0 game sometimes, because the way that these games move in bop ball, sometimes we've seen some crazy stuff from both ends of the spectrum, going up there to like 15 to 12 scores, and then we get these 1-0 games to humble us a little bit. But you have a great game coming up. There's the White Sox 67-47 on the season, and the Yankees 70-43. The White Sox, however, struggling in the AL Central, trying to claw their way back into more of a relevant position in the AL Central.
Well, you're absolutely right about that. The Chicago White Sox are definitely struggling, and to speak about what you just said, I definitely would take a 1-0 game, and that's what you're probably expecting with Garrett Cole and Lucas Giolito. 8-9 in the AL in earned run average, and 1-2 respectively in strikeouts. So this could definitely be a pitcher's duel, and all of these games have been really close. This is the third game in the series I've called, and the Yankees won the first one 1-0. They won yesterday 5-4. So we may see another tight, well-fought game between these two, and this could be a playoff matchup. These two teams,
100%,
it definitely could be.
Yeah, but the White Sox do have some work to do. Cleveland and Minnesota sort of running away, you see, with that AL Central. There used to be a 3-team race. Now the White Sox, they're 5.5 games back all of a sudden.
Yeah, very surprising to see that AL Central. Yeah, you're right. At one point, it was all bunched up right near the top. Everyone's fighting, half game back, just barely could reach it. And now we're seeing the dominoes fall a little bit. The White Sox slipping away, and Garrett Cole can help them push the White Sox down even further.
Yeah, and ironically, the Yankees could help the Tampa Bay Rays, because Tampa has climbed back into that wild card spot. You see, they're 5.5 games back of the Yankees in the East, but now they're only 2 games back of the White Sox. So definitely a lot of interesting playoff implications with today's game.
Yeah, it should be a great one.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. And you know what? The White Sox, they started out really hot, and we're talking about how they've lost 5 in a row. You got to go to their starting pitching. That's what sort of let them down. Keuchel's been great, Gio Gonzalez, Lucas Giolito, but finding 4 and 5 starters. Yesterday's starter, Dane Dunning, was good through 4, but once the 5th inning came around, he had sort of run out of gas, and Carlos Rodon is in their rotation now, and Reynaldo Lopez, Michael Kopech are both guys they were counting on this year, and they are not healthy.
Yeah, and having Kopech not in there, supposed to be a young guy, and having injuries that early in the career, definitely not what you want to see if you're a White Sox fan. But still, the youth movement, as you like to talk about here, we talked about that with the Nationals. I think you could say that even more about the White Sox. They're going young, and they're going young hard, and they're ready to play ball.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at this lineup right here. You see Eloy Jimenez, Yohan Moncada, and then on the bench, Luis Robert. And he's, possibly the most exciting player on this team. He's not even starting. They think he could be a 30-30, maybe 40-40 guy. Like, he could be the next Acuna.
Yeah, and he swings with power with ease. It's like he's not even trying at some point. You see him just swing that bat, and the ball just launches, and it looks like he put no effort into the swing, but that ball is going 400 feet, no problem.
Yeah. And the last 2 games I've called, he's come into the game as a pinch runner, and everyone on the planet knows he's going, and he has stolen 3 bases. They've not been able to throw him out. It's just the speed element that he brings is a completely different element.
The dual threat, and sure is a superstar, so the game coming up should be a good one. Very excited to see, as it looks like you're about to get underway.
Yeah, it looks like it. You guys got any final thoughts from your match?
It was a great pitcher's duel, something that we are seeing less and less of in this league, but it's always awesome to see one when it happens.
Yeah, well, if you'd like to see a pitcher's duel, stick around for this one.
Yeah, make sure to stick around.
That is for sure. Very good matchup coming up, and a very good matchup we just had. Thank you, J-Man.
All right, thank you very much, guys.
And have a great call.
Thanks. Well, we are live now here from the Bronx Yankee Stadium. I am joined in the booth by one Ted Sandwich. Ted, how's it going?
Oh, thank you very much, Jay. It's another beautiful day here. Another beautiful day here in the Big Apple.
Yeah, beautiful day in the Big Apple. We had a lot of rain yesterday in the Big Apple, where
how do you like that apple?
I like apples, and we're gonna get a good game today. Yankees, White Sox. Lucas Giolito going for the White Sox, and Garrett Cole going for the Yankees. 8 and 9 in ERA, respectively. Garrett Cole at 2.89, Giolito at 2.91. So this could be a really good pitching matchup.
A heck of a matchup.
Yep. And this one's got playoff implications on it, like we said. Yankees first in the AL East with a 5.5 game lead over the Tampa Bay Rays, but the Rays 2 games back of the Chicago White Sox, so a Yankees win here would help the Tampa Bay Rays, and they've got a good guy on the mound to get a win. Garrett Cole, you see, 183 strikeouts and 121.1 innings pitched. What should these White Sox hitters be expecting today?
To strike out a fair number of times. Well, as always with someone like Cole on the mound, you just got to hang in there, make him throw strikes. Work the count.
Well, a first pitch curveball there from Garrett Cole for a strike. As we look at the defense for the Yankees, we've got at third base Tommy La Stella, Gleyber Torres at short, DJ LeMahieu is at second, and playing first base Luke Voigt. 0-1 pitch here from Garrett Cole is swung on and missed. 0-2 on that slider. Outfield, the Yankees go Gardner, Hicks, and Judge. Leury Garcia playing center field for the White Sox. And he fouls that one away. That's that curveball that Garrett Cole throws. So he throws a four-seamer, a slider, and a curveball. Those are his best pitches, and he'll occasionally throw a changeup in there as well. 0-2 pitch. Big swing and a miss on that fastball outside corner, and Leury Garcia is down swinging.
Set him up a couple of curveballs early in the at-bat. Real power move on Cole's part.
Yeah, well, when you can go back to that well of 98-plus mile-an-hour fastball, it's really not fair when you can just dump in curveballs like that.
Not particularly fair, no.
This brings up Tim Anderson swinging at that first pitch, and he dumps a base hit right in front of Aaron Judge. So that's one way to do it, is swing at that first pitch.
The second baseman.
Just enough of it. I thought Judge had a play on that ball. Dropped just in front of him.
Yeah, you got to play a little bit deep here in Yankee Stadium, especially in that right field where the That right field porch is very shallow, and Tim Anderson, a pretty good hitter in his own right. Led the league in hitting last year, and right there again this year, hitting well above 330. Brings up Jonathan Scope, the former Detroit Tiger, acquired at the deadline for Luis Gonzalez. See that last 7 games, 3 home runs and 6 RBIs for Scope.
Luis Gonzalez is retired.
Well, you know, you can never guess what Alex Avila's going to want to do over there in that Tigers front office. He's traded his son. You know, he's a madman.
More than once.
Yeah. More than once. Well, Garrett Cole, not happy about Tim Anderson over there at first. Keeps on checking on him. 0-1 pitch misses low, 1-1. Kenny Jansen calling balls and strikes. And Rusty Valentine is the second place umpire. It's a nice mustache by Jansen.
I would have assumed that was Rusty Valentine.
It did look like a Rusty Valentine kind of guy.
His career is.
Well, the baseball off-season is long, and what these gentlemen do with their free time, I am not here to judge.
They do not get paid like Garrett Cole does.
1-2 pitch.
Outside.
Yeah, just outside. I think Rusty Valentine would have called that a strike.
What? Likes that filthy backdoor slider.
He sure does. 2-2 pitch to Shoopy. Fouled away.
Shoot.
Yeah, again, I don't know how people don't call him Shoopy.
Yeah, I tried to make it a thing in Detroit, the fan base did, but it just didn't work out. I think he thought they were booing.
It's a Dutch name, Scope, and in Dutch, what they call baseball is actually honkball.
It's true, yeah.
You know, I'm a big honkballer. Another throw over to check on Tim Anderson.
With the best of them.
Well, you need the right honkball. 2-2 here to Jonathan Scope, and that one just misses. Good eye there by Scope.
I'd say that's the only way you're going to get to Cole early.
Now, I'm surprised about this White Sox lineup having a Jonathan Scope batting third in this lineup. Not known for his power, and you've got a lot of guys who have a lot of power on this lineup. Scope hits that one through the hole on the left side, so another base hit for the White Sox, and they've got something going here in the first.
Give him the challenge of the number 3 spot in the order. Lived up to it. Rose to the occasion, if you will.
Now he's got an 11-game hitting streak. And not bad numbers on the season for him. He's got 15 home runs and 25 doubles, but not the power guy I would expect. You know, you'd maybe even think of flipping Scope and Tim Anderson, but I don't know.
You would.
The second place hitter gets more at-bats, so.
Over the course of a season, it's true. Meanwhile, the veteran Encarnacion steps in. Foul, he's 0-2 hole.
Yeah, last 4 games, you see 2 home runs. Hit a big home run yesterday. 3-run home run shot. Ooh, big swing and a miss there, though, as he goes down swinging. That's the second strikeout for Cole here in the first.
Salutes Cole on his way to the dugout. Frustration.
Well, he was way behind on that one, as you can see. Maybe expecting an off-speed pitch or something 3-2, but Cole firing in a fastball, and now we've got 2 outs, and that brings up the 5th place hitter, Eloy Jimenez. Now, he was the number 1 overall prospect in the game last year. The White Sox have done that a few times, having the number 1 overall prospect, Jimenez, Luis Robert, and now their pitching prospects are very highly considered as well. Well, Garrett Cole has an 0-2 count to Eloy Jimenez now. And a swing and a miss on that slider outside. 90 miles an hour slider from Garrett Cole. He strikes out the side around 2 singles. White Sox leave 2 men on. We're going to the bottom of the first here in the Bronx. 0-0.
Ask, you mentioned Luis Robert. Is he on the Major League roster?
I think so, yeah. I think he started the year on the Major League roster. I'm not sure. I mean, there's 30 guys on the roster, so you figure But, service time issues, he may have not started until the 4th or 5th game. Well, Lucas Giolito is the starting pitcher for the White Sox. 11-6 record, 139 innings pitched, and 168 strikeouts. That's good for second in the American League this year. He throws a four-seam fastball, changeup, slider, and a curveball. And it's that changeup and slider, that combination, that's very devastating. That changeup to the left-handed batters, sliders to the righties. DJ LeMahieu leads things off here for the Yankees. 1, 2, 3 for the Yankees is LeMahieu, Gleyber Torres, and Aaron Judge. Defense for the White Sox is Moncada, Anderson, Scope, and Edwin Encarnacion. 0-2 pitch is hit on the ground to Scope, who fields it cleanly and fires on to first for the out.
Batting second, the shortstop.
Outfield defense for the White Sox is Robert out there in left field, Leury Garcia in center, and Nomar Mazara in right. Gleyber Torres, the Yankees shortstop, batting second here. Really good numbers here for Gleyber Torres on the year. You see, he comes in today hitting .319, but the numbers that stick out for me for Gleyber, those 27 home runs. He's got more home runs than Aaron Judge.
I don't think many people would have taken that bet before the season.
Well, he actually led the Yankees in home runs last year as well, Gleyber Torres, but that speaks more to the injury issues of Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton.
And just about everybody else on that Yankees roster.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Luckily, they've had better fortune this season, sitting comfortably in first place.
Now they're 8-1 now in the regular season, which translates to a 22-3 record over 162 games.
I actually meant in both leagues.
Yeah, both leagues they're doing well, and a big swing and a miss there from Gleyber Torres, and 2 quick outs for Lucas Giolito.
Yeah, the Yankee hitters do not appear to be catching up with that fastball. It's a good sign for Giolito early on here.
The Yankees' bats have been a little bit quiet all series long. To tell you the truth, they only mustered 1 run on the first game. That was on a Gary Sanchez solo home run. 5 runs yesterday, one of those on a 3-run Gary Sanchez home run. And today, they've definitely got their workout if they want to score some runs against Lucas Giolito.
Nope.
Misses high, 1-1. Well, that one was called a strike. Big curveball that just caught the top of the strike zone. That's not where you want to be throwing curveball.
Generous call.
Ball, inside.
Yeah, I mean, if you're hanging a curveball like that to Aaron Judge, I'm sure Judge would like to have that one back.
I believe he would. He may have just not believed what he was seeing. That's another rip at it.
Yeah, 2 strikes on Aaron Judge, and Judge has struck out quite a lot this season, 146 strikeouts.
Well, that's no surprise. It's a big part of his game.
But in only 386 at-bats.
That's very impressive, in a way. But Judge has been impressive that way his entire career.
Doesn't get him to chase on that outside slider, and it's 3-2. Well, I'd have 386 strikeouts and 386 at-bats if it was me.
It's true. In that category, we all excel out.
That one's hit to shallow center field. Leury Garcia coming in and going to make the catch. Judge running for second base, and he is in there.
Surprising base-running moxie from the big fella.
I mean, he gets out of the box, hustling with 2 outs, and, he never hesitated. Rounding first base, he saw the way Leury Garcia sort of casually came in on that ball. Not a great throw either.
That's the hustle you like to see. It's true. It could have been played more cleanly.
And I don't know if you saw that his hand came off the bag as he was sliding. I thought they teach these players they keep the glove on.
Gotta keep that tag on,
so you can get that cheap replay, called out.
That's right.
I'm surprised they haven't written into the rules something to get around that. That's not in the spirit of what replay's about.
It isn't, and there's been a lot of talk about such a rule change, but not amongst anyone with any power, I don't believe.
Well, I don't know if you remember this, but maybe it was like 2 seasons ago. they had a rule where if you caught the ball and dropped it on the transfer,
Yes.
you were safe.
Yeah, people
And
were not pleased with that.
no, it was a terrible rule. So the theory was you could catch the ball, run the entire ball into the infield, drop it on the transfer,
That's a base hit.
and then you could tag the guy out at first because he didn't run because you got it. So that was the inherent flaw in that rule. No one ever did that, but I definitely think they should have tried it.
Yeah, the opportunity was there.
Ooh,
Baseball players need to think outside the box a little more.
Yeah, I mean, Taco Bell's always telling us to think outside the box during the World Series.
That's true.
Steal a base, steal a taco. But Giolito steals a strikeout there. 2 strikeouts in the inning for him. We're seeing a lot of strikeouts just like we thought in this game. 2-out double by Aaron Judge is stranded there. Going to the second inning, nothing.
Yeah, quite a double.
Here in the Bronx, I am J-Man 1993, joined by Ted McSandwich. It is the second inning, and Yoan Moncada leading things off here for the White Sox. 6, 7, 8. Moncada, Jose Abreu, and Yasmani Grandal.
1-0.
Takes outside for ball 1.
And Moncada is not having the greatest season. Had a very, very good year last year for the Southsiders. Swings and sends that one to deep left field. Gardner rushing way back, but ends up camping underneath it. I guess that ball hung up a long time in the air, and Gardner's able to get to it.
Jose Abreu.
Brings up Jose Abreu, and you look at those splits, much better against left-handed batters, or left-handed pitchers, I should say. No surprise for the right-hander, and against right-handed pitching, the White Sox understand that, and they've placed him 7th in the lineup. You know, you'd expect maybe Jonathan Scope to be batting 7th or something like that, but said that's where Abreu is, and the reason is because he doesn't hit right-handed pitching all that well. He's a long-time White Sox. He signed an extension in the offseason, 3 years and $50 million to stay with the White Sox. I'm not sure that was that great of a move by the White Sox.
Well, that's true. As you were just showing, Abreu has never. He's had some fine seasons, but he's never been quite the megastar that the White Sox hoped when he came up from Cuba.
And rips
He gets
that
a good piece of that one.
Gardner going back at the wall, makes the catch. What a catch by Brett Gardner. 2 great plays here by Gardner in the second inning.
Yeah, making it interesting for us.
Now, I'm going to put a star in my book for that one. That was a great catch there by Gardner. I thought that one had a chance of going out.
It did. Gardner went into the wall nearly at full speed. He seems okay. Professional out there. Oh, chopper up the middle.
Yep, Yasmani Grandal swinging at that first pitch from Garrett Cole and grounds out right up the middle. Perfectly placed was DJ LeMahieu.
Quick inning. Cole, thanks to some fine defense.
But no strikeouts. So, was it really that good of an inning for Garrett Cole?
Well, based on his fielding independent pitching metrics, I'd have to say not.
That's right. Terrible inning for Garrett Cole, and he should feel ashamed.
This is like 12.
Well, Gary Sanchez will lead things off here in the bottom of the second inning, and he's been the offensive star throughout this series. Solo home run on Monday, that was the difference in the game, and a 3-run home run yesterday, which was also the difference in the game.
He's swinging a hot bat, is Sanchez. He's ahead 1-0.
Yeah, ironically came into the series with one of those snowflakes next to his name. Was not performing that well, and without him in this series, the Yankees probably be down 0-2 in this series.
Goes to show it's a marathon, not sprints. In some worlds.
Sends that one to deep right field. Giving chase, there is Nomar Mazara right in front of the warning track, and he brings that one in.
Hit pretty well, but Mazara was unconcerned.
Well, Aaron Hicks, 16 home runs for Hicks in only 182 at-bats. That's very impressive. for me. He started the year on the injured list, and you know, ever since he's come back, he's played very, very well. 286 average, almost a 360 on base, and a 600 slugging. And the big thing for me is that switch hitting bat in the middle of this lineup, because this Yankee lineup is very, very right-handed, and just to be able to throw a switch hitter in the middle there, it's an added element to this lineup.
Absolutely.
Then they also acquired Tommy LaStella, who's a left-handed bat. You insert him maybe higher up in the lineup if you want to break up the righties.
Indeed.
And especially Brett Gardner down in the lineup hitting 8th. He's another guy that can be moved up. I mean, this Yankee lineup is so deep. You've got Luke Voit hitting 7th. He's on deck. And he's got a 987 OPS and 22 home runs. He could be hitting 3rd.
Many teams he would be.
You could swap him with Aaron Judge. But you know what you couldn't do? You couldn't replace Shoopy from his 3rd spot.
No, I think he's settled in there for a good long time.
Well, this is a pretty good at-bat from Aaron Hicks. He's been battling. It's a full count pitch here from Lucas Giolito. Another foul ball here from Aaron Hicks. Well, he draws a 1-out walk.
All right, first walk from either pitcher today.
Batting 7th, the first baseman, Luke.
Yep, so with 1 out, that'll bring up Luke Voit, and Giolito does not look pleased with himself, taking a walk around the mound, trying to maybe get his thoughts settled.
What kind of a speed threat is Hicks, would you say, on the base paths?
Well, he's a pretty good runner, pretty good base runner, but I don't know if he would steal here, especially not with such a strikeout pitcher like Lucas Giolito. You run the risk of strike him out, throw him out, double play. So if you do want to run, it's early in the count. So he's got that 57 speed. I find that interesting. He's got a lower speed rating on this game than Brett Gardner does, yet he's the better defender out there in center. Because he just goes to show speed isn't everything in the outfield. It's more about instincts and a lot of time positioning. Luke Voit unable to catch up on that 4-seam fastball from Lucas Giolito, and the count is 2-1. Looks like another sold-out crowd here at Yankee Stadium. And Voit pops this one up to shallow center field. Garcia coming in, but Tim Anderson's going to make the catch for the 2nd out.
Batting 8th, the left fielder, Brett Gardner.
Yeah, just a shallow, harmless little fly ball there. But you know what? That reminded me of the Luis Gonzalez game-winning hit in the World Series against the Yankees.
Who can forget?
A lot of Luis Gonzalez talk in this game.
Absolutely.
Now that was a guy that just came out of nowhere all of a sudden hitting home runs.
Indeed.
You don't want to speculate, but sometimes you got to speculate.
Indeed, especially at that particular time in history.
Yeah.
Around the turn of the century.
And speaking of speculation, Brett Gardner has never slugged over 500 until last year. And he swings and misses there. A strikeout, and Grandal completes the strikeout for the 3rd out here. So a walk is stranded. We're going to the 3rd inning, and it's a scoreless game. So 9-1-2 for the White Sox here in the 3rd inning. Nomar Mazara going to lead things off for the White Sox. And he's finally having a pretty good year. You know, all those years in Texas, came up, I believe, as a very young guy, around 20 years old, and never really put it all together, hitting 9th in this deep White Sox lineup, playing right field. And you see these numbers, 275 average, almost a 360 on base. Not as many home runs as you'd like, 12 home runs, but 826 OPS is not terrible.
Good start.
And he was traded, of course, for a guy that was always bound to be a Texas Ranger, Steele Walker.
Of course, yes.
Texas Ranger.
Steele Walker at pitcher.
I think he's an outfielder.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Look that up.
There have been many pitchers named Walker, but it's not exactly an auspicious sign. Two the count. Shot foul.
Yeah, nice at bat here by Mazzara. Let's see. Steele Walker, outfielder. Yep. I was right to assume that. He should be a pitcher, though. Taiwan Walker's a pitcher. Walker Bueller.
Of course. Might be unfortunate, but it's not as bad as being Homer Bailey.
You know, I would take Homer Bailey's life for sure.
Absolutely. But it's an unfortunate first name for a moundsman.
Well, Mazzara flies out to left for the first out here in the third inning. And there you see those standings. 5.5 games back is Tampa, and 30 games back are those Orioles. They've got the first record of the Yankees.
Wow.
Big swing and a miss there from Uri Garcia. Garcia says they're acquired from Texas in 2013, and I know who that he was acquired for right off the top of my head. It's
7 years ago.
Yeah, it's acquired for Alexis Rios. That's a name. You remember that guy?
Sort of.
0-2 pitch here from Cole, and another strikeout for Uri Garcia. He's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts, and he was just completely fooled here.
Tim Anderson.
Pretty.
No, but a very pretty pitch, I would say that much. Brings up Tim Anderson 1 for 1, singled in the first, and lines one right up the middle. Garrett Cole had to get out of the way of that one, and did so very closely, taken off his head. Anderson's now 2 for 2.
Another solid hit from the reigning AL batting champion.
And you see, he's leading the White Sox in hits with 134, Encarnacion second with 123. It's been a pretty good year for Encarnacion, signing that one-year deal with the White Sox in the offseason. And Scope swings at that first pitch. That's a high curveball. That was a mistake pitch there from Garrett Cole, and Scope just missed it.
It was almost a little too high.
And a swing and a miss there on the slider. So the off-speed stuff very much in command here for Garrett Cole. 0-2. What do you think? He's going to go with a fastball blowing by him?
After these results, you'd almost have to.
Wow. Was that slider on the outside corner that he went to, trying to get a chase from old Shoopy. Hasn't thrown him a fastball yet this at-bat. So here on the 1-2 pitch.
I feel like he's set up for it.
Pushes him off the plate, 97 with that fastball. So he really trying to get him off of the plate there. That makes me think he wants to go right back outside again on that slider. Well, here's the 2-2 pitch. And he does. Goes outside, but it's with the fastball. 98 miles an hour for Garrett Cole. His second strikeout of the inning. He's got 5 today through 3 innings pitched. We're going to the bottom of the third. 0-0. Well, Heidi Watney here in the Bronx reminding you that we do this for charity, and our charity this week is Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels is a great service that provides food and assistance to seniors, allowing them to live a full life. So if you can donate to that cause, we really much appreciate that. And look at these Yankees hitting stats, second or first in almost every category.
Oh yeah, I hate to see it. Well, the other AL East teams do, Andy, right? The fans here in the Bronx are loving it, as you can see.
Yeah, and they got better over the break, or the trade deadline. They acquired Tommy La Stella to play third base for them. Oof, hit by a pitch there. 94 miles an hour on a fastball.
That's going to sting.
At least it hit the leg.
Yes. Looked like just the inside of his knee. Yeah, the front leg. So not too bad.
Yeah, and Gio Urshela and Miguel Andujar have been struggling for the Yankees here in the ball season, but that's why they went out and acquired Tommy La Stella. And he's hitting their 9th in that lineup, you see. With that 280 batting average, it's a very good acquisition.
Yeah.
So now a leadoff runner on here. This may be the best chances to score in this game so far. They've got DJ LeMahieu up. LeMahieu grounded out to second his first time up. Now he's got a 3-0 count.
We don't need to take a deep breath here. Keep things getting out of hand.
A little score update for you in the Yankees-Phillies real-world game. Phillies are ahead in that one, 9-3. DJ LeMahieu, that's a perfect double play. 6-4-3. Nicely turned by Tim Anderson and Jonathan Scope.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't sure it was hit hard enough.
Well, he started the inning with a hit by pitch and then went 3-0 to DJ LeMahieu. But a pitcher's best friend is that double play. And now nobody on and 2 outs, and Gleyber Torres will come up. And that's the way you want to face him, with nobody on and 2 outs.
0-1's the count.
Torres struck out his first at-bat in the game. Giolito, how about him? 45 pitches through 3 innings almost here.
Yep.
Gleyber Torres playing shortstop for the Yankees this year after playing second base here in the Bronx for so many years. Didi Gregorius was a long-time shortstop, but when he went down with an injury last year and had that Tommy John surgery, the Yankees saw, hey, Gleyber Torres can handle the position every day.
So he has.
And that signing of DJ LeMahieu, which was not even considered a big deal at the time, really allowed all that to happen, and he's been fantastic here in the Bronx. Torres hits a hot shot to Tim Anderson, and he pulls off Abreu at the bag, but the out is recorded, and the Yankees strand a perfect opportunity. They had the leadoff runner on and a 3-0 count, but it's a 1-2-3 inning ultimately for Lucas Giolito.
Leading off for the White Sox.
All right, middle of the order for the White Sox.
Edwin
Here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, 4, 5, and 6. That's the heart of this White Sox order. Edwin Encarnacion leading things off here. 0 for 1 today with a strikeout.
That's high, ball 1.
Encarnacion wearing 23 here for the White Sox. He wore 10 in Toronto. Do you know if 10 is a retired number for the White Sox?
Could very well be. So I couldn't tell you. It's a team with over a century of history. They may well have retired.
Yeah. Well, 23 is a pretty famous number in Chicago.
Absolutely.
1-2 pitch here to Encarnacion. Who misses outside. Does not look like number 10 is a retired number for the White Sox. So, White Sox retired numbers: Nellie Fox, Harold Baines, and Luke Appling are 2, 3, 4. Ooh, big swing and a miss there from Edwin Encarnacion on that slider. 6 strikeouts on the day for Garrett Cole.
His number is not retired, but he is.
That's a pretty good broadcaster transition line right there.
I thought so.
Nope. Ball 1.
Yeah, interesting he went with 23 then and not 10.
He may, in fact, just be a big Michael Jordan fan. Yes. A lot of people are.
Never heard of the guy. So Eloy Jimenez now up with 1 out here. Yesterday 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts, and today 0 for 1 with a strikeout. So not a good pitching assignments here for these White Sox batters. They've had to face Masahiro Tanaka and Garrett Cole these past 2 days. That ball's in there for a strike, and it's 2-2. And the first game, that was started by James Paxton. He went 7 1/3 and only gave up 1 run. So
that's a tough week.
Yeah, these are the best Yankees pitchers that the White Sox had to face. The Domingo Germán and Mike Minor, just acquired from the Rangers. It's the sort of soft underbelly of the Yankees rotation, if you want to. Full count pitch here to Eloy Jimenez, the White Sox left fielder.
That pitch is up.
And that one just misses.
Now batting, the third baseman.
That's the first walk of the afternoon for Garrett Cole. And we'll see if he can have a nice turnaround like Lucas Giolito did. Would love a double play here off the bat of Yohan Moncada. That's an interesting trade when you think about it. Moncada for Chris Sale. The White Sox have an everyday third baseman. They tried him at second base for a while, but I found the defense better there at third, and the bat sort of came alive last year at third. It's a switch hitter, but Chris Sale is Chris Sale, and he's going to miss this entire year with, he had Tommy John surgery, right?
I believe he did, yes, which was thought for many years to be an inevitability, but he managed to perform really well on borrowed time with his unusual mechanics and frame. But the Red Sox, of course, are hoping he comes back as good as ever, and he may very well. He's not terribly old.
Yeah, I remember at the time of the draft, there was a lot of talk about his mechanics and how he was an arm injury waiting to happen. And sure, they were right. He was an arm injury that did happen, but
that's really true of every pitcher.
But before that arm injury, my God, the production is unbelievable.
Absolutely. I'm trying to recall. Did Sale manage to win a Cy Young? It seemed like every season he seemed to get edged out by Corey Kluber.
Yeah.
But I can't remember if he pulled it off.
That's a good question.
He's certainly been among the top 5 starters in the American League for most of the last decade. He finished second several times, I believe.
See, 6th in 2012, 5th in 2013, 3rd in 2014.
Not quite.
Yeah, it looks like the closest he got was 2017 when he finished second in the Cy Young voting. Well, never a bride, always a bridesmaid. He led the league that year in 2017 in FIP, and in strikeouts, and in innings pitched.
Yeah, as I recall, he just had a tough September that year, and Kluber edged him out. That must have been what I was thinking.
Yeah, must have been. Well, another walk here issued by Garrett Cole. So the White Sox now have 2 on and only 1 out. You see, just throw 22 pitches this inning. Half of them strikes, half of them balls.
Settle in. There's foul ball.
Well, he's got the bottom of the lineup to do it in. Now, 7th place hitter Jose Abreu. But again, a very good 7th place hitter. And a swing and a miss there. So 3 pitches is to take care of Jose Abreu.
Now batting, the catcher.
That's 7th strikeout now for Gerrit Cole. And doesn't really like to put the ball in play. Makes things a little bit boring for the infielders and outfielders. Well, that one is sent deep to the wall. That one is going to score 2 runs. Coming around is Jimenez, and here comes Yoan Moncada. The throw is not going to make it to the plate, and the White Sox score 2 on a 2-out double by Jose Abreu, or excuse me, Yasmani Grandal.
Scoreless tie broken.
Yeah, and those walks come back to haunt you. That ball just perfectly placed, split the outfielders, went all the way to the wall, and no throw to the plate.
Just like that, the Southsiders are on top here.
Yeah, and the Yankee offense, which has been struggling in this series, now they've got their work cut out for them. They're down 2-0, and Lucas Giolito's been pitching a very good game.
That's in. Ball 2.
Well, Cole continuing to miss with his pitches. That one, 99 miles an hour. That's 2-0 to Mazzara. Oof. Missing again, 3-0. And he's about to turn the lineup over for the 3rd time here in the 4th inning. Leury Garcia, the leadoff man, on deck.
Zara would love to come through with that 2-out RBI here. But a big swing and a miss.
Beardy Buddha, our resident Twins fan, in the chat saying, "I'm so torn on who I want to win this one. It's hard to root for the Yankees if you aren't a Yankees fan, but yeah, a Yankees win here would help out those Twins."
Oh, ball 4 misses outside. You see the frustration on the face of Gerrit Cole.
Well, he's walked 3 batters this inning, around 2 strikeouts and a double, so all these batters, he's just afraid for contact, it seems, right now.
Yeah, Cole's just got to settle in, stay within himself, get out of this inning, and give the team a chance to get back in it.
He's got to give 110% as well.
Well, that's never a bad thing.
So the leadoff man, Leury Garcia, 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts, so maybe a welcome sign in the batter's box for Gerrit Cole, and he starts him off with a 97 mile an hour for strike 1.
I think he does feel better. Now this guy.
Oh, old Mr. K. 0-1 pitch here to Garcia.
No, that's low.
Well, doesn't get him to chase that one. 98 with that fastball. Gerrit Cole's thrown a lot of pitches this inning. He's up to 75 pitches already here in the 4th inning, and the Yankees may have to go to their bullpen too before long. That's another side effect of this inning. 1-2 pitch to Garcia. Just gets a piece of that.
Yeah, I'm sure they're hoping they can get Cole. Can't give up too many more walks if they want that to happen.
Well, 1-2 pitch. Tries to get him to chase on that ball in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Yankees fans on their feet cheering on Cole. Missing again, 3-2. Well, he's 1 pitch away from walking the bases loaded. And also now with a full count and 2 outs, both of these runners will be off on the pitch. Grandal, the runner at second. Mazzara, the runner at first. The 3-2 pitch on the way. And that one's sent to deep right field. Aaron Judge chasing at the wall. And that one's gone! A 3-run home run for Leury Garcia, putting the White Sox up 5-0. And that was a Yankee Stadium special right to the short porch and right.
He has silenced this Bronx crowd today as the White Sox begin to break this one open a little bit. Oh, just like that. Cole was that close to getting out of this inning.
Yeah. And 5 runs allowed all here in the 4th inning.
Number 7.
2 walks, a double, and now a 3-run home run. Excuse me, 3 walks, a double, and a 3-run home run. And now Tim Anderson comes up today. 2 for 2 today with 2 singles. Missing way outside 2-0. And yeah, there's the long relievers for the Yankees. Jay Happ and Jordan Montgomery getting ready in a hurry.
See Gary Sanchez trying to calm Cole down, just hoping to get him through this inning.
And Tim Anderson with a base hit. So the inning continues here for the White Sox. And now Jonathan Scope comes up. He is the 9th man to bat this inning. Now, is that a bat-around inning?
I was going to ask what your position was on that linguistic issue, because it's a source of some contention. Many believe that the leadoff hitter in the inning has to bat again for it to be batting around. I consider if 9 men come to the plate, I consider that batting around.
Yeah. What's the technical phrase that you say instead of batting around, you went through the lineup or something like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's like some sort of technicality where you get, but I get it. 9 guys up, you've gone through your order. Batted around, I think.
Does the 10th man have to come to the plate?
I think for batted around, everyone has to come twice. That's how I go. Everyone's gotten to bat around.
So 18 hitters.
Yep. That is my linguistic take on the word batted around. Now Scope swings and misses at that one. 2-2. Beardy Buddha weighing in my eyes, the leadoff man of the inning has to. I'm also not a baseball guy, so.
Well, that's a common position. I think either has a merit. I don't know about the 18 thing. But, there's room for all diversity.
I believe it's got to be 18, and I believe the Earth is flat. These are the things I believe. Full count pitch here to Shoopy. And he swung at ball 4.
He sure did. Fouled it back, so Cole's got to do it again.
89 pitches Cole is up to here in the 4th inning.
Ouch. As this inning began, he was in reasonably good shape. No longer.
Well, he doesn't get the call there. And in anyone's eyes, except for mine, it's a bat-around inning.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
It certainly seems like it.
Edwin.
That's close. He's getting squeezed here.
Your attention, please. Now pitching
Is that
for
going to
the
be
Yankees.
all for Garrett Cole?
Yeah, that is it for Garrett.
Jordan.
So he only goes 3 2/3 innings before having to depart.
That's what you expect to see.
And it's a bat-around inning here in the 5th. The leadoff man, Jonathan Scope, started this all with a... Encarnacion started this inning off with a strikeout. So Cole started this inning off well with an out. He just wasn't able to get 2 more. And both outs this inning coming on the strikeout. So second at bat for Encarnacion here in the 4th. And he sends that one to shallow right field. Aaron Judge there to make the catch for the final out. But a bat-around inning for the White Sox. And Uri Garcia with a 3-run home run to the short porch in right. And the White Sox are now up 5-0.
Leading off for the Yankees.
So we're going to the bottom of the 4th inning. Aaron Judge going to lead things off for the Yankees. The 3, 4, and 5 for the Yankees. Judge, Stanton, and Sanchez. And Lucas Giolito now has a 5-run advantage. First pitch strike there. Judge sends that one back to the seats right behind him, and it's 0-2. So not what you would expect coming into today. You expected a pitcher's duel, but this game is quickly gotten out of hand for Garrett Cole and the Yankees. And a swing and a miss there from Aaron Judge. He down on strikes. 4th strikeout of the game for Lucas Giolito.
Designated hitter, Giancarlo Stanton.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Giancarlo Stanton, 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Strikeout in the 1st inning. And swings and misses at that breaking ball from Giolito, and it's 1-1. And sends another one foul, and the count remains 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and that one is in the dirt. Changeup from Giolito. Oh, and rung him up on that 3rd strike. Looks like Garrett Cole getting squeezed and Giolito getting the favorable calls there. Marty Jansen, home plate umpire, ringing him up. That seems like a very favorable call here for the White Sox. Seems like something you'd expect Rusty Valentine to do.
That's a ball. Count 1-0.
Gary Sanchez, the hero in games 1 and 2, but he's 0 for 1 today.
Nope, outside.
And that one is hit through the hole on the right side. A 2-out base knock here. Oh, misplayed there by Mazzara, but it's not going to affect anything. Sanchez is going to stay there at 1st. And looking at the batting leaders heading into today, the Yankees, they're a power-hitting team, but they can hit for average as well. A .281 average as a team behind only the Astros. And you see the Twins there, 3rd. A good thing there for Beardy Buddha. You see the Twins 3rd in offense and batting average. I'm joined again in the booth here by Ted McSandwich.
Start some business.
So 2 quick outs here for Giolito here in the 4th inning before a 2-out single from Gary Sanchez. And that one's fouled away, and it's 0-2. Aaron Hicks with an 0-2 count. Just gets a piece of that breaking ball from Giolito. Boy, that breaking ball's been very good for Giolito. So I'm wondering if our viewers in the Twitch chat can hear Athena meowing, because I can hear her in my headphones.
It's true, she does have a member of the crew here. Generally has a lot of opinions.
Yeah. Well, she's got opinions on that 3rd strike. Giolito strikes out the sign. 3 strikeouts here in the 4th inning for him around a 2-out single to Gary Sanchez. This one seems to be all White Sox, 5-0 as we go to the 5th inning. Heidi Watney, sideline reporter, reminding you we've got several more great bot ball games coming up later today. After this one, we've got Arizona and the Houston Astros. Zach Gallen versus Jose Urquidy, he's starting that one, and Jordan Smith got the play-by-play for that one. And that one is going to be followed by Cleveland and Minnesota at 9 o'clock. So that's some AL Central action right there. That's going to be a really exciting one. Zach Plesac versus Jose Berrios, and Beardy Buddha's got the call for us on that one. And then Bot Ball After Dark, Cincinnati at Philadelphia. Anthony DeSclafani and Zach Eflin. Carlos Ramirez has the call for us there. Eloy Jimenez leading things off here in the 5th inning for the White Sox. 5, 6, and 7 for them. And Jordan Montgomery is still in this game. Montgomery came in with 2 on and 2 outs and relieving Cole, who was only able to go 4 2/3 innings in today's game, giving up 5 runs. Struck out a lot of guys, though.
Yep.
7 strikeouts, but
There's a world in which that became a good start, but it went off the rails.
Yeah, 6 hits and 3 walks that inning. Well, Estella playing right on the line there. Excellently placed there. And that bumps into the first baseman. Yeah, there's the line. 3 2/3, 5 earns, 4 walks, 7 Ks, 90 pitches. So not the greatest start for Garrett Cole. Yohan Moncada now with 1 out here in the 5th inning.
Nope, at the ball. Ball 1, no strike.
Cole last started Friday against the Red Sox, and he picked up the win in that. It's a 6-2 win for the Yankees. Yankees came in today on a 5-game winning streak, but that streak definitely looks like it is in jeopardy here. And the White Sox came in today on a 5-game losing streak. That's something they are hoping is in jeopardy.
Absolutely. With this Yankees lineup, Goff and feel no lead is safe. I'm sure at this point they're just hoping they can get into the bullpen.
Yeah, the White Sox bullpen is the soft underbelly of this team.
As it so often is.
Ripped down the line. Wow, big dive there by Luke Voit for a ball that was well foul, I thought.
It would have been a nice catch, even in foul territory. It's possible that his girlfriend is at the game.
Yeah, or maybe his mistress.
That's possible.
And that one is hit right to Luke Voit. Doesn't have to dive.
Spot, only in fair territory. No dive.
Didn't have to dive there, and Yohan Moncada doesn't know what he's got to do. Well, he's being a bit dramatic about that one.
He really is. He seemed to be railing against the heavens. Hit a line drive to first.
I mean, that happens.
It does happen. Got to toughen up in this game.
Jose Abreu, 0 for 2 today. Struck out his last time up. That was the last out that Garrett Cole was able to record in this game. He's the 2018 Silver Slugger Award at first base.
Can't take that away from him.
First base used to be the place where most of the offense came from on your team. As Abreu sends this one to deep right field, but Aaron Judge is right there and makes the catch for the final out in the 5th inning. So a good inning here for Jordan Montgomery. He goes 3 up, 3 down.
Stops the bleeding.
That's what you need. Just put up some zeros so you're on back into this ball game. So we go to the 5th inning. It will be 7, 8, and 9 for the Yankees. And again, we're doing this for charity. If you can donate, got any extra cash on you, we're doing this for Meals on Wheels. There is a link to our donation there in the Twitch chat. So just click on that if you would like to donate to Meals on Wheels. Lucas Giolito, 67 pitches through 4 innings, and he's been in control. Never had more than a single base runner on in any inning. Struck out the side his last time through the in the 4th. Gonna face Luke Voit, who popped out to the shortstop his last time up.
Count 1-0.
Okay. Giolito wondering where that pitch was. Called a little low, apparently.
Yeah, the White Sox don't seem to be able to deal with the adversity. Moncada standing there in between home and screaming at the gods, why, oh why did someone catch a line drive? And here Giolito complaining about where a pitch was.
Didn't get the low strike.
and that one looked outside to me, and he got the call.
You win some, you lose some, big fella. There's a swing and a miss.
Not happy with Marty Jansen's home plate, wishing Rusty Valentine was behind the plate.
Don't we all?
2-2 pitch here to Voth, and that one is popped up. And that one's going to fall for a base hit. Wow. I thought Scope had the best chance at catching that one, but he just sort of stood there in no man's land and watched that play unfold. And Luke Voth is credited with a base hit.
Yeah, he was jammed on that one. Managed to plunk it in the center.
Yeah, a good pitch from Giolito. That one got right in on the hands. As some announcers say, he was fisted, and I don't like that verbiage.
It's true, yeah. He just fisted that ball right down the middle.
Yeah, there was a lot of fisting on that ball, and it was not great.
It's a line drive in the box score.
Yeah, Brett Gardner now with nobody out and one on, and a 0-2 pitch called for a strike on him. That was a little bit outside. And a called third strike. Brett Gardner not happy, didn't take the bat off his shoulder, and he's called on strikes.
The third baseman, Tommy LaStella.
Gardner not happy with the call, and he goes down looking. Brings up Tommy LaStella, who falls to a knee on that swing.
A mighty rip, did LaStella, shaking his head. It's fine. Shake it off.
Now the Angels had LaStella playing first base for them. Of course, you're not going to displace Anthony Rendon.
No, indeed.
But it's interesting because he can play all over this. Play second base. You could slide LeMahieu over to third if you needed to, or if LeMahieu needs to play first for any reason. You know, that's another defensive alignment the Yankees can go with. And LaStella sends that one to the outfield there. Mazzara able to cut it off. Going to third, there's the throw, not in time, and Voth able to stretch that one all the way to third.
Solid base run from Voth. Read that ball right.
Yeah, Mazzara's got a pretty good arm out there and right.
Now, throw was offline, so a great throw might have gotten Voth.
He had an outfield assist in yesterday's game, so, you know, a very strong arm for Mazzara. But I guess with a 5-0 deficit in the way Gio pitching, you got to be aggressive.
Absolutely. Now the Yankees have a threat here. Runners at the corners. One out.
LeMahieu was an all-star this year for the Yanks. 1-1 pitch misses well outside, and it's 2-1. So this is the first time the Yankees have had a base runner at third base the whole game. And that ball misses outside, 3-1. Giolito one pitch away from loading the bases for...
Ball 4, that's out.
And he does.
He does. Just missed outside.
So while the bases are loaded and one out, and one of the Yankees' best hitters coming to the plate, Gleyber Torres.
As we said, no lead is safe. This lineup, things could get interesting very quickly if Torres can come through as he has so often this season.
Voth is the runner at third. Urshela the...
Nope, outside.
Wow, and now he misses two. Oh, misses again. Walking in around.
Now what you want to see.
Yeah, maybe he feels more comfortable pitching to Aaron Judge. Gleyber Torres has put up better numbers offensively this season, but I wouldn't want to face Judge with a run in and the chance to tie it on one swing.
Absolutely not.
Well, taking all the way there is Torres on 3-0. Ooh, big swing and a miss there, and it's 3-2. Look at this pitch breakdown this inning. 22 pitches for Giolito. 10 balls and only 12 strikes. Ooh, just missed that one, ripping it foul. So full count pitch here to Gleyber Torres. Ooh, big swing and a miss there for Lucas Giolito. 8th strikeout, and Torres is down swinging.
Giolito needed that very badly, and he got it. The inside fastball.
Yeah, you'd hope you could get that run in from third with less than 2 outs, but the Yankees failed to send the ball even to the outfield. And now Giolito is 1 out away from wriggling out of this jam.
That 1 out is in the person of Aaron Judge. Always a terrifying threat from a pitcher's point of view.
He's got a double today and a strikeout, and Giolito being fine with him. You see, he's the 2017 Home Run Derby winner.
Absolutely. Which came as a shock to few. But it was, in a way, that was his debut on the national stage, as I recall.
Yeah, that was the season he hit, I believe it was 52 home runs.
There's a big swing goes foul.
And I just remember I was living in New York that year, and you'd see everyone with Aaron Judge jerseys going to the ballpark, and he seemed to never disappoint. He would hit home run after home run. Really captured the city that summer in 2017. And then the Yankees went out and got Giancarlo Stanton, and the imagination ran wild of those two guys back-to-back in the lineup. And this is the first season they've been healthy, and it's been in a ball season.
Absolutely.
Full count pitch, and he hits him looking. Aaron Judge, how do you not swing at 3-2 on a pitch like that?
That was letter high.
Wow. So Lucas Giolito strikes out Gleyber Torres, strikes out Aaron Judge looking, and gets out of the jam. We're going to the 6th inning. White Sox leading by 5.
That's really tough to see from the point of view of the Yankees. Golden opportunity to get back in this game and came up short.
8-9-1 here for the White Sox in the 6th inning. Yasmani Grandal, who really got that scoring started in the 4th inning. A 2-run double. He later came around to score on the 3-run home run by Leury Garcia, and that's how the White Sox are leading 5-0.
And one of the 2 big hits of the game from Grandal. And Jordan Montgomery remains on the mound. A second full inning work. If that makes any sense.
Yep, he came in with
starting his 2nd inning.
Came in with 2 outs and got Edwin Encarnacion to fly out. He's the 10th batter that came up that inning for the White Sox.
When they batted around, yeah.
That one's hit to shallow center field. Aaron Hicks is there and makes the catch. And 1 quick out.
Bright spot for the Yankees. Montgomery appears to be having no difficulties.
The right fielder, number 30.
Well, he was in the rotation earlier in the year.
Oh, that's right.
And, the Yankees had Happ in the rotation earlier in the year. Domingo Germán coming back after his 60-game suspension for domestic violence. Now, I don't know if they had that in Buckball, but as us general managers decided that he would serve those 60 games regardless.
I think the correct decision.
Yeah. Interestingly, it's a 60-game season for the Yankees and everyone in baseball, and Germán has a 63 games left on that suspension. So, would the Yankees make the playoffs? Would he have to sit out the first 3 games of it? Now, with a suspension like that, it also comes with you're not eligible for the playoffs. But since he sat out the playoffs last year, they say that he doesn't have to sit out this one. I think that's a technicality. He had it was an 80-game suspension for domestic abuse, as Mazzara is out on a line out. And, oh, my God, these White Sox cannot believe it when they line out. It happens. Get over it.
Damn you, Voth! Voth!
But yeah, so he still had 60 games left on his suspension, so that's why he didn't make it into the playoffs, I would argue. Yeah. And this season, since he was suspended for 60 games, he should be ineligible for those playoffs had he played 100 games for the Yankees.
That's That's a situation that, you know, I'm sure will be talked about more as the postseason approaches or doesn't approach, as the case may be.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't imagine the Yankees would even put him on the roster. Would he be eligible?
That may be correct, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you sit out an entire season. It's only 60 games. I mean, you're not going to be effective anyways.
There's a base hit.
Yeah, that Larry Garcia dumps one into left field for a base hit. So
Hitting machine.
Yeah, he's probably our player of the game.
It's starting to look that way after a rough start.
Yeah, he started off the game over 2 strikeouts, and a throw over to first there by Jordan Montgomery. And here's Tim Anderson, 3 for 3.
Not enough ball players named Tim these days.
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
Into that one.
Tim Anderson crushes one to deep, deep left field. And now the White Sox are leading this game by a score of 7-0. Wow, Jordan Montgomery not happy with himself. That's the 14th home run of the year for Tim Anderson. He hit it 420 feet.
And we're sorry, Larry Garcia. We may have a new player of the game.
Yeah, 4 for 4.
4 with a home run. As he admires his handiwork and blame him.
See the exit velocity, 99.6 miles an hour off the bat of Tim Anderson. 3 singles and a home run.
Distance projected is 420, so you know. If you got it.
Now, Beardy Buddha in the comments wanting Tim Anderson to flip that bat. Yet Tim Anderson, of course, known for his bat flipping ability.
Yes, he's a standout in that department.
And bat flipping rubs some players the wrong way. Whenever a player comes out against bat flipping, I know instantly that I do not like that player.
He is probably a whole lot of fun at parties.
Yeah. And that one lined right to DJ LeMahieu. Play there. That's very similar to the play that ended the game yesterday. But Tim Anderson putting the White Sox on the board here in the 6th inning. 2 more runs. The game started by Garrett Cole is turned into a laugher. It is 7-0.
Wow. You know, I noticed there was no consternation when LeMahieu made that play. They're like, oh yeah, expect that.
Yeah, that's
what can you do?
A more impressive catch there than the line Voth catches. I think the White Sox just don't like Luke Voth.
That may be the case.
Like, this guy's catching the ball. He's terrible. How is he able to do anything?
Count 1-0.
Now, Lucas Giolito out here for the 6th inning, and he's already at 98 pitches. A bit surprised by that, but I mean, when you're up 7-0, might as well.
2-0.
He had a bit of trouble there his last inning. Allowed 3 base runners. As you remember, the Yankees had the bases loaded and only 1 out, and Giolito got Gleyber Torres and Aaron Judge to strike out.
3-0.
Now, starting off, Giancarlo Stanton 3-0, and I bet you if this leadoff runner gets on base, Renteria's coming out and taking his starter out of this game.
I would.
You see that often with these ball managers. Should anyone reach in an inning, and they have that quick hit. And we'll see. Is that
find out.
101 pitches? Giolito never close on any of those ones, and looks like we're not going to get a pitching change. Gary Sanchez is going to come up here, and Giolito remaining.
I'm sure Giolito wants to remain in the game, but you really don't want to give the Yankees any chance to get back in this.
You see misses there, high 1-0 to Sanchez. 3 walks in the game for Giolito, as well as that hit by pitch to La Stella. Yeah, did him a bit of a favor there. Popped that one up. Well, hit it.
Yeah, it carried.
Yeah, much further than I thought that. Jimenez catches that one on the warning track up against the wall.
Ball really carrying today, Bronx.
Yeah, well, we've seen 2 home runs. Leury Garcia hit one out to right. Tim Anderson last inning absolutely crushed that ball. That one didn't need any help from the wind. That one out 420 feet. Here's Aaron Hicks, a first-round draft pick in the 2008 draft by the Minnesota Twins. And that is a trade that I'm sure the Twins would love to have back.
Don't recall who came back in that deal. But...
I believe it was John Ryan Murray.
No. Okay. That's why I don't recall.
Exactly, yeah. It's not that great of a deal for the Twins. Of course, they've got Byron Buxton out there in center field, and he catches anything that's hit to him, but the bat is a bit of a concern for Buxton.
It's a conundrum. He's always been an enigma. An enigma.
And an enigma wrapped inside of a
Twins jersey.
And that is a called third strike, and Aaron Hicks does not like that call at all. A little bit low, but that's the 10th strikeout here for Lucas Giolito.
Nobody happy with the strike zone. That's the way of the world.
Yeah, that is the 3rd strikeout looking for Giolito in this game.
Oh, wow. I can understand being a little frustrated.
Brings up Luke Voth now with 2 outs, and runner on first is Giancarlo Stanton. On a leadoff walk.
No, inside.
Yeah, he's second in average on the Yankee. 316. I got to assume Gleyber Torres or DJ LeMahieu is number 1. I would assume it's LeMahieu number 1 on the Yankees in batting average.
3-0 count to the defensive wizard.
Beardy Buddha in the chat saying we don't talk about that trade. Yeah, Buxton tracks down at least 1 ball per game that makes me forgive about 30 points of average.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to have him on the team. I like Buxton, but it is frustrating.
Yeah. That one hit right up the middle, but right at Tim Anderson, firing Luke Voth out at first base. So, another good inning for Giolito. He's through 6, hasn't allowed a run. We're going to the 7th, and White Sox are up 7-0. Yeah, I believe Buxton, who didn't play a full season last year, played only about 90 games, still was worth 3 wins above replacement, and that's with that batting average in the low 200s. So, I mean...
Defensive WAR is hard to judge, but you know there's something there.
Yeah.
It's not nonsense.
It passes the eye test.
Especially center field defense.
Yeah.
Worth a lot. Not that. And I'm no statistician.
A big outfield out there in Minnesota, too. Well, Kevin Pillar was worth 5 wins above replacement.
Ball, that's inside.
5 wins. But that's what the numbers say, and you don't, it's not, again, there might be some noise in that signal, but you know there's definitely something there.
Now Montgomery out here now for his 3rd full inning of work. Gonna face 4, 5, and 6 Encarnacion. That one to La Stella. To throw. Does.
Good recovery there from the veteran.
Encarnacion does not run that well. And La Stella.
He trots amazingly.
Yeah, I wish he trotted down to first base with his arm raised like that parrot. Brings up Eloy Jimenez.
Ball, that's out.
Jimenez 0 for 2 today. A nice pitch there from Jordan Montgomery. He's only thrown pitches, so you know that's the luxury the Yankees have, able to turn to him or Happ in that bullpen when they want multiple innings. And the real world today, Happ not having the greatest start in Philadelphia.
Hapless, if you will.
A lot of Happ puns.
Always. Always.
They're always happening.
They are.
We got full count.
Well, full count now here to Eloy Jimenez.
Which trade was Jimenez a part of? Was it?
Yeah, I believe.
Oh,
yeah. Oh yeah, he runs real fast, but Nice recovery there by Jordan Montgomery to get the speedy Eloy Jimenez.
Pretty impressive pitcher defense.
That's why they do the pitchers fielding practice drills in spring training. Plays like that. Well, maybe that's why Edwin Encarnacion doesn't wear 10. Yohan Moncada's wearing it.
Yeah, you'll have that. Seed him there by a couple of seasons.
Yep.
Yeah, if we had done like a tiny bit of research, we would have known. I'm terrible with uniform numbers. I never know.
I never follow uniform numbers either. I know a lot of people really focus on them, but it's not something I remember a lot of.
Yeah, with the rare exceptions.
Yeah, like you'll remember number 2 for the Yankees. You got to Retupek that.
Retupek, yeah, absolutely.
The ground out there for Moncada ends the 7th inning for the White Sox, and we're gonna get a pitching change here. Jimmy Cordero, 71 innings pitched in 50 games. That's a lot of innings pitched in only 50 games. But he's responded to the call with that 2.91 earned run average. He's going to face the bottom of the Yankees order, 8, 9, and 1. Gardner, La Stella, and DJ LeMahieu. Gardner 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts today. Yeah, there's a lot of guys who are really into uniform numbers and also uniform designs.
Yeah, styling, yeah.
Yeah. I would say I'm more into the uniform design category, but I'm not like a uniform junkie.
Right, yeah, I can. It's like they say about art. It's like I don't know much, but I know what I like.
Yeah,
I can tell if a uniform sucks.
yeah.
But
yeah, if I've got an opinion on what I see, and these two teams, these are very classic uniforms. White Sox and Yankees uniforms. Both have that pinstriped look. The Yankees, they never have an all-black jersey like this, though. Maybe in spring training you'll see something like that, though.
Right.
But they don't have a lot of mainly the pinstripes and the road gray.
No, they're very proud. Exactly. There's many alternates to some teams too. Which fine. That's I understand. I believe Detroit is the same way.
Oh yeah, those are beautiful uniforms.
Very probably some promotional ones. They have like a Spanish language one they'll do.
Yeah.
Not very many.
Well, these original ball clubs, they're very proud of their original design. Same with the Cincinnati Reds. Those are a team that doesn't really change their uniforms much. And
they've done some unfortunate choices. They did the vests for a while.
Not a fan of the vest?
It's a thing.
If Yasiel Puig's wearing it without anything,
that would.
Did he do that? I'm sure he's done it. I can't believe no one has signed him since, He signed with the Braves earlier this season, tested positive for COVID, and I've heard absolutely nothing since.
One wonders. As he opted out of the season. I hadn't heard a thing he's won either. Maybe he's kicking it with Yoenis.
Yeah. Gardner sends that one down the right field line, but right at the second baseman, Scoopy.
Perfectly positioned.
Yep.
Just shoot that one right up.
Shoopy shooping it up. Tommy La Stella 1 for 1 today, singled in the 5th and was hit by a pitch 2 for 5. The thing I always remember about La Stella, though, is his time with the Chicago Cubs. So Cordero gets that low strike there.
Mainly what I remember.
Yeah, what I remember most is that the Cubs sent him down to Iowa, and instead of reporting, he just went home. He said, I don't want to play in the minors. I don't want to play for any other team except for the Cubs. And he said he just was very unhappy about what it was. And, the mental side of the game for these players, you can never really discount it. He eventually reported to the minor leagues and ended up getting a World Series ring for the Cubs.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, misplay there by Jimenez is going to allow Stella to advance to second base.
Yeah, that was rough.
A 7-0 game, you'd get a little bit lackadaisical there, and Jimenez just actually overran the ball. Lackadaisical, he was running too hard. And Beardy Buddha saying, as a native Iowan, I wouldn't. Well, then eventually reported and got called back up, and then was traded to the Angels. And you know, he's put together a pretty decent career for himself since being traded over to those Angels.
At least he showed up. They kind of called his bluff. It's like, oh, you don't want to play for any other team? What if it's a major league team? And yeah, he turned up. The paychecks were there.
I would definitely take a major league paycheck, no matter where it was. Major league minimum is $500,000.
That's right. You can stretch that pretty far in Ohio.
Well, that's off the plate.
Yeah. That probably is going to be my career earnings.
I'm hoping.
Yeah. I'm hoping I surpass that for my career. Let's see. DJ LeMahieu with 3 balls, no strikes, and taken all the way. So, 1-out walk here, and the Yankees have a little something going here in the 7th inning. So LaStella is at second, LeMahieu's at first, and it brings up Gleyber Torres, 0 for 3 today. Struck out his last time up with the bases loaded. Jimmy Cordero starts him off with a strike. Ooh, big swing and a miss there. So it'll be interesting to see the relievers that Renteria turns to here for the White Sox with a 7-0 lead. You obviously don't want to go to your best relievers in Cishek or Colome. That one's hit down the line, though. LaStella's going to score on that one, and another play by Jimenez. Doesn't affect much, though. I don't think LeMahieu was going to score on that one. It looked like a double all the way off the bat for Torres. But interesting to note, nonetheless, another ball that Jimenez overruns out there in left.
His concentration is flagging out there. A little speech from his coaches. But as he said, no real damage done in this situation, especially with a 6-run lead. But,
yeah, well, one swing of the bat and it could just be a 3-run lead.
Struck out his last time up to end the Yankees' only other real threat.
And 22 pitches this inning for Jimmy Cordero, 10 balls, 12 strikes. And the guy on deck is has 39 home runs already. So you definitely don't want to walk him and walk Judge to get to Stanton. Judge doubled his first time up and has struck out his last 2 times. Takes that breaking ball in there for a strike, and it's 2-2. Ooh, way inside. Good take there by Aaron Judge.
Yes, he has worked count full.
So 2 on in scoring position. LeMahieu is at third. Gleyber Torres is the runner at second. Full count pitch on the way to Aaron Judge. Oh, big swing and a miss. That's the 3rd strikeout of the afternoon for Aaron Judge, and it is a big one for Jimmy Cordero.
Wow. Just wow. In his last 2 plate appearances, Judge has left 5 men on base.
Yeah, that is a lot of lobsters. Big breaking ball there. Slider for Cordero. And Stanton looked like he was surprised by that one. Slider is the least often used pitch by Cordero. Usually goes with a sinker, 4-seam, and a change.
1-1.
See, there's that changeup. Well, you need a different kind of breaking ball to same-handed batters. Changeup doesn't usually work to the same-handed batters. One pitch here to Stanton. Oof.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's that slider.
Yeah, awkward swing.
1-2 pitch on the way to Giancarlo Stanton.
Ball 2.
Missing high. 2-2.
2-2.
Yankees don't want to leave these two guys on in scoring position. They left the bases loaded in the 5th, and now another prime scoring opportunity here in the 7th inning may go to waste. 2-2 pitch here to Stanton. Just gets a piece of that 97-mile-an-hour heat. Fast.
Little adrenaline working here late in the game.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Just missing outside. Good eye there by Carlos.
That's a pitch I expect him to swing at.
Yeah, especially with 2 strikes. Well, payoff pitch here. Ooh.
Another foul.
Yeah, just got a piece of that changeup. And Cordero seems afraid to throw the fastball here to Stanton, and I can't blame him. Full count pitch again. And that one's hit on the ground right to Moncada, who could have tagged out Gleyber Torres.
He was in his face.
But instead fires on to first.
Out of my way, I'm throwing to first.
Get out of here, I'm trying to get it out. Well, the Yankees score a run on an RBI double, Gleyber Torres, but they leave 2 on in scoring position. We're going to the 8th. Yankees trailing by 6.
Leading off for the White Sox, the first baseman.
As you said, many lobsters.
Abreu.
Now, I'm a fan of lobsters, but
It's not from an offensive standpoint.
well, Jordan Montgomery still out here. This is his 4th full inning of work. Now he's thrown 45 pitches through 3 1/3. And he's, had a pretty good game so far. Gave up that 2-run home run to Tim Anderson in the 6th inning.
Yeah, that was really his only mistake.
Yeah, you just want innings at this point here.
Right.
He'd be my guy to go the rest of the game. I don't want to go to Jay. I don't know, maybe Dan Ortero, one of the lesser used guys in the Yankees bullpen.
Somebody needs some more.
Yeah, that one's
Yeah.
hit on the ground to Gleyber Torres for a quick out here in the 8th.
Now batting, the catcher, Yasmani Grandal.
Brings up Yasmani Grandal. Grandal had a big RBI double in the 4th inning. That was part of that bat-around inning for the Yanks. Or for the White Sox, I should say.
There.
Well, another base hit here for the White Sox. Grandal has 2 hits today.
Now batting, the right fielder, Nomar Mazara.
So 1 out here, and the 9th place batter, Nomar Mazara, at the plate. Takes the first pitch strike. Mazara 0 for 2, a walk and a run. 12 home runs on the season, and that batting average pretty decent there at 273. Swings and misses there. That 2-seam fastball from Montgomery. Montgomery's got the nickname of Gumby.
Does he now?
Yeah, and it's a big swing and a miss there from Nomar for the 2nd out here.
The center fielder, number 28.
Not sure why he's called Gumby, but I just know he is. I'll just Google it then.
Yeah, don't know.
I guess because Montgomery, Alabama is called the Gump, so maybe they call him Gumby? I don't know.
Count 1-0.
It was his nickname in college. He was long, kind of uncoordinated, showed up his first day of summer practice One of the fifth-year seniors turned around and asked me what my name is. Says I'm going to call you Gumby from now on, and it just stuck.
Yeah, it was just a case of teenage cruelty.
Yeah.
Also, I was painted green that day.
That probably came later as some sort of freshman hazing ritual. Here, Gumby, I'm going to paint you green. Gumby gives up a base hit there to Garcia, and that's going to be the end of the day for Gumby. Going to bring in Adam Ottavino, and Ottavino not having the greatest of years here in the Bronx. One of the more trusted relievers for Aaron Boone the first year in the Bronx, but this year a 4.65 earned run average. See, they've got Britton, Canely, and Chapman are the trusted arms, and now that Betances has left. And, I mean, that's 5 guys there that could close ball games. Ottavino, Britton, Canely, Chapman, Betances. Such a deep bullpen the Yankees had last year, and, well, they were unable to come up in their quest for a World Series gold. But, you know, it's just a piece of metal.
Absolutely. Ottavino was quickly ahead, 0-2. Whipping the sliders in there as he does.
Yeah, throws a slider, 2-seam fastball, and a cutter. 1-2 pitch to Tim Anderson, who's 4 for 4 today. He's a double and a triple shy of the cycle. We'll see if he can get another bat-around inning for the
Still a chance you could go to extra innings here. 3-4 more plate appearances. That would be fantastic.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for.
Absolutely.
I don't want to eat food at all with it today. Big swing and a miss there from Tim Anderson. First time he is retired.
Yeah, takes it in good humor considering his 4 for 4.
Yeah, he would have been furious if he lined out to Luke Voth.
Absolutely. That would have been frustrating.
That's unacceptable.
I get it. I do.
Well, Kelvin Herrera will come in game for the White Sox. And in the real world, he has been released by the White Sox. Had a terrible year in 2019 for the White Sox. I believe his ERA was in the 6s. Let me get the number exactly right for you. 6.14 earned run average in 2019. But here in the ball world, 2020 has been very kind to Kelvin Herrera.
Strike.
0-1.
Yeah, 5, 6, and 7 for the Yankees here. Gary Sanchez leading things off. See, Herrera throws that 4-seam fastball, 2-seamer, change, and a slider. And he signed a 2-year, $18 million deal with the White Sox, so the fact that he was released means he's going to get that full guaranteed.
$8 to $9 million.
Now, my question is, since he was released recently, is it a prorated?
That is a good question.
That is.
I have to get Tony Clark on the phone.
Yeah.
I'm really not sure.
Well, call him. You've got his number.
Of course.
Yeah, big strikeout there for Herrera. One quick out here in the 8th. But the interesting thing to me about that is, should the season be canceled for COVID-related reasons, he's been released, so he would get, at the minimum, the full 60 prorated of that $9 million.
Right, yeah. I assume so.
Mm-hmm.
So, really, it's the best thing that ever happened to him.
So I was going to opt out. You're going to release me?
Playing video games?
And maybe you would just play poorly so you would get released.
I got the count 0-2.
Well, I know that's what...
That's right. Guy tapping the head gif.
Well, that's what Republicans think about people going on unemployment, that you just...
I've heard, yeah.
You're just going to try to get fired. Yeah, it's just... Why wouldn't you assume the same about Kelvin Herrera? Because it's a stupid thing to assume. That's why.
For whatever reason, people like to do stuff. Me, I like staying home. Baseball players want to play baseball.
Now Aaron Hicks pops up to Yohan Moncada there for the second out here in the 8th inning. And he'll bring up the infuriating Luke Voth. Every time he catches a line drive, you just want to pull your hair out.
Absolutely. One of the most frustrating sights in this game.
Yep. He's grown his hair out a little bit. I've been watching these Yankees games, and looks a little bit shaggy. I'm surprised he's gotten away with it.
Sideburns.
And Mattingly, I told you, get rid of those sideburns. Now, of course, all the Yankees can grow as far as facial hair is the mustache, but I don't know if you've seen Kike Hernandez's mustache.
I have not.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
I had them on the other day, and I didn't see him. What happened there?
That was a ball chopped foul.
Swing foul.
Yeah. So 1 ball, 2 strike count to Voth. And he pops that one up to shallow center field there. Leurigar catch. And that is the end of the 8th inning. So going to the 9th inning, White Sox leading by 6.
Does, I guess, Ottavino come back out?
I mean, I guess.
Leading off for the White Sox.
You got Jonathan Holder and Dan Otero warming in that bullpen. Those guys that don't get a lot of work. Otero has only appeared in 5 games for the Yankees this year, but the results have been good.
That's got to be demoralizing.
Oh, he hasn't been with the club all year. He was just called up recently. Yankees have gone through a lot of arms in their bullpen. They used to have Tyler Lyons. He was there at one point in the season. He is no longer with the club. As some starters have come back from the injured list, this bullpen has gotten deeper for the Yankees.
Let's drop in. No.
Yeah, Ottavino gets another out here. That one, nice play by DJ LeMahieu, ranging back. That's not an easy play to make.
I thought that might drop over his head.
No
man's land. It's always that tricky play, the infielder running away from the plate.
Yeah. Again, if Voth had caught it, they would have been furious.
Yeah. LeMahieu, you expect it.
That happens. It's LeMahieu. It's DJ. What are you going to do? Edwin Encarnacion 0 for 4 today. And Jonathan Holder and Dan Otero continue to warm. Encarnacion had a big home run in yesterday's game, a 3-run homer, but it was not enough as the Yankees won that one by a final score of 5-4. Oof. Did he swing at that one? I'm not sure what that was.
I think I just 3.
It looked like he offered at it, though.
Yeah, I think it was a check swing and a wild pitch.
Check swing
Not
that
a wild pitch.
Yeah.
Bad pitch.
Inside, ball 3.
Well, count goes to 3-0 here on Encarnacion. Just get me over fastball there from Ottavino. (3-1) pitch here to Encarnacion.
No, that was foul.
That one's in on his fist. Nearly fisted that ball to center field.
Fisted a long way.
Yeah.
That's second out.
Now batting.
So 2 outs here in the 9th inning. And that will bring up Eloy Jimenez. Jimenez had a rough inning defensively. Overran a couple of balls. But none of it really came back to hurt the White Sox. They're still leading by 6 runs, of course. First pitch from Ottavino is that fastball missing outside. So again, after this game, we have more bot ball action for you. Following this one, Arizona and Houston, Zach Gallen versus Jose Urquidy. Jordan Smith will have that call for you coming up after this one. Eloy Jimenez, though, swings and misses there at slider from Ottavino, and it's 1-2. Oof. Fastball from Ottavino missing well inside. And here's the 2-2 pitch from Ottavino. Misses high. Surprised to see some people there in Yankee Stadium wearing jackets. I know August in New York City is incredibly hot. My wife and I call it hot garbage month because you can smell all the hot garbage out on the street.
It's been slightly cooler this week, but yeah, you're right. I mean, the sun is still out.
Now batting, third baseman.
I'm not sure what's happening. Eating a lot of ice cream. It's got the chills.
Well,
my wife will wear a jacket when it's 60 degrees. So.
Well, yeah, 60 degrees is definitely a jacket weather.
Maybe 70. I don't know.
70? It depends if you've
shade.
If you've spent the whole summer, in 100-degree weather and then instantly it's 70 degrees. It's a bit shocking. I grew up in Florida, and the first 70, 68-degree weather day, you go, ooh, it's a bit chilly. Get my light jacket on. And Yohan Moncada now at the plate, 0 for 3 today. A rough day at the plate for him, and
down to the fun.
Yeah, and otherwise a very offensive-packed day for the White Sox.
Oh, that pitch is out.
Yeah, Edwin Encarnacion is another guy that had a rough day at the 5. That's after hitting a 3-run home run yesterday. Star. So that's the thing about this White Sox lineup is that one guy doesn't do it. They've got guys all up and down this can do damage. Ottavino losing another back here. You gotta wonder, maybe Aaron Boone's gonna go to his bullpen here.
You'd hate to see it. He's begun to struggle. Adam Ottavino has after what looked like it's going to be a decent outing, all things considered.
They got the first 2 batters on flyouts, but a single and then a base on ball, and now the White Sox have 2 on and 2 out. Oh, 1 pitch misses outside.
1-1.
Ooh, big swing and a miss there from Jose Abreu.
Looked like another ball.
Yeah, fooled on that slider. Now that's why they, pitchers of. I was watching Jacob deGrom. He throws a very good slide.
There it is.
It's that tunneling action where it looks like a fastball out of the hand, but it's got different action, different break, and different speed. And there's that slider again from Ottavino, and he gets Jose Abreu going down on strikes.
Your attention, please.
Well, going into the bottom of the 9th inning, and wow, that is a surprise to me. White Sox going to their closer, Alex Colomé. You see 3.55 earned run average, 33 and 38 in save opportunities.
Taking no chances.
And Evan Marshall and Jace Fry warming in the bullpen too.
There's just a lot of bullets in the gun here.
Yeah.
That's kind of real.
Well, look at that girl was jumping up and down in the
having the time of her life.
Someone should maybe tell her that the score is not going the way of the Yankees. Now, Colomé, a longtime Tampa Bay Ray, is actually struggling a little bit this year with that 3.5 average. This is a first season since becoming a full-time reliever. He's never had above 3.24. And you see 5 blown saves on the year for him.
Perhaps that's why he's been inserted in a blowout and rebuilt some confidence.
Ball inside.
He's still in that closer role, though, for Renteria. Still the guy he turns to. Maybe just wanting to get some work for Colomé.
I got to count 2-2.
The White Sox have not had many games that they were in a position to win. They've lost 5 in a row. So, understandable for Renteria wanting to get the game in hand here. But, of course, he always could have turned to Steve Cishek. Mm-hmm. And a former Tampa Bay Ray.
Count is full, Gardner.
It looks like the last time Colomé pitched Thursday, so
Hit in the air to center.
just trying to get some work in for him. One quick out away here for Colome.
Now batting, the third baseman, Tommy.
So with one out here, it will bring up the third baseman, Tommy LaStella. Stella 2 for 2, a double, and a hit by pitch.
That's a ball.
That ball misses outside, and it's 1-0. Again, following this game, we have more bot ball action for you. Arizona and Houston. Jordan Smith has that call for you. Zach Gallen and Jose Urquidy on the mound in that one. Well, Tommy LaStella was a leadoff man for the Angels. Finds himself batting 9th here in the Bronx.
He's gotten out in front 3-0.
Do you give him the green light here?
I think you have to.
Well, he thought about swinging there. And called for a check swing. It was a strike nonetheless. A 3-1 pitch to LaStella. Big swing and a miss there, and it's 3-2. Sends that one to medium left field, and Jimenez does not overrun that one.
And the Yankees are down to their final out here.
Yep. After this series, the White Sox play Cleveland, so that is a big series for them. It's got playoff implications, wild card implications for them, and after that they will go and play the Angels. After this series, the Yankees play the Oakland Athletics. Athletics are first in the AL West, so that is another game with potential playoff implications for that one.
2 balls, no strike.
Pavan Nova and Domingo Germán starting tomorrow's game for Oakland and the Yankees. And Friday's game, that'll be Mike Fiers versus Mike Minor, and I will have that game for you. That's the next game I call. That's Friday, August 7th at 2 p.m. So if you like the play-by-play stylings of myself and like watching the Yankees, well, check out that game on Friday at 2 p.m.
Ball, that's in.
DJ LeMahieu up here with 2 outs in the 9th inning. 3 balls and 1 strike to him. Yankees down to their final out here in the 9th. Takes a called strike there, and it's 3-2.
The 18th pitch from Colome. It's fouled back.
The Yankees making Colome work this inning. He's thrown 18 pitches, and a lot of them have gone to full counts.
That's okay. You got a piece of that.
LaStella had a full count pitch on him, and now a full count pitch here to LeMahieu. And chopped on the ground to Tim Anderson.
Should do it.
And it does do it. That is the final out of the game. Chicago wins this one by a final of 7-1. They salvage the final game of this 3-game series. Lucas Giolito holds off the Yankees for the sweep, and Tim Anderson could be the player of the game. He 4 for 5. Leury Garcia could be the player of the game with that 3-run homer. Or you could even go with Lucas Giolito as the player of the game. He pitched a heck of a game, shut down the Yankees here.
But in the end, it's got to be Jonathan Scope.
It's got to be Shoopy?
Fan favorite.
Well, it's not a fan favorite here in the Bronx.
I guess not.
Final score 7-1. 11 hits for the White Sox, 6 hits for the Yankees. Giolito improves to 12-6. Cole falls to 9-4, and your player of the game is Giolito. Those 10 strikeouts over 6 innings pitched for him is what did it. He's going to lower his ERA considerably past Garrett Cole in that ERA lead, and we're going to get a look at the highlight. Top of the inning, Yasmani Grandal got the scoring started, sent a ball into the gap in right center field. That scored 2 runs that inning, and Garrett Cole would not make it out of that 4th inning as Uri Garcia put the finishing touches on Garrett Cole's day, sent that one to right field, a Yankee Stadium special if I ever saw one. 3-run homer for Garcia, made it 5-0. And you see there, that was all Lucas Giolito would need to get Gleyber Torres one of his 10 strikeouts there in the 5th. And the 6th inning, Jordan Gumby Montgomery, a 2-run home run, 420 feet to left center field from Tim Anderson. And that was all the offense the White Sox would get on the day. As you see, Aaron Hicks called out looking, did not like the call, did not like the home plate umpire from Marty Jansen. The Yankees complained a lot about the home plate strike zone from Marty Jansen. You see there, Gleyber Torres ripping a double down the line, deflecting off of Jimenez, scored a run, and that was all the offense the Yankees did. You see LeMahieu grounding out to end the game here to Tim Anderson, and that was the final of the game, 7-1 for the White Sox here in the Bronx. Any final thoughts for you, Tim McSandwich? Well, I couldn't have said it any better myself. For Tim McSandwich, I have been J-Man 19. We've got the next game coming up for you. Yeah, stay safe, folks. Jordan Smith is our next guy to call play-by-play. Hopefully he'll be joining us soon in the booth. He is joining us in the booth. Jordan, how is it going?
It's going pretty good. How about you?
Doing pretty well. I thought I was going to be seeing a pitch here, but instead it was a blowout, 7-1. The White Sox all over the Yankees.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that, I mean, like you said, pretty much expecting to see a pretty good battle between two teams who have a bit of equal talent, pretty much when you look at the lineup, you look at the way that these two teams have really played this season, especially the White Sox. A bit of a pleasant surprise to see them perform the way they have this year. Of course, in that 3-headed race in the AL Central that will pretty much take up half of the, literally half of the playoff spots in the AL West, or in the American League, excuse me. And then, of course, you have the battle that's really starting to distance itself out there in the AL West.
Yeah, well, don't sleep on the Rays. You know, they are only 2.5 games back now of the White Sox. So the White Sox have a big series coming up against Cleveland next. So, you know, a lot of playoff implications on that one. And that may be what undoes one of these Central teams, is they got to play each other all these times down the stretch. The Rays, they only got to play the Yankees. That's the only good team in their division.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be an absolute big back and forth. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, we got a exciting final 2 months of baseball to watch here. Well, the White Sox win this by a final of 7-1. They avoid the sweep at the hands of the Yankees. And I'm going to hand things off to Jordan Smith, taking things out to Houston, where the Arizona Diamondbacks are playing the Houston Astros. Jordan, take it away.
Thank you, J-Man. Great call, as always, from you. Everybody, welcome to this one here. So glad that you can make it out. For today's game, you see there the starting lineups, those squads. We get you set here for this one at Minute Maid Park. Two teams who, you take a look, the Diamondbacks in a bit of a better situation than the Astros right now, both second place in their respective divisions. Arizona only 3 back of the Dodgers, though, in the National League West, compared to the Astros, who have at one point were only a game and a half behind Oakland. They're now back behind by 7 games. Should be a fun matchup for sure. Both these teams looking to keep their races close with their respective division leaders. You see there, Jose Urquidy, the starter for the Astros today. Starling Marte will get things started for us here in this one. As the first pitch from Urquidy will find the zone for strike one. First pitch, 6:26 p.m. Here are the Astros, 60 and 52. Good for second in the West. They're looking to get any kind of ground back on the Athletics. They really started to run away with it again in the West, as this one's a fly ball down the right field line. It will fall foul. Big swing and a miss. First out of the ball game, Urquidy with a 4-pitch strikeout. That's how we get things started here in Houston. Kel Marte will watch one outside for ball one. A .324 hitter on the season, as you see, a 2020 National League All-Star. One of the better bats on this Diamondbacks lineup, as he hits to the opposite side of the shift. We'll get at least a single, rounds first, and we'll head to second with a stand-up double as the throw gets past Correa. Good backup by Bregman, but stand-up double. 39th on the season for Kel Marte. Now here comes David Peralta to the plate as he swings in, hits one hard and fast but foul down the first baseline. You see there, the .329 batting average, 14 homers on the season. If you saw there in that brief little bit, one more home run gets him 100 career home runs. For David Peralta, definitely something to watch for here, as that one is outside for a 1-1 count. An exceptional left fielder as well, as you saw there, the 2019 recipient, left fielder Gold Glove Award. Astros have a guy like that in their outfield, with George Springer getting the right field Gold Glove Award, as that one is a foul. First base side, that'll be a 2-2 count. Swung on, and that will get into right field for a base hit. Reddick will get to a rounding third, heading home is Marte. A throw offline, and that's the first run of the ball game. An RBI single for David Peralta. The Diamondbacks, an early 1-0 lead.
Christian Walker.
Christian Walker, you see the splits a lot better against right-handed pitchers. 293 average and 18 home runs. Overall in the year, though, 280 average. Pretty good numbers. 23 home runs as well. That one will find the zone for strike one. The 0-1 will miss outside. Try to get him to chase on the fastball. Won't work, though. Roof closed here at Minute Maid Park. The outside element of the weather not affecting this game. Pretty hot here in the city of Houston, though. Upper 90s in temperatures. The humidity, as usual, off the charts. The 1-2 will be swung on and missed. Walker goes down swinging, and that's the second out of the top of the first inning.
The catcher, number 33, James McCann.
Now here comes the catcher in James McCann.
That's a ball.
First pitch is high for ball one. See, the 361 batting average is something you don't see as much. The amount of hitters that they have had with that high batting mark is quite something to see. Definitely a positive sign for sure for them this season. He already looks at 2 pitches high. This one will be swung on and hit into a shallow left center. Will fall for a base hit. Springer not able to get to it. Thought he had a beat on it. Just half a second too late. There's a 2-out pop-up on a 3-0 count for a base hit. The swing is fouled straight back. Cole Calhoun will look at an early 0-1 count. 238 hitter, and that's the lowest average we've seen so far out of the first 6 hitters. We've only had one player that's hit under 300 so far, as that one will be a check swing. Go for an 0-2 count. Urquidy looking to strand the 2 runners on base. So that one's fouled away. Runners on first and second. A 1-0 lead for Arizona here in the top of the first. Urquidy looking for his 3rd strikeout of the game. And will get so right there as he got him looking. The upper half of the zone. 3 outs, 3 strikeouts, but a run across the board for Arizona. They lead it 1-0. Numbers there, an exceptional year. Zach Gallen, 2.48 ERA and 19 starts, 6-3 record. Just over the 100 mark in innings pitched. 124 strikeouts to 57 walks. Absolutely sensational this year for Arizona. See the leadoff hitter, Jose Altuve, coming to the plate with that top 10 batting average in the American League at a 310 clip. Has hit a couple of home runs here in the past week. Get his power up to 11 dingers on the year, as that one will just miss the bottom part of the zone for ball one. See there, the Diamondbacks in some pretty favorable position. 3 games back in the West, 3 games back in the wild card. So they still very much can make a late push and get into one of those spots. They would prefer to have the division. That way they won't have to obviously play the 1-game playoff, but also a little easier sometimes than it is against a wild card. But going against the Dodgers in that NL West, a lot easier said than done. 2-1, swing and a miss. Top part of the zone. Altuve started out with a 2-0 count. Now settles back down to a 2-2. Two-two pitch check swing in the zone either way. Altuve did not think that was in. But that will be the first strikeout of the ball game for Zach Gallen. One away here in the bottom of the first inning. Michael Brantley to the plate. That one seems to catch the outside part of the zone for strike one. 288 hitter on the year. An 807 OPS to his name. He knows how to get on base and he knows how to bring runners in. That was swing and a miss. 0-2 the count here. Missing inside for ball one. Defensive alignment for the Diamondbacks. David Peralta in left field. Starling Marte in center. Followed by Cole Calhoun in right field as the 1-2 is fouled away. Around the horn, we have Eduardo Escobar over at third, the hot corner. Nick Ahmed at shortstop. Kettle Marte at second base, followed by Christian Walker. That one misses outside, 2-2. Christian Walker at first base. James McCann behind the dish, catching for the pitcher, Zach Gallen, who delivers the 2-2 drop, third strike. Throw on a first. Well in time
Batting third,
to take care.
third baseman,
Second out of the inning.
Bregman.
Now that will bring up Alex Bregman. So once again, another all-star opportunity for him. 332 on the year, 25 home runs, and getting that much closer to 100 RBIs so far. 85 on the year, as you see there. Second on the team in RBIs. I believe the only guy ahead of him would be his counterpart, cleanup hitter following him, Yordan Alvarez. One outside. Try to get him with the sweeping knuckle curve, to no avail though for Gallen. Astros looking to put a runner on here, this bottom of the first inning. Foul away, 2-2. Bregman representing the tying run as they are already down 1-0. Courtesy of an RBI single from the Diamondbacks, and that will be a swing and a miss. And we'll see Alvarez come up in the bottom of the second. Right now, the 7-8-9 due up for Arizona as we head to the second inning.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the third baseman, number 5.
Eduardo Escobar. Get things started in the top of the second. Like I mentioned, the 7-8-9 hitters due up. Diamondbacks here in the top of the second inning, as that one will find the zone for strike one. See there, Escobar on a bit of a run in the last 8 games. And 11 for 30 for a 367 batting average. What's helped raise his average to that 271 has really found his stride as of late. 0-2, that one swung on, hit hard, hit high, but foul. Once again, the 0-2 pitch. Runs inside, ball 1. That one swung on and right up the middle for a base hit. Springer fields it, and that is a single to get things started. Eduardo Escobar on base now.
Batting 8, the designated hitter. That.
Look there at the replay. Perfectly timed swing and just a hot shot off the bat. And now here comes the former first-round draft pick by the Houston Astros in Seth Beer, as the first pitch to him is swung on. Hit hard, foul. 0-1 the count. Beer, a first-round selection in the 2018 amateur draft. Check the runner at first, not in time. It was traded over in the deal that brought Zach Greinke to Houston. 0-1 is chop foul. There's produced well for the Diamondbacks. 5 runs scored in the last 9 that he's played for the Diamondbacks. 0-2. Try to get him to chase on the high heat. To no avail though, 1-2. Swung on to the hot corner at Bregman. The second for 1 to first. 5-4-3 to clear the bases. Get a quick 2 outs here in the inning.
Batting 9, the shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Something the Astros have done a lot this season. Bregman with his defensive play there at the hot corner. started to set up a lot of 5-4 threes for them this year. It's helped them into situations like this. That one a swing and a miss. Quick 0-2 here for the number 9 hitter, Nick Ahmed. Swung on and staying alive with a chop foul. That one outside the zone. Lined up in the 0-2 pitch, swung on. Looped into left field and actually won't get to left field. Thought it looked a little longer than it did as Bregman makes the catch. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Alvarez, Correa, Gurriel due up for the Stros.
Leading up for the Astros.
So the Yordan Alvarez, and I was correct, he does have the team leading total in RBIs at 123 RBIs. He got to the 100 mark, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he got to the 100 mark before the month of July started. As the first pitch to him is in the zone for strike one. Multiple conversations about this guy potentially being in the race and being the front runner. The American League MVP award is the 0-2 pitch. It swung on and missed for strike three. Not an MVP performance in that at bat. Gallen gets his fourth strikeout of the ball game. Absolutely dealing so far in this one. There's the pitch sequence. First two guys he struck out. Take a look at Bregman's strikeout. He stayed on that outside part for those right-handed hitters. Always been to that left side of the plate. It's been his go-to is that sweeping action to get the hitters to chase. And you see now Correa up to the plate. The 5-game hitting streak for himself right now. In that streak, he's 7 for 19 with a .368 batting average. It's been good to see Correa for the Astros. It's been good to see his offense climb back up a bit as the check swing will no-go on that one. A 1-0 count.
Two balls, no strike.
Outside 2-0 now. In there, strike one. That one catches the top inside corner. Cutter there at 88 miles an hour. 2-1 from Gallen will be swung on and hit right back up the middle, just squeaking past Kedel Marte. There is the first base hit. The Astros in today's contest. A single by Correa. Now bring up Yuli Gurriel to the plate. Take a look at the replay. Just a good piece of hitting there. Good timing on that one. Right back up the middle. You see Gurriel to the plate. A .269 batting average on the year. As you see Orbit trying to bump up the fans here at Minute Maid Park. Get the fans into it more and more. First pitch is in there for a ball. Go ahead run at the plate. Tying run in Correa standing on at first base. See, there in the last 4 games, Gurriel has been very efficient with a .500 batting average for his name. That one swung on, hit hard and foul. That one lacing down the third base line. 2-1 count now to Gurriel. Inside once again, that sweeping action, this time from the changeup. 2-2 the count, and that's so hard for hitters at the plate to really figure out that, so especially in a righty-righty matchup. Because that pitch is starting from behind you, so you really have to figure out where that's going to land. It's a difficult position to figure out. This one may have gotten all of it, though. turns around to Peralta, and the Astros have an early lead to this one. A 2-run shot to the Crawford boxes from Yuli Gurriel, and it's 2-1 Houston. All of that one as you take a look at the replay. Bouncing into the Crawford boxes. Now gets the crowd more excited as George Springer heads to the plate. See a Silver Slugger Award for George Springer in last season's appearance. Or last season's games, excuse me. Has not had as great of a year this year. Only hitting .239, not as many home runs as he did at this point last year. So there another first-round pick by Houston. Back in the 2011 MLB draft. As the 0-2 will be swung on. That one going into right center field, still carrying, and that one bounces to the wall for a double at least. He'll hold up there. A stand-up double for George Springer, and he's gotta love that one. So he starts to continue his 20th double on the year as the pitching coach for Arizona comes to talk out to his starter. By the way, the base hit for Carlos Correa extends his hitting streak to 6 games in a row now. Now the newly acquired Wilson Ramos, acquired 2 or 3 days before the deadline here in Bopball. Acquired in a trade from the Mets. They sent over Josh James and a prospect in that deal. Get Wilson Ramos to help out a bit with the injury from Garrett Stubbs. Help get somebody else in there as that one's a pop-up caught. And that's a quick appearance that ends in an out for Ramos. It's now with 2 outs and a lead for the Astros for the first time today. Josh Reddick heads to the plate. First pitch in there. For a strike. See there last game he went 1 for 5. His only hit was a double. It gave the Astros a run on the board. But not much else he could do in that game. That double was the only time he would get on base. Right now runner in scoring position and 2 outs. Bottom of the second inning. Astros lead it 2-1 in this one. As that one swung on a hard hit ball down the line, but foul. Makes it a 1-2 count. One checks the runner, now delivers as that one going outside with it and chasing, but able to get some lumber on it. Was Reddick, 1-2 still the count. 1-2 swung on, popped up. Will head into shallow left field. Peralta underneath it. Will make the catch for out number 3. Yuli Gurriel keeping his offensive production at a high rate gives the Astros the lead 2-1 heading to the third. Well, none of those guys are in the booth. It's just me here today bringing you the action. Minute Maid Park in downtown Houston. Just reminding you that our donation partner of the week, Meals on Wheels. We'll get to more on them here in just a little bit. That one is a swing and a miss. 4 strike 1. Leadoff hitter in Starling Marte. 1, 2, 3, 2 up for the Diamondbacks. here in the top of the third inning as they trail 2-1 here thanks to the Yuli Gurriel 2-run shot to the Crawford boxes. That one fouled away. Quickly 0-2.
Nope.
Try to get him again. Won't do it this time. 1-2 the count now. 1-2 swung on, fouled away. Has gone inside every time on this at bat. We'll see if he goes outside this time. Instead, we'll just go high. Trying to float on him just a little bit. And goes outside that time, but blooper Altuve will grab it and throw on to first. That one in time for a quick out. Number 1. Wheels on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. There's 3 ways you can donate, as every bit of money that is donated on these streams, 100% of it goes to the charity of our choice for the week. There's 3 ways you can donate. 1 is scrolling right underneath this stream and clicking the PayPal button. 2 is by typing !donate in the chat, and a link will be provided for you to donate. The 3rd way is by subbing to this Twitch channel. And when you do that, all the money made from the subscription will also be donated to Meals on Wheels. Round out there to get out number 2. Be sure to donate if you have the ability to. It is sincerely appreciated for everybody involved, and it goes to a great cause as well. David Peralta to the plate now. 1 for 1 on the day. The first pitch outside for a ball. 1 for 1 with a single. Single going to right field his first time up.
Ball.
Just missing the top part of the zone. 2-0 the count. Peralta with that single to right. Brought in the first and only run of the ball game for the Diamondbacks so far today. RBI single to put them on the board in the top of the first inning. Reno swung on, hit down the line and left, but will go foul. 3-1 the count now, just about 5 feet to the right, and that would have stayed fair. But a big base hit. Instead, he'll go a lot more to the right and get a base hit as that bounces off the out-of-town scoreboard. Throw on to second. Not in time. He stayed safe. Sliding at second with a double. 30th on the year and entering play. See, they're second on the team, just ahead of Escobar this season for the Diamondbacks. On fouled away on the first pitch from Urquidy. 95-mile-an-hour seamer. 0 for 1, struck out swinging. His first time up, did Walker. Looking to change the tune of the tape here. Right now, that run on second, and Peralta represents the tying run in this ball game. Swung on. Fly ball right center will fall for a base hit. Looks like we'll get another RBI single from Arizona, their second of the day. And it ties up the ball game with 2 outs here. At the top of the third, courtesy Christian Walker.
Number 33, James McCain.
comes James McCann to the plate. 2 outs and a runner on first. And a tie ball game. As that one ripped down the third base line and squeaks fair. Only a single out of it, though. But either way, another 2-out base hit for the Diamondbacks. Their second this inning. And Cole Calhoun. This pitch right down to Hollywood for a strike. Struck out looking his first time up, did Calhoun. Coming in the top of the first inning. That's what ended the top of the first. He's 0 for 4 now in the series. Swings and misses for 0-2. Urquidy looking to end the inning here. Swung on, popped up. Berrios underneath it. Barely moves and makes a catch. They're out number 3. Diamondbacks tie up the ball game. We head to the bottom half of the third, tied at 2.
Leading up for the Astros, the second baseman, Jose.
He's out 2 to the plate. Get things started here in the bottom of the third, much like the Diamondbacks. 1, 2, 3, 2 up for the Astros. You see there the career hits. In 9 seasons, 1,690 career hits for Altuve. This one, a pop-up, won't be 1,691. That'll make him 0 for 2 on the day.
Number 23, Michael Brantley.
Brantley to the plate now. Nobody on. 1 out in the bottom of the third. First pitch. Finding the zone for strike 1. 0 for 1. Got out and back in the first inning with a drop third strike. The one swung on and hit hard foul. 1-2 the count now for Brantley. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit sharply foul once again. Staying alive here, 1-2 again. Gallen doing a good job in managing his pitch count. Now with pitch number 45 coming up as that one misses low.
2-2.
Just wanting the call on that one. Didn't seem like he liked it from the home plate umpire, but not much of a conversation from Zach Gallen. Gets set now, the 2-2 pitch. Just missing outside, ball 3. Full count pitch to Brantley. Swung on and chopped foul. Last one swung on, hard hit ball to right field. Still backing up as Calhoun at the wall. See you later as Michael Brantley gives the Astros the lead once again. A 376-foot homer to give them the 3-2 lead here in the third. There, replay on the swing. Just got his hands and wrist just quick enough. Big question. It looked like at first Calhoun may be able to get to it after backing up on it. The more he started running, the more you realize that ball's carrying a lot farther than you think. As Bregman now swings at one, and this one back-to-back jacks for the Astros Alex Bregman sends it to left center field for almost a 400-foot shot. It's now 4-2 Houston. Two pitches, two swings, two homers that you see there. He knew that one was gone as soon as it left the bat, and so did the rest of the field. Nobody even moves as they just turn around to watch it leave. It heads into the concourse. Gives the Astros their largest lead of the game. The two-run lead now sitting 4-2.
Now batting.
Now here comes Yordan Alvarez. He has the most powerful bat on the lineup this season. Right now he's 0 for 1 in the game. He struck out swinging his first time up. Back-to-back homers by Houston. Add and now make it 2-run lead for them. See, there are 153 hits on the year by Alvarez as well. Side 2-1. Gallen has just had it fall apart here. A little bit of a commentator's curse after I said that he's managing his pitch count well. Now climbs up to about where Urquidy is. Getting close to the mid-50s through the first 3 innings. Gallen has just not had... He's had a decent bottom of the third. Besides the 2 home runs, he seemed to be managing pretty well. That one is swung on and fouled away. 2-2 the count here to Alvarez. We're on fouled again. See there at the NL West standings. Arizona just 3 games behind the Dodgers. First place in the West. Like we mentioned earlier, they're also only 3 games behind in the NL wild card. Getting a spot there in the 2 seed. This is obviously a very important series for them, trying to get some ground and be able to get some free games here if they can in this interleague matchup. And while Houston in a much trickier situation as that one's fouled away. Houston at one point had gotten themselves a game and a half behind Oakland for first place in the American League West. As that one, a swing and a miss, but it hits the ground to throw to first. That one out on a drop third strike. Now here comes Correa, who's extending his hitting streak now. 6 games in a row, and you see in the series 4 for 4 in the series so far. That one outside for ball 1. Like I mentioned before, the Astros at one point a game and a half behind Oakland for first in the West. And with the way this season has gone so far in the American League, the only way you're really going to get into the wild card is if you're one of the second or third place teams in the Central. One of those teams falls off. Doesn't look like it though, as that one a ground out to end the inning. The Astros add 2 more off of back-to-back jacks. Lead it 4-2 in the 4th. Heidi Watney telling you about whatever it is she's telling you about. Looks like the microphone's not working, but looks like she's talking about Nick Ahmed, the number 9 hitter for these Diamondbacks. And we mentioned it earlier, the Diamondbacks have had a stellar season. They put themselves in a pretty favorable position out there in the West. Seems like pretty much it's between the Dodgers and them for that first place spot in the NL West. Doesn't seem like too much else is going to change that. We'll have to see if that continues, as this one is fouled away for strike 1. Escobar 1 for 1 with a single in this game. Looking to get on base here once again. Is that one in there for strike 2? One on hit hard foul. Still 0-2. To conclude my point earlier about the Astros, like I said now, and I'll say it again, they were 1.5 games behind Oakland, have gotten all the way back there, and climbed their way back. Now they sit, as you see, 7 games behind Oakland. It seems like the Athletics have just run away with it once again. It does not seem like they are letting anybody get close to them. The only way if you're gonna get to the postseason, if you're not the Central, the AL East and the AL West, the only way you're getting in this season more than likely is if you win your division. Looks like right now Oakland has got a stronghold as Urquidy gets his 4th strikeout of the game. First out here in the top of the 4th. Seth Beer to the plate as he chops one to the right side foul. 0 for 1 with the ground out. Swung on and missed. Quickly now 0-2 to Seth Beer, the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Outside, try to get into the chase. Doesn't work. Ready now, the 1-2 is swung on. Pop up just behind the infield on the left side. Correa makes the over-the-shoulder catch. 2 away in the inning.
13, shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Nick Ahmed, guy who's being talked about by Heidi Watney at the top of the inning here. Came back from break. Up to the plate, 0 for 1. Did a line drive out. Run over to Alex Bregman on the soft liner. 0-1 will turn into a grounder. Actually, they'll call it a line drive once again, and Bregman. Seems like now Ahmed is 0 for 2 to Bregman so far today as the inning ends. 6-7-8, 2 up for the Astros in the bottom half of the 4th. Heidi Watney talking about Carlos Correa, more than likely talking about how he's extended his hitting streak. Now it's 6 games in a row. There's been a few of these Astros hitters who have gone on these hitting streaks like this. George Springer did it at one point. Reddick at one point, I believe, had a 9-game hitting streak. He carried that into an Oakland series a few weeks ago. Ended up extending it with a home run shot. I believe it was a 2-run shot in that one. As the first pitch to Yuli Gurriel is inside for a ball. It's 1 for 1 with a home run, a 2-run shot. All of the runs by Houston have been scored via the home run.
1-1.
This man right here in Gurriel responsible for half of them. 3 home runs, but Gurriel the only one with a multi-run homer.
Ball in.
2-1 as that misses inside. Gallen now at 64 pitches. Ready now, the 2-1. Outside, a good eye there by Gurriel, ball 3. There's Springer on deck. As we start this bottom of the 4th, Houston still leads at 4-2 in this one. Check swing. They're going to say he did not go.
The center fielder,
So there's a 5-pitch walk. Yuli Gurriel now bring up the 7-hitter, George Springer. First pitch swung on and missed, with a healthy hack at that one for strike one. It's 1 for 1 with a double to right center. Right now, I got a runner on first and nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed by Springer. See, they're pretty much mostly clear skies here in Houston, Texas. Of course, like we mentioned, the roof closed, so very comfortable mid-70s with the AC pumping throughout the ballpark. And on the edge of the zone, so it could have gone either way, but will be called a ball. 2-2 the count here. Number 70 fouled away. 71, excuse me. Stay at a 2-2 count. Springer looking to get on base here, or at least extend Gurriel, and that one will do so. As Marte not able to get it. His outstretched glove. And there is a single for Springer. I got a single and a double so far today. See the numbers for Zach Gallen. 3 innings pitched, 6 hits, 4 earned runs. He's struck out 5, walked 1 in 72 pitches. Now 2 runners on for Wilson Ramos, who swings to the first pitch foul. Strike 1. I mentioned earlier, Ramos brought in a deal close to the end of the deadline to replace the injured Garrett Stubbs. There's a catcher the Astros brought up during that time when Stubbs was hurt until they brought in Ramos on the trade. See the righty and the lefty in the pen, Merrill Kelly and Alex Young for the Diamondbacks. Lorenzo Quintana definitely had some good work, was hitting over 300 in the lineup. Definitely a hard decision for them to bring him down, but more than likely, we'll see him at some point during the season. We'll probably see him during the September call-ups. Wouldn't be surprised, and would make sense for them to potentially bring him up. We'll see, though, as that would make it 3 catchers on the roster. Definitely interesting to see how they would do the lineups. It's now a 3-1 count here. Of course, the Astros did recently bring up utility prospect in Corey Lee. So a couple of trade talks with the Astros about them potentially sending him off, but trades vetoed by the league. Probably for the Astros, probably a good thing they were. Corey Lee is such a interesting talent, and Gurriel thought, or Ramos, excuse me, thought that one was not in the zone. As you take a look at the replay, that one a close call there on that one, probably on the edge of the zone though. That gets him looking, and Ramos will take a seat once again. Now bring up the 9-hitter in Josh Reddick. They'll try for the steal at third. That one in time for out number 2. Advancing as well is George Springer.
The count.
Oh, 2 for Reddick. Now in a different situation. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out. And chops it foul just barely. Again, they'll try it here, 0-2. That one swung on and missed. So a runner will be left stranded in Springer. The Astros still have that 2-run lead 4-2 the score as we head to the top of the 5th inning.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the center fielder, number 2, Starling Marte.
Back here on ML Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. So glad that you can make it for the broadcast today. Swung on, hit hard foul. Of course, you can also watch this game and any game we stream on the ML Bot Ball YouTube channel and on the ML Bot Ball Twitter page. Also stream to those platforms. Outside 2-2, so be sure to tune in wherever it is you want to tune in, as well as joining the Discord. All you have to do is type !Discord in the Twitch chat. A link will be provided for you to join the Discord. A lot of fun banter between fans, broadcasters, and more during the Bot Ball season. Be sure to join. A lot of fun, as well as catching up on the Bot Ball Broadcaster League that plays every once in a while. We got some action yesterday. Definitely a lot going on here at Bot Ball. Definitely should join if you haven't already. A lot of fun as that one ripped down the first baseline fair. Out in first, heading second. Standing in with a double is Starling Marte.
Now batting, the second baseman, Cattell.
There is a double to start things here in the top of the 5th inning. Pitch in there for a strike to Kettle Marte. He's 1 for 2 with a double. Only hit the last time up, he grounded out. Now runner in scoring position. Marte at the plate represents the tying run. The tying run, as the steal to third is safe. Starling Marte has just stolen third base. Had a great jump on that one. Now you got a runner 90 feet from home. On fly ball left field, still carrying. Brantley makes the catch. Marte tags up. Correa to home plate, not in time. And Starling Marte will get in on the sacrifice fly. It's now a 1-run ball game. Urquidy is done for the day. Get his numbers in just a little bit. No one on base. His stats are now official as they bring in Brad Peacock. Long reliever for the Astros. Former starter for them just a few years ago. Really settled into that long reliever role pretty well. As David Peralta will head to the plate now. He's 2 for 2 in the game with a single and a double. Each to left and right field as that one's fouled away. In 80 pitches of work, Urquidy went 4 1/3 innings pitched. Allowed 8 hits, 3 runs, all earned. Struck out 4, did not walk anybody. Had a game ERA of 4.85. Inside, 4-1. The sweeping slider there from Peacock. Coming up after this one, AL Central battle, the Indians versus Twins. Beardy Buddha on the call. As that one is in there for strike 3. Strike out of the ballgame for Peacock, 2 away here in the inning. And then, of course, following the Indians and Twins, Reds and Phillies. Carlos Zimmerman, fellow buddy up here in college and broadcast colleague, on the call for that one. So be sure to stay tuned for that one as Walker has to duck out of the way.
2-0.
High for ball 2. Walker had set, I believe, on an 8-game hitting streak now himself. Pretty impressive numbers from a few bats in both these lineups. Right now, he's 1 for 2 with that single. Extended his 8-game hit streak. That coming in the last time up to the plate for Walker. They brought in a run for Arizona. Tied up the ball game. Is this one a hard hit ball deep to right center? And that one bouncing over the wall. It will be ruled a ground rule double. It'll be his 16th on the year. And it bounces into the Astros bullpen. Now James McCann to the plate as the first pitch is outside for a ball. 2 for 2 with 2 singles. His only hits of the series coming in today's action. Outside, 2-0 the count.
Three ball, no strike.
Inside for ball 3.
No, ball 4.
Outside, ball 4.
Now batting.
That will send runner to first base now. A 2 outs, a 2-out walk. So now runners on first and second as you see Peacock not happy with himself. Cole Calhoun, the number 6 hitter, now up to the plate with the tying run on second, the go-ahead run at first, and a bit of insurance in himself.
Ball 1, no strike.
Still looking to get his first hit of the ball game. He's struck out looking and flown out as Calhoun.
2 balls, no strike.
2-0 the count now to Calhoun. As you hear the crowd getting into it just a bit. Trying to support their Astros and get them out of the inning. With it still a lead. It's their hope. 3-0 the count now. One more outside pitch. The bases will be loaded. The Diamondbacks for Eduardo Escobar. Yeah, that one looked to be in the zone, but the umpire saying was not so. Peacock not happy with the call. See there, you take a look at the replay. Very close call, and so now bases loaded for Eduardo Escobar, who has a single on the day. One swing of the bat can completely change the complexion of this ball game. Escobar looking to at least tie it, if not bring in the runner from second. All he'd need to do is hit one of the gap. Swung on, fouled away. 0-1 the count. You see 69 RBIs. He's first on the team in RBIs hit for the Diamondbacks this season. As that one gets past the catcher. Nobody moves, though. So runners will stay put on the base pass. I thought for sure Walker may have gone, but looked like it bounced off the backstop. It came back enough for him to not move. Now 1-2 count. Peacock has put himself in a bit of trouble. Now trying to get out of it right here. 1-2 pitch. got him on the bottom part of the zone. Looks like that may have been an IOU call, as that one will end the top half of the fifth. Base is stranded with all three on base. We head to the bottom half of the fifth. 4-3, Houston still leads as Jose Altuve heads to the plate.
The second baseman, Jose Altuve.
First pitch swinging as that one hit down the first base line. The foul territory is Walker. Will make the catch. Altuve goes 0 for 3 now in the ballgame.
Michael Brantley.
Michael Brantley in now. Has a solo shot that was one of 2 home runs in the bottom of the third. It gave the Astros their second lead of the ball game. Since then, they have not given up the lead. Right now, he looks at an 0-1 count. Wind up in the pitch is outside. 1-1 the count now. Is that miss high? Here comes Gallen once again. Outside, 2-1. This more than likely will be the final inning of work for Gallen. He's going to try to finish the fifth so he can at least get credited for something. There's a grounder to short, throw to first by Ahmed in time. And there is out number 2 of the inning. Gallen doesn't finish the fifth. Won't be awarded a decision in the ball game. Let's at least finish the fifth inning. As that one will find the zone for strike one. You see there, the lineups are now fixed on the left side of your screen to include James McCann. For whatever reason, it was a technical issue, it wasn't showing up, but fixed on the site and now fixed on the stream, so you can see the full lineup. As that one is high for ball one. Down on the high heat. 1-1 count now. Bregman, the other man who hit a solo shot in that bottom of the third inning. Back-to-back homers, 2 pitches, 2 swings, 2 runs. The Astros on the back-to-back from Brantley and Bregman. Bregman hit his to deep left center, 497 feet. Looking to get on base here with 2 outs. Drop third strike instead. Will go to first. That will be in time. We head to the 6th inning. Still 4-3 Houston, 8-9-1 due up for the backs.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the designated hitter, Seth Beer.
That's a ball.
First pitch, we'll run inside for ball one to Seth Beer. As Peacock returns to make some work here.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Swing and a miss. 1-1 the count here.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Swung on, fly ball. That one caught by Brantley. We're out number 1.
Number 13, shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Nick Ahmed to the plate now, who's 0 for 2 in the game. Right now, 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the 6th, representing the tying run. Wind up in the pitch. That one swung on, fouled. Fouled once again. Still 0-2 here is Ahmed fighting in this at-bat. On deck, Sterling Marte in the hole, Kettle Marte. Nick Ahmed at the plate trying to get on base. Won't do so as he watches one go by. The knuckle curve on the outside corner for strike 3.
The center fielder, number 2.
Another strikeout for Brad Peacock.
Marte.
On and fouled away for Sterling Marte. 0-1 the count. He's 1 for 3 in the game. He got a double last time up. Came around and scored himself. I believe that was in fact in the top of the 5th to bring it to a one-run ball game. Top part of the zone, 0-2. Peacock trying to end the inning right here. Won't get him to chase. 1-2 the count to Marte. Wind up in the pitch, swung on and missed. Gets him on the K with a sweeping slider. Does it for the top half of the 6th. Peacock getting it done in relief once again. To the bottom half of the 6th we go. Still a one-run ball game.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Arizona, number 29, Merrill Kelly.
Merrill Kelly will now take over on the mound for the Diamondbacks. Start the bottom of the 6th inning. Jordan Smith here bringing you the action from Minute Maid Park in beautiful downtown Houston, Texas. As the cleanup hitter in Yordan Alvarez gets things started for the Astros here in this bottom of the 6th inning. 0 for 2 so far is Alvarez. He struck out swinging and has also gotten out with a drop third strike, that coming in his last at bat. Two-0 swung on, chopped on over to the right side of the infield. A backhanded scoop by the first baseman, Christian Walker, showing off a bit. And there is a flashy way to get out number 1. Carlos Correa now up to the plate. 1 for 2 with a single. On a 6-game hitting streak due to that single in his first at-bat. Came around to score one of the 4 runs for the Astros. So here the righty and the lefty. The pen you saw just a bit before. Swing and a miss makes it 0-2. Really seems like it might be a bullpen game for both these teams. We may see Peacock come in again. Let's see how that goes, as there is a swing and a miss. 2 outs now for Yuli Gurriel. The only hit you see there back in the 2nd inning. A solo shot to the Crawford box, or a 2-run shot, excuse me, to the Crawford boxes. That's how Correa was brought in earlier in the ball game. Gurriel's also gotten on base with a walk today. He's trying to extend the inning here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Gurriel now in his own 5-game hitting streak, thanks to the 2-run shot.
1 ball, 1 strike.
It's a low for ball 1. As I push up my glasses that are non-existent here on my face. The 1-1 count. is swung on, hit into right field, just barely moving is Calhoun. That'll be the catch for out number 3. To the 7th we go. 4-3 still the score. Astros ahead.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the second baseman, Cattell Marquez.
Marte will pop one up into center field. Springer still on the run and making the catch. Center field to get the first out of the inning as Peacock returns to the mound. More than likely see him, actually I was going to say see him finish, but never mind as they'll bring in Framber Valdez out of the pen. Once again, another stellar performance from Brad Peacock. We'll get his numbers in just a bit. See the numbers for Framber Valdez, 3.9 ERA against left-handed hitters, which you'll see right here. The main reason why he's being brought in right now, 187 batting average allowed. Lefty on lefty matchup as the first pitch is swung on, hit hard and deep, but foul. The first base side.
Ball, that's out.
Outside for ball 1 as you take a look. Ryan Presley and Austin Pruitt, 2 warming up in the pen. The Astros here in this one. More than likely see Pruitt. Not sure if we'll see Presley, but we'll see how Dusty Baker decides to manage his ball club here in this situation. That one swung on and popped up. Playing the shift, so Bregman is there. Will make the catch just behind the infield for out number 2.
Now batting, the first baseman, Christian Walker.
So now Christian Walker up to the plate. 2 outs, nobody on here in the top half of the 7th. He is 2 for 3 in the game. A double and a single, both to right center.
Ball 1, no strike.
Double coming off a ground rule double. So an automatic second base for him as the 1-0 pitch from Valdez is swung on and fouled away. The final stats for Brad Peacock in this one. 2 innings pitched, 1 hit given up. No runs. Walked 2, struck out 4. Game ERA of a perfect goose egg. Well, that chop foul will stay alive here, 1-2 the count. Likely this will be the only time we see Valdez. He'll probably bring in Presley or Pruitt in the 8th. So that's set up for an appearance, more than likely by Osuna in the 9th. Especially if the scoreline stays the way it is. Right now, Houston leading at 4-3 in this one as that one swung on. Correa gloves it, throws immediately to first. And scooped off the ground by Gurriel. Out number 3.
Leading up for the Astros, the center fielder, Joe Springer.
George Springer to the plate as Kelly returns to action. Outside for ball 1. Double and a single for Springer as that one is swing and a miss.
Nope, outside.
1-1 outside, 2-1 the count here.
That's outside.
Outside 3-1. Springer with a good eye at the plate now. Ramos on deck. The 3-1 pitch upcoming. Swung on, chopped away foul. Swung on, fouled again. Good battle here between these two. Now the 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up. That one swung on, hit down the line and left, and will fall past a diving Peralta. Bring her around first, head to second for his second double on the day. Should be ruled a base hit, in fact will be. 21st double on the year. Springer 3 for 3 on the day. Absolutely sensational here in this one. As Ramos still looking for his first hit in the series. Swing and miss of the first pitch. For strike one.
One and one.
Going high for a ball. That one swung on, hit high and deep to left. And that one off the out-of-town scoreboard, bouncing very high off of it. That will bring in a run as Springer heads home. His first hit of the series, an RBI single for the catcher, Wilson Ramos. Now 2-run lead for the Astros here in this one. Now bring up Josh Reddick, looking for his first hit in this ball game. 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Struck out looking his last time up. Ramos with a steal attempt, and they get him there. He almost beat it out. Not sure why they try to get the steal. With Wilson Ramos, but either way, had a good jump, just could not close it out in time. A little bit of an errant throw, still not able to get Ramos on base. So now one out here.
Ball, that's out.
1-1 the count now. Swung on, chop foul. 1-2 the count here. On deck, Jose Altuve, the leadoff hitter. In the hole, Michael Brantley. Right now at the plate, Josh Reddick. A 2-run lead for the Astros in the bottom half of the 7th. Swung on, fouled away.
That's a ball.
Outside for ball 2. Swung on, and that will fall into left field for a base hit. Reddick's first hit of the ball game. Coming off a single to left, he's now 1 for 3 on the day.
Up next to the Astros, the second baseman, Jose Altuve.
Bring up the top of the order, and Jose Altuve, who's really struggled today. 0 for 3 on the day. Last time up, he struck out, or he flew out. He has 2 flyouts today, and he struck out looking. His first time up to the plate. Now runner on and 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. 280 looking to continue the run here in this bottom of the 7th as that one's fouled away. Already got 1 run, courtesy of a RBI single from Wilson Ramos, making it his first hit of the entire series so far. I believe 1 for 7 in the series is Ramos. As the 2-1 pitch to Altuve is a check swing that finds the top outside corner. So either way, 2-2 the count. Once again, the 2-2. Swung on and chopped foul. Like I mentioned earlier, coming up after this, AL Central battle between the Indians and the Twins. As there is another strikeout. Got away inside, buckled him right there at the knees. Altuve now 0 for 4 on the day with 2 strikeouts. Not having himself that great of a day. Beardy Buddha on the call. Game right after this one, so be sure to tune in for that. That one is in there for strike one of Michael Brantley. One for 3, had a solo shot, the first of 2 solo shots in that bottom of the third. Back-to-back homers between him and the man up next in Bregman as that one fouled away. Quick 0-2 count here. Kelly looking to finish off the inning here and limit runners from advancing. 1-2 the count now as it misses outside. Swung on, fouled away. One, two, swung on and missed. Some good action with the curveball. That does it for the 7th. Kelly getting the strikeout to end it, but the Astros adding some insurance. Wilson Ramos RBI single makes it 5-3 Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Astros, number 55, Ryan Presley.
See Ryan Presley come out onto the mound. At just above the 3 ERA, 3.08. He'll face a right-handed hitter to start things off. Only allowing a .233 batting average against so far in this season. In there for strike one. The first pitch from Presley. You see Osuna. Burt was working in the pen before, and Osuna now will come into the 9th now with a 2-run lead. More likely is going to come in either way, but at least it'll be a 2-run lead as of right now, depending on what happens here in the top of the 8th. As that one is fouled away, 0-2 the count. McCann 2 for 2. He's been on base 3 times though. 2 singles and a walk.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Side ball 1. Attendance 37,507. Just about 4,500 short of capacity here at Minute Maid Park. A great showing on hand.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
And outside 2-2. Fans looking for a win and looking for a way to climb back into the standings a bit here in the American League West. Now sitting 7 games outside from Oakland. First place in the West is Oakland. Of course, the Angels breathing down the Astros next at only 2.5 behind them for second in the West. And if the Astros fall back down to 3rd place at any point here in the remainder of the season, you can pretty much chalk up the season as a potential missed playoff opportunity.
Nope, ball 4, that's it.
Outside ball 4. Now McCann on base with his 2nd walk for the day.
Now batting, the right fielder, Cole Calhoun.
Now Cole Calhoun to the plate with nobody out here in the top of the 8th inning. Currently down by 2 is Arizona in this one, as Calhoun represents the tying run. First pitch, inside ball 1. He's grounded into 11 double plays this season. The Astros looking for the same here. As you hear the crowd getting louder and louder here at Minute Maid Park. Trying to cheer on Presley. Help the Astros here in this one. And high on the high heat, 97-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Of course, that crowd gets even louder here when you close that roof. Really adds to that home field advantage. feel here at Minute Maid Park.
Ball
2-0 will be high for ball 3, and this is not a great start for Presley. He's fixing to walk the second straight guy he's faced. In there for a strike. Big swing and a miss. 3-2 the count now. Calhoun has struck out once today. Presley looking to strike him out again. Out away. Out away, a 97-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Once again, a 3-2 count. That one swung on, will go into right field and fall for a base hit. But not the result the Astros are looking for, is now 2 runners aboard here. And the go-ahead run at Eduardo Escobar to the plate.
Third baseman, Eduardo Escobar. Your attention, please. Now running at first.
Pitch runner Tim LeCastro.
Number 16, Tim LeCastro.
That means the day will be done for Cole Calhoun. And in there for a strike. Swung on right back up the middle for a base hit. Nobody advances past one base. And so now bases loaded here with the go-ahead run standing on first.
Seth Beer.
Now Seth Beer to the plate. Like I mentioned earlier, Astros prospect drafted by them. First round of the 2018 draft, and then traded to Houston, or traded to Arizona through the Zach Greinke deal. Brought him to Houston. And right now, he has a chance to get his first hit of the ball game, potentially tie it up here. Now swung on, chopped on over to second for one to first. In time, another 5-4-3. I believe that's the second time that he's grounded into that. One run does score, and it leaves the tying run standing on third base. Now Nick Ahmed to the plate. A chance to bring in the tying run. He represents the go-ahead run now with only a runner from 90 feet from home and 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Hung on, fouled away. 0-1 the count here. Diamondbacks looking to tie it up late here. Astros fans wanting them to stay 1 run behind. Big swing and a miss, 0-2. Fouled away. Inside, got him on the inside part of the plate. That leaves the runner stranded at third, and that ends the top half of the 8th. Masterful spot there from Ryan Presley, and the Astros keep their 1-run lead heading to the bottom half of the inning.
Please. Now playing right field, number 16, Tim LeCastro. Leading up for the Astros, the third baseman, Alex.
See there, Tim LeCastro replacing Cole Calhoun out in right field.
Count 1-0.
Alex Bregman will watch one go by for ball one. 3-4-5 due up here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Jordan Smith here bringing you the action from Minute Maid Park.
That's ball 2.
As that one is outside, 2-0 the count. Bregman 1 for 3, has the solo home run to left center. That being in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Inside, ball 3 on deck, Yordan Alvarez. Still looking for his first hit on the day. It's not done fairly well.
Nope. Ball 4.
We'll start with a 4-pitch walk for Alex Bregman to bring up the cleanup hitter in Yordan Alvarez.
The batter, number 44, designated hitter, Yordan Alvarez.
Yordan Alvarez to the plate. 0 for 3, had grounded out his last time up. First pitch in there for a strike. Kelly has had himself a fairly good outing despite only giving up the 1 run in the bottom of the 7th. 2 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed. He's walked 1 and struck out 3 as they try the pickoff move. And of course the 1 earned run for a 4.50 game ERA so far today.
Nope.
I believe that's the first pitch that Alvarez has been close to the plate and not swung at today. For whatever reason, he's gone back to swing happy guy, and that will pretty much put the icing on the cake. Yordan Alvarez with his first hit of the ball game, making it count a 2-run shot. Home run number 43 on the year. And the Astros now lead it 7-4 here in this one. And that may have just sealed the ball game. That is the Alvarez the Astros are used to seeing this season. A player in only his first full season of Major League action has just hit his 43rd home run on the year. And that is the kind of player that they have been talking about as the potential winner of the MVP award here in the American League this year, as Silvino Bracho will head to the mound, try to not allow any more damage here in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch in there for strike 1 to Correa. He has a home run in this series, but he was brought in on a home run from Yuli Gurriel earlier in the ballgame, that being in the bottom of the 2nd.
Ball 1.
Beardy Buddha in the chat saying the only way he won't get it is if he gets hurt or Bregman gets it. And yeah, that's pretty much the way it's been this season. Him and Bregman have been pretty much battering mates there at the 1 and 2 for the AL MVP race, and have been pretty much up there in the top 5 in most every offensive category so far this season in the American League, and have not really faltered off too much. 3-1 fouled away by Correa. Full count now. Now swung on, will be chopped on over to second. Marte to first in time, and there's the first out of the inning.
The first baseman, number 10,
Yuli Gurriel to the plate now. They, like to say, have the two-run homer back in the second. Brought in him and Correa to give the Astros their first lead of the ball game. His only hit, though, he has also been on base with a walk today. Oh, 1 as he fouls that one away. High heat, 96 miles an hour. And if you're here for the Indians versus Twins, we will get that one to you right after the conclusion of this one. Gurriel lacing that one right past the infield, but Ahmed making the catch for out number 2 here in the bottom of the 8th. Glad you are here tuning in. Jordan Smith here bringing you this matchup of interleague action between the second place in the NL West Diamondbacks and second place in the AL West Astros. Both these teams trying to grab some ground on their counterpart they're chasing. You see there the righty and Duplantier and the lefty and Miller. Coming up for the Diamondbacks if they need them here for the rest of the 8th should something else go wrong. 2-0 with the count to Springer. He has had himself a masterful day today. 2 doubles and a single, 3 for 3 on the day. Looking like the old George Springer that we've seen in years past. Swing and miss. 2-2 the count now as Rocco has worked his way back to help his chances here. Ramos on deck. Reddick in the hole should they get to him. Springer trying to get on base and extend the inning. Swung on, and that will fall into left field for a base hit off the out-of-town scoreboard. Trying his luck, going to second. Slides in safe. 3 doubles for George Springer today, making his total 22 on the year. 4 for 4 on the day now. Springer has had a fantastic day and maybe one of the candidates for the MVP of the game. Wilson Ramos to the plate. 1 for 3, got a single his last time up. He brought in a run in the bottom of the 7th. It's his first hit of this series here in the first 2 games of this one.
Ball 1.
As that one runs in outside ball 1. Runner scoring position in Springer, and that's in on the base pass as that one's fouled away. Bottom of the 8th, Astros leading it by 3 now. Got to that 3-run lead, courtesy of the Yordan Alvarez 2-run shot to right field. Ramos will ground one to the right side of the infield, fielded by Walker. The pitch on to Bracho for out number 3. Yordan Alvarez adding insurance and potentially the icing on the cake. 7-4 as we head to the top of the 9th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Astros, number 54, Roberto
Osuna now in for the Astros. 138 ERA, 23 saves, and 24 opportunities. Looking to try and seal it off here in this one and trying to gain some more ground on the Athletics. First pitch in there for a strike off a 99-mile-an-hour fastball for Starling Marte. Marte 1 for 4 with a double as that one is in there for strike 2. Swung on, will be laced down the first base line, but will go foul. Still 0-2 here in this one. Probably go low again. Go inside instead. Bregman will get it on a chopper. But a first in time. Out number 1 in the inning.
The batter, number 4, second baseman, Ketel Marte.
Ketel Marte to the plate. 1 out, nobody on. Diamondbacks 2 outs away from suffering a loss here in today's game as that one is fouled away. Put them farther back, I believe, behind the Dodgers. Right now they sit 3 games behind the Dodgers for first in the West and 3 games behind the second place wildcard spot. So every win is just as crucial for them as it is for the Astros, who their only way into the postseason more than likely is by winning the West. And right now they sit at 7 games behind Oakland. They have the Angels 2.5 games behind them. They've got to put some kind of a run together, and Oakland's got to cool off in order for them to have any chance of potentially getting into the postseason this year, as that one's fouled away. The 1-2. Well, not fouled away again. 1-2 from Osuna.
Ball inside.
Outside ball 2. Two pitch. Try to get him to chase high. Won't do it. Full count now as Marte has worked himself into a hitter's count. Marte has a double as well. Has hit his sac fly as well as he fouls off the 100-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Love to probably have that one back as that came right down Hollywood. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up, the 3-2. Swung on into right field. And caught on a line from Reddick. 2 away in the inning, and now the Diamondbacks down to their final out.
Peralta.
David Peralta representing the last chance for the Diamondbacks here in the top of the 9th. First pitch in there for strike 1. 2 for 4 with a single and a double so far today is Peralta. Swung on, playing the shift. Altuve throws the first, and the Astros get a huge victory in today's ball game, winning it 7-4. In this one, Brad Peacock more than likely will get the victory. The Astros gain some ground just a bit now on the Athletics, I believe. I believe they'll now go either 6.5 or 6 games back of Oakland for first in the West, depending on what Oakland's result is today. The Diamondbacks, they will fall, I believe, to 3.5, maybe 4 behind the Dodgers. The win there goes to Peacock, the loss to Gallen, and the save to Osuna. As the player of the game, there you see it, George Springer having a career day. 3 doubles for George Springer and a single. Absolutely masterful in this game was Springer. Really looking like his old self and the George Springer that these Astros fans have come to fall in love with over the past few years. The win going to Brad Peacock. The loss to Zach Gallen, and the save to Robert Osuna. I believe we're going to get here into some highlights. Take a look. We start running through them a bit.
reason it was so rough, I kinda had to think that there would be conversations I just think they had somewhere away from my own care.
There you see the end of the ball game as you take a look at the final stat line for both of these teams. Started out 1 run in the first, 1 run in the third, a run in the fifth, and a run in the eighth for the Diamondbacks. 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors. The Astros, 2 runs in the second, 2 runs in the third, a run in the seventh, and 2 runs in the eighth to get 7 runs on 11 hits and no errors in this one. Most of their runs coming off a home run, whether the 2-run shot from Gurriel or Alvarez, or the solo shots from Bregman and Brantley. As we welcome Beardy Buddha into the booth as he has the next game on tap, an AL Central rubber match between the Indians and the Twins. I'll go ahead and get out of your hair, but hope you have a great game, fans. It's been fun bringing this one to you. Once again, the Astros get a big win, 7-4 the final in the interleague matchup against the Diamondbacks. Take it away, Beardy Buddha.
Oh, thank you, Jordan. Your Stros get the dub, so they try and keep a little pace there in that AL West, but a big one here in the AL Central, a rubber match, as Cleveland and Minnesota. Game 3 here on a Wednesday night, hump day, rubber match. Cleveland won 8-6 in 10 innings last night. Twins won 4-1 on Monday night, and we got a pretty solid pitching matchup as well. Zach Plesac tossing against Jose Berrios. As you see there, the Twins 73-42, the Indians 72-42. Just a half game separating these ball clubs atop the AL Central. And it's going to be Berrios, 10-5 record. He has been pretty crappy his last 3 or 4 starts. He's got that big, terrible snowflake on here on the show, if you see it in the stats video, and he's making his 24th start here tonight. He'll try and keep these Cleveland bats in check, but that'll be a problem as they got 3 boppers just to start, 4 or 5 in a row if you want to start this lineup. Mercado batting .301, and we'll see what the righty Jose Berrios offers him here, and Mercado gets a ride into the first pitch, and Eddie Rosario couldn't glove it. That's down for a leadoff base hit.
Batting second,
Oscar Mercado's 120th hit of the season, his little Texas leaguer out there in front of Eddie Rosario. Eddie, maybe not as fast as he was 4 or 5 years ago. Probably would have been able to get to that one. Instead, it's a leadoff base runner, and Berrios' whip. It's steadily climbed all season up to 1.33 now, and his ERA also at 3.30. So he started the season real well, was undefeated deep into things. I think started 8-0, something like that, and now sitting here at 10-5. So trying to figure some things out, and he's got Cesar Hernandez asking the same thing. 0-2 here as the big offseason free agent pickup here for Cleveland. He's done very well at second base. And that's another base hit. So back-to-back base hits to start out the ball game for Cleveland. And Jose Berrios getting smacked around here early, and signs of a potential 5th straight bad start. Looking not well for the Twins' supposed ace. And he starts out the smiley guy, Francisco Lindor, with ball 1. Lindor hit his 22nd home run in last night's ball game. Looks at strike 1 there, a changeup from Berrios. I talk about it all the time. I love watching Lindor play the game. And despite that 248 average, still can put a charge into one at any moment. 2 base runners, some early trouble here for Berrios. At least he's only tossed 7 pitches here in his 3rd batter faced. And gets another strike in there as we see Joe McDonald behind home plate, so you can at him if there are any bad calls here. But an even count to the Cleveland shortstop. Oh, threw it behind him, and then the runners didn't go as it kicked back from the backstop there pretty hard. But, oh man, not a good jump there, not good base running as Mercado couldn't see it. And that one's fouled away by Lindor, so full count here once again. And a big pitch early for Jose Berrios. Gets him swinging on the fastball up to 95 on the heater. That's the first punch out and the first out of the evening for Jose. See, Lindor just couldn't get there, and that brings up Carlos Santana. Left-handed hitting first baseman. You see there, leading the Indians in 73 RBI, also leading them with those 32 home runs. That's tied with Nelson Cruz for 3rd in the American League. Santana not having the best series, just 1 for 8 with a walk and 5 strikeouts. But he can tear the cover off a ball in a hurry. One and one count here to Cleveland's first baseman. And Santana rips this one through the infield and out to right field. They're going to hold up Mercado at 3rd base. Probably a good idea as Kepler put that one a laser into home plate, Garver's glove.
The 3rd baseman.
And another base hit. It's the 3rd single given up here by Jose Berrios to start his evening. And the bases are juiced for Jose Ramirez. Cleveland's 3rd baseman. Ooh, takes one. That was probably strike 1. Instead, it's ball 1. So Berrios needs to kind of prove it to Joe McDonald again. At him and at San Diego Studios while you're at it. But anyway, this one hit to center field. Buxton not going to have to move. Will probably be deep enough to score Mercado. And Oscar tags up. That's the first run of the ball game. So the team from Cleveland puts one across here early, and 3 singles and a sac fly. Means it's a 1-0 lead for, at least for Zach Plesac. Domingo Santana. He was 1 for 5 in last night's ball game, but it was probably the biggest hit of his season as he launched a 2-run home run off of Sergio Romo in the top of the 10th inning last night. That was Santana's 10th dong of the year. Batting .290 in kind of a limited role. And looking at a 2-1 count here from Jose Berrios. Fouls that one away. That'll even her up. 2 aboard for Cleveland here early at Target Field. Always nice to get ahead on your division leaders, especially when they're up just a half game. White Sox up 2.5 games, I believe, on the Rays now. And Berrios gets him looking. Oh, nice pitch there to Domingo Santana. Gets Berrios out of the huge jam with just 1 run allowed. So some magic being spun by Jose Berrios to only get the 1 run across there. But Zach Plesac, it'll be tough getting 1 run across for the Twins. He's been excellent this season, as has many of the members of this Cleveland rotation. Some excellent numbers there. 124 strikeouts, 54 walks. Only 10 home runs given up. He's top 10 in a number of categories in the American League, and he's second in those home runs allowed. Twins right fielder and the product of Germany, Max Kepler, going to take ball one to lead things off here. Kepler had a highlight of the season of a game on Monday night. Hit a home run, had a spectacular catch, and he gives this one a ride just over the head of Lindor, who was shifted up to the middle. And that's going to be a leadoff base hit for the Twins and Max Kepler. Jorge Polanco digs in now in the lefty batter's box, the one he prefers as the switch hitter, of course. And Plesac starts him out with the ball. So these two, Polanco and Kepler, have been the table setters, and even usually Polanco driving in Kepler just after situations like this all season long. If they're humming, this offense is usually humming, and this one's to the gap. Kepler's going to be running. He rounds second base. We'll see if they'll send him from third as Mercado's throw is into the cutoff man, and they did hold up Kepler, but a double here from Jorge Polanco, his 33rd of the season. That puts two runners into scoring position for the Twins, with dangerous Mitch Garver coming up as we see Polanco kind of not really dug that one out too low, but went to the bottom of the zone for that one and put her on a rope into right center. See Garver there with 80 RBIs, second on the Twins. He trails Nelson Cruz by one ribby. But a good chance here for the Twins backstop to potentially take the lead with a base hit. And he looks at ball one from Zach Plesac, and that's his third straight batter here faced with ball one. So usually want to start him out with strike one there, kiddo.
Ball, that's inside.
2-0 now as the fastball's inside. The Twins offense was pretty quiet yesterday until the bottom of the fifth inning. They scored 4 runs and tied things up. Really back and forth game last night as Garver connects, but it's going to go foul to the right, 2-1. Another one fouled away, 2-2, evens it up. And Garver taps another one foul, so he's tracking it here, but Plesac can't get him to swing and miss. This is Mitch Garver trying to overtake Nelson Cruz for the RBI lead, and another one fouled off, and he's racking up Zach Plesac's pitch count here early. Still nobody down, bottom of 1. And another one tapped foul. Garver's been tracking both the changeup and the fastball. He's tapped a couple of each foul in this AB. And this one, a tapper up the middle. Lindor will fire onto first base, so that'll be an out, but the Twins tie it up. An RBI ground out from Mitch Garver. He gets the job done just enough there, and that brings home Max Kepler. We got a tie ball game in this close AL Central battle. Teams separated by a half game as we're in the first week of August, folks. The trade deadline went by. Teams made a couple additions, and Nelson Cruz pops this one up in the infield. Lindor's going to circle under that one for out number 2.
Batting fifth, the left fielder.
Get a nice shot of Minnie and Paul out there in center field. Twins hoping they'll be shaking hands, and if a couple of bombas fly here, and Eddie Rosario always a good candidate for that with the righty on the mound, and hitting him out to target Plaza out there in right field. He looks at ball one. So again, another batter started with the ball from Plesac, and both our starters here today have struggled here in their opening frame. Despite Plesac's struggle, still just 15 pitches. And Rosario swings through that one for strike one. And fouled away, 2-2. 2 down. Jorge Polanco is still out there at second base after his double. Eddie trying to drive him home and take the lead. Ooh, that one ripped foul, but deep but foul. Put the wrong adjective in the wrong order there. As Eddie lays off one inside, a big sweeping breaking pitch. It'll fill the count here, so at the very least, Polanco will be off from second base. Zach Plesac trying to get out of this inning with just the 1 run allowed. And Polanco, oh, he just nubs it off the end of the bat to make contact and keep his AB alive. That was probably ball 4 though, bud. And Rosario swings through the slider. Gets Plesac out of his first inning, but the Twins do tie it up on an RBI ground out from Mitch Garver. And we got a tie ball game after 1 inning here in downtown Minneapolis. This looks like a couple of those guys have been drinking since about 11 o'clock this morning. That was some pretty funny dancing.
Tyler Naquin.
Tyler Naquin standing in now, the number 7 hitter here today for Cleveland. And takes strike 1 for a changeup. A changeup for strike 1. I'm mixing words already, and we're second inning. It's not even an after dark call. My goodness, wake the hell up, bud. As this one's hit well to left field, Rosario tracking it on the warning track, and that's gone. Tyler Naquin with his 12th home run on the season. And that puts the Cleveland baseball team up 2-1 here. And that is the 19th home run allowed from Jose Berrios. Solo shot. Apo Taco from Cleveland right fielder Tyler Naquin. So that tying run erased in 1 pitch. Roberto Perez. At strike 1 there, Jose Berrios trying to figure things out. He's been really erratic. And man, at this point, if you're a Twins fan, you're really thanking your lucky stars that they traded for Kenta Maeda, who's been absolutely brilliant this year, and he's been the ace of this staff.
1 and 2.
Good to see Jake Odorizzi turning things back on after a bit of a mid-season slump. And especially good for those guys to keep pitching well with Berrios struggling, and of course the trade acquisition John Gray. I think he's inflated his ERA a whole run in his 2 starts since coming over, and has looked kind of lost. So apparently Gray can't pitch in the thick air down here in Minnesota, as Berrios gets Roberto Perez looking there for his 3rd punch out.
Batting 9, the left fielder, Delino DeShields.
Delino DeShields stepping in now. And swings and grounds the first pitch he sees to Sano for a quick out number 2. That's good for Berrios, as Cleveland left fielder now in that everyday role. Grounds out, top of the order, back up. Mercado had that little blooper of a single in front of Rosario, and I don't know, maybe that got into Berrios' head a bit in that first inning when he allowed those 3 singles. This one up the middle, tough play for Arias to his right, but he makes it with the jump throw for out number 3. Nice play by Luis, not known for his glove, but Naquin with the Apo Solo taco. Puts Cleveland up 2-1 as we head to the bottom of 2. Josh Donaldson, he had a big home run, his 20th of the season last night in the bottom of the 9th inning. Helped to get the Twins within 6-5. Twins ended up tying the ball game on a Jorge Polanco RBI single. But Cleveland ended up winning 8-6 thanks to that Domingo Santana home run. Josh Donaldson swings through that offering. The changeup from Plesac at 84.
1-1.
Won't go fishing that time. 1-1. Twins fans hoping Josh can break out a little bit here in this second half. Again, I always preface it, not terrible numbers. The batting average, 234. You might like to see that a little higher, but the on-base percentage is at 318 still, so slugging percentage of 445. You'd like to see that higher as well, but he does have 20 home runs and 18 doubles along with 1 triple. Has 48 walks, but has struck out 109 times. So kind of an up and down season. He has been constant at third base, and he swings at that super high fastball. That one was about at his chin.
The second baseman, Louis.
What the hell was he doing there? Apparently Josh Donaldson has turned into Adam Dunn in the offseason. I'm not sure. That one was silly. Either way, Luis Arias, see, riding that 15-game hitting streak. He about lost it last night. Did go 1 for 5. He's 4 for 9 in the series. Had a big RBI single to start out the scoring in Monday night's ball game. But the Twins' second baseman back over 300. He's not going to get a hit here, though. Plesac snags it off the top of the dirt for out number 2. So the bottom of this Twins order gonna try and make some hay here with 2 down. Miguel Sano is gonna dig in. He has 25 bombas on the season now. Hitting 255, slugging 513. And although those strikeouts are at 148, he's also 9th in the league in walks with 52 on the season. Looks at strike 1, the fastball from Plesac sitting at 95. He'll average 94, 95 with that 4-seamer.
Nope, that's a ball.
Ooh, close pitch there taken by Miguel Sano. And Perez calling it up high. It is up high. Miggy fouls it away for strike 2. Ooh, the 1-2 pitch gets him swinging. The changeup at 84 will send Sano and the Twins to the dugout for their gloves as Zach Plesac comes in, puts up the 0. A nice bounce back inning after a pretty bad first. And that's going to bring back up his hitters here. That Cleveland lineup looking to keep things figured out here against Jose Berrios.
The second baseman,
As Cesar Hernandez, the second baseman, having a career year. He's having an excellent year. 10 dingers, 6 triples, 30 doubles, and has driven in 57. This one gonna go foul.
No, that's low.
Berrios comes back, misses with the change outside, 2-1. We heard this offseason that Jose was changing his workouts a little bit to try and increase his stamina into the season. Not necessarily game by game, but just not wearing down in August and September like he has the last few seasons. As there's a swing and a miss for out number 1, his 4th K.
Up next for Cleveland, the shortstop, Francisco.
Berrios is tied for 9th in innings pitched in the American League. But it seems he has kind of worn down a little bit after a real spectacular start. We'll see if he can settle in and hold the rest of this Cleveland lineup in check. But always tough. Lindor, Santana, possibly Jose Ramirez due up again, and tough task. It's a big reason why Cleveland and Minnesota as well, both these two lineups and even their pitching staffs have been spectacular. They're 1-2 for the best records in ML Bot Ball, both AL and NL, as Rosario gloves that one for out number 2.
Now batting, the first baseman, Carlos.
Cubbies right behind him. I think Cubs have 72 wins. I think they have one more loss than Cleveland. Of course, you can find those standings at mlbotball.com as always, or they're usually posted somewhere. Somebody's talking about it in the Discord. Berrios starts out Santana with strike 1. Back here, low, 1-1. Dangerous hitter. I mean, Tyler Naquin not known as a dangerous hitter at all, but he slugged one opposite field off of Berrios here, so Santana could definitely pull one down that right field line at any time. This one's hit high. Kepler gonna make the catch on the track. That's somehow twisted under that overhang out there in right field, and that's out number 3. Oh, I think Jose Berrios got rather lucky on that one, and he knows it. As he's gonna go reflect on his choices he's made in recent starts and hopefully figure something out. Heidi Watney's going to tell us about the Twins' hitting stats. That's usually the first one she brings up. See there, Twins first in runs a game, 5 1/4. Third in average, the AL fourth. A lot of top 5 marks there. Second in home runs. So Twins, of course, set that record last year, 307. They edged out the Yankees for the most home runs hit in a 162-game season as Buxton flails at one, trying to get a stupid bunt base hit down. Buxton, you've been swinging a good bat, man. No reason to bunt.
Nope.
And somehow that misses. Plesac. That was a... Did you see that eye roll? Oh, Plesac had like a... That was almost like an exorcist eye roll right there. That was... Look out for the projectile green vomit from Zach Plesac if he doesn't get another call going his way. Again, Joe McDonald, he's had a few here tonight both ways that have been pretty questionable. It's a variable strike zone. Gotta love that. Get some intrigue in the game. That's... Robot umps would be cool, but I also like seeing baseball players get pissed off about silly things. As Buxton goes down swinging for Plesac's 4th K. Look at those league leaders in the American League. Plesac up there with 12. Kenta Maeda at 11. Probably would have had number 12, but only went 4 1/3 innings in his last start. But top of the Twins order back up here with one down. Max Kepler, son of ballerinas, 1 for 1 in this ball game. Takes strike 1 there. Plesac's been locating his fastball pretty well all night. And I've just been told the real German must have done something in real life, given the text messages from my brothers right now. But Max Kepler in bot ball swings through that one, 1-2. And Kepler gives this one a ride out to left field. Chased by DeShields and makes the catch on the run. A nice play there on the track from Delino DeShields, as they, of course, had Kepler shaded to the right side. But no toaster strudel there for you, Max, as that's out number 2. Jorge Polanco stands in now. He had a hit back in that first inning as well, a double. And he had 2 doubles in Monday night's ball game. As I've said before, it's kind of been a little inter-team competition between him and Max Kepler on who's leading this squad in doubles, although Eddie Rosario making a late charge himself with 31. As 1-2 here to the Twins shortstop. Plesac tossing pitch 45. Outside, 2-2. Polanco taps that foul. Will remain at 2-2. Oh, ripped foul. That's a staying alive swing if I've ever seen one from Polanco. And Jorge, he doesn't walk much, doesn't strike out too much. Usually puts it in play. He tries to put one in play there, but Plesac with a nice snag once again. He's had a couple hot shots that he's gloved excellently, and he keeps this 2-1 ball game intact. Cleveland on top, trying to overtake the Twins in the AL Central. Wouldn't be the first time. They had a moment, I think, a couple days in June where they led, but Twins came roaring back, and that's the thing as well. I mentioned it a little last night, but so Cleveland's division record now is 37-18. Of course, against the White Sox, Tigers, and Royals, and Twins. The Twins are 27-17, so they've played 10 less divisional games. And I think they haven't played the Royals too much, and they haven't played the Tigers too much, so I think the Twins have a pretty big slate here coming of maybe some sub-500 squads, and they'll start with a 4-game set tomorrow in Kansas City. Cleveland will be off, and then they're off to the Cell. They'll head to the south side of the Chicago for a huge series, as Cleveland swept the Indians at Progressive Field. Swept the White Sox at Progressive Field. So perhaps a little revenge from the Pale Hose on deck. Coming for old Cleveland. I'd sure love to see it.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
White Sox got a big win earlier here against Garrett Cole and the Yankees today. They won 7-0, I believe. As Berrios with a low fastball is going to punch out Ramirez.
Now batting, designated hitter, Domingo Santana.
Jose B wins that matchup. One down here, top of the 4th, Domingo Santana.
Ball 1, no strike.
Looks at a ball.
No.
Santana didn't play in Monday night's ball game as Twins started Devin Smeltzer a lefty, so Cleveland kind of platoons things just a tad between righties and lefties. Twins are straight lineup no matter what. Hey, Default Dan. Welcome to our Bot Ball universe, bud. Stretch out your legs, say hi, shake some hands, kiss some babies. Well, maybe don't do that in these times, but hope you have some fun. Either way, Domingo Santana has an even count here, 2-2. Jose Berrios has 5 punch-outs, I believe, but Santana gets a piece there. Will reset. Berrios up to 55 pitches here, so despite that kind of disaster of a first inning and a home run given up to Naquin, He's been working rather efficiently there. Polanco kind of took his time with the throw, and that one was almost pulled Sano off the bag too, but instead out number 2. And Naquin back up here. See, 2 for 5 now in the series with that home run. He was 1 for 4. He had a double in last night's ball game, so some extra base hits here for Tyler Naquin off these Twins pitchers. And look at that, 8 for 23 with 3 homers against Jose Berrios now for Tyler Naquin. That's some pretty impressive numbers against the guy the Twins usually trot out as their best pitcher. And Naquin got just under that one too much. Buxton going to range over to his left for out number 3. So after some rough first 2 innings, Berrios has come down here and put a couple zeros on the board. Mitch Garver, Nelson Cruz, Eddie Rosario, heart of the Twins order, going to come up and try and do some damage against Zach Plesac. Plesac's tied for 3rd in walks, or tied for 3rd in wins in the American League, tied for 5th in losses, just those 5 losses. He's 5th in ERA, 2nd in home runs allowed, 11th in innings pitched, and 6th in WHIP. And for a young guy, I think he was drafted 12th round. Once again, another gem that these Indians have somehow polished off and flipped for quality starts. That's a ball upstairs to Garver to lead things off here. Bottom of the 4th inning. Big AL Central showdown. Swings through that low fastball, 1-1. As I said, I think Plesac's best pitch today has been that 4-seamer for him. Is he's gotten a few swings and misses on the slider, and the changeup hasn't been chased too much. But that fastball has been very effective for him. Keeping these Twins hitters in check for the most part after a bumpy first inning. 3-1 here to Garver, and he walked him on a close pitch. That's a tough one, and again, that slider missed inside. Wonder if he should have just thrown him a fastball somewhere, but of course, Garver's probably the last guy you want to throw a fastball to outside of this guy coming up. Nelson Cruz, 0 for 1. He's been sliding a little bit since the All-Star break. Competed in the home run derby, of course, because he was 4th in the American League in home runs at the time. Plesac starts him out 0-1. See if the Twins can bring that leadoff walk around the bases and home. It's the old Metrodome moniker used to say. I always like to remind folks, walks will haunt. Pitch low, 1-1. And up high now, 2-1. Plesac has gotten some interesting swings here tonight. There was that one to Donaldson that was about at his chin that he swung at. That was, I hope somebody, I'm going to clip that one after the game. That was ridiculous. Another one that one's called a strike, 2-2. Plesac to the boomstick. That one misses inside. Full count. Big pitch here for the Cleveland righty. Pitch number 59 on the way and gets Nelson Cruz looking with a fastball. Okay, it's his 5th strikeout tonight, and That's a big one for Zach Plesac after issuing the leadoff walk. Eddie Rosario going to stand in now and try and mash. Takes strike one there. I love to call Eddie Rosario the best junk ball hitter in league history. I exaggerate, of course, but Eddie does have the highest slugging percentage on balls outside of the zone since 2018. He's my favorite player, so I'll gush about him like a pack of gushers. Did you ever eat back when we could have sleepovers when you were a kid? Did you ever eat a full box of gushers? As Rosario smacks this one to right field, but Naquin's gonna catch it over his shoulder for out number 2.
Now batting, third baseman,
or any type of food. I swear, like a bag of Doritos would be gone in like 30 seconds at those sleepovers. Or Surge. For some reason, some parents thought buying a Surge was a good idea. Donaldson grounds this one to his fellow third baseman. Ramirez knocked it down, but the throw not in time. So a good defensive play there. They're going to rule it a base hit, of course. That one was a super tough play, and the fact Ramirez even made it close was good. Baez digging in here, takes ball 1. And Josh Donaldson will take about any hit he can get these days, so he's probably thankful for that one. He's having a pretty solid series. Was 2 for 5 in last night's ball game with that big home run, of course. Hitless in Monday's game, but did walk twice. So perhaps maybe seeing the ball a bit better as Arias lifts this one to right or left field, and that's going to be an easy out for DeShields, who came in on it quite a ways back. But Twins go down quietly there. Couldn't push anything across. It's still a 2-1 ball game at Target Field. Jose Berrios going to start out his inning with 59 pitches and tossing to catcher Roberto Perez. Whenever we can have sleepovers again, we should have a bot ball sleepover. And I think I might be actually the most centrally located. I think Minneapolis might be most centrally located, so I'm going to call it right now. We're doing the 2021 ML Bot Ball sleepover in Minneapolis, in beautiful Minnehaha neighborhood. I have a 50-foot waterfall, 10-minute walk from my front door. It's pretty cool. So if you come to Minneapolis, you can do that. We can roast s'mores in my backyard, and the slurve gets Roberto Perez for strikeout number 6 from Berrios.
Left fielder, the
Nice pitch there, but easy to retire Perez. He's batting just 192 on the season. Delino DeShields grounded out his last time up. Has made some solid plays out there in left field today and took ball 1 there from Berrios.
Ball that's outside.
Ball 2. Looking back, one of my favorite things about sleepovers is we'd always try and stay up all night, and we'd fall asleep about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And then our one buddy's mom would always wake us up about 8 o'clock and get us out of her house by 8:30 if we were all staying there. Old Ruth did it right.
That's ball 4. Take your base.
A 1-out walk. Berrios walks the number 9 hitter.
the center fielder.
So Jose has given up a home run to the number 7 hitter and walks the number 9 hitter here with 1 down in the top of the 5th. I wonder if we might start seeing some action in the Twins bullpen. It appears that we have had a shift in how Rocco Baldelli manages that bullpen now. Seems to maybe have a somewhat shorter hook. 0-1 to Mercado, and they're going to have a throw down to second base, but oh man, DeShield's in there, no problem. He's 5th in the American League in stolen bases and racks up another one there. I think that's 17 on the year. Could be wrong on that. Don't check my math. Either way, 1-2 to Mercado now, and a runner in scoring position for Cleveland. As Berrios misses low to even it up. Hasn't located that fastball particularly well tonight. And Mercado, oh man, he ripped that one down the left field line, but it's going foul. 2-2 again. Don't leave one over the plate, and a throw to second base, trying to keep DeShield's honest there. He does have a pretty solid lead. Mercado fights that one away. Probably swung at ball 3. Instead, we're going to reset once again at 2-2. So Mercado's putting together a pretty solid at-bat here. This one doinked down the first base line. It bounced off the bag. Sano lost it, and then that's going to be another base runner, a base hit. That should be an error for Sano. He should know where that ball is going. That was absolutely silly, but runners on the corners now for Hernandez, and Berrios starts him out with strike 1. So Cleveland threatening to add to this 2-1 lead, threatening to knock out Jose Berrios from this game pretty early. As this one a little nubber up the middle, Mariah's going to throw on to first, and they'll get 1 out, but it's going to be a run across for the Indians. As we got a 3-1 ball game now, as Cleveland trying to get on top of this AL Central and take this series 2-1. Francisco Lindor digs in now. And Hernandez now Mercado now at second base. Jeez Louise. Lindor looks at ball 1. And outside ball 2. As I said before, that average not maybe the highest for Lindor this year, but is second on the Cleveland Ball Club with those 23 home runs. Trails Carlos Santana at 32. And looks at ball 3 there. And there we are, Sergio Romo, Tyler Clippard. Both warming up, both pitched in last night's ball game, and Romo took the loss actually when he served up that sloppy tater to Domingo Santana, and a walk here, a 4-pitch walk, puts Francisco Lindor aboard with 2 down.
The first baseman.
And Carlos Santana, the dangerous stick at first base, digs in. See there, 2 for 10 in the series. Does have a double singled here today already. And Berrios starts him out with strike 1, down and in. 2-seamer. He doesn't throw that too often. And back with the 4-seamer fouled away, so a rather quick 0-2 here. A big pitch for Jose Berrios. Swing and a miss, he got him on the fastball. Oh my, Jose gets out of the jam he put himself into, did give up another run. But it is a 3-1 ball game here in downtown Minneapolis. Cleveland leads Minnesota. Battle for the AL Central.
Leading off for the Twins, the first baseman, Miguel
Miguel Sano digging in now, 0 for 1 at his 149th strikeout in his first at-bat. Twins going to try and do some damage here against Plesac as his pitch count climbs, but he's still spinning it well. That fastball, again, I've commented numerous times. That's been by far his best pitch here tonight. Miguel Sano cracks this one into center field. Mercado chasing and catches it on the track. In front of that 403 sign there. Nice play by Mercado. See there the three AL Central pitchers, Zach Plesac, Kenta Maeda, and Lucas Giolito on that AL ERA leaderboard. Plesac holding true to that number here today, just 1 run given up in 4 1/3. Byron Buxton has a couple hits this series. Struck out a couple times, and I said he's been swinging the bat a little better. Anytime he runs one down out there in center field, you forget about 30 points of that average. As he hits this one well to right field, but not far enough. I thought that one was going to carry a little farther. My apologies, but Nake went out there for easy out number 2, and Max Kepler digs in. So 3rd time through the order. This is where the Twins, if they haven't figured out a starter, they'll usually start figuring him out. I mean, as a lot of lineups do, but Twins especially will usually start mashing. And look at that, Kepler riding a little 5-game hit streak, trying to get that average back above 300. And this one hit to center field. Mercado, oh, nice snag there on the fly. Had to reach a little extra for that one, and catches it for out number 3. So we're through 5 innings here in Minnesota. Cleveland leads 3-1, trying to get that AL Central lead back. They trailed just a half game heading into this evening. And Jose Ramirez is going to stand in now and take some hacks. Jose Berrios still on the mound. He's got 86 pitches. We'll see how quick the hook might be from Baldelli if he starts out poorly. Strike in there to Ramirez. He didn't like it. Quickly back, and he smokes this one to right field. It's going to be off the wall. Kepler will snag it, and Ramirez is going to try for second base, and Kepler was kind of shocked that he was himself. So into second base easily is Jose Ramirez with his 29th double on the year. And that one was crushed. I'd like to see the exit velocity on that hit, but for some reason Kepler didn't get it back in. He might have had a chance to toss out Ramirez because that one was hit so hard, but he hesitated on it and caught him off guard, and that double knocks Jose Berrios from the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as he makes it through just 5 innings today. Sergio Romo gave up that 2-run shot in last night's ball game. He's going to come in here and pitch for some reason. Not sure what Rocco Baldelli's thinking, but Domingo Santana, hey, he had that big 2-run shot off Romo last night. We'll see if he can get him again here. Romo starts him out with the 85-mile-an-hour fastball up high for ball 1. And there's that slider. Oh no, a changeup. Sorry, 1-1. Ooh, the big guy 73. Who's ready for Beardy special trivia question? Oh, that's cute. I like these decade ones he does. He's got a good one here tonight. Name the players to hit the most RBIs in all the decades from the 60s to today. This one skied to right field. Kepler gonna squint. make the catch, and Ramirez going to try and tag up. Kepler's throw is off the mark, so some great base running here from Jose Ramirez has gotten him to third base with just one down. Cleveland could potentially add to this 3-1 lead. So we get a look there at Naquin's solo shot back in that second inning. So most RBIs, I'm gonna 60s was Killebrew, I'd guess. Romo starts him out with ball one there. Guerin and Clippard both warming up. Both those guys pitched in last night's ball game as well. And this one hit to center. Buxton will go to his right. Should be deep enough to score Ramirez from third. And Buxton's throw is not in time. And that's a 4-run lead now for Cleveland. As they're you get Sergio Romo here in the 6th. Well, I mean, actually, that's a runner attributed to Berrios now that my short-term memory kicks in. Oh, no Twins on the list. Well, why the hell is it a Beardy special trivia question, big guy? Come on now. I kid, bud. We love big guy. He's been doing these trivia questions now like pretty much every day for 4 months. It's been a good fun addition to the broadcast, and we haven't paid him a cent. We should at least bake you some banana bread or something. 0-2 here to Perez, who fouls that one away. Oh, it's because I like the decade questions. Okay. Swing and a miss. Perez goes down on strikes on a patented Sergio Romo slider, but that leadoff double from Jose Ramirez. Man, if Kepler just wouldn't have hesitated there, it might have been a different outcome, but instead it's a 4-1 ball game. Zach Plesac still in the game, and he's going to toss to Jorge Polanco to start out his 6th inning of work. Sitting at 74 pitches. For 2000 to 2009 for the aughts, is it David Ortiz?
Ball one, no strike.
He would have driven in some with the Twins, but then he wasn't to Boston. That's probably not right. 2-0 here to Polanco. No to Papi, okay. Jorge Polanco had a single in his first at-bat in that first inning. That's the, had a double his first at-bat. This one ripped deep but foul. The one fouled away, 2-2. Jorge Polanco, he can switch hit, of course. It was funny, he actually had more power numbers from the right side last year than the left side, but strikes out there. That's his 74th strikeout on the season. Zach Plesac still tossing fine here in his 6th inning of work. See if he can keep up his efficiency and keep the outs piling up. Mitch Garver 0 for 1, does have a walk. Had a RBI ground out.
Back outside.
One misses outside, 2-0. Oh, wow, the guy in the 2000s has the highest home run total in a single decade since the 30s. Ooh, did that get Garver? No, it just glanced by the elbow. It's a 3-1 count here to the Twins catcher. Fouls that one away, 3-2. Want to remind everybody to stick around tonight. We'll have another game after this one. Carlos Zimmerman on the call. He'll probably be pretty happy because his Astros won, but he's calling Cincinnati and Philadelphia for our After Dark offering. As you see, Plesac offers the off-speed pitch there to Garver and swings through it on the outside corner. Cruz 0 for 2. And this one hit well to center. Mercado going back at the track wall. It's a bomba. Whoa, Nelly, home run number 33 on the season. A 420-foot shot. Light him up, Nelson Cruz. Makes this a 4-2 ball game. A monster blast. We'll get distance and exit velocity there. 97. Man, usually Nelsons are over 100, but that one got some distance on it at just 97 on the exit velocity. As Plesac gives up just his 11th home run on the season in 142 and 443 innings of work. That was some excellent math on the fly, folks, and I was 100% correct as Rosario rips one into right field for a 2-out base knock. And Twins might not be done here, potentially threatening to knock Plesac out of this one in the 6th after he'd been cruising. And the tying run, Josh Donaldson, 3 for 9 in the series. Is there any rain forecasted here in downtown Minneapolis? We're going to find out in a hurry. And Donaldson sees the first pitch, grounds the first pitch. He's out on the first pitch, so I tried to build the damn drama, and nothing happened. But Cruz, Bomba number 33 on the year. His 82nd run driven in.
Your attention, please.
Gets the Twins one run closer. And we're going to see Tyler Clippard now out of the bullpen making his 51st appearance. I was gushing over him last night. He's been an excellent offseason signing by this Twins front office. And just another veteran addition out there that you can trust a guy in a game in this kind of a spot to at least get you a 4-2 game, a 4-2 chance going into the bottom of the 7th. Oh, A-Rod in the 2000s. Derp. Quickly 0-2, Delino DeShields. Facing Tyler Clippard. Clippard has those reverse splits, so if a lefty's coming up, he's going to have some success. But he's just as solid against righties, and DeShields stays alive, rips that one to the left foul. Yeah, the Circle Me Bert sign, if you don't know what that's about. Bert Blyleven, Hall of Famer, is the Twins color guy, although his role has started to be reduced because they got my favorite Canadian, Justin Morneau, doing a bunch of games on color with longtime Twins TV play-by-play man Dick Bramer, the Duke. But I absolutely love Justin Morneau on the call in the alternate universe, as that one's foul down the first base line, 0-1. Mercado 2 for 3 in this one. He's going to ground it to Arias at second. And out to first base for number 2 of the inning. Tyler Clippard working efficiently here, and he'll face Cesar Hernandez, who's 1 for 3. Hernandez now with 5 hits in this series.
Ball, that's off the plate.
He's been doing it all. So most RBIs in a decade. Let's just say 90s and 2010s player may not be Twins. Okay, so guys who killed the Twins. This one grounded. Sano's going to make the play to his right. Tosses to Clippard for out number 3, covering. And there it is, a 1-2-3 inning for the veteran Tyler Clippard. Still a 4-2 ball game here in Target Field.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
And Dominic Leon,
number 53.
I think it is 54th appearance. 61 in the 3rd innings pitched. The ERA, nothing to shake home about, but pretty respectable average against righties.
Leading up for the Twins.
We'll have to crank it in there against lefty Luis Arias, though, to start out his 7th inning. Big inning for both of these ball clubs. Potential implications for a lot of teams, as of course it kind of all depends with this AL Central race being a 3-horse race between Cleveland, Minnesota, and Chicago. That's I think Twins are going to end up with these 3 playoff teams. Although if the Rays keep getting this solid starting pitching like they have, they could potentially creep in there to that 2nd wild card spot. Kind of all depends on if the White Sox hold up. Arias is out. Tyler Naquin out over to his left for out number 1.
Number 22.
And I was like many, even though I'm a Twins fan, like many people on the south side of Chicago, I was pretty excited to see what that lineup was going to do. I was excited about old young Lou Bob, Luis Robert. And the one thing I think people were kind of anointing them before they had proven too much. They do have some young guys who could potentially regress from what they did last year. And they were only about a 500 club last year, if I remember correctly. So we still got some bot ball left to be played here, as a big weekend series for the White Sox and for Cleveland. As a win-loss puts you either direction in the standings, and you still got to deal with the Twins as well. But it's been a lot of fun. It's going to be even more drama down the stretch. We'll see if any of those trades pan out for any of these teams. Miguel Sano grounds this one here. Cleveland had a shift on, but luckily Santana was there, the only guy on the right side of the infield, and Leon beats Sano to the bag for out number 2. Byron Buxton, the center fielder, 0 for 2 tonight. Digging in against this Cleveland bullpen.
Ball, that's out.
We see a couple more arms up in the pen there. Brad Hand, Richard Blear. Blear. Sorry, folks, you're not going to get it from me. It's my last call for a week. I'm going on a little road trip. So, who knows? I don't even know if they'll let anybody else call Twins games. I kid. They're playing the Royals, so they might not even be on the schedule. Buxton fouls this one away, 2-1. Hank Aaron in the 60s. All right, yeah. Blyer.
3 balls, 1 strike.
I have some relatives who basically spell it the same, but it's with a K, and they pronounce it Claire. So go figure. Just like whose line is it anyway? Names are made up, and the spellings don't matter.
No, ball 4.
And there's a 2-out walk. Don't want to walk the number 9 hitter. We'll see if Max Kepler can make him pay. German singled in that first inning. Had a big home run in Monday night's ball game. And
He's going.
oh, Buxton took off for second base. He's in there easily with a stolen base. So now Kepler just needs a base hit to try and get these Twins within 1 run. But we sure would love to see a Bomba here at Target Field. As Kepler fouls that one away, he's going to have to do it out of a hole, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Kepler. This one lifted to center field. Mercado chasing at the wall. Gone! Max Kepler ties it up. Oh, the German got all of that one for his 19th homer on the season, and we got a tie ball game, bottom of 7. As this AL Central showdown adds some drama in game number 3 here. Max Kepler goes yard to dead center. Makes it a 4-4 ball game, and Target Field has erupted. I thought Mercado might have had a chance on that one, and he did. Man, if he was about 2 inches to his right, I think he would have caught that one, but mistimed the jump just by microseconds there. And the 2-out walk. Walks will haunt. Never forget it, folks. Comes back to haunt Cleveland. Leone gives up the lead. And we're reset basically now in the bottom of the 7th inning. Jorge Polanco scoots off the base there. 1-1. Off the base, off the plate. Home base. What is the history behind it being home plate and not home base? Because it's first, or not like first plate, second plate, third plate. As Polanco grounds out harmlessly. But Max Kepler ties it up with a 2-out Bomba to center field. Shake 'em up, Minnie and Paul. We got a fun one here in downtown Minneapolis.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Twins, number 38,
Corey Guerin coming in now, trying to keep this one tied up. 35th appearance. On the trivia side of things, Miggy was the 2010 player, so we're still missing 70s, 80s, and 90s of the most ribbies per decade. As Guerin starts out Lindor with strike 1, it's going to be Francisco, Carlos, and Jose. The meat, potatoes, and dessert of this Cleveland order. No small task for Guerin. Broken bat. Josh Donaldson going to make the play to his right there for out number 1, but always a little breath catcher or breath stealer when you saw somebody off. As Carlos Santana digs in, you see 1 for 3. We see Tyler Duffy warming in the Twins bullpen. And Guerin starts out Santana with strike 1. And quickly 0-2. Guerin's been tossing super well. He had a rough kind of start to the season. I would love to see his stats if you took out the month of April, because he has been excellent. This one lifted high to right field, but Kepler is going to circle under it for out number 2. So Guerin has eaten the meat. He's eaten the potatoes. We'll see if he's got room for dessert. Jose Ramirez had a sharp double off the right field wall his last time up. Came around to score. And Guerin starts him out with ball 1. We see 35,768 here on a hump day. As Ramirez fouls that one away, 1-1. Albert Bell is the 90s player with the most ribbies.
The count is 2-1.
Low, ball 2. Cleveland third baseman looking for another clutch hit here. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Oh, look out. My goodness. Guerin about hit him there, and he had gone inside with him earlier in this at-bat. So a 3-1 count here. Ramirez will probably have the green light. Instead, he takes strike 2. And Guerin kind of hung that slider there. That's a dangerous pitch. Full count, fouled away. We will circle back around. Ramirez does have 19 home runs on the season. And he swings and misses at that sinker for out number 3. Corey Guerin comes in and preserves the tie. Each team with 4 runs, each team with 6 hits. We have us a ball game late here at Target Field, and the trade acquisition Yoshihisa Hirano making his 39th appearance. Nothing too impressive in the strikeout to walk ratio, but you saw those averages in the ones, and that's about all you want out of your reliever. As Garver steps in, 0 for 2, does have a walk in this one, did rack up an RBI on a ground out as well.
0-1.
And that was the Twins' only run for a while, as quickly Garver's down 0-2. Twins catcher strikes out looking there. Hirano gets him with the fastball, absolutely froze him.
The batter, the designated hitter, Nelson.
And for some reason, one of the best fastball hitters in the league has struck out twice, I think, on those fastballs looking. Nelson Cruz had the big solo bomba to center field that made this a 4-2 ball game in the 6th inning. Again, that was home run number 33 on the year. Ooh, Nelson probably wants that one back, but a nice pitch from Hirano. He spun it just enough for strike 2 as we see Simber. He was last night's winner, warming up in the pen. Cruz takes a fastball up high, 1-2. Hunter Wood was the other righty out there, warming in Cleveland's bullpen. As Cruz goes down swinging, Hirano with back-to-back Ks, and a guy who is not known for the punch-out gives us a nice shot of his ass there and gets us another K, as he's working a solid bottom of the 8th inning here, but a dangerous Eddie Rosario. He had a single his last time up. Swings through the splitter there. Hirano just tossing him excellent here tonight. The 0-1 pitch is tapped foul by Rosario, so quickly 0-2. Hirano has been efficient, and he's been deadly. sneaky solid pickup potentially for Cleveland. As Eddie goes down swinging, Hirano strikes out the side here in the bottom of the 8th. Oh my, what an appearance out of that pen. Still 4-4 as we head to the 9th inning. A big ball game here in Minneapolis. And we're going to see Domingo Santana, Tyler Naquin, and Roberto Perez taking hacks for Cleveland. Corey Guerin going to stay in the game, as we could potentially be looking at free baseball in back-to-back games of this series. And that one fouled sharply to the right, 1-1. Eddie Murray had the most RBIs in the 80s, so we're just missing the 70s. Ooh, Guerin with a dirty pitch there, 1-2. The slider missed Santana's bat. Couldn't get him fishing. 2-2. Got him swinging, Corey Guerin with the slider. That's been his pitch out of the pen. It's his second K here in his appearance. And Tyler Naquin, Cleveland right fielder, had that Oppo Taco back in inning number 2 to make it a 2-1 ball game. And he taps this one back up the middle. Guerin backhands it and fires a strong throw over to first. Sano keeps the foot on the bag. It's out number 2, so Corey Guerin looking excellent out of that bullpen here in his second inning of work. Roberto Perez struck out his last time up. He's 0 for 3 on the evening. Roberto had a hit in last night's ball game, but is now 1 for 12 in the series with 5 strikeouts. And Guerin starts him out with strike 1 there. Cleveland catcher trying to find his first hit of the night, and Guerin slid that one too far outside, 1-1. That's one thing this Twins coaching staff has done really well with, particularly on the pitching side. If they find a guy who has one pitch, Wes Johnson has said, well, I can teach him how to throw an average fastball. It's that one pitch that's usually tough to teach. So Twins are trying to find those kind of diamonds in the rough, and if they have a plus pitch, they'll toss them out there and say, figure out we'll get your fastball figured out, but throw that pitch as much as you want. Corey Guerin with the 2-2 count here to Perez. Can't get him chasing. It's all full. 2 down, top of the 9th. Tie ball game. Perez does have 10 home runs on the year. Fouls that sinker away. Will reset. Johnny Bench, the final answer, had the most ribbies in the 70s. Thanks, Big Guy 73. I was pretty terrible at guessing those. Perez strikes out looking on a Guerin slider. And that's how the top half of the 9th inning ends. Josh Donaldson, he had a big home run in the bottom of 9 in last night's ball game. Going to lead things off here. Donaldson, Reyes, Sano. So a couple potential home run launchers. Going to face off against Hirano, who was absolutely brilliant in his 8th inning of work. So much like Guerin, he's going to work another inning here. We'll see what he can do against the bringer of rain. Donaldson looks at a fastball up and in there. 0-1. We see lefty Brad Hand, righty Hunter Woods still up there. As Simber was warming, but I think they've set him down.
That's the ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Or maybe they just have him alternating with Hand on mound time, since they got a couple different options warming up. But Donaldson fouls that one away. 1-2. Urena working efficiently.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Can't get Donaldson to chase there. 2-2. Some big at-bats for the Twins, and Urena gets his 4th straight punch out on the splitter. Oh my, that pitch is dirty. Yoshihisa Urena gonna pitch now to Luis Arias, who's 0 for 3 in this one. Uh-oh, Luis. He's in danger of losing that 15-game hitting streak. See if he can come up with a clutch hit here for the Twins and keep that streak alive. Urena spins a splitter in there, 0-1. That one misses, 1-1. He just keeps tossing that splitter. It's like Sergio Romo with the slider. He'll just keep throwing that pitch. Arias swings through the fastball. That's quite the change there, going from Hirono's splitter to his straight 4-seamer. 1-2. Arias pops it up to the left side. Ramirez going to track it. And that's out number 2. So final out here of regulation. The final out you actually had to pay for. Miguel Sano, 0 for 3 in this ball game. He has just 1 hit in this series. He's struck out, I think, 6 times now. Excuse me, 5 times. As Urena has fooled every single one of these Twins batters, and he starts out Miguel Sano with, guess what, a splitter. And then Miggy swings through the fastball low, 0-2. Urena has been brilliant. I am envious of this pickup. Swing and a miss. Miggy goes down. That is 6 straight punch outs for Urena. Oh my, he struck out the side in back-to-back innings. Or no, he didn't. Her eyes popped up. I'm an idiot. Either way, he had 5 strikeouts in 6 batters. And that's how we end regulation. Tyler Duffy coming on to pitch the top of the 10th inning. We got free baseball here on ML Bot Ball. Glad to have you sticking around with us, folks. A reminder, Carlos is going to call that Reds-Phillies game after this one, so stick around for that. And if you're here for that, I apologize. You got to ramble or listen to me ramble on for a few more minutes. But Delino DeShields is going to lead things off here against Tyler Duffy, top of the 10th inning, and he starts him out with ball 1. EB's asking if he had to pay for the first 9 innings. Well, if you haven't been Venmoing me all this time, EB, I got some news with interest for you, bud. 2-0 to Cleveland's left fielder, and he swings through that one inside, 2-1. This one lifted to center field, but Buxton's going to have room for it and makes the catch for out number 1 here in extras.
Now batting. The center field.
We're going back to the top of the Cleveland order, and that's a tall task to get through. As Oscar Mercado, a couple singles in tonight's ball game. He has 4 hits total now in this series. 4 for 12. Trevor May now getting loose out in left center. The 0-1 to Mercado is low, ball 1. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Nope, that's the ball.
Back-to-back ball games here. We've gone extra innings. Cleveland made short order of it last night with Domingo Santana 10th inning dong. And this one is to short right field. Kepler coming in, and that's out number 2.
Now batting, second baseman.
So Duffy just has to get through Cesar Hernandez here for out number 3, but again, Hernandez, you could argue he might be the best all-around hitter in this lineup. It might be between him and Mercado on which one that is at the moment. And this one poked to left field. It's going to get down in the corner for a 2-out double, as an opposite field double for Hernandez. That's double number 31 on the season for him. Nice piece of hitting here as you see him take a good cut. I think they had him shaded just slightly to the right, so Rosario had a little longer run as well, but a 2-out double off of Tyler Duffy. That is a prime opportunity for Francisco Lindor to give his ball club the lead. Lindor 0 for 3. And ooh, Duffy got away with one there, I think. The knuckle curve makes it 0-2. Big pitch for Tyler Duffy. Fans on their feet here at Target Field, and it's fouled away once again, 0-2. Cleveland shortstop, gets pushed off the plate there for ball 1. Slider got away from Duffy. Gets him off the plate again with the slider. 2-2 count now, 2 down. Top of the 10th inning. My voice cracking. Swing and a miss. Tyler Duffy gets him with the 96-mile-an-hour heater. And he's getting them pumped up here at Target Field. Fist pumps. That's a big punch out with a man at second base. Hunter Wood at flowing locks of hair coming in now, making his 49th appearance and going to try and keep the Twins in check. Get this one to inning number 11. Byron Buxton going to lead things off. Where did that miss? Oh man, Hunter Wood got robbed. Not sure where that fastball missed, but it's a 1-0 count here now to the Twins center fielder, and he missed farther that time, 2-0. And Buxton's going to try and drop down the bunt. It's a good one. Staying fair. Ramirez, throw not in time. Byron Buxton's going to lead it off with a bunt base hit here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Oh, that one just died on the line. Oh, man. If Byron could put him down like that every time he squares up to bunt, then I wouldn't be so against it. But whew, that was a good one. Kepler, he was the hero so far in this one. Tied it up. He has 2 home runs in this series. Had the big dong, his 19th of the year. Is number 20 coming for the German.
1-1.
Hunter Wood misses up high. And I'm surprised that Buxton hasn't tried to take off yet, given they might want to get him in scoring position, use that speed. Kepler lifts this one to left field, but Delino DeShields in to make the catch for out number 1.
The batter, number 11, shortstop, Jorge Polanco.
Hunter Wood going to toss to Jorge Polanco here. Had a double his first at bat. Had 2 doubles in Monday's game. If he hits a double here, that'll be all she wrote. Because I would love to see Buxton fly around these bases and end this one. This one instead grounded to Santana at first. The 3-6-3 double play. Oh my, that was gross. What a waste of a perfect bunt. See, that's why you just don't bunt in the first place. On to the 11th inning we go. Carlos Santana, Jose Ramirez, and Domingo Santana gonna be your batters here for Cleveland in the top of the 11th. Swing and a miss. Santana gets a Duffy slider there for strike one. Duffy working his second inning after Guerin worked 2 perfect innings. That one fouled away quickly, 0-2 here. But a dangerous hitter. Hasn't done much damage in this series, which really worries me at this point. Mike Koski saying he should have sent Danny Santana to Cleveland. It would be the Santanfecta. 2-2. And this one bounced through the hole in the right side of the infield. A leadoff base hit for Carlos Santana. And even when he's not damaging the baseball, he's still doing damage.
Your attention, please.
And Jordan Luplo going to come in and pinch run for Carlos Santana. Luplo played in... I think he played in a ball game. And a quick bunt over here will get the runner. Sack bunt. It's going to bring up Domingo Santana. So Luplo now at second base. Some speed out there. As Domingo's 0 for 4. He had the huge clutch homer in last night's ball game in the top of the 10th. I am crossing my fingers almost to bleeding that he doesn't hit one here off Tyler Duffy. So that one's swung through 0-1. You guys talking about this game never ending. It's only 5 minutes past scheduled start time. Talk to me when it gets to at least an hour. The number of After Dark games I've called this season that started over an hour after scheduled start time is, well, it's more strikes than Tyler Duffy has right now. I'll tell you that one. 2-1 to the designated hitter tonight for Cleveland. Oh, that was a rather late strike call there from Blue. But Tyler Duffy doesn't mind. 2-2 now. And fouled away. Santana with a defensive swing will keep the AB alive. As Duffy fills it up. Can't get the slider.
Nope, that's ball 4. Take your base.
And he walked him. Oh, a one-out walk, so 2 aboard now as Tyler Duffy running into some trouble here in his second inning of work. Cleveland threatening, and they're going to pull Duffy. Trevor May going to make his 34th appearance and try and lock this one up, but he can't even hang on to his glove. Probably played too many video games last night. This is a stupid thing I've heard a Twins fan say before. Trevor May in to try and clean up the mess. Holding righties under 200, holding lefties under 150. And a tough task here, trying to get a ground ball with just one down, Tyler Naquin. He's got a dinger in this one already. He had a double in last night's ball game. And a potential big inning here. Big at here for Tyler Naquin. Trevor May starts him out 2-0 though. And there's a strike, 2-1. May at 97 already. Will sometimes hump it up to about 99, 98, going to 96, and it's a 2-2 count now, so he's fought back. Could really use a ground ball here, Trev. And he misses outside, 3-2. Do not walk him. Full count pitch to Naquin. This one hit well to right field. Kepler chasing, and sets up in front of the track. That's out number 2, and no tag. Kind of surprised no tag there, but respecting Kepler's arm a little bit. Not really known for his arm out there in right field, but nonetheless, Luplo didn't try it. There's 2 down now, 2 aboard for Roberto Perez, who has 1 hit in this series, a bunch of strikeouts. And I feel doomed. Trevor May starts him out with a fastball for strike 1. AL Central rubber match. Twins won Monday night. Cleveland won in extra innings last night. We're in extras here once more. The 1-1 to Perez. Fouled away, 1-2. Is May just going to overpower him here, or is he going to try and get him to chase a couple times? That's usually the question with Trevor, and I don't know, he usually has more success when he just tries and overpowers him. Instead, he goes off speed outside. 2-2. Perez fouls away another one to the right. Keeping this one at 2-2. Twins fans on their feet here, trying to will Trevor May into a strike, and he gets Perez swinging there with the heater. Oh, a nice job by Trevor May to come in and put out the fire. Keep this one at 4-4. As Mitch Garver, Nelson Cruz, Eddie Rosario, they're going to try and walk this one off here at Target Field.
Your attention, please. This change for the Indians.
Christian Arroyo coming in at first base after Luplo came in as a pinch runner for Santana, and Mitch Garver 0 for 3 on the evening. He struck out his last time up. We'll see if he puts together a better AB than he's had. He hasn't done much this series. He hasn't done much power-wise this series. Just 3 singles. And this one snagged by Ramirez. Oh, wow. Nice play on the hot shot from the Cleveland third baseman. That was a great play. Nelson Cruz digs in now. Old Nelly already has 1 bomba on the day. And Hunter Wood pitching here in his second inning of work for Cleveland. That's probably how we're going to see these bullpen arms go. As the boomstick. Don't give him a fastball. I'll tell you that much.
That's Bolton.
2-0. If Wood could drop that one about 6 more inches, Nelson Cruz has struggled with fastballs high and up the middle. It's a weird kind of hole in his swing this season. The 2-1 to Nelson Cruz. That's in there for strike 2. Mike Koski says the Rangers still serve the boomstick, even however many years after Nelson's left. Yeah, we got a boomstick up at Target Field as well. And where did that miss? Oh, my God. Hunter Wood's going to be waiting outside Joe McDonald's car tonight. That was a ridiculous. Unless I saw something totally different, but instead it's a walk as Hunter Wood, the cutter, misses low, and it puts one aboard with one down here, bottom of the 11th. Eddie Rosario himself.
Your attention, please.
And Drew Maggie going to come in and pinch run for Nelson. Maggie kind of one of those quadruple A guys who was hitting pretty well, so Twins said, hey, come up, spend some time with us in the big leagues. We don't play our utility guys that much. You can get a few ABs and hang around the old ball club while you're a 31-year-old minor league lifetimer. So Maggie in pinch running, one down. Rosario 1 for 5 lifetime against Hunter Wood. He's 1 for 4 in this ball game. Hasn't had the best series, but Eddie's looking to put one on the plaza. Instead, it's a ground ball through for a base hit. Eddie Rosario gets a 1-out base knock to put 2 aboard here for the Twins. Drew Maggie now stands at second base, just 180 feet away. Clutch hitting from Eddie Rosario after the Nelson Cruz walk. The bringer of rain, Josh Donaldson, just avoid the double play, bud. He's 1 for 4 in this one. Had a big solo shot in the 9th inning of last night's ball game. And Josh, we could use some clutch. We could use some clutch hitting from you, bud. Nobody wants to see Cleveland in first place, and Donaldson lines it up the middle. They send Maggie around third base, and Josh Donaldson walks it off here. He keeps the Twins in first place. He had a clutch hit last night. He comes up clutch again tonight. And Josh Donaldson wins it for the Twins as Minnesota takes this Game 3 5-4. Going to push that lead back to 1.5 games in the AL Central. My goodness, what a drama-filled game. What a drama-filled series. This was a fun one here in an AL Central battle, and Max Kepler is going to be named our player of the game. He gets a big Gatorade bath there after the big 2-run shot that tied it up at 4 late in regulation. And we'll get a look at that shot here. It was a bomba to dead center field and another high arching home run from Kepler. That was like his one on Monday. That one was absolutely smoked. Mercado did have a chance at it. But Max Kepler, your player of the game here on a Wednesday night. See there, 2 for 5, couple runs scored, couple driven in. And Josh Donaldson. It wasn't a full rainstorm, but it was enough of a sprinkle to get the Twins the victory. Trevor May picks up the W. Hunter Wood takes his 3rd loss on the season. As the Twins win this series 2-1 at Target Field. Wow, this was a fun one. I got to be on all 3 games, and I was very happy for that as I'm gone all next week. So this is the last time you get to hear me ramble for a while. I'm sure all our bot ballers are clapping their hands for that. Kepler 2 for 5 with the dinger, couple RBI. He's our player of the game, but we're getting to some highlights here. Jose Ramirez hit the sac fly to start out the scoring after Jose Berrios allowed 3 hits, 3 singles in that first inning. See Mercado sliding in there for the first run across. Kloss? Jesus. Naquin's solo shot to left, Liapo Taco in the top of the 2nd inning. That was after the Twins had tied it up on a Mitch Garver RBI ground out. Naquin promptly got that lead back, and then Cesar Hernandez. The ground out here with runners on the corners, allowed run to score, made it a 3-1 ball game. Berrios was still on the mound at that point, made it through 5 innings. But then Naquin, he wasn't done. Got another RBI as he made it a 4-1 ball game with a deep fly to center field. But that would be all the Indians could muster. Twins bullpen came in late, did a great job shutting things down. Nelson Cruz with Bomba number 33 on the year. That's still leading these Twins, as the 40-year-old sparked it up with a 420-foot shot. Then Max Kepler, bottom of the 7th inning, tied it up with a deep high shot to center field that just got over Mercado's glove. And that was after a 2-out walk was issued to Byron Buxton in front of him. We see Lindor swinging at the slider there from Duffy, a big strikeout to end a potential train wreck of a second inning for Duffy. And then Polanco grounded out into a double play there. The 3-6-3 nicely turned. Trevor May came in relief of Duffy, and it's the big strikeout there. Josh Donaldson lasers one into center field, and that allowed Drew Maggi, who was pinch running for Nelson Cruz, to come in, score the winning run. But I'm happy my Twins won. I'm happy they won the series. I can leave Bob Ball as a happy man for a week. Carlos, how you doing tonight, bud?
I am doing very fantastic. Man, what a game to close out the rubber match, to have the rubber matchup for this Indians and Twins. Your Twins pick up the win, and it's pretty critical for them.
Yeah, just trying to keep their heads above water over Cleveland and Chicago, as it's been tight all season. It's been super. It was a half game heading into the series, and Twins do pick up a game as they take 2 of 3. So I'm a happy little camper up here in Minnesota, but you should have a pretty solid one to call tonight with the Reds and Phillies blasting off against each other.
This is going to be a fun one. You look at those records. Reds making a playoff push. That's why I call this the playoff push after dark for Voth ball, because the Phillies, they're still in it despite being right at 500. So, this ought to be a fun one tonight, Beardy. Have fun on your vacation.
Yeah, I will. I got a good long drive in the Prius in front of me. So when the wife who's a nurse says I need to go to the mountains, you drive her to the mountains. But I'll get out of your hair here, bud. Have a good call and have some fun with it on After Dark. I hope I've taught you well. For myself, Beardy Buddha, I'm getting out of here. Have fun, guys. Take care.
Thank you very much, Beardy Buddha. Once again, hopefully he'll have just a swell vacation. Once again, Twins picking up the win in extras 5-4 out at Target Field. We're about to head out to Citizens Bank Park in beautiful Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the city of brotherly love. There ain't going to be much brotherly love being shed around tonight. The Reds come in with a big opportunity to continue chipping away at the Chicago Cubs for that divisional lead in the NL Central. Cubs taking yet another loss today to the Atlanta Braves, who the Phillies are trying to catch out in their division, the NL East. Atlanta winning today 6-2, and then Washington beat Miami 1-0. So Philadelphia needs a big win today to keep pace in that NL East. Our fourth NL East team we get featured tonight. We're getting ready to get set and head out to Philly, and we will get things rolling.
Job, but she rockin' ball.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome out to Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The playoff push begins as the Reds at 66 and 47 get ready to take on the even 500 team, 57 and 57 Philadelphia Phillies. Good evening, friends. My name is Carlos Zimmerman. I'll be with you for the next hour and a half, 2 hours or so, to bring you Pop Ball After Dark, or Playoff Push After Dark, here tonight in Philadelphia. Zach Eflin gets the mound tonight for Philadelphia. You look at it, his 23rd start, 7-6, a 4.33 ERA, and 120 2/3 innings of work. He is really going to need to locate the fastball today against these just powerful and just an incredible lineup up and down of Cincinnati. You'll hear that starting lineup in a minute, as we are going to lead things off here with Nick Senzel to face Eflin to get underway here tonight in Philadelphia. We're glad you're with us on ML Buffball on Twitch.tv, YouTube, Periscope, and Twitter, wherever you may be watching. First pitch from Zach Eflin will miss low for a ball, 1-0 to kick it off.
First pitch, 7:07.
And the Philadelphia Phillies trying to just find some semblance of being competitive in the NL East, as Senzel will get underneath of one here. Out to get it is Adam Hazley, and he will make the catch for out number one. 2 pitches to kick off for Zach Eflin. Starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds. You just saw Nick Senzel, and now you'll see Nicholas Castellanos right here batting second. Batting in the third hole, Eugenio Suarez. I knew that tripped me up tonight. Over at short, Mike Moustakas in the cleanup spot over at third. First pitch to Castellanos is fouled off. Jesse Winker, he bats fifth. Out in right, Joey Votto bats sixth. Back in the lineup today, he's over at first base. Shogo Akiyama bats seventh. He's out in center. Tucker Barnhart behind the plate will do the catching for Anthony DeSclafani, as Castellanos fouls another one off, 0-2, as Barnhart and DeSclafani bat 8th and 9th, respectively. Bench for Cincinnati: Freddie Galvis, Aristides Aquino, Derek Dietrich, Kurt Casale, and Philip Irvin, as Zach Eflin gets Castellanos out in front of that one, and that is out number 2. Here, first punch out of the night for Zach Eflin.
Eugenio Suarez.
That will bring up Eugenio Suarez, working a 9-game hitting streak right now and having just a phenomenal season at the plate, batting .319, 30 home runs, 92 RBIs, and an OPS of nearly 1,000. So this man has been critical to the Cincinnati Reds' incredible season so far. Just a breakout year for them after years of struggles. Nice off-speed pitch there from Zach Eflin, evens the count at 1-1. Eflin will now deliver another 1-1, and swinging right through that one is Suarez, and there is a count of 1-2 after a nice slider from Zach Eflin. Bryce Harper, he'll lead things off in the bottom of the first for Philadelphia. The 1-2 pitch from Zach Eflin, though, misses inside 2-2. We'll try it again. Umpires tonight behind the plate: Carl Dixon over at first, Eric Summersgill, Freddie Ferguson over at second, and Joe McDonald over there at third. The 2-2 pitch from Eflin gets Eugenio Suarez there for another strikeout for Zach Eflin. Good start for the Phillies right-hander. No score as we head to the bottom of the first in the city of brotherly love. Anthony DeSclafani gets the call tonight to start for the Cincinnati Reds, his 23rd start on the year. A 10-7 record, 3.14 ERA, and 131 2/3 innings of work. The off-speed will be his friend tonight, but Philadelphia is known to really pounce on it, so he'll have to be able to get hitters out in front of his off-speed, and he has to start off against arguably one of the best ball players out there. Not so much on the stat sheet, but just by name notoriety alone, here is the right fielder of Philadelphia, Bryce Harper. Look at his stats, batting .257, definitely down from what we're used to seeing out of the former Washington National and Bryce Harper. As the first pitch for DeSclafani will catch the upper half of the zone, and that will be a strike. As you see, Cincinnati, if the season were to end today, they hold a spot in the wild card. They, I believe, share that spot with their counterparts.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
As that one misses inside for a ball. They're actually the second wild card team, so they would be the road team against the Atlanta Braves, who are currently up a game on them in the wild card standings if the season were to end now. As Harper swings through that pitch. Nice slider from DeSclafani, 1-2 count. Harper swings through that one there as DeSclafani gets him with the low heat. First strikeout for Anthony, and there's one out here in the first, and that will bring up JT Realmuto. Starting lineup for Philadelphia, as you saw Harper and now Realmuto behind the plate. Didi Gregorius, he is up next. He's over at short. Reese Hoskins is over at first batting cleanup. The first pitch misses low for a ball. Adam Hazley, he is out in center batting fifth. Alec Boehm is over at third base, batting sixth, and then the rest of the order batting seventh. Scott Kingery out in left, Josh Harrison out at second base batting eighth, and then Zach Eflin on the mound batting ninth. As DeSclafani finally gets one into the zone for a strike count, 2-1.
Ball 3.
The 2-1 from Anthony DeSclafani misses low, 3-1 with Gregorius on deck. DeSclafani looking to not walk Realmuto here. Three-one pitch to JT Realmuto, finds the zone, and that'll make the count full as the high heat works for DeSclafani. Full count offering is hit under it. Over to get it is the Moose, Mike Moustakas in foul ground, and that will be out number 2 here in the bottom of the first, and that'll hand things over to the former Yankee in Didi Gregorius. See the stuff on him, batting .251, 19 dingers to his name. In his first year with Philadelphia, as that one catches his own for a strike.
No, that's low.
1-1 count now on Didi. And DeSclafani from the windup delivers, and that one catches the outer half of the plate. That'll make the count 1-2. Anthony looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Will he get it here? Not quite, as the low heat, is just hit by Gregorius. One-two pitch. That one catches outside, 2-2. Down even. Berrios falls to a knee on that swing, but it is hooked big time foul. Philadelphia in these first 3 batters have been able to work some good at-bats against DeSclafani. The 2-2 fouled off again at the hands by Didi. Moustakas, Winker, and Votto due up in the top half of the second inning as the 2-2 hit on the ground, but gloved well by the returning Votto, and he will step on the bag. And that'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Anthony DeSclafani. We still have no score here in Philly as we head to the top of the second. And in will step in the former Royal himself, Mike Moose Moustakas. Incredible year for him so far. The average hasn't been his friend. 18 home runs, though. This man has pop. 10 pitches for Zach Eflin in the first inning. He looks for a nice, efficient inning here. He starts it off well, as that one is up in that upper half of the zone for a strike. Righty delivers that one to the bottom of the zone, going north to south again. Now, my goodness, north to south against Mike Moustakas, 0-2.
One ball, 2 strikes, the count.
Couldn't get Moustakas to chase. That'll make the count 1-2. Moustakis wants a little more time. And Eflin kicks and delivers. And Moustakis swings through that pitch that was up and out of the zone. The high heat from Eflin. Third strikeout for Zach, as there's one out now in the top of the second.
Number 33, Jesse Winker.
Little background on Zach Eflin, originally drafted by the San Diego Padres in the first round of the 2012 MLB draft as a, I believe, as a compensatory pick. As that one's going to fall in for a base hit off the bat of Jesse Winker. Little bloop single for the Reds right fielder as that one was off, actually in at the hands on Winker. But the Reds, they got a base runner here in the top of the second. And here is the return for Joey Votto, returning to the lineup after nursing an injury as of late. Derek Dietrich was the one getting the starts over there at first base, but now the veteran Votto back in. Continue my point about Eflin, though. Drafted in 2012, originally signed a national letter of intent to Central Florida. Become a UCF Knight, but he went ahead and declared for the MLB as Votto swings at the first pitch. And that one is hit into center and gloved out there by Adam Hazley. And there is out number 2 here in the top of the second.
Batting 7, the center fielder, number 4.
That'll bring up Shogo Akiyama. 15 stolen bases to his credit this year. First on the Reds, picked up last season after playing many years with the Saitama Seibu Lions over in Japan as the first pitch to Akiyama. Almost caught him at the knee from Eflin as there is a 1-0 count to start off. Eflin's 1-0 pitch is hit by Akiyama, gloved over at short, and thrown on over to Josh Harrison to end the inning. Reds strand a base runner, they get a hit, but nothing more as we head to the bottom of the second. Hoskins, Hazley, and Bohm due up for Philadelphia.
Leading up for the Phillies, the first baseman,
Here's Rhys Hoskins, 88 RBIs to his credit, tied for 3rd in the National League with that record. For himself, not really a record, but just for himself, as he's batting .230, so really a lot of strikeouts, so DeSclafani going to look to get one here. He'll miss inside to start it off for a ball 1-0. See Hoskins' stats from the last game, 1 for 4 with a ribby. And add to it, but that one will catch the zone, and Hoskins couldn't pull the trigger. Nice slider from DeSclafani, 1-1. That one misses low, 2-1 to Hoskins. Reese fouls it off, makes the count 2-2. DeSclafani looking for another punch-out, but that one fouled off again by Hoskins. Hoskins played his college ball for Sacramento State University. And head coach Reggie Christensen for the 3 years he was there in Sacramento. Count is full to him with Hazley on deck. Full count offering. Fouled off and a screamer down the right field line by Hoskins. Payoff pitch for DeSclafani. In at the hands and hit into right field. Over to get it is Jesse Winker, and that will be out number 1 here in the bottom of the second. The efficiency continues for Anthony DeSclafani. That'll bring up young Adam Hazley. Been solid for the Phillies this year, batting in the 5th hole, batting .266, 9 home runs. Lefty versus righty here. We'll see who wins this offset matchup. A nice off-speed pitch from DeSclafani, as that is a strike 0-1. Hazley, a first-round pick back in 2017, and has quickly made his way up to the major leagues.
1-1.
So that one misses outside, 1-1. That one fouled off by Hazley. That'll make the count 1-2. Hazley, as I always like to bring out the college fans, played his college ball for the Virginia Cavaliers. As that one is in at the hands. Going out to get it is the second baseman. Second baseman in Senzel, and that'll be out number 2. Efficiency, as mentioned, really starting to kick in here for DeSclafani, looking for win number 11 on the years. Here is Alec Bohm. Bats a little bit better against lefties. Hasn't had a lot of at-bats against lefties, more the righties, but the righties have been able to get to him this year, batting .251. First pitch from Anthony is up high, 1-0. This one hit on the ground. Throw on to first in time. Good pick by Joey Votto as the low throw by Suarez is saved well by the veteran Votto. Another 1-2-3 inning for Anthony DeSclafani. We head to the third. Still no score in Philly.
Leading off for Cincinnati, the catcher, Tucker Barnhart.
8-9-1 due up here for Cincinnati. Here is Tucker Barnhart, the backstop for Cincinnati, but that is hit right to the first baseman Hoskins. 1 pitch, 1 out for Zach Eflin.
Batting 9, the pitcher, Anthony DeSclafani.
So here's the pitcher, DeSclafani, hoping to help his own case against Philadelphia. First pitch is a strike. He hacks at the 0-1 and hits that one well into center field, but Hazley, going further back than I thought he would, makes the catch, and there's quick out number 2 for Zach Eflin.
Nick Senzel.
Folks, I do want to remind you, we do all this for charity. No one gets paid to do any of this, as here is Nick Senzel, back around to the top of the order. Our charity this week, Meals on Wheels. That will change shortly as that pitch misses, 1-0. Meals on Wheels in America is a leadership organization supporting the more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger, as Senzel grounds out to end the top of the third. We head to the bottom of the third. Again, Meals on Wheels, it is a network that serves virtually every community in America, and along with more than 2 million staff and volunteers, they deliver nutritious meals, friendly visits, and safety checks that enable America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. By providing funding, leadership, education, research, and advocacy support, Meals on Wheels America empowers its local member programs to strengthen their communities one senior at a time. So folks, if you love what you see, and I hope you do love what you see. I know we got no score right now, but I'm hoping it'll get better. Please do not hesitate to donate. You can scroll down below the video box here on Twitch, and you can hit our PayPal button. That'll take you to an area you can donate, or hit !donate in the Twitch chat, and that'll give you a link by one of our bots to send you to our Streamlabs link that can also give you an opportunity to donate. So please, please, please do donate to such a great organization in Meals on Wheels.
Ball 1, no strike.
That one got a whole lot of nothing off the delivery of DeSclafani to face Scott Kingery. It's 1-0 to start off against the Philly third baseman. I'm going to correct myself quickly. The Philly left fielder looked at my stat sheet wrong. That one caught the zone.
2 balls, 1 strike.
That one misses, though. 2-1 the count to Scott Kingery. Swinging through that one was Kingery. That'll make the count 2-2. DeSclafani nearing 40 pitches. As that first inning, a few at-bats were able to be drawn out a bit by Harper and Gregorius. But he's been rolling pretty good so far here against these Philly hitters. 2-2 pitch. Misses low and in the dirt. Ball 3 with the former Pirate Josh Harrison on deck. Full count offering. Hit down the right field line and foul. fouled off by Kingery. This at-bat will continue, and the 40th pitch will be right here. Payoff pitch, swung on and missed by Kingery. And there is out number 1, second strikeout for DeSclafani this evening.
Batting eighth, the second baseman, Josh Harrison.
That one is hit in the air to right off the bat of Zach Eflin, and making the catch is not Zach Eflin, Josh Harrison. Now we get to Zach Eflin, the pitcher for the Phillies. Very quick out, a 1 pitch out to get out number 2. Harrison can only pop that one up. First pitch to Zach Eflin will miss way outside and in the dirt. And Zach Eflin picked up from the Dodgers 6 years ago in Philly. He has been a staple in Philly ever since. DeSclafani having a little trouble locating here against the Philly pitcher. He's quickly down 2-0. Trying to get one in the zone here. 2-0 pitch. That one catches the inner half of the plate. Eflin couldn't pull the trigger. 2-1. DeSclafani played his college ball for the Florida Gators, the very famous Gators, as that one is hit down the line and left, and that will be a bloop single. As Philly finally gets on the hitting barrage, Zach Eflin helping his own cause. First hit for their game, and there is a runner for Philly. And that ball, as soon as it was hit, it just died in left field, and that is not good, because here is Bryce Harper. Despite striking out in the first, he does fairly well with runners on. Philly fanatic trying to get the crowd hyped up here in Philadelphia. The first pitch to Harper. That one nicely floats into the zone. 0-1. Still no score here, as we're about a third of the way through this one. Runner on at first, Zach Eflin. 0-1. Hit off the end of the bat and foul. 0-2. DeSclafani a strike away from getting out of the inning. Castellanos, Suarez, and Moustakas, the heart of the order, due up for Cincinnati's. The 0-2 to Harper misses inside and at the knees. 1-2. Checking the runner first is DeSclafani, as that one almost got Harper in the knee, as Harper's able to work it back to 2-2 as the slider missed. The 2-2 offering is swung on and hit well into right center field. This ball is going to get down and off the out-of-town scoreboard. Going to third is Eflin, and he will hold there. It is a 2-out double for Bryce Harper. And the Phillies got something cooking here with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. As you see there, Phillies entering today. That's their first double on the day. They would need a few more to pass the Nationals and the Dodgers. They need a lot of help to catch the Diamondbacks. You saw the Reds at the bottom of that list at 7. Now that hard-hitting JT Realmuto. An opportunity to drive in 2 runs with a hit to the outfield. As he is 0 for 1, he popped out his last time up. DeSclafani delivers the 1-0 as Realmuto hits one into center. Still going back on it is the center fielder Akiyama, but he'll make the play in deep right center to get him and his pitcher out of the inning. Philly strand a pair. We head to the 4th. Still no score in Philadelphia.
Leading off from Cincinnati, the left fielder.
Here is Nick Castellanos. Zach Eflin, he has been incredible in this game so far. We're into the 4th. Only 24 pitches from the Philly starter. The first one to Castellanos misses low. 1-0 offering to Castellanos. Misses way inside for a ball 2-0. That one finds the zone against Castellanos, 2-1. Castellanos, he's been around quite a bit. Made a name for himself with the Detroit Tigers, but whenever they were starting to blow things up, he swings through that one, 2-2 the count. Was shipped off to the Cubs and now finds a landing spot in one of their rivals in the Cincinnati Reds. That has been blossoming for them as that one is hit deep in the left field. Going back after it is Kingery, and he makes the catch at the warning track. What a catch by Scott Kingery! Take a look at the road to the show report. The Phillies, 2 minor league teams, did not pick up wins. The Iron Pigs lost to the Syracuse Mets, and the Fightin' Phils lost to the Richmond Flying Squirrels. They've got some good stuff, though, coming up through that farm system. So Philadelphia, they want an added push. They will definitely get it in the future as Eugenio Suarez looks at a ball 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Suarez just catches the outside and lower corner of the plate. And as you saw, Suarez comes in today with a 9-game hitting streak. Hoping to make it the 10-game here against Philly. And it's a good thing for him. There's still no scores on the board. 2 fat goose eggs for both Cincinnati and Philly. Suarez can change that with one swing of the bat. He has got that pop in it. 2-1 from Eflin. This is outside for ball 3. The 3-1 to Suarez. He's out in front of the high heat. Full count here with 1 out. Again, Mike Moustakas, he is on deck. A walk here could be detrimental for Zach Eflin. Payoff pitch. This is inside for ball 4. There is the walk. First walk issued by Zach Eflin, and that will bring up Moustakas as there's a runner on with 1 out for Cincy. Again, folks, if the season were to end now, as Moustakas is at the plate, over 1, struck out his first time up. Cubs, who the Reds are chasing down, they would be the #1 seed. They would play the winner of a wild card game set right now if that were to end, as that one's a strike. Atlanta and Cincinnati would be the 2 wild card teams, while Washington and the Los Angeles Dodgers would go against each other as Eflin's quickly up 0-2. Chasing the Reds in the wild card right now is the Diamondbacks at 63-51, who have let their division lead just skate away from them. Took a hard loss to Houston earlier today as Moustakas just going to pop this one up on the infield. In to get it is Harrison, and that will be out #2 here in the top of the 4th.
The right fielder, number 30.
And the Diamondbacks today taking a loss, a 7-4 loss to the Houston Astros. The Astros picked up win number 61 on the year as they continue their chase in the AL West. Here's Jesse Winker. He got the hits rolling for Cincinnati back in the 2nd inning as he will hit this one well into right field. And there is no chance for anyone to get to that one as that one is gone off the bat of Jesse Winker. A single his first time up, and then he goes yard here in the top of the 4th. And Zach Eflin's efficiency goes out the window. It is 2-0 Reds. Man, he gave that one a ride, and that one just snuck out of here in deep right field off the bat of Jesse Winker, and it's made it 2-0 with 2 out. Joey Votto looks at strike 1. Got a trivia question up in the Twitch chat. Get to that in a second as Eflin's 0-1. Is that one catches the zone 0-2. Trivia question of this game. Name the 6 Reds batters who have at least one season with at least 100 walks in the integration era. That is from 1947 to 2019. Leave your answers in the Twitch chat below as that one misses low. Pretty sure Big Guy 73, he'll put that one in the Discord as well for any of our guys that are up here in our Discord to give it a shot. That also gives you a chance to also join our Discord. As Votto gets a little number in front of that one, Harrison will have to glove it well. Throw on the first in time. And that'll be the end of the top of the fourth. But Jesse Winker, right fielder for Cincinnati, gets one low and off the end of the bat. An incredible shot. That has made it 2-0 Reds as we head to the bottom of the fourth.
Leading up for the Phillies, the
3, 4, 5 due up for Philadelphia, starting with Didi Gregorius. You'll see Rhys Hoskins and Adam Hazley in just a little bit as Anthony DeSclafani. Now he's got some run insurance to work with. Now his team up 2-0. First pitch to Didi is in there for a strike, 0-1. Couldn't quite catch the inner half of the plate. That makes it 1-1. And Didi Gregorius, a little bit of a journeyman as he holds up on the 2-1. Actually started his career in Cincinnati, played one season for them in 2012. For not quite a full season, he was one of those 40-man roster call-ups at the end of the 2012 season for Cincinnati, and then he was sent off to Arizona. That one misses outside for ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk by DeSclafani to Didi Gregorius.
The first baseman, number 17.
Back to my point about Gregorius, that was a trade that sent Gregorius and to Cleveland originally, along with Drew Stubbs, in exchange for Shin-Soo Choo and Jason Donald. As Rhys Hoskins here at the plate, 0 for 1. First pitch to him is a strike. And then the Indians turn around and trade Gregorius to Arizona with Tony Sipp and infielder Lars Anderson for Trevor Bauer, Brian Shaw, and Matt Albers. As Hoskins gets one into right field, this one carrying well, and that one's gonna get out of here off the bat of Rhys Hoskins, and just like that, this game is tied. My goodness. That one just hooking inside the right field foul pole. You'll see it here. This one just getting out of here. Wow. You couldn't have hooked that any better. And just like that, Philadelphia has tied this game in the bottom of the fourth. And I thought that had a chance to just sink into foul ground, and that would give DeSclafani another shot, but man, it just kept going. Citizens Bank Park is now alive and well in a tie ball game, as here's Adam Hazley, who's now working a 1-1 count against DeSclafani. That would be one that Hazley would like to have back. He was out in front of it. That'll make the count 1-2. This is inside for a ball, 2-2. Two to Hazley, misses outside for ball 3. DeSclafani in danger of walking another batter. Payoff pitch, swung on and hit well by Hazley into deep right field. Going after it is Winker, and he'll have to play it on a bounce. Adam Hazley gets one off the wall, and that is a double for the Phillies center fielder, his 17th on the year, and with nobody out. Here in the bottom of the fourth, it is trouble for Anthony DeSclafani, and the pitching coach for the Reds, Derek Johnson, will strut out the talk to DeSclafani. Alec Boehm 0 for 1 today, misses, or DeSclafani misses to Boehm, 1-0. Runner at second as Bohm swings through that one, 1-1. Alec Bohm, the long-haired man, if you will, for the Phillies. Bryce Harper had that little moniker as well back when he was with the Nationals. Becoming a lost art, in my opinion, in baseball, with baseball players with long hair. I know Jacob deGrom, for the Mets, he cut off his locks. He Syndergaard had the wherewithal to keep him. The 3-1 to Bohm catches the zone, and that'll make it a full count here for DeSclafani. Another payoff pitch as Bohm hits that one to second. Gloved well over there. Excuse me, by Senzel, and that'll move the runner over to third, though, with 1 out. They were able to get Bohm, but that'll hand things over to Scott Kingery, who's 0 for 1 today, struck out his last time up. DeSclafani hoping to not give up the lead here in this inning, as Kingery won't do it with that. Swinging through it 0-1. Last time outing, 0 for 3 with a pair of Ks. Not the night he wanted yesterday. Hoping to bring home a runner here, the 0-1. This is outside. That one just misses outside. 2-1. Again to reset, Hazley at third. Kingery at the plate. He'll ground one too short. Gloved well over there by Suarez. Throw on to first, gets the out. But that'll score the runner Hazley, and that has given the Philadelphia Phillies a 3-2 lead on an RBI ground out by Scott Kingery. Kingery and another guy like Rhys Hoskins getting some time with Jay Bruce out with an injury. Not sure how much longer he's out for as Harrison fouls that one off. Harrison, he's been around quite a bit as well. Started with Pittsburgh, then he had a short stint in Detroit before landing here in Philly. So unfortunately ended up as the 8-hole hitter, but he's proving that he should be further up in the lineup, as that one is hit up the middle and through the gap past DeSclafani. And there's another base runner for Philadelphia. A good piece of hitting by Harrison gets him on.
Eflin.
I'll bring up Zach Eflin, who got the first hit of the ball game for the Phillies. First pitch misses in, or out, 1-0. Hoping to maybe continue to his own cause. After giving up that 2-run shot to Jesse Winker. Should have really messed up his psyche, but it looks like he won't have much to worry about now with a 3-2 lead, as he apparently went around on that one. That'll make the count 1-1. The 1-1 pitch to Eflin fouled away and into the seats. 1-2 the count. Akiyama, Barnhart, and the pitcher spot due up in the 9th. Or, excuse me, not in the 9th. Oh my goodness, we're not quite there yet. In the 5th for the Reds. I say pitcher spot in case the idea that DeSclafani gets pulled. The 2-2 to Eflin is hit into deep right field, but having plenty of room is Jesse Winker, and that will end things in the bottom of the 4th. Rhys Hoskins with an incredible piece of hitting, and it hooks that one inside the right field foul pole. Tied it originally, and the Phillies get another run. They are now up 3-2 as we head to the top of the 5th. There is Heidi Watney talking about something. She's always talking about something. You can never hear her. Get a look at the man who's in the on-deck circle for the Reds. Tucker Barnhart, longtime Red. You get a look. The pitching coach for the Reds, Derek Johnson. The skipper for the Reds, right behind him, David Bell. They're hoping to get that lead back or even at least tie it up, as here is Shogo Akiyama. 0 for 1 with a pop-out. First pitch from Eflin.
That's the ball.
just misses on the black, 1-0. Again, like I mentioned, Akiyama has played the majority of his career in the Nippon Baseball League over in Japan. That one misses inside 2-0. For the Saitama Seibu Lions. Nippon Professional Baseball, excuse me, that's the name of the league. Played 9 seasons for them from 2011 to 2019 before signing a 3-year, $21 million contract to play Major League Baseball here in the States. The Cincinnati Reds, and he has been very good for them despite being in the 7-hole, but this Reds lineup has got a lot of power up and down. It's 3-0 from Eflin. Catches the zone. He avoids the 4-pitch walk. One pitch to Akiyama, hit into right center. Going over to get it is Harper, and he will make the play for out number 1 here in the top of the 5th, and that'll bring up the backstop for the Reds, Tucker Barnhart. Did you get the answers for that question in the Twitch chat? The question was, name the 6 Reds batters who have at least one season with at least 100 walks in the integration era. That one in there for a strike. 0-1 misses up. Joey Votto was on that list. Adam Dunn, Shin-Soo Choo, Pete Rose, Johnny Bench, and Joe Morgan. Zach Eflin trying to continue to make quick work of this Reds lineup. 50 pitches in here in the 5th per the course. The 1-2 to Barnhart is hit over to short, gloved over there by Gregorius, and the throw on to Hoskins to get the second out here in the 5th.
Now batting.
And we're going to see here what David Bell decides to do, if he'll go to a pinch hitter here for DeSclafani. Nope, it looks like he'll let him hit, so DeSclafani will go yet another inning. He's 0 for 1 today, flied out back in the 3rd. You know, for a pitcher batting .233, that is very impressive. Because, in real life right now, we don't get to see pitchers hit with the universal DH, if you want to get that conversation up in the Twitch chat about the universal DH being a thing now. It's an unfortunate thing because, you love to see pitchers hit, and this is the kind of thing I live for. I have to live vicariously through bop balls. That one is hit well down the right field line, and that's going to bounce fair for a base hit. That one got away from Bryce Harper, and it's going to roll all the way to the wall. And because of that, DeSclafani is in with a bloop triple.
Now batting, the second baseman.
Wow. This one, a tailor-made pop-up to Harper. He couldn't get to that one, and that one took a red bounce. And if not the stop sign by the Reds' third base coach in J.R. House, man, that might have been an inside-the-park home run.
Ball 1, no strike.
That will turn things around to the top of the order in Nick Senzel, 0 for 2 with a flyout and a ground out. Senzel will foul that one down the line. Hoping to drive in his pitcher. Can't do it with a swing like that, as that makes it 1-2, and Zach Eflin strike away of getting out of this one. Yeah, no, he'd be in that thing. I would not have guessed Chu. As Senzel fouls that one off. Yeah, because Chu didn't really, I don't know how many years exactly that he spent with the Reds. For him to be on that list stuns me. I know him more of as a Cleveland Indian. That's where he spent the majority of his career. That one misses into Senzel, 2-2. Another 2-2 offering, fouled off by Senzel. Good fight here between Eflin and Senzel. Folks, coming up in the bottom of the 5th inning, we'll take a look at the American League playoff race. They get to that a little later than I think, as the count is full. Castellanos on deck. Fans on their feet hoping to get this one. The runner will more than likely go in DeSclafani, as Senzel's going to hit this one into center, and it's going to get down for a base hit in front of Hazley, and that has tied the game. An RBI single for Nick Senzel, scoring Anthony DeSclafani, and we are tied up once again, 3-3. Just a good piece of hitting by the Reds' leadoff hitter, and that's why David Bell loves him in that spot. Gets big hits in critical situations, and you see it there. As the runner, Senzel's going on into second, and he will swipe it with ease as he got an incredible jump, as he was already halfway there when the ball got into the mitt of JT Realmuto.
Nope.
Next pitch to Castellanos. Misses low for a ball, 1-1. See, that is the 10th stolen base on the year for Nick Senzel. He's been pretty efficient this year on the base paths. The 1-1 in there for a strike in the happy zone. 1-2 to Castellanos. Eflin's 1-2. Right down the pipe, strike 3, and Castellanos couldn't pull the trigger. But Nick Senzel is able to score home his pitcher, and that has tied the game here in the as we head to the bottom of the 5th. 3-3 in Philly. Top of the order now for Philadelphia. DeSclafani, pitch count starting to run up, so if he's hoping to well, with a tie ball game, he wouldn't get a decision, so he would have to see if the Reds get something in the 6th, and he'd have to pitch the 6th to pick up his 11th win on the year. Not looking likely, as this one's going to come down to the bullpens. The first pitch to Harper is in the dirt, but he missed at it badly, 0-1. You know, speaking of those bullpens, you know, the Phillies, they have got some good stuff in there. We'll get to that in a minute, as that one misses low. Harper doesn't swing at that one. Some really good guys down in that bullpen. They're down a couple men in Sir Anthony Dominguez, as there's Jose Lopez. He's up and stretching and tossing for Cincinnati. 1-1 to Harper. This is inside 2-1. As I was saying, Sir Anthony Dominguez and David Robertson currently out due to injuries for Philly. They're without their services. Robert Stock, Nick, and you got a long reliever, Nick Pavetta, as that one is crushed into right field, and Bryce Harper, just like that, breaks the tie 440 feet off the bat of the Phillies' leadoff hitter, his 19th on the year. My goodness, what a hit. And that is what you see out of that man, Bryce Harper. He did it for years in Washington, did a lot of it last year for his first year in Philly, and then he didn't miss that one from DeSclafani. Again, 440 feet. Where did that land? Second deck. That had a chance to go to the third deck. That's where I thought it was going. That is going to do it, however, for Anthony DeSclafani. Get his final line here in a minute. He is on the hook for the loss if the Reds cannot come back down. Only down 4-3. We'll see who David Bell decides to go to. I have a gut feeling it's Jose Lopez.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And that is indeed the case. Lopez's 9th appearance on the year, 0-1 in his decisions. In 11 innings of work and a 9-flat ERA, so I'm not exactly certain why David Bell is going to him here. He's going to call upon him to get 3 outs, and he has to face JT Realmuto, Didi Gregorius, and Rhys Hoskins to get it. Realmuto holds up on that one as it was outside 1-0. So I'm looking here in the chat. Yeah, Shin-Soo Choo, 1 year in Cincinnati. It was very productive for them as that one's fouled off by JT. JT last year winning that Silver Slugger Award as a catcher, and has grown into probably one of the more elite catchers in all of baseball, as that one misses from Lopez. could throw his name around there with guys like Gary Sanchez for the Yankees, some other guys out there, and, you know, Wilson Contreras for Chicago. 2-1 from Lopez, misses outside for a ball, 3-1. He's in danger of walking his first man. Philly up 4-3, a 3-1 pitch. Just getting a piece of it and fouling it is Real Muto. That'll run the count full. Full count offering, and in at the hands on Real Muto. This one in foul ground. Votto over in there to get it. And there is out number 1 here for Jose Lopez here in the 5th.
Now batting, shortstop, Didi.
That will bring up Gregorius. 0 for 1, a walk and a run scored. Lopez's first one to him misses low somehow for a ball, 1-0. And quickly fires a fastball that misfired. 2-0 the count here. Folks, if you're just joining us here, about halfway through this one in Philadelphia, 4-3 ball game. 3 home runs in this one so far. 2 on the Phillies side by Rhys Hoskins, and then a moonshot by Harper a moment ago. As Gregorius is going to keep the hitting barrage going, as that one is in the left center field for a base hit. He will hold at first, and there's a 1-out single for the Phillies shortstop.
Now batting, first baseman,
Reds, they got a home run of their own. They had that one by Jesse Winker that made it 2-0 at the time. Then again for